I, Huang Liang, was soaking in this fantastical day as the clock on the streets of New York struck 6 p.m. I originally thought it should be a relaxing moment, yet the men and women carrying briefcases after work were not heading to bars as usual. Instead, like migratory birds returning to their nests, they hurriedly boarded buses to go home. In an old thrift shop on Minetta Street, an aged television was playing something. A group of homeless people dressed in eccentric outfits had gathered wooden stools scavenged from trash bins and were eagerly fixing their eyes on the TV. On the television, an excited host was enthusiastically reporting the news that had sparked a social frenzy. According to the latest updates from our station, the anime Mobile Suit Gundam UC, authored by Mr. Huang Liang, will officially premiere at 6:30 p.m. The moment the host finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. That's right. I've been in this world for 5 years now. I don't know if it's because this world's people hadn't seen such exciting comics in a long time, but from Mobile Suit Gundam UC to the newest Macross, the comics I published under the pen name Huang Liang have sold over 1 billion copies worldwide in less than 5 years. I've become a new top-tier legend in the world of manga. It could be said that from United Nations officials to beggars and vagrants, there's hardly anyone who hasn't read my comics. I'm basically the person with the most fans on this planet. Utterly taiku la slang for too cool. Speaking of which, what was I doing at this moment? I was comfortably lying on a wide sofa in a luxurious penthouse apartment atop the Empire State Building in the center of New York City, enjoying a professional massage from the Empire State Building's in-house masseuse. Just then, Natasha, dressed in a maid outfit, swayed her slim waist as she walked over and gently asked me, "Master, Mobile Suit Gundam UC is about to premiere at 6:30 p.m. Aren't you going to watch it?" I looked up at the sound of her voice. Wow, that snow-white skin was so close. "Natasha, how many times have I told you? Call me Mr. Huang. The title Master feels too awkward." The maid rolled her eyes helplessly but obediently corrected herself. Yes, Mr. Huang." Seeing my lazy demeanor, the maid suddenly smirked mischievously. She shushed the masseuse, then leaned down, bringing her lips close to my ear, and softly exhaled. "So, are you going to watch it, my little master?" Her breath, fragrant and warm, sent a shiver through me, giving me an instant mental climax. I waved the masseuse away, turned skillfully, and grabbed the maid by her slender waist, pressing her down onto the sofa. "This time, you're the one who came to me willingly, Natasha," I said, licking my lips as I looked at the petite and charming maid in front of me, my hands starting to wander over her body. However, just like the previous times, after a few rounds, this maid used some bizarre technique to easily escape my devilish grasp and kept her distance from me. But this time, I wasn't planning to let her off. "Oh my, you're so playful. Today, I'm brimming with desire," I teased, preparing to pounce on her again when a deep male voice suddenly sounded beside me. "Natasha, are you sure this rascal is the miracle-working manga artist, Huang Liang? Who's there?" Startled by the sudden voice, I spun around in a 360-degree motion and turned toward its source. Under the bright light, the first thing I saw was a shiny bald head. "Holy crap, what kind of demon are you? State your name." Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly as he looked at my one-legged stance, raising an eyebrow at Natasha, who was trying hard not to laugh. "Natasha, make him behave," he said. "Yes, sir," Natasha replied, calming herself after rubbing her face. She then yanked off her elaborate maid outfit, revealing a tight-fitting combat suit underneath, much to my whistling amusement. She vaulted over to my side in a few moves and effortlessly pinned me to the ground with a takedown. The sudden turn of events left me stunned. "Ouch! I give up. Don't be so rough." "Oh, but that flexibility is impressive." "No, wait, ow? Who are you people? Breaking into someone's home is illegal, you know." "Damn, what's going on?" Turns out my maid is this formidable, but this bald guy seems oddly familiar. Seeing me subdued but still defiant, Natasha raised her hand to teach me a lesson, only to be stopped by Nick Fury. Nick Fury cleared his throat, adjusted his trench coat, squatted next to me, and patted my face. "Mr. Huang Liang, long time no see." "And you are?" I asked, completely baffled. I struggled to turn my head and look upward, only to have my eyes nearly pop out of their sockets in shock. "Holy crap! Why is it you?" I finally remembered. This guy was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. And Natasha, wasn't she the Black Widow? I've been flirting with a super spy all this time. Realizing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. Wait a second. S.H.I.E.L.D.? So this is actually the Marvel Universe? The thought that this was the Marvel Universe made my entire world feel bleak. It's the Marvel Universe. Just let me die already. And then, just like that, I scared myself into fainting with my own thoughts. Actually, it was because I hadn't exercised in so long, and Natasha's pinning had cut off my circulation, causing me to pass out. Nick Fury scratched his head awkwardly as he watched me inexplicably faint. He exchanged a puzzled glance with Natasha, who also shook her head in bewilderment. Never mind. We've already retrieved part of the design data. Natasha, take it back first. I'll sort through the rest of the materials here and meet you later, Fury said, beginning to search through my luxurious apartment for various design drafts. When I woke up again, I found myself trapped in a stark, empty, silver-white room. What just happened? Where am I? Hey, is anyone there? Strange, I muttered as I slapped my head to clear my thoughts and began to piece things together. The man earlier was definitely Nick Fury, so this must be S.H.I.E.L.D. Huh? But why did S.H.I.E.L.D. capture me? Did they discover my identity as a transmigrator? No, that can't be. It's only 2005 right now. Spider-Man is barely 5 years old. Other than plagiarizing some comics and designing a few games, I haven't done anything bad. So why did they capture me? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Could it be they're pressuring me to meet a deadline? That's way too hardcore. Or could someone have actually built a mecha based on my Gundam designs? In any other world, that'd be unlikely, but in this high-tech Marvel universe. Although I was inexplicably captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., I understood their stance and wasn't panicked at all. On the contrary, I was growing excited at the possibilities I'd imagined. If this is real, I absolutely have to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to make it happen. A life-sized 1:1 Gundam. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Thinking about this, I could no longer suppress the excitement bubbling up inside me. I started shouting, "Hey, someone come here. I'm awake. Baldy, little maid, where are you? Come out now." I, Huang Liang, was inexplicably brought into this silver-white room, over in SHLD's monitoring room. As they listened to my borderline insulting comments about someone's personality, everyone couldn't help but glance at Nick Fury's shiny bald head. Especially when the lighting hit his head just right, causing it to reflect, they finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Come to think of it, it really does shine, huh? Calm down, no one's allowed to laugh. Puff. Amidst the laughter, Nick Fury glared viciously at his subordinates who were trying not to laugh, but failing miserably. He unhappily rubbed his head, as if trying to stop it from reflecting light, then picked up the communicator to interrogate me. Asterisk, KZZZ, asterisk. Mr. Huang Liang, do you still remember me? Accompanied by a burst of static, Nick Fury's voice, which sounded like it was clogged with phlegm, echoed through the room. Remember? What the heck? I scratched my head, utterly baffled, racking my brain to recall, but I couldn't think of any prior encounter with Nick Fury and his shiny bald head. After all, that reflective head of his was so distinctive that no one could forget it easily. I figured he must be trying to trick me. Oh well, since this is indeed the first time I've met them, I'll just answer honestly. I've always been a good citizen. What's there to fear? Having decided on my approach, I began to put on a performance. So, yeah, I really don't know you. You suddenly kidnapped me and brought me here, and now you're asking me these weird questions. What is it you people actually want? My dramatic response obviously didn't fool the old fox Nick Fury. However, to play along, he didn't outright call me out. Instead, in a peculiar tone, he said, "Ah, how forgetful of you, Mr. Huang Liang. Let me give you a little reminder. Do you remember your maid, Natasha?" At the mention of Natasha, I instantly felt uncomfortable. After all, Black Widow's reputation precedes her, and I've heard about her methods. The thought that I had dared to make a move on a bona fide super agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. made me feel like my life was hanging by a thread. Then it hit me. Nick Fury wouldn't bring up Natasha's maid disguise for no reason. If this was about the time we met and involved Natasha, could it be? I suddenly remembered that afro-haired guy who introduced Natasha to me. Wait a minute, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. actually set me up? I cursed inwardly. I knew something was off when someone so easily offered me such a high-quality maid. Damn, I was too blinded by lust back then. Outwardly, I feigned anger, but inwardly, I was growing uneasy. It seemed that everything I had done was under SHLD surveillance all along. These peeping Toms. As these thoughts raced through my mind, my expression soured. Nick Fury noticed my change in demeanor and knew it was time to strike. Hey, you can't blame me for that. You seemed pretty happy at the time. But let's leave the topic of mutual affection aside for now, he said, his smile vanishing as his tone grew serious. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard you mention S.H.I.E.L.D. just now, didn't you? Crap, I had let it slip out of habit. But no need to panic. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a secret organization to the average person, but I'm a top-tier manga artist. I'll just say I heard it from someone else. Before I could explain, though, Nick Fury cut me off. If you're planning to say you heard it from someone else, Mr. Huang, you're underestimating SHLD surveillance capabilities. Oh no, I'm doomed. At this point, I genuinely didn't know how to explain myself. However, Nick Fury seemed to realize he couldn't push me too hard. After all, he had already achieved his goal of bringing me here. We'll get back to this later. I'm sure you're curious as to why S.H.I.E.L.D. brought you here, Mr. Huang. Surprised, I couldn't believe he was letting it go. Well, that worked for me. As for the reason they brought me here, could it really be that someone had created a weapon of mass destruction based on my manga designs? Relieved that Nick Fury had dropped the questioning, I relaxed a bit. After all, the designs in my manga were heavily modified, and many of the weapons were borrowed from other works. Even I didn't know how dangerous some of the equipment in my stories could be. But I didn't want to stay passive in this situation. Despite my frustration, I gritted my teeth and took the initiative. Although I don't know the exact reason, I've made some guesses. Did someone actually build the devices for my manga? Nick Fury's eyes lit up sharply. Wow, I didn't expect you to figure out so quickly, Mr. Huang. You're absolutely right. Before he could finish marveling, I cut him off and admitted, in that case, you've got the wrong person. As I said this, an idea sparked in my head. Right? I could just shift the blame. It's not even a lie. It's the truth. Well then, don't blame me for speaking my mind. Strictly speaking, I'm just a dreamer. I don't know anything about technology, math, or probabilities. If you brought me here to help you deal with Gundams, it's pointless. After all, who would have thought someone could actually recreate something from just a few pages of manga? My tone and expression were flawless. Just a perfect mix of innocence and disbelief. Nick Fury fell silent after hearing this. Truth be told, he already knew I wasn't the key to solving the problem. He brought me here not only because I was connected to the incident, but also because he was deeply curious about me. A once ordinary person suddenly creating manga with such advanced technological concepts? From Black Widow's reports, my rise to fame seemed almost miraculous, like I had been granted divine enlightenment, transforming me from a struggling artist into the god of manga. This alone had caught Nick Fury's attention. The more he monitored me, the more he felt something was off. Based on his analysis, his conclusion was, the current Huang Liang is either an alien or someone who has received information from another world. Either way, he's no ordinary person. Since I wasn't an ordinary person, it was understandable that I was being monitored. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. specializes in dealing with people like me. Having reached this point, Nick Fury decided to cut to the chase. He picked up the communicator and laid out his request directly. Mr. Huang Liang, let's skip the formalities. As you've guessed, someone has indeed built a Gundam based on your manga. While it hasn't caused significant harm yet, we all know how dangerous these weapons of war can be if they fall into the hands of arms dealers. So, aside from helping us address this incident, we'd like to invite you to become a technical consultant for SHLD's mecha project. Wait, what? You call this an invitation? I was stunned. What kind of invitation involves forcibly kidnapping someone? And his earlier tone was clearly interrogative, like I was a criminal. To my quick reaction, Nick Fury was caught off guard. Damn it, Natasha said this guy was just a slacker, he thought, frustrated. But with things as they were, he had no choice but to concede. I apologize for the method we used to bring you here. You know how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates. Before he could finish apologizing, I cut him off decisively. The great S.H.I.E.L.D. treating a guest like this? There's no way I'm joining you. Also, spare me the excuses. If apologies solved everything, the world would already be at peace. Instead of empty words, how about offering me some real benefits? Hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to collaborate with me, my eyes lit up. Old Baldy, There's no way I'm letting you off easy. After all the shock you put me through, you better pay up. While I was genuinely annoyed, being a world-renowned manga artist doesn't mean I should tolerate being kidnapped. I couldn't deny that the opportunity to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. was exciting. Still, I can't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. actually wants me to join. Even if it's just as a consultant for the Gundam project, it's a solid connection. In this dangerous Marvel world, this isn't a bad start at all. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, it's already been a week since I, Huang Liang, became a S.H.I.E.L.D. mecha consultant. As a specially appointed figure endorsed by the United Nations, my days have been nothing short of delightful. Especially since I've got a stunningly beautiful agent as my assistant. Let's just say I've had a few in-depth exchanges with this blonde beauty. But as the saying goes, when God opens a door for you, he'll dig a hole in your floor while he's at it. That sly Nick Fury wasn't about to let me live so comfortably after I got the upper hand on him. Sure enough, my unlucky days were just around the corner. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had pinpointed the location of the faction that had built the Gundam. It was in Tokyo, Japan. Just like in the real world, Japan was famous for its advanced metal processing industry. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't confirm if there were other organizations backing this faction. After several encounters, they still hadn't identified the company behind it. When Nick Fury saw me, a plan formed in his mind. After discussing it with his 3 elite agents, they finalized the scheme. The next step was to figure out how to trick me into helping them. I was busy stirring up trouble within S.H.I.E.L.D. when a beautiful figure knocked on my door. The next thing I knew, I opened my eyes and found myself on a plane headed to Tokyo. At Narita International Airport in Tokyo, a small S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft bearing their emblem slowly landed. As the staircase-like door unfolded into steps, a golden-haired, short-curled beauty of an agent strode out with her long legs. I, Black Widow, and Hawkeye followed her out of the cabin. Still groggy from the flight, I took a deep breath to clear my head. Unable to suppress my frustration, I shouted, I say, isn't this mission something you agents can handle on your own? Why drag me into it? I'm just a civilian. What could a defenseless manga artist like me possibly contribute to these elite agents? Was I supposed to fight them off with my golden spinning pen? This was clearly Nick Fury's petty revenge. Sharon Carter, the golden-haired agent I was a bit flirtatious with, casually hooked her arm around me. In a tone that sounded like a hooligan teasing an innocent girl, she said, "Oh, come on, little Huang. You've got to appreciate the director's painstaking efforts. You're the most important bait in this mission. The enemy faction is incredibly powerful, and we couldn't think of a better way to approach them. They'd never suspect that the genius manga artist behind the Gundam designs is one of us. If you just stick to the plan, they'll reveal themselves. If we nail them, you'll be the hero, little Huang." As she spoke, she leaned in to blow softly in my ear and pressed her, assets against me. I protested with my words, but my body betrayed me, shamelessly enjoying her enthusiasm. My hands even sneakily wandered over her back. I tried to sound stern as I said, "This won't work on me anymore. I'm not going with you guys." Stop. Before I could finish, Sharon suddenly bit my ear right there in public. I nearly lost control of myself. "Stop it. I'm not, going with you." "Oh man, I've got to hold it together." "All right, Sharon, let go of Mr. Huang," Natasha interjected, clearly unable to tolerate Sharon's sudden antics. She stepped in to stop her. "Mr. Huang, don't worry too much," Natasha said with her usual calm demeanor. "Like Sharon said, the other side doesn't know who you are, so you're hardly in any danger. As long as you follow the plan and don't do anything extra, they won't suspect you. Besides, the director said he'd fulfill the requests you made earlier if the mission succeeds." "Requests? Oh yeah, I remember now. I wasn't content with just one Gundam. I had also demanded some extra perks and private materials from that bald egg. This could work." My mouth was practically watering at the thought. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Before I even realized it, I was already at the airport entrance, carrying my luggage, waiting for them. Natasha glanced at Sharon, who was still standing there, and said, "Don't let personal feelings get involved during a mission. Also, a flat chest isn't suited for seduction." With that, she puffed out her chest confidently and walked off smugly. Sharon shrugged nonchalantly, pretending not to care. She turned to Hawkeye, who was carrying a mountain of luggage, and asked, "Why are men so obsessed with giant robots anyway?" Hawkeye, intimidated by Sharon's seemingly cheerful expression that didn't reach her eyes, swallowed nervously and stammered, I guess it's just a guy thing? You know, the romance of it. The romance of it, huh? Sharon muttered to herself before striding off without even glancing at the luggage-laden Hawkeye. Nearly buried under the pile of suitcases, Hawkeye glanced at the last piece of luggage on the ground and sighed. I give up. I give up. I'll just find someone to help me. Watching the three of us walk off without a backward glance, he had no choice but to ask the pilot for help with the bags. In the Yashida family's grand mansion in Tokyo, within a spacious, open hall, Shinjin Yashida gently brushed a katana with a cotton cloth, ensuring it was free of dust before sheathing it. He gave a cold, sharp look at Viper, saying, So, you're telling me the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disappeared as soon as they left the airport? You lost track of them. His tone was laced with mockery. Madam Hydra, Viper, unfazed by his ridicule, leisurely sharpened her nails with a dagger and replied lazily, What we Hydra do is none of your business. I'm here to remind you not to expose our presence now, that S.H.I.E.L.D. is involved. She shot a dangerous glance at Shinjin and the black-haired girl behind him before turning to leave. Father. Once Viper was out of sight, the black-haired girl, Mariko, knelt beside Shinjin in worry. Shinjin sighed, patted Mariko's head, and forced a smile. Don't worry, Mariko. As long as we don't cross the line, Hydra won't do anything to us. But, knowing Hydra's reputation as one of the world's most dangerous organizations, Mariko couldn't help but feel anxious. Enough about that, Mariko, Shinjin said, changing the subject. Guess who else I spotted at the airport besides the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Shinjin gave Mariko a loving smile and pulled a photo from his pocket, handing it to her. This is Master Huang Liang. Is it really him? Did he come to Japan? Seeing the photo of the divine manga creator, Mariko couldn't contain her excitement. She had a strange affection for Huang Liang. Mind your manners, Mariko, Shinjin said, exasperated by her lack of decorum. Mariko stuck out her tongue shyly. Sorry, father. Never mind. I understand how you feel, Shinjin said with a sigh. I don't know why Master Huang came to Japan secretly instead of making a grand announcement like before. But since he's the benefactor of the Yashida family, I'd like you to invite him to our home as a guest. What do you think, father? Mariko was both moved and embarrassed, knowing this was her father giving her an opportunity. Ha! If people knew the fiery Mariko could have such a bashful expression, their jaws would drop, Shinjin teased, clearly in a good mood. Father. Mariko's face turned bright red, ready to explode. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Yukio, go find Master Huang's location. Yes, sir. A red-haired girl swiftly appeared in the hall, acknowledged the order, and disappeared just as quickly. Shinjin sighed in admiration and patted Mariko's head again. That Yukio is truly efficient. Mariko, you handle the banquet preparations. I'll go check on the base. Understood, father. Take care. After discussing the plan with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents at the airport, I, Huang Liang, parted ways with Natasha and the others. Since I was the bait, I had to make my presence known. Sure enough, the moment Tokyo Television announced that I would be appearing on Japan's most famous talk show, the entire youth population and manga industry of Japan went absolutely wild. Who am I, after all? I'm the supreme god who brought them a new faith, the one who leads the world's manga trends. For Japan, a manga powerhouse, I'm practically a living god, the kind that gets enshrined in temples. Exaggerated? Not at all. It's exactly that extreme. Before I appeared, Japan's technology and entertainment industries were on a downward spiral. If they didn't export any major technological breakthroughs within 10 years, Japan, as a major trading nation, would lose its status as a developed country. Just as their economy was on the verge of collapse, I came along with Gundam. My groundbreaking art style, marketable technological concepts, and unparalleled storylines repeatedly shook Japan's stagnant economy to its core. Industrially, technologies inspired by my manga kept emerging. In entertainment, the idol culture influenced by my casually drawn idol comics took over, with talent shows and idol programs dominating the public's attention, ushering in a national entertainment craze. In the ACG, anime, comic game sector, it was even crazier. The manga world thrived with top artists emerging one after another, and anime boomed to near legendary levels. As for gaming, it was almost absurd. Just from the design drafts and scripts I casually posted on Facebook, several games from my previous life became reality. My appearance single-handedly revitalized all of Japan's industries. So when I arrived in Japan, everyone, from the emperor down to the common folk, was deeply grateful to me. This, of course, made me an incredibly tempting bait. After the talk show ended, invitations from companies and organizations wanting to host dinner parties in my honor piled up on a table. I sorted through the pile, picking out the ones unrelated to technology, while speaking into the communicator hidden in my collar button. I had no idea I was this big in Japan. I've picked out the invitations from tech-related companies. Do you want to screen all of them, or just pick a few to investigate? Screen all of them. Barton sighed through the earpiece. They were overwhelmed just looking at the dozen or so gilded invitations I had picked out, but for the sake of world safety, they had no choice but to go through them one by one. Man, I never thought Japan could develop this much in just a few years, Natasha remarked as she reviewed the data Shield had sent over, marveling at the resilience of the Japanese people. Yeah, and the craziest part is that all of this was influenced by one person, Barton muttered bitterly, likely thinking, damn it, I've saved the world from disaster a few times too. Why don't I get this kind of fame? So unfair. Stop whining. Take a look at this, Sharon Carter said, tossing a stack of documents onto the table with a playful smirk. We always assumed the Japanese emperor was America's lapdog, but it turns out he's been up to quite a bit behind the scenes. While it's just speculation, the mission target could very well be the emperor himself. This is Japan trying to go solo? Now that's, Natasha said, looking at the futuristic weaponry displayed in the Japanese military base data. Japan had always been America's loyal subordinate, but the documents suggested they had been secretly developing high-tech weaponry behind America's back. Though SHIELD was nominally a United Nations-aligned organization, it ultimately served U.S. interests. If not for this unexpected discovery, America would still think Japan was their innocent little sister. However, neither Natasha, SHIELD, nor the UN truly believed Japan could rise to power on its own. If it wasn't the government behind this, then it had to be an external force. But what was their endgame with these weapons? Either way, the plan is in motion. By screening them one by one, we should find the target soon enough. All right, little Huang, get some rest. You've got a lineup of banquets and beauties waiting for you tomorrow, Sharon teased, though she was clearly unhappy about me mingling with other women. Oblivious to her feelings, I grinned like a pig and said, hee, I'm looking forward to it. By 9 a.m. Tokyo time, I've been attending banquets for several days. Whether the enemy was hiding well or the companies were truly innocent, the dozen or so tech companies we investigated had turned up nothing. Not even a Gundam leg hair. SHELD's agents were so frustrated they were ready to give up. This is bullcrap. Whose garbage plan was this? 10 days of staking out in bushes, climbing through chimneys, and eating meals in silence. And we've got nothing to show for it. Natasha's complaints came through the earpiece as I ate breakfast on the rooftop of a Ginza skyscraper. I nearly choked from laughing. Relax. At least we've narrowed down the possibilities. You've got some nerve to say that. We've been surviving on ration bars and tap water while you're feasting on gourmet meals every day. You've even gained weight in just 10 days. I must have been out of my mind to agree to this plan. Natasha was on the verge of exploding from lack of sleep. That's karma for tricking me. All right, little Huang, don't blame Natasha. Let's just say it's bad luck. Just then, Sharon seemed to notice something. Wait, hold on. Something's up. Through the micro camera in my tie, Sharon spotted a young woman in the corner of the restaurant, dressed in a kimono adorned with a family crest. She was carrying a small pouch and looking around nervously. That seems to be Mariko, the eldest daughter of the Yashida Corporation. She looks like she's searching for someone. Wait, she's coming your way. Little Huang, don't talk to us for now, walls have ears. Before Sharon could finish, the kimono-clad woman beamed as she approached me. Hello, Mr. Huang Liang. I finally found you. I'm Mariko from the Yashida Corporation, she said sweetly. Before I could respond, she pulled an invitation out of her pouch and handed it to me. Master Huang Liang, do you have time this evening? Our Yashida Corporation is hosting a banquet in your honor. Would you?" In a dimly lit room, Barton, who had been digging into the Yashida Corporation's background, shouted to Natasha, "We might have hit the jackpot." "Natasha, the Yashida Corporation is suspicious. It's one of Japan's top tech companies, but we completely overlooked it these past few days. It's like someone intentionally erased it. Plus, its rise has been unusually fast, and it has connections to the Emperor." "Really? Mr. Huang, this Yashida Corporation might be our target. Try to get more information from her." Following their instructions, I accepted the invitation and smiled at Mariko. "Miss Mariko, it's an honor to attend your banquet. Please call me Huang Liang-san. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? If you're free, why not sit down and chat with me?" While I extended the invitation, my expression made it clear what I was thinking. O. Yamato Nadeshiko types are the best. Blushing, Mariko shook her head. "No, thank you, Huang Liang-san. Thank you for the invitation, but I need to head back and prepare for tonight's banquet." I gazed at the lovely Mariko and couldn't help but grin like a fool. "All right then, Mariko-chan. See you tonight." *chan*. "Really, Huang Liang-san, you're so." "See you tonight," Mariko replied shyly, covering her mouth with her hand. After bowing, she practically fled the restaurant. "Oh wow, Mariko-chan, huh? Didn't think you were into this type, little Huang. Maybe I should try wearing a kimono next time," Sharon teased. "Sharon, enough of that. Too bad we didn't get much intel. Still, it seems we've overlooked a big fish. Barton, get ready for tonight. It could be our target." Got it. And you, little Huang. This could very well be the key mission point. The target might not attend the banquet, so stall for as long as you can. We'll begin the operation. At 6 p.m. that evening, I, Huang Liang, arrived outside the grand gates of the Yashida family estate. Accompanied by the respectful greetings of 2 rows of servants, I stepped out of the extended luxury car with an air of swagger. Now this is the kind of reception I deserve. I'm very satisfied, I thought, channeling my inner Nero as I looked at the elegantly poised maids on either side. My mood was lifted. This traditional Japanese mansion, with its beautiful kimono-clad maids and the dignified vibe of the courtyard, was a true masterpiece. Even someone as worldly as me had to admit that the Yashida family had an impressive sense of culture. As I admired the picturesque landscape of towering rocks and cascading gardens, a stunning figure appeared at the entrance. It was Mariko. She looked breathtaking, her shy face lightly powdered with makeup. Her usual understated elegance was now complemented by a touch of allure. Dressed in a vibrant red kimono that highlighted her snow-white skin, with intricate floral patterns that made her beauty almost otherworldly, she was truly a vision. Her long, black hair flowed gently over her shoulders, adorned with a decorative butterfly bow at the back. As expected, our Mariko-chan is the cutest, I thought, thoroughly impressed. "Yo, Mariko-chan, you're absolutely stunning tonight," I said, unable to stop myself from grinning as I admired her in such formal attire. "Huang Liang-san, you're too much," Mariko replied, giggling softly. She hadn't expected me to still be so informal in such a formal setting. But that very trait of mine, being genuine and unpretentious, made her feel even more at ease. Her mood visibly brightened, and she gave me the sweetest smile of a girl in love. That smile. I'm dead. AWSL. Elsewhere, Natasha, Barton, and Sharon began their search operation as soon as the banquet started. The 3 of them moved like phantoms through the Yashida mansion, their eyes growing sharper as they uncovered more clues. When they arrived at the anticipated location, their faces lit up with satisfaction. "Looks like we hit the jackpot. The level of security here is way beyond what a normal tech company would need. The Yashida Corporation is most likely our target. Barton, what VE you got on your side?" Barton tapped a few keys on his wrist-mounted mini-computer and displayed the data he had hacked from Shinjin Yashida's computer. With a sly grin, he said, "You won't believe what I found in Shinjin's files." "Care to guess?" On the screen, a Hydra symbol gleamed unmistakably. "This is Hydra." Natasha's eyes narrowed, her expression turning grim. No wonder the other agents couldn't find any intel on the target. Hydra's been pulling the strings all along. It's just got a lot more complicated. As SHLD's greatest nemesis, Hydra's influence and resources rivaled their own. With their formidable agents and advanced technology, Hydra was no small threat. For a moment, Natasha seemed to realize that the three of them alone might not have enough firepower to handle this. "Don't panic, Natasha," Sharon said with a mischievous smile, clearly enjoying Natasha's unease. Before Natasha could snap at her, Sharon pulled out a specialized phone and showed footage captured from hidden cameras. "I got something good too. Take a look. Guess who this is? Madam Hydra? And that's Crossbones? Looks like they're the ones in charge of this operation." Barton noted, his tension easing slightly. Having dealt with these two adversaries numerous times, they were at least familiar foes. Knowing who they were up against helped calm their nerves. It was easier to plan when the enemy wasn't an unknown variable. Despite her annoyance at Sharon's smugness, Natasha had to admit the intel was invaluable. The biggest obstacle in missions like this was the unknown. Now that they knew their opponents, they could strategize effectively. "All right, since we know who we're dealing with, the next step is locating the base. Looks like we'll need our big-shot manga artist to help," Natasha said, with a glance toward the banquet hall. In the grand banquet hall of the Yashida estate, I was practically floating from all the flattery I received. Grinning from ear to ear, I accepted the small cup of sake Mariko handed me, playfully pinching her adorable cheek as I raised my cup toward Shinjin, who sat at the head of the table. "Lord Shinjin, a toast to you. Thank you for hosting such a delightful banquet in my honor." "Haha, as long as Master Huang Liang is happy," Shinjin replied, his keen eyes carefully observing my every move. He raised his cup and clinked it in the air before downing the sake in one shot. "Wow, Lord Shinjin, you've got some serious drinking skills." I hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. Not wanting to be outdone, I also downed my cup in one go. I was beginning to take a liking to this forthright and charismatic Shinjin. Suddenly, I remembered who he was, the father-in-law of Wolverine in the comics. But since this Marvel world didn't have Wolverine, Shinjin didn't carry the same ominous vibe as in the movies. Instead, he was a dignified yet humorous middle-aged man who had become the head of the Yashida family earlier than in the original timeline. What I initially thought would be a dull evening, with only Mariko as the highlight, turned into a surprisingly enjoyable experience. Shinjin and I hit it off so well that if I didn't already have my sights set on Mariko, we might have sworn brotherhood right then and there. "Say, Lord Shinjin, Mariko isn't getting any younger, right? Why haven't you found a husband for her yet?" Clearly, the alcohol had loosened my tongue. My gaze blatantly wandered toward Mariko, earning me a shy, flustered look from her. Shinjin, a bit tipsy himself, sighed. "Ah, you wouldn't understand, Brother Huang Liang. My daughter is perfect in every way, and suitors flock to her like fish crossing a river. But for some reason, she's smitten with some scoundrel she's never even met." As he said this, Shinjin suddenly froze. Asterisk. Wait a minute, isn't the scoundrel she's smitten with this guy sitting right in front of me? Asterisk. Sobering up slightly, Shinjin gave me a once-over. Whatever he thought of, it made him grin mischievously. "So, Brother Huang Liang, what do you think of my daughter?" "Mariko-chan," I slurred, my vision blurring slightly as I glanced at her. My drunken gaze made Mariko cover her face in embarrassment. "Brother Shinjin, your daughter's amazing," I said enthusiastically. "Then how about you marry into our family, Brother Huang Liang? That way, we can drink and chat every day. How wonderful would that be?" Asterisk. "Daughter, your dad's being your wingman here. Don't waste this chance." Asterisk. Mariko was utterly caught off guard by her father's directness. While she did have feelings for me, this was a formal banquet. How could she confess her feelings in front of so many people? As Mariko blushed furiously, at a complete loss for what to do, a group of young men seated below the dais couldn't stay silent any longer. "Lord Shinjin, you can't marry Lady Mariko off to this rude foreigner." When I, Huang Liang, heard those words, my first reaction was, asterisk, "Oh, I know this plot. It's the classic opposition to the marriage, followed by the protagonist's face-slapping counterattack trope. I can't believe this kind of storyline has fallen into my lap." Asterisk. Looking at the young men standing up against Shinjin's decision, I was so excited, I practically wanted to take off like a rocket. Asterisk, oh, now this feels right? What's the point of being a transmigrator without these cliché moments? Asterisk, just as I was eagerly anticipating what would happen next, Natasha's voice came through the earpiece. Mr. Huang, we need your assistance on this end. Asterisk, come on, things are just getting good here. Asterisk, though I was dying to see how this drama would unfold, I knew I couldn't forget my primary mission. Slightly frustrated, I turned slightly and picked up the miniature communicator hidden in my collar. Go ahead, I'm listening. We've confirmed that Hydra is behind this incident, but the exact base location is still unclear. Try to get Shinjin to reveal the location. HM, what's all that noise on your end? Because of my current extravagant attire, and the fact that I didn't want them catching me flirting with Mariko, I hadn't equipped a camera. Natasha and the others could only rely on audio to figure out what was happening on my side. Haha, nothing much, just a bunch of young men fighting over love. But Hydra... Asterisk, even in a world without mutants, the Yashida family can't escape being infiltrated by Hydra. Sigh, Shinjin's an interesting guy. I'll have to figure out how to keep the Yashida Corporation out of this mess. But can I even pull that off? Asterisk, as I watched Shinjin argue with the young men and Mariko try to mediate, I sighed deeply. Asterisk, even if I can't, I'll still have to try. I really do like this family. Asterisk, understood. I'll handle it as quickly as I can. But before that, I needed to deal with this current farce. I stood up, walked to the center of the argument, and separated Shinjin from the young man. Smiling, I began to perform. Hey. No need to argue. Gold fertilizers are great for everyone. Wait, wrong line. Anyway, just stop fighting. Oomph. The god of manga, right? I'll admit you've had a great impact on our country, but that's no excuse for toying with Mariko's feelings. I absolutely won't approve of you becoming her husband. One of the young men I had pushed aside regained his balance and immediately launched an attack against me. Asterisk, oh, this poor kid. Speaking so much truth that even I feel embarrassed. Asterisk, amused, I looked at the young man who had stepped forward and walked up to him. Listen here, young man. Shinjin was just making a suggestion. Mariko hasn't even agreed to marry me yet, so there's no point in you getting so worked up. And besides, you're not even part of the Yashida family, are you? Oomph. I may not be a Yashida, but my family is no weaker than theirs. There you go again, bringing up your family. When can you actually represent your family? Huh? Isn't it your dad who calls the shots? Look, his face is green with rage. I pointed behind him, where a few of his rowdy companions were being dragged away by their elders, bowing and apologizing to the Yashida family. The young man turned to see his father's forehead veins bulging with anger. Knowing he'd be grounded for sure when he got home, he refused to back down since his crush was still watching. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Brightening up, he straightened his outfit and proudly stepped up to me. Oomph. It seems you don't understand how much our great nation of Japan has changed. Let me tell you the truth. Japan is about to become the world's #1 superpower. When that day comes, let's see how arrogant you can still be. Mariko marrying you would be such a disgrace to her. Oh, interesting. A mere lapdog of the United States dares speak so boldly? Where does your confidence come from? Asterisk. Oh, wow. Is this guy about to self-destruct? This is just too perfect. Asterisk. Sure enough, the young man puffed up with pride and declared loudly, because of the Gundam in your manga, we've already built it. You insolent fool. How dare you reveal such a thing? The elder man didn't expect his son to so easily expose such a national secret. Enraged, he stormed forward and slapped him hard across the face. The young man, disheveled and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, shouted defiantly, "What did I say wrong? Once we mass-produce them, Japan will soon unify the globe. How can someone like this so-called god of manga compare to me, a future ruler of an entire continent? He is unworthy." Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Shinjin quickly called for his ninja guards to restore order. Yukio. Yes, like a ghost, Yukio appeared beside the young man in a flash and knocked him unconscious with a swift karate chop. She bowed to the crowd apologetically before vanishing just as quickly as she had appeared. Not expecting the young man to spill more and more, Shinjin had no choice but to have him knocked out. He then walked over to me, attempting to downplay the situation. Ha! Brother Huang Liang. He's just drunk and rambling. Please don't take it seriously. The other guests chimed in hurriedly. Yes, he's just drunk. Our great nation of Japan has always been a peaceful and benevolent country. We'd never dream of unifying the globe. They were clearly afraid I'd turn this into a storyline for one of my comics. As for why they didn't just kill me outright, let's not forget that I entered the Yashida estate in broad daylight, under full public scrutiny. If I were to suddenly disappear, my global influence would bring all kinds of major players down on them. If the base were exposed, Japan would be roasted alive by international backlash. I don't think he was just rambling, I said, refusing to let the opportunity slip away. Someone had handed me the perfect stage, and I wasn't about to waste it. Huang Liang-san, Mariko, visibly worried, tried to stop me, but Shinjin held her back. Shinjin shook his head at Mariko, then stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, Master Huang Liang, this isn't the place to talk. Let's discuss this in a private room. Shinjin, what are you doing? The other guests, seeing Shinjin seemingly about to involve me in their plans, shouted in anger. Shinjin gave them a cold glance and snorted. I don't need your input on how I handle things. Then, his expression softened as he smiled warmly at me. Master Huang Liang, this way, please. Ignoring the protests from the banquet hall, he led me out of the room. As I followed Shinjin, I quietly communicated with Natasha and the others while pondering what Shinjin's intentions might be. Who would have thought the entire nation of Japan was in on this insane plan? Hydra's move here is absolutely brilliant. Sharon was genuinely shocked to learn Japan was seriously attempting something this audacious. But wait, that doesn't add up. We already investigated every tech company. ***. Barton's face darkened as he realized something. Unless those invitations were just a smokescreen. Damn it, we've been played like fools. Thinking about all the effort they'd wasted over the past 10 days, Natasha was furious enough to want to strangle Madame Hydra. Doesn't that mean Hydra has known about Huang's identity all along? Sharon sounded worried for my safety. Sure, they know, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's in danger. Natasha smirked, her tone amused as she listened to the conversation over the communicator. When we reached the private room and confirmed no one else was around, I was still wondering what Shinjin wanted to say. To my utter shock, Shinjin suddenly knelt down in a formal Dajiza pose. Master Huang Liang, please save our great nation of Japan. Wait, what? Asterisk. What the hell is going on? Asterisk. I, Huang Liang, was utterly dumbfounded, my jaw practically hitting the floor. Shinjin suddenly dropping into a Dajiza to beg for my help. Are Japanese men's knees really this cheap? I quickly rushed over to help him up and asked, Shinjin-san, what's going on here? You must promise to help me first before I get up. I couldn't believe Shinjin was being so stubborn. Left with no choice, and despite having no idea what he was about to ask of me, I decided to humor him for now and see what was in his proverbial gourd. Fine. I promise, okay? Now, can you stand up and tell me what this is all about? Hearing my agreement, Shinjin finally sighed in relief and stood up. With an apologetic expression, he said, I'm sorry, Master Huang Liang. I simply didn't know what else to do. I was initially confused but quickly pieced things together. After what had just happened in the banquet hall, and observing Shinjin's demeanor, I realized he wanted to distance himself from all of this. As an outsider, I knew full well how unrealistic Japan's ambitions were. What? They think they can unify the globe with just a few Gundams. How naive. Sure, I'm the creator of Gundam, but as much as it pains me to admit, humanoid robots have inherent limitations. The biggest issue? Power supply. Without a working nuclear fusion reactor, there's no way they could solve the endurance problem. And as far as I knew, cold fusion was still in the research stage, practically impossible to implement. This alone made Japan's plan a pipe dream. Shinjin seemed to pick up on my understanding from my expression. Without any unnecessary preamble, he dove straight into the heart of the matter. Sai, I won't hide it from you anymore. You're right, Japan has indeed built a Gundam. And not only that, we've obtained design blueprints for a cold fusion reactor from a certain organization. If we can crack the cold fusion problem, the Gundams we've built will become true weapons of war. I swear my eyes nearly popped out of my head. Wait, what? Did you just say you have the blueprints for a cold fusion reactor? Asterisk. Holy crap. I was just talking about the endurance issue, and now this? Asterisk and cold fusion? Isn't that the same technology behind Tony Stark's arc reactor in the Iron Man suit? Oh no, this is way bigger than I thought. Asterisk. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I couldn't afford to care about appearances anymore. I immediately grabbed my communicator and shouted, "You guys heard that, right? This isn't a joke. If Japan cracks cold fusion, they really could take off. Yeah, we heard it. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stark's tech has fallen into Hydra's hands. No way. We need to stop this immediately. Mr. Huang, get Shinjin to tell you where the base is." Got it. Shinjin, noticing my sudden shift to what seemed like talking to myself, looked uneasy. "Master Huang Liang, what are you doing? Are you part of some organization?" Sorry about that, Shinjin. I won't hide it from you anymore. I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D. We're here to deal with the Gundam incident. I didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Asterisk serious? This isn't just serious. The entire timeline is about to go off the rails. Asterisk. What? You're with S.H.I.E.L.D. Shinjin was shocked, but there was also a hint of relief in his expression. Yeah, so Shinjin, quickly tell me where the base is. We need to destroy the blueprints immediately. I decided to cut straight to the point. Destroy the base? Shinjin understood it was the best course of action, but the thought of destroying the Yasuda family's hard work made him hesitate. Seeing his conflicted expression, I subtly turned off my communicator. Asterisk. I thought I'd have to wait much longer for my plan to unfold. But now that the opportunity is here, it's time for the first step. Asterisk. Taking a deep breath, I put on a serious expression. I've turned off the communicator. What I'm about to say is my own personal opinion. Master Huang Liang, what do you mean? Shinjin seemed confused by my sudden change in demeanor. Let me be honest with you. We know that Hydra is the one manipulating Japan from the shadows. But here's the thing, even S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra. My words made Shinjin's head spin. What? Are you serious? This is... The idea that a global peacekeeping organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. could be compromised was beyond his imagination. And what about Japan? Who will save Japan? Panic-stricken, Shinjin grabbed my sleeve, his voice trembling. Calm down, calm down. I hadn't expected Shinjin to be this emotional and quickly steadied him to stop him from collapsing. Saving Japan isn't impossible, but I need your help. However, the base must be abandoned. But Shinjin was still reluctant. Even though he knew Hydra was using Japan for their own ends, the base was still a symbol of the Yasuda family's legacy. Stop dithering. Are you a man or not? With me here, you think I can't help the Yasuda family rise again? Honestly, I was starting to lose my patience with him. All right, fine. Asterisk. Even though it's hard to let go, this base was the last thing my father left behind. But for Japan, for the Yasuda family, I'll let it go. Asterisk. With Shinjin finally on board, I began laying out my plan. I explained that SHLD's upper echelons couldn't be trusted, and the United Nations was more interested in its own agenda than global peace. Instead of sticking around and waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to fall apart, it was better to break away now and establish our own organization. That's right. I wanted to form my own faction, and the Yasuda family would be my first ally. But before that, we needed to make Shinjin disappear. Without Shinjin and the core Gundam technology, Hydra and Japan's plans would be thrown into disarray. In the end, Shinjin agreed to my plan. He decided to fake his death to throw Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. off the Yasuda family's trail. He also revealed the base's location and how to access it. Master Huang Liang, what should I do after faking my death? By now, Shinjin was fully placing his trust in me. I'll contact you when the time is right. For now, find a place to hide. Make sure Hydra can't find you, no matter what. And what about Mariko? Shinjin was worried about his daughter. Faking his death would mean keeping her in the dark, and he feared it would break her heart. Mariko will have to endure this for now. It's the only way to keep her safe. You know as well as I do that Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. won't let her go as long as you're alive. Shinjin understood the reasoning and let out a heavy sigh before bowing deeply to me. Then, Master Huang Liang, I leave the rest in your hands. Familiar with the mansion surveillance camera layout, Shinjin quietly left the room, disappearing from my sight. Now, it's showtime, I muttered to myself. Reaching into my waist pouch, I pulled out a bottle of nitroglycerin. As I stared at the volatile liquid, an image of Sharon's face flashed across my mind. Guess I'll have to explain everything to her later. Ah, the burdens of being such a sinful man. With that, I raised a bottle of nitroglycerin and hurled it at the wall of the room with all my might. With a deafening boom, flames erupted, and the room was consumed by a fiery explosion. Little Huang, damn it, why is there no response? Somewhere in the Yashida estate, Sharon was anxiously pacing after our comms suddenly cut out. Sharon, don't act recklessly. Natasha reached out to stop her, but before she could, a loud explosion echoed from nearby. What was that explosion? Sharon, damn it. Huang, can you hear me? Natasha, unable to restrain Sharon, started fiddling with the communicator in frustration, trying to re-establish contact. A few moments later, a garbled, chaotic sound came through the comms. Huang, are you there? What happened? What's going on over there? Asterisk cough, asterisk damn it. Shinjin. Bastard, hey, can you hear me? Someone help. Cough. Calm down. Huang, what the hell is going on over there? Did you get the base location or not? Hey, but all they could hear now was the crackling of flames. Damn it. Barton, let's head over there too. Natasha couldn't just sit back and do nothing. After all, I was a critical shield consultant. Even though they didn't know exactly why the explosion occurred, Natasha wasn't about to let me die without trying to help. Meanwhile, I, standing amidst the chaos, shouted for dear life before casually tossing the communicator into the roaring flames. SHIELD is officially in the game now. Let's see if Hydra takes the bait. I glanced toward the banquet hall, where the previously composed crowd had descended into utter pandemonium because of the explosion. Wiping my soot-covered hands, I put on my most convincing worried expression and charged back into the hall, yelling, "Somebody help! Shinjin! Shinjin's still in the fire!" What? Lord Shinjin! No! Shinjin! Panic swept through the crowd. Shinjin wasn't just a lead on the Gundam project. He was the key designer. Without him, the entire Gundam plan would fall apart. Naturally, those dreaming of world domination were in complete disarray. What are you all standing around for? Go put out the fire! I shouted at them, furious at their inaction. Of course, it was all part of the act. Finally, snapping out of their shock, the crowd scrambled to put out the fire. Some fetched water, while others, absurdly, grabbed bottles of alcohol. Hey, you with the alcohol! Are you trying to make the fire worse? Oh, right. Realizing his mistake, the man tossed the bottle aside and ran to get water instead. Unbelievable. So unreliable. Seeing everything unfold just as I had planned, I wiped the sweat off my brow and let out a small sigh of relief. Huang Liang-san, is it true? Is father still in there? Mariko ran toward me, her face pale with worry. Mariko, even though it was all part of my plan, seeing her on the verge of tears made me feel a pang of guilt. Huang Liang-san, what happened in the side hall? Why did it explode? Where's father? Mariko's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at me, pleading for answers. I bit my lip, sticking to the script. I'm sorry, Mariko. I don't know why it exploded. As for Shinjin, he sacrificed himself to save me. No, it can't be. Father. Mariko let out a heart-wrenching cry and tried to rush toward the blaze. Mariko, stay calm. I quickly grabbed her, holding her back. Huang Liang-san, let me go. I have to save father. He's still alive, I know he is. But before she could break free from my grip, another explosion erupted in the side hall. This time, several flaming figures emerged, screaming in agony. No! Mariko froze, watching the horrific scene. Realizing there was no way anyone could survive such an inferno, she let out one final, anguished scream before collapsing into unconsciousness. Mariko, I sighed, guilt twisting in my chest. I'm sorry. I'll explain everything to you later. I handed her over to a maid, instructing her to take Mariko to rest. Then, standing amidst the flickering flames, I waited, conflicted but ready for the next act in the drama to unfold. In the Yashida underground base, Viper cursed loudly as she watched footage of the explosion. Crossbones, you stay here and monitor the situation. I'm going up to check things out. She quickly donned her gear and used the elevator to ascend to ground level. Once outside, she ordered the guards to heighten their vigilance and leapt toward the explosion site with practiced agility. This was clearly deliberate. Who's trying to mess with Hydra? But there's no time to worry about that now. Their entire plan hinged on Shinjin. Just as she contemplated whether or not to risk going in to save him, her eyes widened in shock as she spotted a familiar figure. Natasha? Damn it, when did S.H.I.E.L.D. get here? And is that Huang Liang? F*******. I told them not to bring him into this. Viper clenched her fists in frustration. She had specifically instructed her people not to involve me. They had even thrown out a pile of unrelated companies as distractions to cover Hydra's tracks. The plan was simple. Once Yashida completed the cold fusion reactor, she'd steal the prototype, expose Japan's ambitions, and retreat with Hydra to develop war robots in secret. World domination would follow. But Yashida had gone and invited me without her knowledge, throwing a wrench into everything. Damn it, don't tell me they didn't know Huang Liang was with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ugh, no choice then. A half-finished prototype will have to do. Muttering to herself, Viper turned back toward the base to pack up her things. Huang Liang, are you okay? I didn't even need to look to know it was Sharon. Asterisk. Ah, all the actors are in place. Now it's time to asterisk. Before I could mentally shout asterisk, action, asterisk, a figure in a kimono came running toward me. You what? Asterisk, what the hell? I mean, sure, I was hoping you'd wear a kimono at some point, but we're in the middle of a mission. If you're going to change outfits, at least pick something practical. Asterisk. But, well, I have to admit, I liked it. That's right, it was none other than Sharon Carter, now in a kimono. Compared to her usual tight combat suit, the kimono gave her a softer, more girlish appearance. Her golden hair had been elegantly styled, and she looked so stunning that it was hard to believe she was a super agent. Seeing that I was unharmed, Sharon let out a quiet sigh of relief. With a playful smile, she said, How about it, little Huang? Did I take your breath away? As I finished admiring Sharon's outfit, I couldn't resist teasing her. I mean, we're still on a mission here, you know? How are you supposed to move around in that? Though, I have to admit, you do look great, I said with a smirk. Sharon, clearly pleased by the compliment, tugged at her kimono's collar to reveal the combat suit she was wearing underneath. Don't worry. I got my gear on under this. All right, I get it. Where are Natasha and Barton? I waved her off, scanning the area for the two agents. Not seeing them anywhere, I felt a small twinge of annoyance. Asterisk, TCH, some elite agents, they are showing up this late. Asterisk, Sharon noticed I wasn't staring at her the way she'd hoped. Pouting slightly, she huffed. They'll be here soon enough. Honestly, I rushed over the moment I thought you were in danger, but all you care about is finding Natasha and Barton. You big pig-headed jerk. If I couldn't pick up on Sharon's jealousy at this point, I might as well find a tofu block to smash my head against. I'm really touched, you know, I said with a grin, stepping forward to hug her. I pulled her close, acting affectionate without a care in the world. When Natasha and Barton finally arrived, they were greeted by the sight of me and Sharon practically glued to each other. Natasha's expression darkened immediately, and for a brief moment, I swore she was ready to draw her gun and put a bullet in both of us lovebirds. Asterisk ahem. Asterisk, what the hell are you two doing during a mission? MR. Huang, explain yourself. What's going on here? Natasha barked as she forcibly pried us apart. She shot Sharon a pointed look, silently ordering her to ditch the kimono and get serious. Asterisk, phew. Let's hope everything goes smoothly from here. Asterisk, I silently steeled myself and began recounting the events. Here's the deal. I managed to get the base location from Shinjin, but before he could explain how to access it, the side hall exploded. The blast flung me outside, and as I tried to go back for Shinjin, he told me there was another bomb inside. I rushed to the banquet hall to get help, but then the second explosion happened. I glanced at the charred bodies left behind by the second blast, silently offering a prayer for them. Asterisk, I'm sorry. I don't know if any of you are innocent, but the more casualties there are, the easier it is to cover up Shinjin's disappearance. Asterisk, is that so? Natasha seemed skeptical about how I'd come out of the explosions relatively unscathed, but since our mission wasn't directly tied to Shinjin, his survival, or lack thereof, wasn't a priority. The base was the real objective. Casting a glance at the still-burning side hall, she began issuing orders. MR. Huang, lead the way to the base. Let's wrap this up quickly. Move out. Inside the Yashida underground base, Viper, busy packing up data, barked orders into her radio as she headed for the hangar. Crossbones, are you ready? In position. Good. Hold on, I'm on my... Boom. Before Viper could finish her sentence, a massive explosion echoed from Crossbones' location. Crossbones, what's going on? The unexpected turn of events left Viper visibly irritated. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents just breached the base. Already? Damn it. Hold them off. I'm heading to the control room to activate the self-destruct sequence. She slammed the radio to the ground in frustration. Those persistent shield pests. At the base entrance, I led Natasha, Barton, and Sharon to the entry point. I watched as Barton dismantled the security system in just a few swift moves, marveling at his efficiency. Asterisk, good thing I didn't give away the access method earlier. That little twist worked out perfectly. Asterisk, the doors open. From here on, it's up to the professionals. MR, Huang, you should leave the Yashida estate. Once we finish here, we'll come find you, Natasha said, directing me towards safety. It was the first time I'd sensed genuine concern from her, and I raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Don't get the wrong idea, she added, rolling her eyes as if reading my thoughts. I don't care about you personally. Your knowledge is just too valuable to lose. Tisifsot Sundara. But I'm not leaving the estate just yet. I've got unfinished business. Asterisk, after all, I still need to tell Mariko the truth. Asterisk, Natasha gave me a long, searching look before relenting. Fine, just be careful. With that, she turned and entered the base without waiting for my reply. Barton, after securing his tools, adjusted his quiver and followed her in. Sharon was the last to go. She gave me a gentle hug, said nothing, and then disappeared into the base. The kindness of a beautiful woman is the hardest to bear. But there'll be time for that later. First, I need to deal with what's in front of me. With a sigh, I turned and headed off in search of Mariko. Inside the Yashida underground base. Not long after entering the base, Natasha, Barton, and Sharon split up to cover more ground. Under Natasha's direction, they began systematically clearing the facility. Natasha, the first to reach the hangar, was greeted by the sight of rows upon rows of Zaku units standing on massive support structures. Looking at the sheer number of mobile suits, she finally understood where the confidence of the Japanese banquet attendees had come from. TSH. So they've already mass-produced this many units. Good thing we caught this early. If they'd installed cold fusion reactors in these things, it could have sparked a whole new war. Just as she turned to search for the data archive, one of the Zaki units began to move. Damn it. Looks like Hydra's abandoning the base and taking the prototypes with them. Having dealt with Hydra countless times, Natasha immediately recognized the signs. Without hesitation, she raised her grappling hook and swung toward the upper support beams. Meanwhile, Sharon reached the control room without encountering a single staff member. The lack of personnel struck her as odd, but her mission was to recover the Gundam data, so she didn't dwell on it. Hacking into the computer systems with practiced ease, she began copying files onto a data drive. As she sorted through the files, a particular video caught her attention. Unable to resist, she clicked on it. What the? Damn it, what's going on? The video showed a boy and a girl, both young children, being subjected to some kind of strange energy beam. As the energy intensified, their faces contorted in pain. The video ended abruptly, freezing on their agonized expressions. Seeing this, Sharon slumped into her chair, her hands trembling. Wanda, Pietro, why is it them? I thought they were adopted. How did they end up in Hydra's hands? Could it be? A chilling realization struck her, and she quickly stood up, her expression grim as she began frantically combing through the rest of the footage. Pietro and Wanda. Those names might not ring a bell for people unfamiliar with Marvel, but their titles, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, are undoubtedly iconic. As mentioned earlier, in this Marvel universe, there are no mutants, so Pietro and Wanda are no longer the rumored children of Magneto. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, they were just ordinary kids born to a Romani couple. That's right, no innate mutant powers, nothing special, just two normal children. If there was one thing that set them apart, it was their heritage. In the U.S., Romani people are treated a bit like the Miao people in China, shrouded in superstition and folklore. People believe they possess magical powers, curses, and secret arts. However, Sharon, who had cared for the two, knew they were just regular kids. Her encounter with Pietro and Wanda was, frankly, pretty dramatic. During a mission to take down a dark organization, a cornered operative, realizing escape was impossible, ran into a Romani settlement and detonated themselves in a final act of defiance. Pietro and Wanda were the only survivors of that suicide bombing. Blaming herself for her oversight, which left the two children orphaned, Sharon made the impulsive decision to raise them herself out of guilt. But Sharon, being an agent, had no idea how to care for kids, let alone two preteens. She was constantly sent on missions and could barely return home. Realizing she couldn't be a proper mother, she turned to the legendary agent John Garrett, asking him to find the kids a good family. Initially, Garrett was reluctant, but when he learned the kids were of Romani descent, his attitude did a complete 180. He not only accepted the task enthusiastically, but also promised to financially support them until adulthood. Sharon, pressed for time and eager to get back to her mission, found his sudden change of heart curious, but had no choice but to entrust the matter to him. Now, looking back, Sharon finally understood why Garrett's attitude had shifted so abruptly. Damn it, just because they're Romani, he saw them as rare lab rats. That's why he changed his tune. Bastard. And wait, is that the Tesseract? What's going on? Isn't the Tesseract supposed to be secured in a secret base? In another video, a glowing cube-shaped object hovered mid-air. Moments later, a burly man strapped to a mobile frame was wheeled into the room. As the Tesseract's energy intensified, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. Soon after, the Tesseract ceased emitting energy, and the man, seemingly unchanged, was wheeled out of the lab by researchers. The video cut to a different room, an empty space where the man began to stir awake. A researcher whispered something in his ear, and the man blinked in confusion. Then, to Sharon's horror, flames suddenly erupted from his hands. That's a super-powered individual. In the footage, the researchers were ecstatic, cheering at the man's newfound ability to generate fire. But their celebration was short-lived. Moments later, flames began consuming the man's entire body, growing uncontrollably. Soon, he was engulfed in a raging inferno, his screams echoing through the room as he was burned alive by his own power. Damn it! Realizing the experiment was a failure, Sharon couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread for Pietro and Wanda. Pietro, Wanda, no, I need to take this data back to the director. As she reached for the mouse to copy the files, hesitation gripped her. What if the director is also Hydra? After all, if even a legendary agent like John Garrett turned out to be Hydra, could the newly appointed Nick Fury be trusted? For some reason, Huang Liang's face flashed through her mind. Little Huang, what should I do? The thought of Hydra infiltrating SLD's highest ranks left Sharon in turmoil, her emotions a chaotic mix of anger, fear, and uncertainty. Meanwhile, in the hangar, a deafening crash shattered the relative silence as a steel-reinforced wall was smashed apart by a powerful force. A figure tumbled out of the debris, rolling to disperse the impact before coming to a stop. Natasha, crouched on the ground, quickly assessed the dust-shrouded area. As a mechanical whirring of servos grew louder, an enormous, 8-meter-tall green Zucca mobile suit emerged from the smoke. Damn it, I didn't expect to run into one of these so soon. Not having heavy weapons on hand was a huge mistake, Natasha muttered under her breath, staring at the armored giant in front of her. Armed with nothing but dual pistols, she had no idea how to take down this behemoth. Natasha, give it up. You can't hurt me without heavy artillery. The base is rigged to self-destruct. How about we call a draw and go our separate ways? Crossbones, piloting the Zaku, tried to negotiate, though his actions contradicted his words as he fired the machine's leg-mounted miniguns at her. If you want a truce, why are you still attacking? Natasha shouted, dodging the gunfire with a side flip. She aimed her pistols at the Zaku's joint connectors and fired with precise accuracy. But aside from a few sparks, the Zaku remained unharmed. Asterisk, damn it. Does this thing even have a weak spot? Asterisk. Half kneeling on the ground, Natasha stared at the barely scratched Zaku, a sinking feeling of despair creeping in. Looks like you're out of options. Goodbye, Natasha. With a roar, the Zaku's engines glowed blue as it charged toward her. Just as the massive suit closed in, an arrow sliced through the air, striking the Zaku's mono-eye headpiece. An explosion followed, shrouding the cockpit in smoke. Damn it! Blinded by the blast, the Zaku stumbled, swaying erratically. Natasha, are you okay? From above, Barton swung down using a grappling hook. He landed beside Natasha, visibly relieved to see her unharmed. Good, you're fine. Turning his gaze toward the damaged Zaku, Barton quipped, so this is their war machine? Compared to the Gundams in Huang Liang's manga, this thing looks kind of small. Before they could lower their guard, the Zaku's head suddenly popped off with a loud clang, revealing Crossbones' face inside the cockpit. Wait, so the Zaku is actually a powered exoskeleton? Natasha exclaimed. Seeing Crossbones' big head sticking out of the Zaku's suit, Natasha and I finally pieced together what was going on. I had a feeling your movements were a little too smooth. So this is what's going on. You're running a powered exoskeleton instead of a traditional cockpit system, I said, narrowing my eyes. Crossbones scoffed, gripping the controls. If we follow the manga's original design, it would take years to train enough pilots. Instead of wasting time on that, we converted it into a powered exoskeleton. That way, as long as someone has combat experience, anyone can operate it. For some reason, he started explaining the whole concept mid-fight, but neither Natasha nor I cared about the why. What mattered was what this meant for us. Our expressions darkened. If it had been a traditional cockpit setup, we could have focused on distracting him and coordinating an attack on the pilot compartment. But now that we knew this Zaku was a powered exoskeleton, that plan was out the window. Crossbones himself was a combat specialist, and with the Zaku's enhanced defensive capabilities, he was practically invincible. Still, despite the odds, I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth. No matter how tough it gets, we have to take him down. If we let him escape with the samples and data, and he delivers them to Hydra's base, that would be a true disaster. Plus, I smirked, glancing at the exposed head of the Zaku. It's not like we don't have a chance. His big OL head sticking out is the perfect target. My words seemed to fire up Natasha and me, but they had the opposite effect on Crossbones. His face twisted into a snarl, and he finally lost his temper. Forgetting about the integrity of the samples, he grabbed the massive alloy battle axe attached to the Zaku's back and swung it menacingly. If you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Get back. Don't engage him in close combat, Natasha shouted, already moving into action. Having fought Crossbones numerous times, Natasha knew his fighting style well. Using her grappling hook, she swung around the Zaku, constantly baiting him into attacking her. She fired precise shots at his exposed head, forcing him to use one of the Zaku's mechanical arms as a shield. You two pests. If you've got the guts, stop aiming for the head. Crossbones roared. Through gritted teeth, he realized that, contrary to his expectations, the powered exoskeleton was hindering him. The Zaku's massive size and weight limited his mobility, making it nearly impossible to keep up with Natasha's agile movements. Without the suit, he could have relied on his raw combat skills and extensive arsenal. But now, trapped inside this sluggish, oversized machine, he was struggling to even land a hit. The battle dragged on, locked in a stalemate. Without any ranged weapons, Crossbones had to rely on the Zaku's engine-powered melee attacks to try and take us down. But Natasha and I refused to engage him directly, instead luring him into wild swings and erratic movements, as if we were setting up some kind of plan. It wasn't long before cracks began to show, literally. As Crossbones blocked one of my explosive arrows with the Zaku's axe, he turned to strike at Natasha, only for the Zaku's midsection to emit a loud, ominous creak. Asterisk z crack. Asterisk. The over-rotated torso of the Zaku began to tear apart, exposing the inner circuitry at its waist. What? What's going on? How did you do that? Crossbones shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. Standing at a safe distance, I couldn't help but grin. Looks like you copied the design a little too faithfully. You made the same mistake as in the manga. Impossible. Hydra redesigned the Zaku to match human operation. There's no way we'd repeat the same flaw. Of course he knew what I was talking about. In my manga, the Zaku had a fundamental structural weakness in its waist. That flaw led to its eventual decommissioning in the storyline. But here, despite Hydra's so-called improvements, the same problem had reared its head. Refusing to accept defeat, Crossbones tried to push the Zaku further, but with every movement, the exposed circuits in the waist sparked violently. No, no, I won't lose to you. But his defiance was short-lived. As the Zaku's internal systems overloaded, the entire suit erupted into a massive explosion. Boom! The force of the blast sent a shock wave rippling through the hangar, tearing a gaping hole in the ceiling. When the dust finally settled, all that remained of the Zaku was a smoldering crater. Phew! Natasha and I stood there amidst the wreckage, both of us too exhausted to move. That was one hell of a machine. Thank God we destroyed it. Now about. The base will self-destruct in 10 minutes. All personnel must evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. Shit. Natasha and I cursed simultaneously as the automated warning blared through the base. Does Hydra ever have a plan that doesn't involve blowing everything up? Natasha groaned, rubbing her sore ankle. I just hope Sharon got all the data. Otherwise, this is going to be a huge mess. Forcing myself to my feet, I activated the microcomputer on my wrist to contact Sharon. Sharon, did you get the data? The base is about to blow. Almost there. Sharon, having just finished copying the last of the files, glanced at the video she'd been watching moments ago. After a brief internal struggle, she decided to copy it as well. Removing the data drive, she quickly left the archive room. When the three of us regrouped, the base was already shaking violently. Sharon, did you get everything? Natasha asked immediately. Yeah, it's all here. It's just... Sharon hesitated, debating whether or not to tell us about John Garrett being Hydra. With Garrett being a S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran, she feared that even Natasha or I might be Hydra too. In the end, she chose to stay silent. It's nothing. Let's get out of here. Though Natasha and I found her hesitation strange, we didn't press the issue. The base was on the verge of collapse, and there was no time to waste. At the launch platform, Viper sat inside a large transport aircraft, impatiently checking the time on her watch. Damn it, what's taking Crossbones so long? Even with the powered exoskeleton, he can't handle two little gnats. Rumble. The ground beneath the launch platform began to collapse, with cracks spreading across the reinforced steel floor. Damn it, if this keeps up, the transport won't be able to take off. Moments later, the three of us emerged onto the platform, battered but alive. What? They're still alive. What the hell was Crossbones doing? Furious at the sight of us, Viper had no choice but to prepare for liftoff. With the transport's engines roaring to life, the massive aircraft began to roll forward. It's Viper. She's trying to escape. We immediately recognized her as one of the key players in this incident. With Crossbones' status unknown, it was likely Viper was the last remaining Hydra operative in the base. We can't let her get away. Judging by the strain on the transport's wheels, it was clear the cargo hold was filled to the brim, likely with samples and critical data. As the transport began to move, the three of us sprang into action. These damn shield dogs. Viper cursed as she watched the three of us systematically dismantle the transport aircraft's external systems. Anxiety and rage twisted her face. The base was shaking more violently by the second, and the launch platform surface was growing increasingly unstable. The transport could still take off for now, but if we continued sabotaging it, it wouldn't last much longer. Damn it. Left with no choice, Viper abandoned the pilot seat and ordered the remaining Hydra operatives to push the transport's engines to full throttle. She then hastily gathered a few skilled agents, opened a rear hatch, and prepared to intercept us personally. From a distance, Hawkeye spotted the rear hatch opening and immediately called out through his earpiece. Natasha, Sharon, watch out for the rear hatch. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before he'd even finished, several Hydra agents armed with submachine guns began firing at us. The hail of bullets forced us to dive behind the nearest cover. Natasha, what do we do? If this keeps up, they're going to get away. Sharon shouted, her frustration evident as the transport edged closer to the exit. We've got no choice. We'll have to take a gamble. Barton, cover me. Sharon, distract them. Natasha barked through the comms as she crouched in a corner, shaking out her fatigued legs to regain some strength. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a sticky bomb. Always ordering me around, Hawkeye muttered to himself. From his elevated vantage point, he glanced at Natasha's position and quickly assessed her plan. With a few agile movements, he repositioned himself to provide cover. He selected a gas arrow from his tactical quiver, knocked it, and drew his bow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air like a shadow, striking the accelerating transport and releasing a cloud of green gas. Gas! Everyone masks on, Viper shouted, quickly donning her own gas mask. But as she secured it, realization hit her. Be alert for an ambush. Too late. Out of nowhere, Sharon appeared on the side of the transport, firing her pistol with deadly precision. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Each shot hit its mark, taking out the Hydra agents surrounding Viper. But just as Sharon aimed her weapon at Viper herself, the latter fired first. Sharon had no choice but to leap off the transport to avoid the bullets. But the distraction had served its purpose. With a deafening explosion, the transport's fuel tank ignited, engulfing the aircraft in flames. Even if it managed to take off, it wouldn't make it far before falling apart. Viper's plan was officially in ruins. Damn it. Realizing she could no longer deliver the samples to Hydra HQ, Viper's face contorted with fury, her eyes bloodshot. The transport's destroyed. No need to waste time on Viper. Let's get out of here, Natasha declared, relieved that the mission was effectively a success. She turned and began to leave without hesitation. But just as we thought it was all over, the ground trembled anew. Emerging from the launch platform's entrance was none other than Crossbones, piloting a brand new Zaku. Are you kidding me? I groaned, my frustration mirrored by Natasha and Sharon as the towering green mobile suit loomed over us. How many of these prototypes do you people have? Natasha muttered bitterly, her shoulders sagging in exhaustion. You're not getting away, Crossbones roared. Boosted by the half-finished power source, the Zaku charged forward with terrifying speed, its engines roaring as it targeted Natasha, who was closest to the entrance. Moo! Natasha shouted to herself, using her grappling hook to pull herself out of the Zaku's path. But her body, already pushed to its limits, couldn't handle the sudden acceleration. She failed to adjust her landing, crashing hard onto the steel floor. Natasha! Sharon cried out. She tried to rush to her aid, but an enraged Viper intercepted her, forcing Sharon to engage in a fierce one-on-one fight. On the steel beams high above the launch platform, Hawkeye watched as Natasha struggled to recover. His heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out another explosive arrow, hoping to replicate his earlier success. As he lined up a shot, Crossbones spotted him. You're not getting another lucky shot. The Zaku's massive hand reached for its back and pulled out a Gatling gun. Without hesitation, Crossbones unleashed a torrent of bullets in Hawkeye's direction. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Whoa, WHOA. Isn't this a bit much? Hawkeye yelped as he scrambled to escape the hail of gunfire. Even someone as fearless as him couldn't help but feel his knees wobble at the sight of that monstrous weapon. Meanwhile, Natasha, battered and bruised, leaned against a steel pillar, trying to steady herself. Her legs felt numb, refusing to support her weight. She clenched her fists in frustration, listening helplessly to the chaos around her. Found her. A group of Hydra soldiers spotted Natasha and raised their weapons, preparing to fire. But before they could pull the trigger, a shadow darted into their midst. The glint of a blade flashed, and the soldiers fell one by one. Natasha blinked in confusion as a red-haired girl dressed in ninja garb stood before her, casually sheathing her katana. You all right? Sit tight. I'll deal with the rest, the girl said calmly before disappearing as swiftly as she'd come. Natasha's mind raced. Asterisk. Who the hell is this red-haired ninja? Asterisk. At the entrance to the launch platform, the Zaku's Gatling gun finally overheated, its barrels glowing red-hot. Spent shell casings littered the ground, forming a small mountain beneath the machine. Despite the relentless assault, Hawkeye had managed to evade every shot, his agility keeping him just out of harm's way. Damn it, Crossbones growled, frustrated by his inability to hit the elusive archer. He reached for another weapon, but before he could act, a small figure darted beneath the Zaku. Wait, what? Before Crossbones could react, A taser-like device struck the Zaku's core power panel. Electrical currents surged through the machine, causing it to emit a faint whirring sound before abruptly powering down. The once intimidating Zaku fell silent, its glow fading to nothing. From his perch, Hawkeye noticed the sudden silence and cautiously glanced at the now motionless Zaku. Huh? What just happened? Did this one turn out to be defective or something? Elsewhere, Sharon and Viper's battle had reached a fever pitch. The ground was littered with the bodies of Hydra soldiers who had tried to intervene. "You're dead," Viper screamed, firing her pistol wildly at Sharon, who had taken cover behind a steel crate. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the metal surface, but Viper didn't stop, pulling the trigger until the gun clicked empty. Hearing the telltale click, Sharon stepped out of cover, ready to engage Viper in close combat. But before she could make her move, Viper collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Standing over her was the same red-haired ninja who had saved Natasha earlier. Sharon froze, her eyes narrowing as she sized up the girl. "Who are you?" Though Yukio had knocked Viper out, I, Sharon, remained cautious and kept my guard up as I stared at her. "Are you Agent Sharon? I was sent by Master Huang Liang to assist you. The base is collapsing. We need to leave immediately." Without waiting for my response, Yukio effortlessly hoisted Viper over her shoulder and sprinted toward Natasha's location. "Huang Liang sent you? Hey, wait, she's—" I wanted to tell her that Viper was an enemy, but before I could finish, Yukio was already 100 meters away. "What's with this kid?" Crack! The sound of metal tearing filled the air as the base's collapse intensified. Left with no choice, I pushed down my confusion and chased after her. When Hawkeye finally descended from the ceiling, he caught sight of Yukio sprinting across the uneven ground, carrying two people like it was nothing. For a moment, he thought he was seeing a ghost. "What the hell is going on here?" I ran past the pit and caught sight of Hawkeye out of the corner of my eye. "Barton? Why are you just standing there? Move it." "Oh, right," he stammered, snapping out his days. Though he didn't understand the situation, there was no time to ask questions. A few quick leaps later, he was following close behind Yukio. Boom! After a few muffled explosions, we emerged from the collapsing underground base. Behind us, a small-scale earthquake rippled outward from the Yashida estate, shaking the area for 100 kilometers. After a few tense moments, the earth finally stilled. Wow, finally daylight. I'm exhausted, I sighed, glancing at the rising sun. I hadn't even realized we'd been underground the entire night. Thank God Huang Liang sent someone to help us. Otherwise, who knows if we'd have made it out alive. Still catching my breath, I glanced at Yukio in awe. Even after carrying two people through all that chaos, she didn't seem the least bit winded. I couldn't help but think, are Japanese ninjas even human? Enough chatter. Let's get Viper restrained. This mission has been one disaster after another, Natasha said, leaning against a wall to steady herself as she recovered. Can't it wait? I'm dead on my feet, Hawkeye groaned, clearly still drained from the earlier fight. I'll handle it, I said, exhaling deeply and beginning to stand. But before I could, the ground beneath us began to quake violently. What now? Will this ever end? Barton shouted, his frustration boiling over. Watch out! Yukio suddenly sensed danger and dragged us all away from our spot. Screech! A deafening sound of metal being torn apart filled the air. A massive green mechanical hand burst through the cracked ground, followed by a familiar red mono eye, glowing menacingly in the shadows. You gotta be kidding me. It's still alive! Barton yelled, his hand instinctively reaching for his arrows, only to realize his quiver had been lost during the escape. Seriously? Is this a joke? I was on the verge of losing it. My ammunition had been spent during the fight with Viper, leaving me with nothing but a few non-lethal gadgets and a small knife. There was no way I was going to charge an 8-meter-tall Zaku with a knife. Natasha was in even worse shape. The vibrations had aggravated her injuries, and she had passed out from the pain. Yukio, though physically capable, had no powerful weapons left after using her taser gun earlier. If she resorted to using her katana, we'd all be in danger. As we hesitated, the massive Zaku climbed out of the fractured ground, its imposing frame blocking out the sun. Left with no other options, Yukio prepared to carry us away from the battlefield. But before she could act, the Zaku didn't attack us. Instead, it bent down, scooped up Viper, and stared at us with its glowing red eye. Its engine roared to life, and in a burst of blue flames, it flew away from the Yashida estate. Well, that's it. We're screwed, Barton muttered, watching the Zaku disappear into the horizon. Not necessarily, I said, smirking as I held up my left wrist, while my microcomputer displayed a blinking green. When did you plant a tracker on it? Barton exclaimed. Quick, report this to HQ and have him follow it. He pulled out his phone, ready to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Hold on. Not yet, I said, stopping him. Before that, we have something else to do. Turning to Yukio, I said, take us to Huang Liang. I have something urgent to discuss with him. Meanwhile, in a secret room in the Yashida estate, Mariko clung to Shinjin, tears streaming down her face. Father, I'm so glad you're okay. Wow, I'm sorry for worrying you, Shinjin said softly, patting her back. But what's going on? Why did you fake your death? And what about Huang Liang-san? Mariko asked, her voice filled with confusion and hurt. I'll explain everything. All of this was for the future of the Yashida family in Japan. I, Huang Liang, said as I entered the room, my voice calm yet resolute. I had already anticipated this situation the moment I learned about the self-destruct system in the Yashida underground base. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra emerged victorious, it wouldn't affect my plans. Shinjin's death had far-reaching consequences. As Japan's lead engineer for their ambitious revival project, his loss was a devastating blow. Not only had he designed the Gundams, but the Yashida base was also the hub for constructing Japan's military engines. Now that Shinjin was dead and the base had self-destructed, Japan's dream of revival was effectively shattered. But Shinjin and I both knew the hawkish factions in Japan wouldn't give up so easily. To prevent further reckless actions, the Yashida Corporation needed to disappear from public view. Originally, I had planned to rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. to dismantle the Yashida operation, but that would have drawn the attention of Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, I came up with a different approach, using Dr. Pym's shrinking technology to reduce the Yashida facilities to a manageable size. However, convincing Dr. Pym to help was a challenge in itself. For now, the best course of action was to have the Yashida family go into hiding. Once I had built up enough resources and influence, I could revisit this matter. Mariko, Shinjin, I said, looking at them both. For the sake of Japan's future and your family's safety, I need your cooperation. Master Huang Liang, your friends say they have something important to discuss with you, Yukio reported, interrupting my thoughts just as I finalized the next steps for the Yashida family's disappearance. What now? Why are they looking for me? I sighed. Everything here had already been settled. I had discussed with Shinjin how the Yashida family would vanish from Japan's radar at the right time, ensuring minimal disruption to the timeline. After wishing Shinjin and Mariko well, I followed Yukio to where the S.H.I.E.L.D. team was resting. The moment I opened the door, the overwhelming smell of disinfectant hit me like a freight train. Geez, your battlefield really left a mark, huh? I said, nearly gagging from the smell. Inside, Natasha was wrapped up like a mummy. Barton smelled strongly of antiseptics, and even Sharon, though in slightly better shape, had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Oh, little Huang, if it weren't for your personal ninja bodyguard, we might not have made it out alive, Sharon quipped, her usual playful tone surfacing despite her injuries. All right, enough of that. So what's the final result? Did you win, or? I asked, leaning against the doorway. No casualties were good news, but the primary mission was to stop Hydra from getting their hands on the Zaku prototype. I didn't know the exact performance specs of Zaku, but if paired with a high-quality power source, it could be a real threat. The trio exchanged glances before lowering their heads. We failed, Natasha admitted with a sigh. Most of the units were destroyed in the base's self-destruction, but Crossbones managed to escape with one prototype. I see. The worst-case scenario still happened. Let's hope Hydra's engineering department isn't too competent. Pushing the war crisis to the back of my mind, I asked, so, why were you looking for me? Actually, there's something very important we need to discuss, Sharon said, her tone suddenly serious. At her cue, she glanced at Yukio, who immediately understood and excused herself from the room, ensuring all other staff left as well. Soon, it was just the S.H.I.E.L.D. team and me. All right, Sharon, it's just us now. Spill it, Natasha said impatiently. Natasha, don't rush her, I interjected, already having a faint idea of what Sharon wanted to say. What she's about to tell you might flip your worldview upside down. I gave Sharon a reassuring look and sat beside her. Little Huang. Sharon looked into my eyes, her tension easing slightly. Asterisk, he already knows? So I didn't misjudge him. Asterisk. Encouraged by my silent support, Sharon took a deep breath and began recounting everything she saw in the Yashida base. The videos, the Tesseract, and the disturbing experiments. To my surprise, the first to react was Barton. No, that's impossible. John Garrett can't be Hydra. Barton's voice was filled with disbelief. Garrett had helped him in the past, and the idea of him being Hydra was unthinkable. That's John Garrett we're talking about. He's one of the pillars of S.H.I.E.L.D., the man who trained countless agents. Are you seriously telling me he's Hydra? Then how do you explain what happened to Wanda and Pietro? They're just kids. Sharon fired back, her emotions flaring. She had practically treated Wanda and Pietro as her own children. There was no way she would tarnish Garrett's name without reason. I don't know. I still can't believe it. Show me the video, Barton demanded. Sharon, share the footage. The moment Barton saw Garrett's face in the corner of the video, his denial faltered. He slumped back onto the sofa, his confidence shattered. Why would he do this? Barton, Natasha tried to console him, but was visibly shaken herself. She sighed deeply, her face clouded with worry. What do we do now? If Hydra has already infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., how many people can we still trust? While they were lost in despair, I grinned. Why don't you ask the great Egghead himself? Egghead? Sharon blinked in confusion before breaking into a smile. Oh, you mean Fury? But what if he's Hydra too? I guarantee you, Fury isn't Hydra, I said firmly. There was no way that cunning Fox, who loved scamming the United Nations for funds to build secret bases, would stoop to being a Hydra lackey. Well, I guess he really is the least likely to be recruited by Hydra, Natasha admitted, recalling Fury's secretive nature and strategic genius. Having settled on a point of contact, we began discussing SHLD's current situation. Once the conversation wrapped up, I clapped my hands and asked Yukio to arrange for the team to rest. Leaving them to recover, I made my way to the Yashida estate's back garden. Not long after, Sharon appeared behind me. I didn't turn around, instead smiling as I gazed at the sky. Hey, Sharon, if I told you I was planning to build my own organization, would you join me? Sharon laughed lightly and wrapped her arms around me from behind. Little Huang's organization? Sounds interesting. But for now, I'm not ready to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. Fair enough, I said with a chuckle. In that case, I have a message for you to deliver to Fury. Tell him I won't be returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. Sharon's body stiffened slightly, and then she tightened her embrace. All right, but I'll be waiting for you to come get me, okay? Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, I turned and gently brushed her bangs aside. Don't worry, I'm looking forward to that day too. Soon after, the quiet garden was filled with the sound of hushed whispers and gentle laughter as the morning sun illuminated the scene. A few days later, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, I, Nick Fury, sat at my desk, my brow furrowed as I listened to Natasha's report. So you're telling me their powered exoskeletons not only withstood massive explosions, but can also be equipped with multiple weapon systems? How's the mobility? With the thruster propulsion, their speed rivals that of a standard car. Estimated output strength is over 2,000 pounds. The key issue is that their power source is still in a prototype stage, which means there's room for improvement, I concluded, feeling the headache set in. Damn that comic book writer. Why did he have to design his manga so realistically? He's just making my life harder. By the way, where's Huang, that little troublemaker? Didn't he come back with you? I found it odd. Knowing Huang Liang's personality, his first major mission would have been the perfect opportunity for him to make a big show of himself. Sharon will explain his situation to you shortly. Director, I'd like to request that only you hear this next part, Natasha said, her tone becoming serious. Fine by me. I glanced at her with my one good eye, then reached into my desk drawer and pressed a button on a remote. Now, whatever we say in this office, no one else can hear, not even our own people. Good. Natasha exhaled deeply, ensuring the room was secure before she began recounting everything they had discovered. Hydra's experiments, the Tesseract, the Zaka prototypes, and, most importantly, the troubling revelations about John Garrett. When she finished, I tapped my fingers on the desk, my expression unreadable. Besides me, have you told anyone else about this? No one outside of the three of us, and Mr. Huang, she admitted. Him, huh? Well, fine. I'll take it from here. You're dismissed. Go get some rest. As Natasha left the room, I pulled out a file from another drawer. On its cover was a name, Huang Liang. So the suspicions in this file were true. A transmigrator, huh? Now that's interesting. As for the Tesseract and the Hydra infiltrators, I wasn't entirely surprised. I'd had my suspicions for a while, but this mission just confirmed them. It was a tangled web, and handling it would take careful planning. Knock, knock. Not long after Natasha left, there was another knock at the door. I quickly slipped Huang's file back into the drawer, folded my hands in front of my face, and said calmly, "Come in." The door clicked open, and Sharon Carter walked in, her complexion rosy. Well, looks like you've been living quite the comfortable life lately, Carter," I teased. I was well aware of the complicated, almost ambiguous relationship between Huang Liang and Sharon. Even more amusing was Sharon's backstory, being the niece of Captain America's first love, Peggy Carter, and, like Natasha, having been injected with a version of the super soldier serum. For all I knew, Sharon could be decades older than Huang. The thought of him dating someone potentially in her 50s always made me chuckle. Sharon rolled her eyes at me, plopping down on the sofa without hesitation. She grabbed an apple from my desk and started eating. Jealous much? Anyway, no time for jokes, Nick. Natasha should have debriefed you already. What's your plan? Despite being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon's seniority and her ties to Peggy Carter gave her the confidence to speak to me so casually. I've got things covered. The situation might be worse than you think, but I've got a plan. Leaning back in my chair, I narrowed my eyes at her. So, where's our comic book genius off to? He's technically part of S.H.I.E.L.D., and yet he's running around like he owns the place. Doesn't he realize I could make his life miserable if I wanted to? That was obviously a bluff. Everyone knew Huang Liang's influence with the United Nations was practically untouchable. Forget skipping work. If he requested a woman to warm his bed, she'd probably show up the next day. Someone like him was well beyond my jurisdiction. He's not coming back anytime soon, Sharon said, her expression dimming. She shook her head and pulled a folder out of her briefcase. Here's his Gundam design file. It incorporates the technology from Yashida's Zaku prototypes. This is the model he specifically requested. That kid, I muttered, feeling both amused and exasperated. I opened the folder, expecting to see something impressive, but what greeted me nearly made me shout. This. The designs resembled a sleeker, upgraded version of the Iron Man Mark II suit, complete with conceptual diagrams for a cold fusion reactor. Even with all my experience, I couldn't help but question my judgment of Huang Liang. Asterisk, damn it, this kid. I didn't realize he was this smart. No way I'm letting him off the hook so easily. Asterisk. Noticing my scheming smile, Sharon coughed lightly, recalling the message Huang had asked her to deliver. Director, Huang Liang also had a message for you. Let's hear it. Asterisk. A message for me? Do I look that intimidating? Asterisk. Clearing her throat, Sharon did her best to mimic Huang Liang's tone. Yo, egghead. After reading the design file, you're probably thinking I'm a genius, right? Well, this is just basic stuff. Don't idolize me too much. Anyway, I've got my own plans, so I won't be coming back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. But don't revoke my clearance. I still want to enjoy my privileges. Don't worry, my goals won't mess up the world or anything. Oh, and stop trying to investigate my identity. When the time comes, I'll tell you everything. Oh, one more thing. Don't forget about my custom mobile suit. Sharon hesitated, her face conflicted as she debated whether to share the final part of the message. What's wrong? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Finally deciding to trust Huang, Sharon said, the last thing he wanted me to tell you is, Captain America is still alive. My single eye sharpened instantly. You're saying he knows Captain America is alive too? Wait, so Captain America really is alive? Sharon gasped, stunned. She knew the legend of Steve Rogers well, but she hadn't fully believed Huang's claim until now. Her curiosity about Huang's true identity deepened. Yeah, I won't hide it from you. Based on research and investigations, there's a high probability that Captain America survived. Most records from 60 years ago were lost, but I'm certain he's out there, likely frozen somewhere. After all, if he weren't frozen, why hasn't he returned by now? In that case, leave it to me. After all, my family has a direct connection to him, Sharon said, her voice filled with determination. Having grown up hearing stories about Captain America, she was eager to meet the man himself. All right, finding Captain America is now your mission. Understood. I'll get it done. Sharon left the office, her excitement barely contained. Now then, let's deal with Huang's situation. I opened my computer and pulled up Huang Liang's file in SHLD's database. Clicking on his email, I smirked. If you've given me such a grand gift, it's only fair I return the favor. After handling the Yashida situation, I, Huang Liang, left Japan and caught the earliest international flight back to New York. If I wanted to establish my own faction in this Marvel world, recruiting the right people was the top priority. As soon as I landed in New York, I wasted no time and headed straight to the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch. Finding an available computer, I input my clearance code, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. internal database opened up before me. Let's see. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Found him. Peter Parker lives in Queens, New York, age 5 this year. Right, it's only 2006. Iron Man won't even show up for another 2 years, and Peter Parker, born in 2001, is just a kid right now. Next. Okay, no Spider-Man. How about the Punisher? Too ruthless. Then maybe Banner? Sure, the Hulk's uncontrollable now, but this is reality. If I can convince Banner to communicate with the Hulk, it could work. I typed in a search for Banner, but the results showed he was still working under General Ross as a researcher. Ugh, why does everything have to be so inconvenient? I groaned, feeling like I was about to lose it. Then a name popped into my mind. Hank Pym. Search. Ding, there he was. Dr. Hank Pym, the legendary original Ant-Man, also known as the Wasp. In the original comics, he was a founding member of the Avengers and even the creator of Ultron. However, the Marvel movies shifted much of his legacy onto Iron Man to emphasize Tony Stark's brilliance. Even so, Hank Pym remained a genius biochemist and scientist who repeatedly saved the world with his groundbreaking invention, Pym particles. Pym particles were subatomic particles capable of altering the size of objects. When humans or objects interacted with these particles, they could shrink or grow at will. Dr. Pym also designed a specialized combat suit equipped with a visor featuring ultra-thin electronics that allowed him to communicate with and command insects. He even developed the Stinger gloves, which could fire Pym particles to enlarge or shrink objects. In his prime, Hank Pym was nothing short of a hero. But everything changed when his wife, Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, sacrificed herself during a mission. To stop a missile from striking a city, she shrank her body to the quantum limit, destroying the missile's circuitry and saving countless lives. However, the unlimited shrinking caused her to accidentally enter the quantum realm, a place unreachable by modern technology. Losing his wife shattered Dr. Pym. If not for his daughter, Hope, keeping him grounded, he might have given up entirely. Adding insult to injury, he discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. was trying to replicate his Pym particle formula behind his back. Here, I am risking my life to save the world, losing my wife in the process, and you people try to stab me in the back. Unacceptable. Furious, Dr. Pym resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. and went on to establish Pym Technologies. Pym Technologies became a global biotech powerhouse, producing revolutionary biochemical and quantum-related products that garnered widespread support in the U.S. Genius is genius. No matter the field, Hank Pym excelled. However, his longing for Janet drove him to obsess over building a quantum tunnel to rescue her. Unfortunately, high-precision devices weren't cheap, and using company funds for personal projects didn't sit well with the board. Eventually, Dr. Pym was ousted from his own company, which was then rebranded as Cross Technologies by his former protege, Darren Cross. This was the information I found in SHLD's database. Looks like the timeline hasn't diverged too much. Now, the question is, how do I get Dr. Pym to trust me? Though his Pym particle research kept him under SHLD surveillance and protection, Dr. Pym was one of the smartest people in the world. And geniuses? They always had quirks. Appealing to them wasn't easy. Still, as a transmigrator, I obviously had a plan. Winning Dr. Pym over was simple. Help him bring his wife back. The key was getting Janet's coordinates in the quantum realm. The method wasn't complicated. Just like an Ant-Man and the Wasp, someone would have to enter the quantum realm and establish a link with her to retrieve the coordinates. But seriously, who would willingly enter a potentially irreversible quantum experiment? It sure as hell wasn't going to be me. As I brainstormed solutions, the computer beeped with a new email notification. Wait, does S.H.I.E.L.D. even get spam emails? I muttered, clicking on the message without much thought. Greetings, Comrade Huang Liang, the transmigrator. Asterisk, what the hell? Asterisk, I nearly jumped out of my chair. Asterisk, my identity's been exposed. Who is this? Oh crap, I'm doomed. Asterisk, calm down, kid. Your identity isn't blown. I was just guessing. Gotcha, didn't I? Haha, surprised. God damn it. You scared the hell out of me. I muttered, realizing who it was. That nickname, it's you, you damn egghead. I read on. Let's get straight to business. I read your design file. It's genius. I've approved your request, and once it's built, we'll deliver it to you. As for your clearance, no issues there either. I don't know what you're planning, but I trust you won't harm the world. TCH, as if I'd mess up the world, I scoffed, rolling my eyes. Oh, and about Captain America, I've assigned Sharon to handle it. If she finds him, I'll give you the other half. Other half? What other half? I wondered aloud, opening the email attachment. It was a document packed with detailed descriptions of SHIELD's cutting-edge technology. Even though it was only a portion of their arsenal, the sheer amount of advanced tech listed was staggering. Holy crap, what's that egghead planning, giving me such a massive gift? There's got to be a catch, I muttered, scanning the file for any hidden conditions or demands. Finding none, I scratched my head in confusion. Strange. Why is he being so generous? Oh well, with his tech, my plans just got a whole lot easier. I didn't hesitate to pack up the data and left the building with a spring in my step, heading straight for Dr. Pym's house. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ, Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, a sly smile on his face as he watched the notification confirming Huang Liang had received the email. Let's see what kind of surprises you'll bring me next, kid. Huang Liang, couldn't believe it. Hank Pym actually lived right here in New York City. It didn't take long for me to drive to his house. Looks exactly like in the movies. This must be the place. Asterisk, but how should I approach him? Asterisk, I peeked through the window and saw Dr. Hank Pym on the second floor, scribbling furiously in a notebook. For a moment, I hesitated, unsure of how to strike up a conversation. Forget it. Guess I'll just wave the S.H.I.E.L.D. flag and go in. I decided to take the direct approach, straightening my clothes as I stepped toward the door. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the ground and making my ears throb in pain. Holy crap, what just happened? I flinched, looking around in alarm. Wham! To my utter disbelief, a wrecked car came hurtling down from the sky, heading straight for where I was standing. What the? Car's falling from the sky now. I rolled out of the way, just in time as the car crashed onto the ground with a thunderous impact. The momentum sent it skidding forward several meters before coming to a stop right in front of me. My heart pounded like a drum as I wiped the cold sweat off my forehead, muttering, "What the hell was that? Almost scared me to death. Run for your lives. Help us." Before I could gather my thoughts, a crowd of terrified people came barreling down the street, shouting in panic. I quickly stepped aside to avoid getting trampled. What's going on? A terrorist attack? I wondered aloud, still trying to make sense of the situation. That's when a massive shadow loomed over me. Not again. I flinched, ready to dodge, but out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a person. Looking up, I saw a giant green figure soaring through the air, heading straight for downtown New York. Wait, is that the Hulk? Seeing the green behemoth, I immediately recognized him. This was the Hulk, no doubt about it. But his appearance, he looked younger, not quite like the Mark Ruffalo version. Then it hit me. Wait a minute, this is the Incredible Hulk storyline, isn't it? I glanced at the helicopters flying overhead, confirming my suspicion. This had to be the scene from the movie where Hulk escapes from General Ross's military base. Well, I was just wondering how to deal with the Hulk, and here he is. But not now. First, I need to focus on Dr. Pym. I decided not to get involved with Hulk just yet. Bruce Banner, fresh from transforming into the Hulk, wasn't exactly someone you could have a friendly chat with. Turning back to Pim's house, I noticed Dr. Pim himself peeking out from the second-floor window, his expression wary. Straightening my clothes again, I walked up to his front door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. "Who is it?" came a curt voice. "Shield," I replied simply. One moment, given the recent chaos involving what looked like a bioweapon escapee, Pim probably assumed Shield was here to investigate if he had anything to do with it. Without overthinking, he came downstairs and opened the door. The door creaked open, revealing an older man with graying hair and a weary expression. The sadness in his eyes was unmistakable. "And you are?" I started to explain, but before I could finish, everything went black. When I woke up again, I wasn't me anymore. Or rather, my body wasn't being controlled by me. Pim, seeing me, a vaguely familiar-looking young man, stumble and sway after uttering a single word, assumed I was pulling some kind of stunt. He was about to close the door when I caught it with one hand. "You're still the same as ever," I said in a voice that wasn't mine. Pim froze, utterly baffled. He wanted to kick me out, but for some reason, an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart, stopping him. If he were to say what was on his mind, he somehow felt he would regret it forever. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I asked with a smile. Pim took a deep breath, suppressing the strange emotions rising within him. "Come in," he said, almost as if escaping from something, before turning and walking away. I smiled softly, stepping through the door and closing it behind me with a practiced ease. "This way," Pim called from the living room. I didn't go straight to him. Instead, I ran a hand over the furniture in the hallway, my expression a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. Pim, noticing me lingering, cleared his throat impatiently. As someone who had grown used to living alone, he disliked strangers wandering around his house. Coming. Still as impatient as ever. I smiled again, finally heading into the living room and sitting across from him. "Blue Mountain coffee?" Pim asked, his voice laced with suspicion but still maintaining a veneer of politeness. "Whatever you decide," I replied casually. Hearing those words, Pim's heart skipped a beat. That phrase, "how could?" Trying to calm himself, he focused on brewing the coffee, his hands moving with practiced precision. I watched him with a gentle smile, as if the scene was all too familiar. "Here." Pim placed the cup in front of me, his eyes fixed intently on my face. I paid no attention to his gaze. With a slight tilt of my pinky, I lifted the cup, bringing it to my nose for a sniff. Your coffee-making skills are still as rough as ever," I said after taking a sip. "But your taste has improved quite a bit." Crossing my legs, I smiled warmly at him. That familiar posture, combined with the words that used to irritate him, sent a shiver through Pim's mind. His lips trembled as he uttered one word. "Janet." I stopped pretending, my lips quivering as I nodded, tears welling up in my eyes. "It's me, Hank." The coffee cup slipped from Pim's hand, spilling onto the carpet as he rushed forward to embrace me. Janet, I miss you so much." All right, you're not a kid anymore." I laughed and playfully pushed him away, wiping the tears from his face with my fingers. Ignoring his disheveled state, Pim grabbed my hands desperately. "How are you in this kid's body? Quantum entanglement? Did this kid go into the quantum realm?" As a top-tier scientist, he quickly pieced together the situation, but couldn't figure out when I had entered the quantum realm. "I'm not entirely sure either," Janet replied. "But isn't this an opportunity? If she could connect to the real world, it meant her location in the quantum realm could be pinpointed." Yes. Pim, now reinvigorated, was ready to start searching for Janet's coordinates. "Not so fast." Janet raised her hand to stop him. "My position in the quantum realm is stable. We have time." "But, Hank, sit down." The familiar scolding tone made Pim's eyes well up again. "Yes, ma'am," he said meekly. Looking at her now subdued husband, Janet smiled fondly before straightening her posture and asking, "Now, tell me, where's Hope?" Pim hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Janet, though only recently connected to the real world, could tell from the state of the house that he and their daughter had been estranged for some time. She sighed, understanding his personality too well. "Hank, pull yourself together. I'm counting on you to bring me home." Hearing those words, Hank Pym felt like his heart had been injected with adrenaline. Strength returned to his entire being, and his eyes regained their sharpness. The wasp was back. Don't worry. I'll fix everything and bring you home. Watching her husband return to his former self, Janet smiled once more. Then I'll leave it all to you, my hero. How did I fall asleep? Huang Liang, muttered as I lay on a luxurious bed in a room filled with a literary atmosphere, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling and trying to piece things together. Let's see. I came to find Dr. Pym, ran into the flying Hulk, and then I saw Dr. Pym and passed out. The thought made my heart race. I quickly threw off the blanket and looked down at myself. Okay, fully dressed. Phew, that's good, I sighed in relief. Just to be extra sure, I clenched my muscles and checked myself. Everything felt intact and secure. Only then did I fully relax. As I was still in the middle of inspecting my innocence, Dr. Pym walked in with an uncharacteristically dreamy and affectionate look on his face. Janet? Is that you? He asked softly. What the hell? Dr. Pym, please control yourself. I shrieked, nearly falling off the bed. This man must have lost his mind. Who the hell was his wife? He scared me half to death. Hearing my outburst, Dr. Pym's expression shifted as he seemed to snap out of it. He sighed deeply, realizing Janet wasn't here anymore, and his face returned to its usual grumpy demeanor. Relax, kid. You really think I, an old man, would do anything to you? What? You're scared of me or something? No, nothing like that. Huh, asterisk weird. Did I imagine it? Asterisk I squinted at him suspiciously, but he seemed normal now. None of that earlier affectionate nonsense. Shrugging off, I scratched my head awkwardly, deciding to chalk it up to a misunderstanding. Young people these days, always overthinking, Pym muttered, shaking his head in disdain. Still, thinking of Janet, he decided to soften his tone slightly. With a sigh, he said, Kid, now that you're awake, come with me. Without waiting for an answer, he turned and walked off. Something feels off, I murmured under my breath. Could it be I really overworked myself and started hallucinating? Well, whatever. Let's see what the old man wants. Stretching, I got out of bed, straightened my clothes, and followed him. Over here, Pym's voice called out. I turned and saw him standing by a secret door embedded in the wall, motioning for me to follow. Should I go in or not? Asterisk. Also, what's with this sudden change in his attitude? What happened while I was out? Asterisk. Despite being just an old man, Hank Pym was still the legendary Ant-Man. Meanwhile, I was just a nerd with no combat skills. What if he wanted to do something drastic, like forcefully extract information from my brain? Seeing my hesitation, Pym grew impatient. Quit stalling, kid. Get over here already. TCH, whatever. If I die, I die, I muttered, steeling myself. My main goal was to gain his trust, after all. Hesitating wouldn't get me anywhere. Resolving to face whatever came my way, I followed him into his private lab. Once inside, I was taken aback by the sheer size of the lab. It was much larger than I had imagined. Pym must have bought the adjacent property and converted it into additional workspace. The room was filled with equipment and devices that looked like they belonged in a sci-fi movie. Following him to what looked like a smaller chamber within the lab, Pym gestured for me to lie down on a platform. I immediately backed away, alarmed. Aha! I knew it. You dirty old man. You're trying to take advantage of me. Well, I won't let you have your way. This kid must have a screw loose. Pym's face twitched as he barely restrained himself from strangling me on the spot. But remembering that Janet's whereabouts depended on me, he took a deep breath and tamped down his fury. If I was going to do something to you, do you really think you'd still be standing here, alive and kicking? He had a point. If Pym had any malicious intentions, he wouldn't have waited until now. But I still wasn't convinced. Then tell me why you need me to lie down. Pym snorted. Humph. Everyone who comes here is after my Pym particles, right? I need to check if your body can handle their effects. I wanted to argue that I had no such intentions, but the thought of the miraculous Pym particles made me hesitate. Reluctantly, I climbed onto the platform and lay down. Seeing me finally cooperate, Pym let out another sigh. Asterisk, Janet, I'm coming for you. Asterisk, his expression grew serious as he adjusted the controls on a nearby console. A device resembling a brainwave scanner descended from a mechanical arm, slowly positioning itself over my head. Don't move, kid. If something goes wrong, I won't be held responsible. Not everyone can handle the Pym particles, Pym warned. That much was true. If Pym particles were anything like gamma radiation, which turned Bruce Banner into the Hulk but could kill others instantly, then I needed to be careful. I thought back to the failed experiments in Ant-Man, where Darren Cross's knockoff Pym particles disintegrated people. Yeah, definitely not moving. Keep your brain as active as possible, Pym instructed. The more active your brain, the easier it'll be to detect certain patterns. As the device powered up, the scanner began reading my data. But when Pym saw the results on the monitor, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What's going on with this kid? His soul's fluctuations don't match his body at all. How is he even functioning? And this soul capacity, it's like it's holding the energy of an entire supernova. Could this kid be a transmigrator? Pym's mind raced as he pieced things together. As one of the world's top quantum scientists, he was well aware of the existence of parallel worlds. Seeing the immense capacity of my soul and the mismatched data, he deduced that I must have brought a massive amount of information with me during my transfer between worlds. So that's how Janet's quantum information got absorbed by him. Looking at me, lying nervously on the platform, Pym felt a sense of clarity. Asterisk, a transmigrator from another world, huh? Intriguing. Asterisk. The scanner beeped as the process finished. Done already? I asked, my voice muffled under the scanner. Yeah, it's done. You can get up now, Pym said, pressing a button to lift the scanner off my head. I shook my head to clear the dizziness caused by the scanner's lights, then patted my temples to regain focus. So what's the verdict? Can I handle the Pym particles? Yeah. No problem, Pym replied. With the energy stored in my soul, I could probably withstand way more than just Pym particles. Hell, even a quantum bomb might not faze me. Awesome. I thought for sure you were up to something shady. But turns out you're a good guy after all, I said with a grin, relieved, as I handed him an imaginary good guy card. Pym's lips twitched, his patience clearly being tested. But for Janet's sake, he held back. You're unbelievable, kid, he muttered under his breath. Seeing my excitement, Dr. Pym ultimately decided not to confront me about my true identity. Asterisk, forget it. The kid hasn't caused any disasters. Let him be. Asterisk. Meanwhile, I was completely oblivious to his thoughts, still caught up in my excitement over finally gaining access to Pym particles. Asterisk, I knew it. Dr. Pym, as one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D., must have had reasons for not sharing Pym particle tech with them. Turns out it's because Pym particles have compatibility issues. Asterisk, little did I know, I had completely misunderstood. The real reason Pym didn't support S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply because he didn't trust them. As for why he treated me differently, it was because I had helped him reconnect with his wife, Janet. Based on my reckless behavior, he was probably worried I'd get myself killed before Janet could be rescued. If I died, his wife would remain stuck in the quantum realm forever. That's why he wanted to boost my capabilities. And now that he knew I was a transmigrator, he was curious about what I could accomplish. Suddenly, Dr. Pym had an idea. By the way, kid, you said you were with S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Yeah, that's right. Why? Then you should know my former protege, Darren Cross, has been trying to replicate my Pym particle formula. Since you've earned my trust, I'll leave this matter to you. Wait. Dr. Pym, are you trying to make me the next Ant-Man or something? Asterisk. What the heck is going on? All I wanted was to recruit him. And now he's trying to make me his successor? Talk about pressure. Asterisk. My tone must have given away my reluctance, and Dr. Pym immediately caught on. His face turned red with anger. What's wrong with being Ant-Man? Sure, I've been retired for a while and don't have the same reputation as before, but it's not a title just anyone can inherit. Asterisk, this brat. If he were my only hope of saving Janet, I'd have already smacked him. Asterisk. I quickly stepped forward, trying to calm him down. Dr. Pym, please don't get mad. It's not that I'm looking down on Ant-Man. I'm just a desk jockey. I'm okay with research and technology, but I don't have any combat skills. Dr. Pym huffed, glaring at me with irritation. Do I look like an agent to you? If I can do it, why can't you? I was at a loss for words. Asterisk. I just wanted to recruit him, that's all. Wait, this could be a good opportunity. Asterisk, suddenly, an idea struck me. Asterisk, yes, this is the perfect time to lay it all out, to tell him about S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and my plans for the future. If I can appeal to him, he might just support me. Asterisk. With that, I took a deep breath and said, Dr. Pym, I have something important to share with you. Please hear me out. I began by explaining the Yashida incident, Hydra's acquisition of the Zaka prototype, and my thoughts on the future. As someone who was once a superhero, you must understand the challenges they face. No matter how powerful or righteous they can't escape the constraints of society and order. In the end, they either become government puppets or are forced to operate in secrecy. That's why I want to build a city, one that belongs solely to superheroes. As I laid out my vision, my eyes lit up with determination. I believe that as technology advances and humanity evolves, more and more people with special abilities will emerge. Dr. Pym, you know how xenophobic humanity can be. When faced with the unknown, their first reaction is fear, not excitement. I shudder to think what might happen to superheroes and those with special abilities in the future. Just like in X-Men, the emergence of mutants led to civil war and widespread persecution. While the Marvel Universe hadn't yet introduced mutants, it was only a matter of time. Superheroes and individuals with unique abilities would undoubtedly face increasing challenges. Instead of waiting for a crisis to erupt, why not prepare now? At the very least, such a city could give superheroes and those with powers a safe haven where they wouldn't have to hide in fear of retaliation. So rather than letting these extraordinary individuals become government tools or bitter villains, why not create a city just for them? I clench my fists, my voice filled with passion. The idea of superheroes fighting each other because of the Sokovia Accords and Captain America. Civil War still made my blood boil. Asterisk. You're all-powerful enough to destroy worlds, yet you let politicians manipulate you into tearing each other apart. Sure, some people had ulterior motives, but you're supposed to be super geniuses. Why couldn't you see through it? Asterisk. Hearing my words, Dr. Pym fell in a deep thought. Memories of his past as Ant-Man resurfaced. How he had dedicated himself to saving lives and making the world a better place. But when Janet disappeared into the quantum realm, the organization he had served didn't comfort him. Instead, they accused him of being too emotional and demanded he hand over his Pym particle formula. If it weren't for them, my family wouldn't have been torn apart. Looking at my serious expression, Pym couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and skepticism. He's a bit naive. After all, it wasn't easy to stay true to one's ideals, especially when faced with sacrifices and hardships. Asterisk. Can you really hold on to your beliefs and follow through on your vision? Asterisk. Pym understood that I was trying to recruit him, but he had no desire to get involved in such matters again. I'll pass. I'm too old for this kind of thing, he said, shaking his head. I see. I nodded, understanding his reluctance. With Janet still trapped in the quantum realm, he obviously had other priorities. But, Pym suddenly said, fiddling with something on his workbench. He pulled out a glove and tossed it to me. This is a combat glove that can fire Pym particles. I can't help you much, but your plan is for the benefit of superheroes. As someone who was once a superhero myself, this is the least I can do. Don't let me down. Though he wouldn't join me, Pym chose to believe in me, wanting to see what I could achieve. The idea of a city for superheroes, a place dedicated to protecting the world, was undeniably compelling. Holding the glove in my hands, I was so moved I didn't know what to say. Finally, I bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Dr. Pym. I promise I won't let you down. Pym waved me off, muttering, all right, don't get all emotional. First, deal with Darren Cross. Then come back and we'll talk about the rest. Oh, and take this. He tossed me a USB drive. If you see my daughter, give this to her. And don't you dare look at it. Got it, I said, clutching the USB drive tightly. With the Pym glove in hand, I felt like Dr. Pym was practically my second dad. Whatever he said, I'd do it without question. Now go. Handle the Darren Cross situation and report back when you're done. Get out of here. On it. I left the lab, practically skipping with excitement. Watching me leave, Dr. Pym shook his head, a rare smile crossing his face. That kid, he murmured. I can't let him outshine me. Turning back to the quantum coordinates displayed on his monitor, Pym began working with renewed determination. Janet, hold on. Our family will be reunited soon. Asterisk, Sharon's perspective, asterisk. Dressed in casual home attire, I, Sharon, sat in Peggy Carter's living room, gently massaging her shoulders. Peggy, now in her twilight years, closed her eyes and seemed to relax under my hands. Trying to sound casual, I asked, "Aunt Peggy, are you sure you don't remember anything about Captain Steve Rogers?" Peggy, being a seasoned former agent, could sense I was fishing for information, but she genuinely couldn't recall much from that time. After a moment of reflection, she shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Sharon. Old age isn't kind to one's memory. I really can't help you." Not satisfied with her response, I pressed on. "Are you sure there's no clue?" "Nothing at all." Peggy opened her eyes slightly and thought for a moment before saying, "Well, if you're looking for clues, there might be something. Go check the photo album under the TV cabinet." Intrigued, I quickly retrieved the album and flipped it open. Inside were black and white photographs from World War II. Peggy gazed at them nostalgically, lost in memories, and began narrating the stories behind each picture. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Geez, I didn't come here for a history lesson, but she was my aunt, so I gritted my teeth and endured it, trying to piece together any useful information from her stories. The more I listened, the more absorbed I became. Asterisk, wow, Aunt Peggy's past was incredible. Asterisk, time seemed to blur as she recounted her tales. Suddenly, one particular photograph caught my attention. My eyes lit up, and I pointed to it excitedly. "Aunt Peggy, this is the last photo you took with Captain Rogers, isn't it? Where was this taken?" The photo showed Steve Rogers and Peggy standing close together, arm in arm, beside the very aircraft that Steve disappeared with. I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. "Oh, that was at a temporary camp near the North Sea," Peggy replied. "Why do you ask?" "The North Sea," I murmured, quickly calculating Steve's last known coordinates in my head. My eyes widened as realization dawned on me. "That's it, the North Sea." I jumped up and kissed Peggy on the cheek, exclaiming, "Aunt Peggy, I love you." Grabbing my coat from the rack, I threw it on haphazardly and bolted out the door. Peggy, watching my whirlwind of energy, chuckled and shook her head. "Still as impulsive as ever, aren't you, Sharon?" Huang Liang's perspective. With the Pym glove now in my possession, I was ready to take on the world. But then I remembered Darren Cross's capabilities as shown in the movie. There was no way I could take him on alone. Based on the timeline, his research was likely nearing completion. If things continued as they did in the movie, it wouldn't be long before he donned the yellow jacket suit, flaunted it in front of Dr. Pym, and then eliminated him. With Pym gone, there'd be no one left to understand the Pym particle formula, leaving Cross to do whatever he wanted. Looks like I need backup. But who? For some reason, an image of a tight red suit and a very peculiar individual popped into my mind. No way. Do I really have to call him? I groaned. While his combat skills were undeniably formidable, the thought of dealing with his antics made me hesitate. But if anyone could handle Darren Cross, it was him. Yes, I was thinking about that peanut butter-skinned, fried egg-looking, fourth-wall-breaking lunatic, Deadpool, a.k.a. Wade Wilson. Sharon's perspective. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, my report about the North Sea sent Nick Fury into action. He quickly assembled a team and prepared to head to the icy wilderness. The North Sea, a frigid expanse of snow and ice, was one of the coldest places on Earth. Harsh, remote, and unforgiving. It was also a paradise for extreme skiers and adventurers. A helicopter roared as it cut through the white expanse, its rotors slicing through the howling wind. In the co-pilot's seat, I adjusted my snow gear while comparing the map to our location. Frustrated, I muttered, "Boss, we're searching this place inch by inch. Isn't this a bit dumb? What else do you suggest? It's been over 60 years. Who knows where the wreckage ended up?" Fury snapped, just as annoyed by the situation as I was. Unlike Antarctica, the North Sea wasn't perpetually frozen. Sunny days would occasionally melt some of the ice, only for it to refreeze. These cycles over the decades had likely moved any remnants of the crash far from their original location. "Boss, look!" I shouted, pointing ahead. Fury followed my gaze and spotted a strange snow vehicle speeding across the barren tundra. "What the hell is a vehicle doing out here?" Fury muttered, narrowing his eye. "Yeah, even ice fishing doesn't take you this deep into the wilderness," I added, equally puzzled. "Let's check it out." Fury's instincts told him something wasn't right. Gripping the controls, he steered the helicopter toward the mysterious vehicle. Wade Wilson's perspective. In a shabby, rough-around-the-edges apartment, a man with a face like charred ground meat, Wade, was strutting around stark naked, save for a pink apron tied around his waist. Humming a nonsensical tune, he flipped a sizzling burger patty in a frying pan. Just as he was about to belt out the high note of his improvised song, the phone rang, interrupting his performance. "Buzzkill," Wade grumbled, leaving the stove on as he walked over to the phone, pan in hand. He wedged the receiver between his ear and shoulder, grabbing a piece of meat from the pan with his fingers. "Ow! Hot, hot, hot!" he yelped, shaking his hand dramatically. Voice on the phone, asterisk. "Who the hell are you cursing at?" "Whoever's on the other end of the line, duh." Voice, asterisk. "You little punk. Do you want me to?" Yeah. I believe you. Just tell me what you want." Voice, asterisk. "Fine. You got a job. The client specifically requested you for this one. Guess you're still a hot commodity, huh?" "Oh, finally some action." Wade's mood instantly brightened. He tossed the frying pan behind him, not caring that it landed on the couch, and wiped his greasy hands on his apron. Grabbing a notepad stuck to the fridge, he started jotting down the mission details. Voice, asterisk. "Listen, the client's generous. $100,000 up front. But don't screw this up. This one's important, so no funny business." "Got it. Yeah, I'll behave." "Geez, you sound like my mom." Voice, asterisk. "What did you just say?" "I'll..." Click. Wade hung up mid-rant, tossing the receiver aside. Lifting his apron dramatically, he exposed his scarred, grotesque body to the imaginary camera. Striking a pose, he turned to address the audience. "Well, folks, looks like it's finally my time to shine. Ready for some action? Let's make this story R-rated." In the original Marvel comic universe, Darren Cross was just a minor character. However, in the Marvel movies, he is portrayed as Dr. Hank Pym's protege. This guy is a genius and quickly absorbed Dr. Pym's knowledge. Unlike the peace-loving Dr. Pym, Darren Cross is highly ambitious, aiming to use Pym particles to build an army of Ant-Men to dominate the world. Dr. Pym would never let his Pym particles become a tool for villains. As a result, an enraged Darren Cross teamed up with other members of Pym Industries board, including Dr. Pym's daughter, Hope, to oust him from the board. Afterward, they rebranded Hank Pym's company as Cross Technologies. Darren Cross then attempted to replicate the Pym particles with the partial knowledge he had gleaned from Dr. Pym. In a hotel suite not far from Cross Technologies, a bizarre meeting was underway. "I mean, aren't you the protagonist this time?" The author really dropped the ball here. Deadpool, dressed in his red spandex suit, commented to the air while eating the pizza Huang Liang, had ordered. "Hey, you're breaking the fourth wall again. Sure, that's part of your shtick, but this is too much. It's not my fault the cheat code hasn't arrived yet." Honestly, I was starting to regret bringing Deadpool along for this mission. I thought he was supposed to be an annoying but lovable character, but in this Marvel world, he was particularly toxic and unpleasant. Watching him messily devour my pizza, I scooted away in disgust while explaining the mission to him. "Here's the gist of it. You just need to infiltrate Cross Technologies, kill Darren Cross, and destroy their R&D department." "Hey, are you even listening?" Yeah, I got it. You're worried Darren Cross's mass production Yellow Jacket plan will mess up future developments, right? I get it." Deadpool nonchalantly flipped through a notebook while giving me a half-hearted response. "Ugh, can you stop messing around and listen to me for once?" "What? Wait, what are you looking at?" I curiously eyed the notebook in Deadpool's hands. Where did he even pull that thing from? Well, would you look at that? There's even a plot twist later on. Heh, this author sure knows their stuff. Seeing Deadpool's excited expression, I felt a foreboding sense of doom. Trembling, I pointed to the notebook. "Wait, don't tell me that's the outline." "Oh, you're pretty sharp, kid." "Yep, this is the outline." Hiv. "Want to see your fate?" Deadpool gave a sly grin as he waved the outline in front of me. Honestly, I was tempted, but I said, "Nah, I'd rather not get spoiled. Life's more interesting with a bit of mystery." Seeing that I wasn't taking the bait, Deadpool pouted in boredom. "Lame. Fine. It's just Darren Cross, right? I'll take care of him in no time. After all, I'm already looking forward to my next appearance." And with a whoosh, the screen went black. In the Cross Technologies laboratory, Darren Cross watched as a sheep in an experimental glass chamber successfully shrank. He realized he had finally managed to replicate the Pym particles. Soon, this world will belong to Darren Cross. Ha. But before he could apply the shrinking particles to his custom suit, an alarm blared throughout the building. Warning! Warning! An intruder has entered the experiment zone. TCH, these pests are so annoying. Hope, go deal with it. Hope glanced at the PIM particles in Darren Cross's hand, said nothing, and began to take action. Elsewhere in the Cross Tower. Whoa, I thought this was just a regular tech company, but look at all this hidden stuff. Looks like I'm gonna make a killing this time. Deadpool twirled his dual katanas, deflecting incoming bullets. Smiling at the increasing number of guards, he shouted, "Watch me slide tackle." Oof! Just as he was about to execute a stylish slide, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Oh, come on. I'm not clumsy. So how did I trip on flat ground? Looking down, he realized that a bullet he failed to deflect earlier had lodged itself in his knee. Oh crap. Asterisk bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Pew pew pew. Asterisk a barrage of bullets rained down, turning Deadpool into Swiss cheese. Hold fire. The security team leader yelled as he saw Deadpool riddled with bullet holes. That'll teach you to trespass in our company. You're done for now. The team leader smirked in satisfaction. Captain, be careful. People in tight suits are either perverts or have special abilities, one guard warned him. TCH, you've watched too many movies. There aren't that many superpowered folks out there. I mean, the captain trailed off as he approached Deadpool's body. Captain, watch out. Before the captain could finish his sentence, Deadpool, now fully regenerated, stabbed him with a katana, yanked the assault rifle out of his hands, and used the captain's body as a shield while firing at the guards. Asterisk bang. Whoosh. Pow. Asterisk despite not aiming, his uncanny accuracy resulted in headshots for every guard in front of him. When the magazine was empty, Deadpool turned to look around. Phew, guess I've still got the touch. Too bad Vanessa's gone. Ah, I miss the good times my hands had with Vanessa. My suit's all torn up. Gonna need the boss to give me a raise for this. Watching the surveillance footage of Deadpool riddled with bullets, yet still managing to counterattack, Hope frowned and turned to Darren Cross. Darren, the intruder is a superpowered mercenary. Our guard are no match for him. What should we do? Oh, a superpowered human? Let me have a look. Darren Cross reviewed the surveillance footage. Well. Excellent. I've been looking for a test subject. Hope, load the particles into the suit and activate the live stream for the investors. I want them to see how incredible my yellow jacket suit is. Hope bit her lip, hesitating. Hope, Darren, with the help of his assistants, began suiting up in the yellow jacket armor. Seeing Hope's hesitation, he scowled. Hope, don't forget that those particles are mine. Without my permission, do you think you can save your mother? Thinking of her mother, Hope reluctantly injected the particles into the yellow jacket suit. As the machinery activated and the shrinking particles were infused into the yellow jacket armor, the energy gauge gradually filled up. Darren Cross's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Darren Cross, to show you my product. With a swoosh, the yellow jacket suit shrank to just a few centimeters in size. Propelled by its jetpack, Darren Cross flew toward the experimental zone where Deadpool was causing havoc with the live stream cameras in tow. Deadpool, had just dealt with all the security guards and was about to open the next door when an inexplicable sense of danger surged at the back of my neck. Even with the script knowledge, this ability is just plain unfair. Although I sensed the danger, my body, accustomed to injuries, reacted a beat too late, and a laser emitter on the yellow jacket suit shot me in the neck. If I hadn't reflexively slashed backward with my alloy katana to push Darren Cross away, I'd probably have to start all over again as a baby. You actually reacted? Assassins are terrifying creatures. Darren couldn't figure out how I detected him and could only marvel at the skills of a mercenary who lived on the edge. The legend of Ant-Man had faded decades ago, so he definitely didn't expect someone to know about a superhero capable of shrinking. What he didn't know was that I'm a cheat code player who read the script. Just as he was preparing to ambush me again, I said coldly, "Found you, little fly." The muzzle of my assault rifle appeared like a phantom in his path, and my finger was already on the trigger. Impossible. Darren, realizing I could still target him in his Ant-Man-sized form, panicked. Ignoring the fact that he was still live streaming, he twisted the dial on his suit to return to his full size, using the momentum to push the rifle barrel downward. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets grazed the yellow jacket suit and embedded themselves in the wall behind him. Hey, buddy, are you a magician? That's one hell of a transformation trick. I quipped, forming my fingers into a knife shape and reaching for the dial on his yellow jacket suit. Don't even think about it. Darren reacted quickly, using the laser emitter on his back to aim at me. I don't want to turn into roast chicken. Knowing the power of the laser blasts, I abandoned my attack and delivered a low spinning kick aimed at his legs. But Darren didn't care about my attack at all and turned the dial to shrink again. And that's why I hate bugs. My kick missed, and the momentum caused me to fall awkwardly, leading to my inevitable snarky commentary. Round 2 starts now. Darren, recognizing that he couldn't match me in close combat as a professional mercenary, decided to keep his distance and use the shrinking and enlarging capabilities of the particles against me. Flying over to the lab workstation, he kicked over a pencil case, causing pens and pencils to scatter everywhere. He positioned one pen with its tip facing me, kicked it into the air, and then fired an enlarging particle at it. The originally small pen instantly turned into a 3-meter-long weapon and hurtled toward me. Whoa, an academic version of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. So you're actually Archer, huh? I joked as I deftly dodged, spun, and ducked to avoid the scholarly treasure weapons. This tight-suited freak is annoyingly slippery. The suit's power is almost drained at this rate. Fine, let him gloat for now. Darren glanced at the particle gauge on his left-hand screen, which showed less than 30% remaining. He glared at me angrily before discreetly leaving the test zone and flying toward the laboratory. Huh? Stealth mode activated? Hey coach, someone's cheating here. After dodging the attack, I stayed on high alert, but noticed Darren wasn't attacking anymore. Sensing the room, it seemed like I was the only one left in the test zone. Weird. Did he really run away? Oh well, that works. Now, let me, Wade Layden, bring pain to this world. Allahu Akbar. Darren returned to the laboratory where Hope was, reverted to his full size, and stood by the charging station, shouting, "Hope, charge me up. I'll show that spandex freak who's boss." I refuse. Hope replied flatly, not even glancing at him as she continued working. You little... Fine. Parker, you do it. Wait, where's Parker? Urgit? Mundo? Where is everyone? Darren turned around to find that the lab was empty except for him and Hope. I sent them all away, Hope said, entering the final command into the console. She grabbed the research data from the workstation and spoke expressionlessly. What's that you're holding? What are you doing? Darren's hair practically stood on end as he watched her hold the data disk. Obviously, it's the particle research data. Also, instead of worrying about me, you should look at this. Hope smiled as she turned the monitor toward him, showing footage of me planting bombs on the support pillars of the building. Damn it. Hope, stop him. He can't blow up my tower. If it's your tower, you deal with it yourself. I'm done playing with you. With that, Hope walked away. You traitor. Darren fumed, glaring at the departing Hope and the footage of me setting up bombs. Furious, he manually initiated the charging process on his suit, muttering under his breath, "Don't think you've won. I still have samples. Once I escape, I'll recreate Darren particles sooner or later." Just then, mechanical sounds echoed through the lab. Anomalous activity detected. Laboratory lockdown initiated. All researchers must evacuate immediately. Damn it. The lab's self-preservation system activated. Screw this. Disable the security protocols, Darren shouted, but the system ignored his commands. With a loud click, the charging cable disconnected from the suit, and a glass door descended, sealing the suit inside. You've got to be kidding me. I said disable it. Wait, could it be? The lab's red alert blared, and all openings began to seal shut. Soon, a desperate roar echoed from behind the glass doors. Hope, you set me up. Phew, this should be the last bomb. I placed the final explosive, wiped some sweat off my mask, and picked up my communicator to report to my boss, Huang Liang. Boss, all the bombs are in place. You can press the detonation button now. Huang Liang's excited voice came through the communicator. Okay, get clear, I'm pressing it. No problem. Suddenly, I slapped my forehead and muttered, wait, did I just say he could press the button now? Boom! A massive explosion echoed as Cross Tower collapsed in a fiery, dramatic spectacle. The sudden sound of an explosion over the communicator startled me, Huang Liang, so much that I flinched. What the hell? What's going on? Hey, Wade, are you sure you got far enough away? However, There was only static on the communicator, no other response. What the heck is he doing? Whatever, Cross Technologies is gone, so my mission is technically complete. Next up is Pim's daughter. Wait a second. She's also one of the board members at Cross Technologies, isn't she? Could it be? I swallowed nervously as I stared at the burning, smoke-filled Cross Tower. Ah, no way. She's the second-generation WASP, after all. She wouldn't go down that easily. Still uneasy, I ran out of the hotel and headed to Cross Tower. As one of America's most notable corporations, by the time I arrived, the police, fire department, and FBI had already sealed off the area. Everyone stay back. Watch out for falling debris. Just as the officer finished his warning, another loud noise came from the building. A 10-meter-long steel beam, propelled by a wave of air, came crashing down to the ground with a thunderous boom that left everyone's ears ringing. The surrounding onlookers screamed in fright, only to resume watching moments later. Typical Marvel civilians. They're probably used to explosions every other day. What's that? Following the crowd's gaze, I turned toward the corner of the street and spotted a female figure standing there, looking up at the tower. Found her. Excuse me, everyone, excuse me. I squeezed my way out of the crowd toward the corner, but by the time I got there, Hope's figure was gone. Seriously? Can't you wait for me? Looks like I'll have to use my shield clearance to check the surveillance cameras. Just as I was about to leave, cries of alarm erupted from the crowd in the distance. What now? Oh, a monster. There's a monster fighting. Monster, I muttered, trying to figure out what they meant, when a giant green figure suddenly flew through the air and crashed into the still-burning tower. No way. Did I just see the Hulk get sent flying? What the hell is going on? Wait a second, could it be? Sure enough, before the Hulk could even rise from the rubble, a massive gray monster leapt onto the building after him, and the sound of exaggerated destruction echoed from within. Oh, come on. Hulk versus Abomination? In all of New York City, how does it always happen right here? But I didn't have time to keep complaining. The two monsters were getting more and more intense, and debris and steel beams were raining down like a storm. The FBI, police, and firefighters abandoned the crowd to focus on the chaos. At that moment, the rat-a-tat-tat sound of helicopter blades came from above. A news chopper marked with a TV station logo hovered over the crowd, urging people to evacuate while warning others nearby to stay away. With no other choice, I followed the crowd to a safer location. Once I was in a secure spot, my communicator suddenly buzzed to life. Hey, boss. Why the hell did two monsters suddenly show up? I'm gonna need a pay raise for this. What the? You're still inside? I was stunned. I thought that slippery Wade would have already escaped to find me and demand money, but it turned out he was still in there. Then again, this was also an opportunity. Wade, before I could finish, Deadpool's exasperated voice came through the communicator. Hey, you two can fight all you want, but stop throwing stuff around. This was followed by the sound of loud crashes and Deadpool's helpless yelling. Of this guy. Wade, can you hear me? Help the big green guy take down the other one. Huh? Deadpool's incredulous voice came back. You want me to get involved in a fight between two monsters? Boss, that's just cruel. I'll pay extra. Oh, no problem, boss. So, how do you want me to serve him up? Steamed or braised? As expected, the best way to deal with someone like Deadpool is to throw money at him. It's clear I'm not strong enough. Even with the Pym gloves, I'm still way too fragile, Deadpool muttered on his end. After receiving the promise of extra pay, and now with his clothes blown to shreds, spun his dual katanas and dove into the fray. Good evening, dear viewers. Your friendly neighborhood Deadpool is here to bring you a live broadcast of the Incredible Hulk. He somersaulted over a pillar, leaping across the rubble until he reached the top of the ruins. Watching the two monsters below trading brutal blows, he actually began to narrate the fight. For some reason, this particular floor of the building had its third floor knocked open, forming a wide plaza-like space, making the battle between the two monsters even more visible. On the left, we have the highly popular contender, the Green Goliath himself, Hulk, known for punching Loki and kicking Thor. Right on cue, Hulk was sent flying again. He landed with a thud and roared at Abomination, bellowing Hulk. And on the right, we have a true force to be reckoned with. In the original comics, he even defeated the Hulk. Although this version gets overshadowed by the Hulk's protagonist plot armor, The veteran soldier mindset of Abomination gives him a significant edge over the instinct-driven Hulk. Deadpool, of course, didn't bother hiding his commentary from the two combatants. Abomination, a.k.a. Emil Blonsky, glanced at him briefly. "Oh no, so scary. Look at that murderous aura. You really are a seasoned soldier," Deadpool teased, suddenly transforming into a chibi version of himself. He squinted his eyes and gave the you watching this a sly grin while saying, "Place your bets, folks. Hulk is at 1.3 odds, and Abomination is at 1.2. Whether you've got money or just some cat treats, throw him in and show your support." The fight starts now. As if responding to Deadpool's commentary, the two monsters really kicked it up a notch. Hulk charged forward, roaring as he ran. Passing by a pile of collapsed rubble, he grabbed an I-beam buried under the debris and hurled it at Abomination. The throw was so obvious that there was no way Abomination wouldn't dodge it. But instead of dodging, he stretched out his hands like he was catching a basketball and stopped the I-beam dead in its tracks. No, he didn't just stop it. This is Tai Chi. Sure enough, Abomination used Tai Chi techniques to catch the I-beam, spinning with its momentum to redirect its force. As he released it, he added a burst of power, sending the I-beam flying back at Hulk with even greater speed and force. Squelch! Hulk didn't even have time to react before the accelerated I-beam pierced straight through his chest. Roar! Hulk let out a ferocious cry, his chest pierced by the I-beam. Up on the rubble-eyed Deadpool couldn't sit still anymore and shouted, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is straight-up cheating. A Kung Fu master Abomination versus the Green Giant? How is this even fair?" I honestly hadn't expected Abomination to be this strong, casually pulling off moves straight out of Chinese martial arts. Watching Hulk throw nothing but wild haymakers, I knew the big green guy wouldn't last much longer. Looks like I need to bring a rocket launcher next time. What do these monsters even eat to grow this big? I grumbled, but my hands were already in motion. I quickly drew my pistol and fired at Abomination. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk the bullets hit him square in the head, but only chipped off some skin. They didn't hurt him at all. My attack caught Abomination's attention. A mercenary who'll do anything for money. Deadpool, right? To my surprise, Abomination knew my identity. Well, looks like I'm pretty famous. I pretended to be happy, but inwardly, I was on high alert. If he knew who I was, he probably also knew about my special abilities. And knowing your enemy makes them even harder to deal with. I don't know why you're here, but if you think you can go against me, you're out of your league. He wasn't bluffing. As Abomination, Blonsky knew exactly how terrifying he was. A calm mind, mastery of martial arts, and an indestructible body. Unless Thor showed up, neither a desk jockey like Hulk nor a mercenary without heavy weaponry, like me, stood a chance against him. But hey, I'm Deadpool, unpredictable as always. And Hulk? Well, he gets stronger the angrier he gets. Pulling the I-beam out of his chest, the pain only made Hulk madder, triggering his upgrade. Round 2 was about to begin. Hulk's roar grew louder as his body expanded, slamming his massive palms into the ground. The sheer force caused the entire space to tremble, dislodging chunks of ceiling and rubble. Asterisk, now's my chance. Asterisk, the moment a falling rock blocked Abomination's view, I teleported out of sight. Oh, interesting. Abomination scanned the area, but couldn't sense me. Hulk, noticing that Abomination was ignoring him to focus on me, roared in anger and leapt forward. Hulk smash you. Seeing Hulk's crude attack, Abomination sneered and prepared to sidestep. But then, out of nowhere, an alloy blade emerged from beneath the floor and nailed his foot in place. Damn it, Abomination hadn't expected me to team up with Hulk to ambush him. With no other choice, he braced himself for Hulk's attack, crossing his arms above his head to block. Boom! Hulk's immense power, combined with the force of his fall, smashed Abomination through the floor, sending him crashing down 10 stories to the first-floor lobby of Cross Tower. Thud! Abomination spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh, that tight-suited bastard. He glanced up at the ceiling and spotted my head peeking out. Regret washed over his face. He should have taken me out first. But thanks to the mix of super soldier serum and gamma radiation, this monstrous body of his healed most of its injuries in no time. Oh, before Abomination had fully recovered, Hulk came crashing down from above with another roar, bringing the ceiling down with him. Enough with the Hulk already. It's so annoying. For the first time, Abomination looked genuinely angry. Up until now, he'd been holding back, testing his own limits. But thanks to my sneak attack injuring him, he wasn't playing around anymore. Abomination's body began to boil with energy, transforming as his rage intensified. What was once a lean, monstrous physique turned into a true tank of a creature. Bone spikes jutted out from his knees, elbows, and shoulders, and his muscles looked as solid as marble. Seeing Hulk plummeting toward him, completely defenseless, Abomination's eyes narrowed. His right hand turned into a blade-like shape, and as Hulk drew near, Abomination sidestepped and thrust his knife hand toward Hulk's heart. If this landed, even Hulk would be gravely injured. But just then, I appeared again, somehow sneaking past Abomination's awareness. With an alloy blade in hand, I aimed straight for his backside. Take this, *1,000 years of death, *. Just as my blade was about to land, Abomination's lips curled into a smirk. Already saw that coming. What? Before I could react, I felt myself being grabbed and thrown off balance. By the time I regained my footing, I realized I was floating mid-air. Turns out, Abomination had predicted my move, grabbed me with his left hand, and hurled me straight at Hulk. Using the momentum from the throw, Abomination spun his body, accelerating himself while extending his knife hand forward. If Hulk and I collided mid-air, the resulting impact would momentarily stall Hulk's momentum, giving Abomination the perfect opportunity to impale us both with one strike. But just as everything was about to go down, a crazed voice echoed from above. "Ha ha ha, Hope, you didn't think I'd survive, did you?" It was none other than Darren Cross, who was supposed to have been crushed in the collapse. He looked deranged, his yellow jacket suit tattered and malfunctioning, barely managing to keep him afloat. The moment Darren Cross spotted me, his eyes burned with hatred. Ignoring the two monsters entirely, he screamed, "You, that red-suited freak who destroyed my company." He aimed a laser emitter on his suit at me and fired. Boom! Instead of firing a laser, the emitter exploded, draining the last bit of power from his yellow jacket suit. With Darren Cross screaming hysterically, the suit gave out completely, sending him plummeting straight toward the three of us. I, Deadpool, felt like this was all orchestrated by the grand will of the universe. Despite wearing the yellow jacket suit and being at the highest vantage point, I somehow fell faster than Hulk because of the suit's weight. I ended up landing right in front of Abomination first. Just as Hulk and I collided, Abomination's knife hand stabbed directly into the yellow jacket suit's engine, triggering an explosion. The massive shock wave sent Hulk and me flying, while Abomination was left with his face covered in the aftermath of the blast. As for Darren Cross, he wasn't so lucky. First impaled by Abomination's knife hand, then caught in the explosion. This time he was completely done for. "It's not over yet," Abomination growled as he climbed to his feet, ready to finish us off. But before he could make a move, the ceiling of the lobby gave way under the weight of the upper floor's rubble. Enormous chunks of debris and wreckage fell between the three of us, forming a wall of destruction. More explosions erupted from the upper levels, sending even more debris cascading down, cutting us off completely. Realizing he couldn't take us out, Abomination spat out some blood and stormed off. Meanwhile, amidst the falling rubble, a small rock hit me square on the head and woke me up. What the? Ow! I opened my eyes just in time to see a massive, ton-heavy chunk of concrete slammed down inches from my legs. I scrambled out of the way, narrowly avoiding becoming dead meat pool. I can't stay here. Where's the green guy? Seeing the ceiling continue to crack and collapse, I knew time was running out. I suddenly remembered being blasted away alongside Hulk and frantically looked around. Finally, I spotted his foot not too far away. I rushed over and started pushing the debris off him. As soon as I got close, Hulk's eyes snapped open. "Hulk!" he roared, raising his hand to attack me. I panicked and shouted, "Hey, big guy, the sun's getting real low." "Hulk!" The phrase seemed to confuse him. Amazingly, it actually worked. Encouraged, I continued in a soft, soothing tone, "That's right, big guy. The sun's getting real low." Hulk's breathing slowed, and his eyelids began to droop. I cautiously approached him. "That's it, Banner. Time to wake up." Just as Hulk was about to transform back into Bruce Banner, a gunshot rang out from behind me. The bullet grazed my head and hit Hulk square in the chest. Roar! The sudden attack snapped Hulk out of his daze. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. I couldn't stop myself from cursing. Police! Both of you, hands up! Don't move! A group of officers burst in through a side door, guns trained on us. I was speechless. The whole building was about to collapse, and they still ran inside to play hero. American cops, man. What a joke. But there was no time for snarky commentary. Hulk roared, and the ceiling began collapsing like an avalanche. TCH, I don't want to start regrowing my body from a pulp. Hey, green guy, come chase me. I knew Hulk wouldn't get crushed, but for the sake of the plot, I picked up a chunk of debris and chucked it at his face. Then I bolted toward the side door. Hulk, ignoring the cops, roared and charged after me. The officers, realizing the building was about to come down, cursed their superiors and ran for their lives. I led Hulk out of the collapsing tower, and Huang Liang followed on a bicycle. While I taunted Hulk to keep his attention on me, we ran toward the outskirts of town, away from civilians. Eventually, the sound of police sirens faded, and we arrived at an abandoned factory. I'm so exhausted I could die, I panted, collapsing onto the ground. Hulk leapt down from the sky and landed in front of me. Watching him brimming with energy while I was on my last legs, I forced myself to stand and muttered, "Man, this job's a ripoff." I thought Hulk was about to attack, but to my surprise, he suddenly collapsed and reverted back into Bruce Banner. What's going on? I was still trying to figure out when a voice spoke up from behind Hulk. I'm not late, am I? With a swoosh, a figure in a silver suit appeared in front of me. At that moment, Huang Liang arrived on his bike as well. I'm gonna die. When I get back, I'm definitely developing my own suit. Dr. Pym? What are you doing here? Huang Liang gasped when he saw Hank Pym wearing the Ant-Man suit, standing next to an unconscious Bruce Banner. If I didn't come, you'd probably be dead by now. I told you to stop Darren Cross from researching Pym particles, not to blow up my entire company, Dr. Pym said, exasperated. I didn't expect him to be so good at causing chaos, Huang Liang replied sheepishly. Forget it. It's destroyed now anyway. What happened here? Oh, wait. Is that Bruce Banner? Dr. Pym's eyes widened in surprise when he recognized the unconscious scientist. You know Dr. Banner? Huang Liang asked, a bit puzzled. One was a retired scientist, and the other was still active. How could they know each other? Dr. Pym didn't answer directly. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, "What a waste. Never mind that. We need to leave. The police and FBI will be here any minute." Ugh, we have to run again? Let me rest for a bit. Huang Liang groaned, still catching his breath. Dr. Pym sighed, seeing how battered and exhausted we were. Fine, get in. He pulled out a toy car and tossed it on the ground. The car expanded into a full-size van. I stared in shock, my jaw practically hitting the floor. Huang Liang, however, wasted no time. He opened the door and climbed in, then looked back at me and shouted, "Hey Wade, what are you standing around for? Get Dr. Banner into the van." When I didn't move, still stunned, he added, "I'll pay extra." On it. The moment he mentioned more money, I snapped into action, scooping up Banner and hauling him into the van. Dr. Pym had initially intended to help, but seeing how quickly I recovered, he gave me a curious look before silently getting into the driver's seat. "Hold on tight," he said. The van shrank back down to toy size with a whoosh and sped away. I, Huang Liang, arrived at the outskirts of New York, where, surprisingly, a modern building stood in this desolate area. After getting Dr. Banner and Deadpool settled, I walked into the lab area with questions buzzing in my mind. Pressing the button, the lab doors opened, and I locked eyes with an ant the size of a human. Deeply emotional, my ass. I nearly wet myself. Sure, I'd seen this in the movies, but seeing it in real life was a whole other story. It was an ant, an arthropod. Sure, it's better than cockroaches or dung beetles, but a giant insect is still enough to make anyone freak out. "You're here. Come in," Dr. Pym called out, glancing at me as he worked on some controls. The ant I'd been staring at obediently left, as if it had been instructed. Scratching my head, I walked over to Dr. Pym. "Sorry, Doctor, for, destroying your company. Maybe it's for the best. Pym Industries has long strayed from my original vision," Dr. Pym said with a sigh. He didn't blame me, but then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, what about Hope?" Did you show her what I wanted her to see? Sorry. I did see her before Cross Tower collapsed, but I got sidetracked and didn't get the chance, I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. I see. You tried your best. Go rest, Dr. Pym said, gesturing me away with a wave of his hand. Don't worry. I'll rest a bit and then go find her. By the way, Doctor, is this the quantum tunnel? Did you manage to pinpoint your wife's location in the quantum realm? I asked, eyeing the equipment I recognized from Ant-Man and the Wasp. Because of my interference, the second Ant-Man storyline had been derailed, meaning there was no quantum tunnel adventure or Janet Van Dyne returning through Scott Lang. But seeing how calm Dr. Pym looked, I couldn't figure out how he managed to locate her. Well, let's just call it a miracle of love. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it, Dr. Pym replied, clearly trying to keep me from poking around too much. He couldn't possibly let me know the full truth about the terrifying energy within my own soul and the potential danger it posed to the world. So he threw out a vague, academic-sounding excuse instead. I could only reply, fair enough, and head to the rest area. Meanwhile, John Morley, better known as Ghost, was a classic anti-hero in the comics, which basically just means a villain with a bit of moral ambiguity. But in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ghost was Ava Starr, a tragic girl with a sad backstory. She was the adopted daughter of Dr. Bill Foster, Hank Pym's former colleague. Ava's tragic story began with her father, Elias Starr. In the comics, he was the villain Egghead, a frequent thorn in Ant-Man's side. But in the MCU, Elias was a quantum scientist who worked alongside Hank Pym. After being fired for stealing designs, he continued his research at home. Unfortunately, a quantum explosion during one of his experiments killed both him and his wife, leaving their daughter Ava as the sole survivor. If he hadn't been dismissed, Elias could have conducted his research safely in a proper lab. But his home experiment not only cost him his life, but also turned Ava into a victim. Thankfully, she didn't die. Instead, the explosion altered her molecular structure, giving her the ability to phase through walls and avoid attacks. By all accounts, this ability is absurdly powerful. After all, Marvel's strongest mutant, Molecule Man, is practically god tier. But Ava was just a child. Orphaned and traumatized, she couldn't calmly explore or control her powers. She hated her abilities, and without proper guidance, her body became increasingly unstable as she grew older. Her powers would sporadically cause her to disappear from reality entirely. After the accident, Ava was taken in by Bill Foster, who became her guardian. To keep her stable, Bill used his resources to build a containment room that prevented her molecular breakdown. He also designed a suit to complement her abilities, giving rise to the anti-hero we know as Ghost. At Bill Foster's home, news of Cross Tower's destruction reached him. Rushing back to his house, he burst through the door to tell Ava, who was reading a comic book in her containment room. Bang! Bill shoved the door open, holding a newspaper and shouting, Ava, Pym Industries. No, Darren Cross's Cross Technologies tower collapsed yesterday. What? Let me see. Ava quickly folded the corner of her comic and got up, walking to the glass wall. Bill, ever the expert, pressed the newspaper against the glass for her to read. After scanning the article, Ava suddenly asked, what about the Pym particles? Did they finish developing them? Bill sighed, shaking his head. I don't know. I asked a friend at the FBI, and they said the collapse was labeled as a terrorist attack. Apart from a few unlucky casualties, the biggest name, Darren Cross, is dead. Cause of this, empalment. No further information. Of course, the Hulk and Abominations fight was covered up by the military. Darren's dead? What about Hope? Is she okay? Ava's voice was filled with emotion. Bill, both heartbroken and frustrated, snapped, I told you I don't know. Ava, don't you trust me? I'm trying to help you. Just give me a little time. It's been over 20 years, Bill. I don't have time. Ava interrupted, her voice cracking with desperation. But catching herself, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. She knew her time was running out. Her disappearing episodes were getting longer and longer. What if she vanished for good next time? She still had so many comics and anime to catch up on. With that thought, Ava made up her mind. Ignoring Bill's pleas, she opened the containment room, gritting her teeth against the searing pain of her molecular instability as she walked to her suit. Her voice trembled as she spoke, almost as if to herself, I can't wait any longer. I'll handle this myself. Before Bill could stop her, Ava donned the ghost suit, phased through the walls, and disappeared in a series of flashes. I, Huang Liang, woke up in the morning to find Dr. Banner still unconscious. I wasn't sure if it was due to Hulk's rampage or something else. After reporting the situation to Dr. Pym, he conducted a quick check and shook his head. Banner's fine, just exhausted. I'll take care of him. You focus on finding Hope. Seeing how tired he looked, I nodded and said, Doctor, take care of yourself. Wait, let's go. But as I turned around, I saw Deadpool playing with a giant ant. I'm not going. I finally built trust with Lincoln here. And if I leave now, it'll all go to waste. He was referring to the ant, which, suspiciously, looked a bit like a certain president. My mouth twitched as I forced the words out through clenched teeth. If Lincoln knew about this, he'd definitely turn into a werewolf and kill you. Fine, I'll pay you more. Happy. Hey, boss, you should have said that earlier. The moment Deadpool heard the word money, he perked up, waved at the ant, and said, Yo, Lincoln, I'll bring you some honey when I get back. The ant, seemingly understanding him, waved its legs in return. Are you kidding me? This ant is definitely sentient or something, I muttered as we left. In a suburban apartment on the outskirts of New York City, Hope had just woken up. She was staring at a news report on her tablet, which detailed Darren Cross's death in what was labeled a terrorist attack. A mix of emotions washed over her as she murmured to herself, I'm sorry, Darren. I just wanted to see my mom. Suddenly, a voice echoed right next her ear. So, you've developed the Pym particles. As agreed. Hope, hand them over to me. Ghost, aka Avastar, appeared before her, using her molecular ability to phase in and out. Startled, Hope jumped back. Who? Oh, it's you. How did you get out? Where's Bill? Never mind. Just give me the formula for the Pym particles. Ava, I've told you before, the Pym particles won't stabilize your body. Don't you remember what happened during the last experiment? They'll only accelerate your molecular breakdown. The mention of the experiment made Ava snap. But that experiment kept my body stable for an entire day, she shouted, visibly emotional. What? Hope was stunned. She had no idea the Pym particles had actually helped Ava, even if only temporarily. For a moment, she hesitated, unsure if she should give them to her. As the two argued, a third voice chimed in. Oh my, such touching sisterly love. Who's there? Ava and Hope, momentarily putting their differences aside, turned toward the source of the voice. Despite their tension, Ava instinctively stepped in front of Hope to shield her. Ah, pardon me. I haven't introduced myself. How rude of me. My name is Ophelia, though I much prefer being called Madam Hydra. Sure enough, Madam Hydra stepped out from the shadows, her presence menacing. Hydra? Damn it, Hope muttered. As the daughter of a superhero, she knew all too well what Hydra was capable of. She hadn't expected them to find out about the Pym particles so quickly. Cross must have had Hydra agents embedded in his company all along. Ava, we can't let Hydra get their hands on the Pym particles. I don't know what Hydra is, but if they want the Pym particles, I won't let them have them, Ava declared before phasing out of sight. Oh my, what an intriguing ability. Invisibility, perhaps. Madam Hydra chuckled softly. Now's my chance. Ava reappeared and threw a punch, but just as she materialized, Madam Hydra's dagger was already at her throat. Impossible. Ava couldn't believe it. How had Madam Hydra anticipated her move? Ava's attack failed. Hope exclaimed, mid-costume change, unable to contain her shock. Ava, realizing the danger, phased away and put some distance between herself and Madam Hydra. How did you know I was going to attack me from behind? Madam Hydra finished her sentence with a sly smile. Oh, my dear, you're so predictable. She tilted her head playfully before suddenly sighing. Ah, youth, how I envy your vitality. Hope immediately understood. TCH, she's relying on experience and instinct. This is bad. As the second-generation Wasp, Hope had some combat training, but Ava's phasing ability and Madam Hydra's skill made her doubt they could win. It looked like they'd have to rely on youthful creativity to outsmart her. Meanwhile, Deadpool and I were driving the miniature Pym-sponsored van toward Hope's apartment. Yahoo, it's like being in Alice's Wonderland. So cool. Hey, boss, why don't you hire a personal bodyguard to follow you 24/7? I mean, I'm happy to be hired for these gigs, but for the sake of my fun, I'd suggest getting yourself a dedicated guard. A bodyguard. Deadpool had a point. He was just a mercenary, so he couldn't always stick around. I'd already commissioned S.H.I.E.L.D. to build me a powered suit, but without Jarvis or something similar, who knows how long it would take to finish. Maybe hiring a bodyguard wasn't such a bad idea. Seeing that I was considering it, Deadpool started pitching. Boss, I've got the perfect candidate for you. She's a friend of mine, total knockout, curvy, great skills, and... Curvy? What is this, a beauty pageant? No, seriously, she's amazing. All right, I get it. Once we're done here, I'll contact you about it. I'll even throw in a referral bonus. Oh, boss, you really get me. Okay, take the next turn, and I was cut off mid-sentence as a refrigerator suddenly crashed down in front of the car. Deadpool slammed on the brakes. What the hell? We both looked up to see a stunning woman descending from the sky. What the Madam Hydra? Oh crap, why are Hydra agents here? Deadpool. Eyed the curvaceous Madam Hydra with a mischievous grin and let out a lecherous whistle. Turning to Huang Liang, I waggled my eyebrows and said, Phew, this lady has one hell of a figure, boss. Is she a friend of yours? Cut the nonsense. This lady is more like a venomous scorpion. Huang Liang snapped, his expression darkening. Damn it, if Madam Hydra is here, Hope and the others might be in danger. Just as he finished speaking, Ghost, clad in her specialized suit, fell from above and landed in front of us. Ghost? What's she doing here? Ugh, forget it, Huang Liang muttered as he turned the particle generator dial, transforming the shrunken van back into its full-sized form. The sudden enlargement startled both Madam Hydra and Ghost. But as they recognized the technology, a shared thought flashed through their minds. This van belongs to Hank Pym. What a lucky day. Madam Hydra licked her lips in excitement. I never thought I'd stumble upon the hidden Hank Pym. Hey, gorgeous. Care for a dance with me? I quipped as I opened the van door and launched a kick at Madam Hydra. Despite this sudden attack, the battle-hardened Madam Hydra easily evaded with a graceful backflip. Wow, not bad. I mused, now giving her a closer look. Why, I saw my eyes light up. Oh, blonde hair, big curves, tight suit. This woman is everything I've ever wanted. Unlike me, Madam Hydra scowled as she recognized me. Damn it, what are you doing here? She hissed. Just doing my job, I shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. You should know Hydra isn't something to mess with. Are you sure you want to go against us? Madam Hydra's tone was menacing, but I could sense her hesitation. She knew she probably wasn't a match for me in a straight fight. Humph. For me, the world is divided into two types of people, employers and targets. With that, I charged at her, blades drawn. Seeing me engage Madam Hydra, Huang Liang gave me a thumbs up before jumping out of the passenger seat. He approached the slightly stunned Ghost and asked, Ava, is Hope okay? Oh my god, you're Huang Liang Meng. Ghost, hearing his voice, immediately went on guard. But when she looked up, she realized it was her favorite manga artist, Huang Liang Meng. Her excitement caused her entire body to flicker. Hey, calm down, Huang Liang exclaimed, knowing her condition. He quickly tried to soothe her. Oh, thank you for your concern, Mr. Huang Liang. I'll be fine after a short break, Ava said, taking a moment to stabilize herself. Once her body stopped flickering, she suddenly removed her helmet, blushing as she spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Mr. Huang Liang, I'm such a huge fan of your work. My name is Ava, and I absolutely love your manga. Huang Liang was taken aback by her enthusiasm, but quickly realized it made sense. After all, as someone who spent most of her time confined at home, reading manga was likely one of her few outlets. But now wasn't the time for fan interactions. Yes, Ava, thank you for your support. But I need to know, is Hope okay? And why is Hydra attacking you guys? Right, Hope. Ava snapped out of her fangirl moment and remembered the situation. She turned to look and saw that Madam Hydra was actually on the back foot. Wait, what? Mr. Huang Liang, who's that fighting her? Just a mercenary, Huang Liang replied casually. So that's what a mercenary looks like, Ava murmured, watching me with a hint of admiration. Deep down, she envied the freedom my kind of life seemed to offer. Noticing her somber expression, Huang Liang sighed. Ava, you came here to get the Pym particles from Hope, didn't you? How do you know? Wait, the shrunken car. You know Dr. Pym? Ava's initial shock quickly turned into excitement as she realized the connection. Yes, Huang Liang admitted. Dr. Pym asked me to help reconcile him with his daughter. And he hesitated before adding, I think I might be able to help you with your molecular instability. Ava's heart leapt at the possibility, but she was also cautious. She tried so many things over the years, and none had worked. Even though Huang Liang was her idol, she wasn't sure if she could trust his words. Her mood sank, and as her emotions dipped, her body began to flicker and fade again. Ava, Huang Liang, panicking, shouted, Listen to me. Your molecular instability, it's not a curse. It's a superpower. You know, like the ones in my manga. Superpower. Ava's fading stopped as she latched onto his words. That's right. It's a unique ability, something only you have. The problem is that you've always feared and resisted it, which is why it's spiraling out of control. Huang Liang explained passionately. Superpower? Mine? I've never controlled it. Ava repeated, her body finally stabilizing. Huang Liang noticed this and grew excited. This was something he'd once read in an online theory about her character. It made sense, considering Janet had resolved Ava's issues so easily in the original timeline. But just as things seemed to be turning around, Ava suddenly broke down. My power? No, that's not right. This isn't a power. It's a demon. It's what took my parents from me, what destroyed my life. I refuse to accept it. As she screamed, a strange energy ripple emanated from her, distorting the space around her. Shit, this is full-on power overload. Huang Liang panicked. Suddenly, he remembered the Pym particles. If Ava's instability stemmed from her molecular ability, perhaps the Pym particles could stabilize her. Rushing back to the van, he grabbed the Pym particle glove. As he approached Ava, he noticed that even parts of a nearby refrigerator were beginning to phase out. If this continued, who knew what might happen? Screw it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Huang Liang raised the glove and fired a Pym particle beam at Ava. Bayou! The beam hit Ava square in the head. She let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. The strange energy ripple dissipated instantly. Phew! I can't believe that actually worked, Huang Liang sighed in relief. Unbeknownst to him, Madame Hydra had been observing the entire scene while fighting me. Realizing she wouldn't get the Pym particles today, she deliberately left an opening, allowing me to slice her tight suit just enough to provide some fan service. Temporarily distracted by the unexpected benefit, I paused my attacks. Madame Hydra smirked inwardly. Asterisk, with Deadpool here, there's no way I can take the Pym particles today. But at least I've learned something useful. Asterisk, she memorized Ava's face and then turned her gaze toward Huang Liang. Asterisk, it seems our famous manga artist has become quite active lately. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Asterisk, having made up her mind, Madame Hydra decided to retreat. She blew me a kiss and said, Looks like I've lost this round, but don't think I'll give up so easily. Until next time. With that, she tossed a smoke bomb and disappeared into the mist. By the time the smoke cleared, she was long gone. I, Deadpool, coughed theatrically as the smoke from Madame Hydra's escape bomb finally cleared. So, why is everyone so obsessed with smoke bombs? Cough, cough. Boss, sorry about that. I let her get away. Huang Liang waved it off with a sigh. Forget it. Letting her escape is fine. Capturing Madame Hydra is no easy task. Hey, Wade, come over here and help me. He had noticed that Ava was still unconscious and was trying to lift her into the van, but her suit was too heavy for him to manage alone. I immediately waved my hands in protest. Whoa, whoa, boss. Kidnapping unconscious girls in broad daylight. That's illegal, you know. Huang Liang rolled his eyes so hard it looked like they might fall out of his head. I know her, okay? Fine. I'll pay you for the labor. The moment he mentioned money, I was all smiles. See, boss, why didn't you say so earlier? How much are we talking? Huang Liang gave me an exasperated look. You're going to die buried in a pile of cash one day. You know that. Once Ava was loaded into the van, the sun had already crept over the horizon. Realizing the neighborhood would soon be waking up, Huang Liang decided to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He told me to shrink the van and hide it while he headed into the apartment building to find Hope. Huang Liang had barely walked a few steps when Hope suddenly rushed past him, heading straight for the door. Startled, he called out to her, but her mind was clearly preoccupied with Ava's safety, and she ignored him completely. With no other choice, Huang Liang shouted. Hope Pim, don't call me by that name. Hope snapped, her temper flaring. Huang Liang sighed in relief as she finally stopped to acknowledge him. Phew, you're finally listening. Ava's fine, and Madame Hydra has been driven off. She's safe now. Can we talk calmly for a moment? Hope glared at him. Who are you? Where's Ava? She was clearly still on edge, and the way she clenched her fist suggested she was ready to take him down if necessary. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No need to get physical. Huang Liang quickly raised the Pym particle glove. You recognize this, right? Your father sent me. Seeing the glove, Hope's hostility lessened slightly, though she remained wary. I'll believe you when I see that Ava is safe, she said firmly. Fair enough. Follow me, Huang Liang said, leading her to the meeting spot. Wade, bring it out, he called. With a whoosh, the van reappeared in the empty lot. This is my father's shrinking vehicle? So you really do know him, Hope murmured, finally convinced. I couldn't resist rolling down the window to chime in. Yo, boss, is this the famous daughter of Dr. Pym? Gotta say, she's a real stunner. Hope's guard instantly went back up. Who is this guy? Just a hired hand. Don't worry about him, Huang Liang replied dismissively. He'd already decided that I'd be of no further use, and his attitude toward me grew colder. Probably didn't want to spend too much time with me and risk losing his moral integrity. But I wasn't about to let someone ignore me so easily. Hearing Huang Liang describe me as just hired help, I put on my most pitiful expression and began to whine dramatically. Boss, that's so hurtful. After everything I've done for you, risking my life, no less. Can't you at least call me a friend? Huang Liang gave me a deadpan look. I don't have friends as broke as you. I can't even respond to that, I muttered, utterly defeated. From the side, Hope raised an eyebrow. What is this, a comedy routine? Huang Liang, clearly pleased with himself for shutting me up, approached the van and opened the back door. Seeing Ava still unconscious, he sighed and turned to Hope. She's out cold, but as you can see, she's fine. Do you believe me now? Ava's unconscious, Hope asked, concern evident in her voice as she rushed forward. Hey, don't touch her. Huang Liang quickly blocked her path, worried she might wake Ava up. Hope glared at him. Move aside. You don't understand what's happening to her. Molecular instability, right? That's her ability, Huang Liang interrupted. Hope froze in shock. How do you know about Ava's condition? With a resigned sigh, Huang Liang pulled out his SHIELD credentials. Because I'm with SHIELD, he said. What does my father want with me? Hope asked, her tone now noticeably colder. Despite her newfound willingness to talk, her demeanor remained guarded. Huang Liang reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB drive Dr. Pym had given him. Your father said you'd understand once you saw this. This is... Hope exclaimed, snatching the USB drive from his hand. This belonged to my mother. I thought it was lost forever. I can't believe it was with my father all this time. Her expression turned somber as she stared at the drive. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Huang Liang offered a quiet apology. I'm sorry. The old SHIELD caused a lot of pain for your family. Although the events had taken place under SHLD's predecessor, the organization was still partially responsible, and his apology was genuine. Hope looked at him in surprise. I didn't think SHIELD agents could admit fault, she said, her opinion of him improving slightly. By the way, Huang Liang added, your father said that the contents of the USB could help repair your relationship with him. But just to be safe, let's get back in the van before we discuss it further. Hydra might still have agents nearby. Back in the shrunken van, I couldn't help but start a new topic. You know, boss, you don't seem like the typical SHIELD agent. Sure, you're great at stirring up trouble, classic SHIELD behavior, but your methods are way too gentle. After all, SHIELD wasn't exactly known for their subtlety. Their usual approach to potential threats was shoot first, ask questions later. Shut up, Wade, Huang Liang snapped, clearly not in the mood for my nonsense. His focus was entirely on Hope's tablet. On the screen, Dr. Pym's face appeared, explaining how he had pinpointed Janet's location in the quantum realm and discovered a way to reach her. But what followed left Huang Liang speechless and Hope utterly stunned. As Dr. Pym's face moved out of frame, the screen revealed another face, one that was unmistakably Huang Liang's, but with a softer, more maternal expression. Sweetheart, I'm sorry it has to be under these circumstances that we meet, the figure said. With just that one sentence, Hope's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Asterisk that nickname. That expression. Asterisk. Mom. Mom? Is that you? Hope turned to Huang Liang, her eyes wide with anticipation. Huang Liang, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. Asterisk what the hell? No wonder Pim didn't want me to see this. I thought it was weird how secretive he was being, but it turns out Janet is somehow inside me. But that doesn't make sense. I've never been to the quantum realm. How could I possibly be entangled with Janet? Asterisk. Hope's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. And Mr. Huang, can you let my mom out? I watched as Huang Liang's face twisted with internal conflict. He clearly wanted to shout. Asterisk, I'm not her. That's not me. Asterisk, but what came out of his mouth instead was a gentle, motherly tone. Sweetheart, it's so good to finally see you. Mom, Hope cried, throwing her arms around Huang Liang. And in that moment, Huang Liang's soul seemed to leave his body. There it was. He had officially become a mom in the Marvel Universe. I, Huang Liang, returned with everyone to Dr. Pim's hidden particle lab, nestled in the remote woods outside New York City. As soon as I opened the doors to the lab's experimental area, Hope dashed inside, her emotions driving her forward. The sudden noise of the doors startled Dr. Pim, who had been fine-tuning the quantum tunnel and shuttle. His face darkened, and he turned, ready to scold the intruder. But when he saw his long-lost daughter, his stern expression melted into one of disbelief. Hope, is that really you? Dr. Pim, who had sent me to find her, seemed at a loss for words now that she was standing right in front of him. Hope, however, was far more direct. Seeing the quantum tunnel and the two-seater shuttle, she realized immediately that I hadn't lied to her. Her father had never stopped searching for a way to bring Janet back. Dad! Hope cried, her guilt and longing overwhelming her as she ran through a group of ants and threw herself into Dr. Pim's arms. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you all these years. It's okay, Dr. Pim said, his voice trembling as he hugged her tightly, tears streaming down his face. He glanced over at me and gave a grateful nod. What a touching reunion. Boo-hoo, Deadpool said, holding up a pair of red underwear he'd pilfered from who knows where to fake wipe his mask's eyes, pretending to cry. Hey, if you're gonna cry, take off your mask first. Let go and give him some space, I said, dragging Deadpool by the arm. Boss, aren't you moved? Look at this emotional scene. Deadpool protested, still pretending to wipe non-existent tears. It's less about being moved and more about feeling relieved. Though honestly, their reconciliation is thanks to the other person in my body, I admitted. Ever since learning that Janet was somehow inside me, I'd suspected that my identity as a transmigrator would be exposed eventually. What puzzled me was why Dr. Pim hadn't done anything to me after finding out. Instead, he even gave me the Pim particle glove. Between that and Deadpool's antics, I figured there wasn't much point in hiding my identity anymore. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Wade, thanks for your help these past few days. I'll wire your payment tonight. Hey, what are you doing? I hadn't even finished my sentence when Deadpool suddenly hugged me, wailing dramatically. Boss, I can't bear to leave you. His over-the-top voice made it sound like we had some kind of special relationship. Not helping matters, his hand was grabbing my left butt cheek. All right. Let go, you weirdo. You're just gonna miss your meal ticket. Oh, by the way, about that friend you mentioned, have her come find me in a few days. I'll make sure you get your referral fee. Sure enough, the mention of money snapped Deadpool out of his theatrics. He grinned and slapped my shoulder. Boss, you're the best. Don't worry, the bodyguard I'm recommending is top-notch. Killer figure, too. Yeah, big chest, tiny waist, round, but I got it. Make sure she looks good. My standards are high. If she's not S.H.I.E.L.D. agent material, don't bother. Now get lost. As Deadpool strolled away, I felt a pang of melancholy. Sure, my identity as a transmigrator wasn't exactly a secret anymore, but it still created a sense of distance. Deadpool, with his fourth-wall-breaking antics, was one of the few people I could truly talk to about it. Shaking off the feeling, I slapped my cheeks and headed into Dr. Banner's room. Who's there? The moment I opened the door, Banner, now awake, grabbed a folding chair in self-defense. Relax, Dr. Banner. You're in Dr. Hank Pym's hidden lab. It's safe here, I said, trying to reassure him. Seeing that he'd regained consciousness brightened my mood a bit. Hank Pym? The Hank Pym, Banner asked, lowering the chair slightly, but still eyeing me warily. I exhaled in relief. The last thing I needed was for his emotions to flare up and trigger the Hulk, especially with the lab's experimental equipment right upstairs. One angry outburst could bring the whole place down. Yeah. Look, I know it sounds unbelievable. How about this? Let's get you something to eat first, and then I'll take you to meet him, I offered. Just as I finished speaking, Banner's stomach growled loudly. His face flushed red. I'll take you up on that. By the way, you are... He trailed off awkwardly, realizing I hadn't introduced myself. Sorry about that. My name's Huang Liang. Just call me Mr. Huang, I said. Wait, the Huang Liang? No wonder you looked familiar, Banner said, recognition dawning on his face. Asterisk, why am I so famous in the scientific community? I'm just a mangaka. Asterisk, I thought to myself, trying to mask my growing discomfort. Just a name. Nothing special. Let's focus on food, I said hurriedly, trying to change the subject. I didn't want him to start calling me some kind of scientific outlaw or something. But wait, before that, your designs, especially the theoretical ones about cosmic radiation and quantum measurement. Banner's eyes lit up as he launched into an enthusiastic discussion about science. My head was spinning within seconds. Okay, I get it. But can we, just as I was about to cut him off, a loud thud came from the adjacent room. Who's next door? The noise finally distracted him, and he turned to me with a curious expression. Asterisk, could there be other scientists here? Asterisk. I could see what he was thinking and answered calmly, no, just a poor girl. We walked over and opened the door, only to find Ava writhing on the floor, struggling to suppress her molecular instability. No, this isn't my power. It's the demon that killed my parents. I'm not. Ava screamed as her flickering body emitted a strange energy. Banner, shocked and concerned, turned to me. Mr. Huang, what's happening to her? She looks like she's in a lot of pain. TSH. I thought I'd gotten through to her last time, but looks like she's still rejecting her abilities. I muttered, unsure of what to do. It seems like now's not the time for food, Banner said grimly, noting how even a folding chair in a room was starting to phase out from Ava's instability. Acting quickly, I rushed to the landline and called Dr. Pym. We've got a problem. I, Huang Liang, watched Ava's body on the operating table flickering incessantly. Dr. Pym, too busy to speak with Banner, furrowed his brows and manipulated the equipment, complaining to me, "You little punk, I thought you were reliable." He operated the scanner to release a force field, and as Ava gradually stabilized, he sighed in relief and then pointed angrily at me, shouting, "Why didn't you say earlier that you brought this child here? And you, Hope, I thought you said Ava's illness was something ordinary, but it's quantum disintegration. I wanted to tell you before, but then Mom had an accident." Hope, looking at Ava's pained expression, also realized how naive she had been in the past. "Father, is there no other way? If it were a few years earlier, maybe, but now it's too late. Her body is collapsing." Pym stared at the data of Ava's body on the monitor, rubbing his head in frustration, and asked me, "Janet, do you have a solution?" I hadn't even reacted when Janet spoke through me. "I can save this child, but I need to return to reality first." Phew, though sudden, that works. "Hope, activate the shuttle." Mom. Hope hesitated. After all, it was her own concealment that had led to this situation. Bringing her mother back now felt too hasty. "It's fine." This time, I spoke up. Having been possessed a few times, I somewhat understood the secrets of it and could speak while Janet was possessing me. "Trust me, everything will be okay. After all, the plot was set up this way." Dr. Pym gave me a deep look. Hope wanted to ask something, but Pym stopped her. "I understand. Activate the quantum tunnel." Boom! The massive quantum tunnel began to charge up. Pym turned to the bewildered Banner and shouted, "Banner Bruce, do you still remember the quantum realm stuff? Assist Hope with the operation." You'll have to explain this to me later." Banner, helpless, went to the control platform, checked it out, pressed a few buttons, and the shuttle began slowly charging. Seeing that Banner had no issues, Pym pointed at the glass chamber and ordered me, "Punk, you know what comes next, no need to explain. Get into the glass chamber." All right then. Time was of the essence now. Ava couldn't hold on much longer. Finally, Hope, Pim watched me walk into the chamber, then turned to Hope with a conflicted expression. Hope clenched her fists, pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and slowly opened her eyes. Painfully, she asked, "Promise me, you'll all come back safely, okay?" Sweetheart, Janet, possessing me, was overcome with emotion. I could even feel it. My daughter. Hope's words almost made Pim abandon the experiment. In the end, he gritted his teeth, gave Hope a thumbs up like he used to, and smiled. Heroes don't lie. We will come back. Hope saw the familiar gesture, heard the familiar words, and understood everything. She nodded firmly through her tears. Okay. Pim's sudden heroic flair stirred his old heroic spirit. He donned his specialized suit and, smiling, declared to Janet, through me, "Then, I'm coming for you, my princess." The next day? Huh. How did it suddenly become the next day? What about the process? If you want the details, go watch the movie. But a brief explanation is still necessary. Unlike the movie, this time Janet's position was fixed on my soul, so finding her only required locating my soul. Also, there was no interference from Ghost. She was still in pain, though. However, there was a little hiccup. When the quantum tunnel was activated, Ghost sensed the quantum realm's energy and was drawn off the operating table. If I hadn't noticed it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After that, it went just like the movie. Pim and Janet had a tender reunion in the quantum realm, then took the shuttle back to reality. The family reunited, and Janet used the quantum energy techniques she learned in the quantum realm to heal Ava's body. When Banner saw Janet's molecular manipulation abilities healing Ava, he got so excited that if I hadn't realized the situation and sealed it in time, Hulk might have burst out. I explained Banner's condition to the Pym family. Janet used quantum abilities to examine Banner. But as for the results, well, if Hulk were that easy to cure, he wouldn't be one of Marvel's strongest. In the Pym Tower restaurant, I was munching on dishes made by ants. Pym, what exactly did you teach those ants? While consoling the sighing Banner. Banner, don't be discouraged. Once I handle my own matters in a few days, I'll take you to find a sorcerer and see if they can help you. That's right, I had my eyes on Hulk's abilities. After all, the Avengers would eventually disband, so why not recruit Hulk to join me in causing some chaos? Plus, Banner himself is also a biochemical genius. Actually, when I realized I was in the Marvel Universe, my first thought was to seek out the Ancient One as a teacher. But I was afraid revealing my identity as a transmigrator might get me deported or eliminated, so I didn't go. Now it's different. After rescuing Janet yesterday, I explained everything about my transmigrator identity and plans while talking to Banner. The result? Other than a few impressive, there wasn't much reaction. After all, there weren't many normal people in this tower. Dr. Pym is a top scholar in the quantum field and already understands parallel universes. Janet lived in the quantum realm for 30 years. If I told her I could fly, she probably wouldn't bat an eye. Ghost, Ava, is my fan and urged me to update my works faster. As for Hope and Banner, upon realizing that my theories were knowledge from before I transmigrated and essentially plagiarized, they no longer took me seriously. After all, as a transmigrator, I was just a world-class comic artist. Both of them kind of looked down on me as a useless hack. I, Huang Liang, was having a meal with the others in the cafeteria. Perhaps our discussion was too loud, as a voice came from outside the door. A sorcerer? Are there really sorcerers in the world? Everyone looked up and saw Ava holding Janet's arm, Janet holding Dr. Pym's hand, and the three walking in like a family. The one who asked, with a bright smile, was none other than Ava. Ever since Ava recovered, perhaps out of a desire to make up for the family affection she had missed, she had been playfully clinging to and trying to please Janet. Janet, having been away from human interaction for so long, half-heartedly accepted Ava as her goddaughter. This whole adoption was way too casual. Bill Foster was probably crying his heart out at home. "Good morning, Father, Mom," Ava hoped greeted upon seeing Janet. Even though she knew her mother had returned, she couldn't contain her excitement and rushed forward to hug her. "Oh, you child, how old are you now and still acting so clingy?" Janet looked at Hope, sighed quietly, kissed her on the forehead, then nodded good morning to me and Banner before turning to ask me, "Mr. Huang, are there really sorcerers in this world? What about gods?" The others also looked at me curiously. I had no choice. I put down my chopsticks and started explaining, "They're all real. Not only are there gods and sorcerers, but creatures like vampires, blade, werewolves, werewolf by night, and demons, Ghost Rider, also exist. Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to make of it. After all, most of the people present were materialist scientists. Suddenly being told that mythical creatures were real was a bit hard to accept. I know it's hard for you to accept right away, but I thought to myself, why not take this opportunity to recruit them? Since you all already know my identity, there's no point in hiding things anymore. I decided to reveal some major future events to give them a sense of urgency and pull them into my camp. This way, I could have a basic team in place before establishing a superhero city. Clearing my throat, I began my forecast. Soon, Captain America will awaken. Playboy Tony Stark will be kidnapped and subsequently become a superhero, sparking major events in the following years. After these two appear, the world will face terrifying disasters. I explained everything from Hydra's Tesseract to Loki's Chitauri invasion, Ultron's Earth-threatening crisis, and finally the superhero civil war. I didn't mention Thanos, though. He's too terrifying, and I wasn't qualified to challenge him yet. Bringing him up would only cause panic. Upon learning about the many crises Earth would face in the future, everyone became anxious and uncertain. They understood my point, but also realized that joining my plan would throw them into a vortex of chaos. Not everyone was willing to sacrifice sweat and life for the world. Dr. Pym, who had already been considering retirement, was now even more eager to live in seclusion after finding Janet. However, when I mentioned Ultron, he knew he couldn't avoid it. In Marvel canon, Ultron was his creation. He realized he had a project related to Ultron, but had shelved it due to Janet and Hope's matters. Now he understood that he would inevitably develop Ultron in the end. Janet, having finally returned to reality, was dismayed to discover the looming threats. She wanted her family to be safe, but she also noticed Dr. Pym's desire to retire, leaving her torn on what to do. Dr. Banner found it hard to accept that Hulk was the one saving the world while he was merely the vessel. However, he admitted that compared to geniuses like Dr. Pym or Stark, he himself didn't have much combat capability. The two sisters, surprisingly, were excited upon hearing about my plans and the future dangers. Hope, whose parents were superheroes, had always dreamed of becoming a hero who saved the world. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wanted to seize it. Ghost, Ava, immediately said, Me. I'm willing to join Mr. Huang Liang's plan. It seemed like she would support anything I suggested, not only because she was my fan, but also because years of reading comics at home had given her a serious case of Chinibu, middle school syndrome. A child who had relied on books and videos to understand the outside world would definitely want to stir things up after recovering. Now that she had new parents and her life was complete, of course, she wanted to prove herself. Ava, the adults, still grappling with their decisions, were startled when Ava agreed so readily. This panicked Pym and Janet, who, as her guardians, didn't want her getting involved in dangerous situations. Ava is such a good kid. I praised her cheerfully, then explained with a smile, You're overthinking things. Maybe my talk about the future made you all worried, but you've underestimated me. As I spoke, I pulled out my phone and showed them various designs for weapons and some videos of semi-finished prototypes I had acquired for S.H.I.E.L.D. If I wanted to recruit people, I had to show some strength, right? Well, although these are just prototypes, you're all experts. You should be able to understand the theoretical parameters, I said as I handed my phone over, letting them examine the classified materials themselves. Actually, ever since I introduced realistic Gundams into this world, many researchers have been debating the feasibility of space battleships and Gundams, as depicted in my comics. Some militaries even developed basic models based on those ideas. You could say I had already made a huge impact on this world. The Pym family was once again amazed by my creativity as they examined the designs for the Zero suit. The Zero suit was something I had specifically commissioned S.H.I.E.L.D. to craft for me. Unlike the Mark suits, which focused on combat, the Zero suit emphasized functionality and adaptability. The main reason being that I didn't have an AI assistant like JRVS, so I had to pre-design a lot of features. The Zero suit was inspired by characters like Genji from Overwatch, Raiden from Metal Gear, and Mega Man. It had a streamlined design, resembling the Warframes from Warframe, but without the flashy aesthetics. The shoulders and back had reserved slots for attaching external equipment. The left arm was modified into a blaster cannon akin to Mega Man's, capable of firing energy blasts, charged shots, and equipped with features like a durable thread launcher, smoke emitters, and healing rays. It was practically a Swiss Army knife. The helmet was heavily inspired by Gundams and came with a circular floating drone that could serve as both a funnel weapon and a third-person camera. Of course, all of this was still theoretical. Otherwise, I'd have added a gravity suspension system and more funnel weapons. For weaponry, the primary arms were a laser gun and an accelerable alloy blade. Originally, I wanted to use a high-frequency blade, but neither Yashida nor Shield had the technology for it, so I had to settle for a standard alloy blade. Vibranium was out of the question. It was too expensive. Even though I could theoretically borrow some from the rich, it felt excessive. Besides, I figured I'd trade with Wakanda in the future, so I didn't push for it. The blade served two purposes: to honor the games I played in my previous world and to compensate for my lack of accuracy with energy blasts since I didn't have an AI assistant. A blade allowed for close combat. The power system was also critical. While the Zero Suit's energy core wasn't as advanced as the arc reactor and Stark suits, Yashida was a company specializing in developing new engines, so their propulsion research wasn't bad. With access to SHLD's data and incorporating cold nuclear fusion theories, I managed to create the Zero reactor, which was comparable to the arc reactor. The Pym family marveled at the brilliance of the suit, calling me a genius. Ava was the first to react, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh! This is totally like the Freedom Gundam." Mr. Huang Liang, "No, boss, can I have a suit this cool?" She was so excited that her body began to flicker, startling Janet, who quickly used her energy to stabilize her. Dr. Pym, however, was thinking deeper. "Kid, you said there are Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you sure it's okay to give them these designs?" I sighed. There's no other way. Right now, the only ones capable of building the suit I envision are S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Stark and Osborn are also potential collaborators, but Tony Stark is still a playboy, and Osborn is focused on curing genetic diseases. If I approach them, they might not even bother with me. I don't trust them anyway. Most importantly, I trust Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A lot of the research materials on my phone are part of deals I made with him. I believe he wouldn't easily leak the designs. As I spoke, I powered off my phone and activated a special system. To unlock it, one would have to bypass 12 layers of electronic locks. Once unlocked, it revealed my most insane designs. I didn't originally want to show this. I don't even know where these ideas came from. But if it can convince you all, fine, take a look. I hesitated as I shared the hidden files. These were concepts that had gradually emerged in my mind during the design process. I wasn't even sure if the data and weapons were real. Just the names alone were terrifying. Dimensional foil? Planetary collapse bomb? Death Star? This. Dr. Pym initially thought I was joking, but after verifying some of the parameters, he realized these might actually be feasible. Knowing the capacity of my soul, he couldn't imagine what kind of future I'd bring if these terrifying weapons existed in my mind. Dr. Pym made up his mind. Sigh, looks like these old bones of mine can't retire just yet. Both my daughters are tempted now. But he turned to Janet with a conflicted expression. Janet, having finished checking on Ava's condition, looked at Dr. Pym with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Shaking her head helplessly, she said, "You've all made up your minds. How could I possibly stop you? Janet, Mom, you're the best." Hope and Ava, who had been anxious, cheered excitedly upon hearing her agreement. And just like that, my team gained a few more brilliant minds. I, Huang Liang, was sitting in the speeding blue minivan when suddenly the screech of tires violently skidding across the pavement filled the air. The vehicle was tearing down the streets of New York like it was rushing to reincarnate. Behind us, a massive black creature roared ferociously as it lunged at us. Inside the van, Banner caught sight of the savage black monster in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but suggest transforming. "Mr. Huang, this isn't going to work. Let me let Hulk out." "No way. If Hulk gets infected by that thing, the world will truly be doomed. Just sit tight and stay calm." I couldn't help but mutter in my head, "Oh crap, don't you dare make things worse." Hulk's brainless rampaging plus Venom's parasitic invasion? Just thinking about a Venom-Hulk hybrid gives me chills. Holy mother of, that'd be worse than Thanos. Just sit still. Staying put is the biggest help you can give me. Bang! Although the minivan was modified for top speed and durability, Venom had another advantage. It could swing through the air. Like Spider-Man, it shot out web-like tendrils, latching onto a building before yanking itself onto the car's roof. Before I could activate the particle generator to shrink the vehicle, Blacklight Venom let out an excited roar. Its hands morphed into massive butcher knives and began slashing at the roof. With the deafening sound of metal being torn apart, a sunroof was forcibly created on our van. Hello, little bug. And now goodbye. Venom politely greeted us before swinging both its blade-like hands down in a slashing motion. I wasn't about to accept the gesture. I threw a pair of scissors at it while raising my PIM particle glove to fire a beam of light. The particle beam hit the scissors, enlarging them into a massive weapon that narrowly grazed Venom's body before flying off into the distance. My impeccable aim added an odd touch of comedic relief to the tense atmosphere. Missed it, I muttered. Why are you acting cute at a time like this? Banner was about to lose his mind. How can you miss something that big? You're a real piece of work. What are you standing there for? Jump out of the car, I yelled, slamming on the brakes. The minivan, going 180 miles per hour, nearly flipped over from the abrupt deceleration. Venom, however, had transformed its feet into claws that dug into the roof, refusing to be shaken off. Although the airbags absorbed part of the impact, the sudden stop left us both dazed and seeing stars. You said jump, but you slammed the brakes. Are you an idiot? Banner, still dizzy, barely avoided Venom's slashing blades before regaining clarity and shouting angrily at me. Calm down, Banner. I reclined my seat just in time to dodge Venom's strike. But seeing Banner's skin begin to turn green frightened me so much I nearly wet myself. Boom! Just as Hulk was about to emerge, a distant cannon blast rang out. Venom, perched on the rooftop, appeared to take a devastating hit. Its head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and green all over the interior of the van, effectively giving us a brain bowl rice treatment. Ugh, EW, what the hell is this? So gross. I wiped the strange liquids off my face with great difficulty. Before I could react further, I heard Hulk's roar right next to me. Hulk, smash you. Hulk raised a fist the size of a frying pan and swung it at me. In a panic, I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the car door, and jumped out in one fluid motion. So smooth it could have been an Olympic performance. Bang! The minivan, already battered from Venom's assault, was finally turned into a dented wreck by Hulk's punch. That scared the crap out of me. Banner's mental fortitude is way too low. He lost control at a time like this. Good thing that Venom's host was taken out early. I glanced at the headless corpse in the distance and felt a chill run down my spine. Wait, where's the symbiote? Don't tell me. I turned my head, and sure enough, there it was, a black, viscous blob clinging to the trunk, preparing to leap at Hulk. It's over. The world is doomed. Just as I was sinking into despair, a girl with pink short hair, red eyes, glasses, and a maid outfit, complete with a massive sniper rifle slung over her shoulder, descended from the sky. She landed with a hardcore impact right on top of the black symbiote, squashing it with a splat like a piece of dung. Meow, meow, meow. I was utterly dumbfounded as I stared at the maid-like woman who resembled a certain head maid. You. Before I could finish speaking, the maid pulled a syringe out from beneath her seemingly fourth-dimensional skirt and injected it into Hulk's neck. To my shock, Hulk passed out and reverted back to Banner. Am I dreaming? Since when were humans in the Marvel Universe this overpowered? With the enemies dealt with, the bespectacled maid tossed aside the sniper rifle, leapt off the car, and approached me with a smile. She bowed politely. Lord Huang Liang, Lolo has come to save you. So not a head maid, huh? I finally realized that while she bore some resemblance to a certain maid due to her terrifying skill set and glasses-wearing aesthetic, her eyes carried a sense of devotion and affection. Wait, affection? What's going on? This is my first time meeting her. You're the bodyguard Deadpool mentioned? How did you end up here? Either way, thanks for saving me and the entire world. I expressed my gratitude, though her pink hair and fervent gaze made me a bit uneasy. Still, she had just saved my life, so I had to show some appreciation. Something I said must have hit her Y point, because the pink-haired maid's cheeks turned crimson, her breathing quickened, and she cupped her face in her hands, wearing an expression I recognized as the classic, gas eye look. Ah, Lord Huang Liang thanked me. So this is what Lord Huang Liang's voice sounds like. Lolo. Lolo is so happy right now. Holy crap. Is this made of Yandere? Do girls with this personality actually exist in real life? I was on the verge of tears from fear when, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something moving. Upon closer inspection, I realized the supposedly dead symbiote had reformed. It was now creeping toward the self-absorbed Lolo. Lolo, watch out behind you. But it was already too late. The symbiote merged with Lolo's body. I, Huang Liang, watched in panic as Lolo was attacked by the sinister tendrils of venom. This is my girl. I haven't even, and you dare to make the first move? But as I was freaking out, instead of panicking, Lolo turned to me with the sweetest smile imaginable. Lord Huang Liang, please wait a moment. What's going on? Could this venom be defective? Just as I was beginning to doubt if venom was broken, a terrifyingly palpable killing intent erupted from Lolo's body, manifesting almost tangibly. If I didn't know for sure this was the Marvel Universe, I would have thought Lolo was a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This is basically a tailed beast cloak. Just how many people has this girl killed? This killing intent. Ugh. Why do I suddenly feel nauseous? Actually, it was my body reacting to the oppressive aura of Lolo's killing intent. If she hadn't held back somewhat, I'd be doing more than just feeling queasy. Roar! What is this? What are you doing? With the pressure of Lolo's killing intent cloak, the venom symbiote, which had been trying to control her body, was gradually being forced out. The unwilling venom began to reveal itself. Oomph. My body is for Lord Huang Liang alone to touch. A mere slime monster like you. Just die already. Lolo's cloak of killing intent thickened even further. You pathetic human. Don't think you could drive out Lord Venom that easily. Venom was desperate. It had been a loser on its own planet, and had finally found a suitable host, only to see that host killed unexpectedly. It had tried to ambush the big green guy, Hulk, but before it could even invade, it was stomped into critical condition by Lolo. In the movies, symbiotes can be injured or killed and need to feed to recover. Playing dead had let it survive, and its sneak attack on Lolo had succeeded, only to find it couldn't invade her mind and was being forced back out by some mysterious power. Although it could try again with me, it wasn't willing to admit defeat just yet. Unnoticed by us, Venom's body began to change from black to dark red, seemingly infected by Lolo's killing intent after prolonged exposure. Furthermore, during the struggle for control of Lolo's body, something unexpected happened. Venom and Lolo ended up fusing together, creating something akin to the Blood Breeds Blood battle armor from Blood Blockade Battlefront. What the hell is this? The now red Venom no longer exuded hostility toward Lolo. Instead, it seemed to develop a bizarre sense of dependency. However, Lolo couldn't expel this strange entity from her body. The thought of being fused with a slime monster caused her expression to darken instantly. My body's been defiled by a slime monster. Lord Huang Liang surely won't like a Lolo like this anymore. I stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Venom can mutate? But now's not the time to focus on that. Seeing Lolo's darkened expression, I didn't care that we were on a busy street. I stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Lolo, you're so adorable. How could I ever not want you? If I don't take this chance to rack up goodwill now, when will I? Yandere and Sundara are just one step apart, and I know how to handle this. As I thought about it, I almost started drooling. To my surprise, my sudden embrace left Lolo both shocked and delighted, rendering her completely incoherent. Lord Huang Liang, my body, the slime monster, relax. I won't abandon you. If anything, this makes you even better. Maybe Lolo was already strong to begin with, but compared to other Marvel superheroes, she was still a bit lacking. Now that she'd been enhanced by Venom, I didn't have to worry about her safety anymore. I knew from experience how resilient humans infected by symbiotes could be. Hearing my response, Lolo's brain seemed to short-circuit. Lord Huang Liang said this makes me better? Does he have some kind of special fetish? Hey kid, how do you know my name is Venom? A voice came from Lolo's shoulder, and a head of the red venom appeared. Lord Huang Liang, be careful. Lolo, worried, hugged me tightly, burying me in her chest. Bluff. I struggled to lift my face from her soft prison and said, calm down, calm down. It's fine, Lolo. And Venom, don't ask how I know who you are. Just accept it. Now, what's your situation? Are you parasitizing, fusing, or something else? Why should I? Venom tried to act tough, but before it could finish, Lolo grabbed its head in anger and started pummeling it. Within moments, the liquid creature was left battered and bruised. A mere slime monster has no right to be rude to my lord. Answer Lord Huang Liang's questions properly. Lolo's threatening glare made Venom cave. I don't know. Without the host command, I can't really use my abilities. Except for this head, I completely lost control of the body. Seeing the dejected Venom, I couldn't help but marvel at what a remarkable woman Lolo was. She'd managed to reverse dominate a symbiote species that lived off parasitism. But for now, we should get out of here. Hearing the sound of distant sirens, I instructed Lolo to carry Banner. Then, pulling a toy car out of my pocket, I used PIM particles to enlarge it. Before the police and SHIELD could arrive, I stepped on the gas and sped away from the scene. At the Life Foundation in San Francisco, Carlton Drake, now fused with the symbiote riot, watched footage of Lolo and the altered Venom and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Turning to the symbiote Carnage within him, he asked, Carnage, is it possible for humans to reverse dominate your species? The gray-black head of Carnage extended from Drake's body, stretching toward the screen to take a closer look. It sneered maliciously. Don't worry, Drake. That thing is just a disgrace to our kind. Stick to the plan. Or do you have other ideas? Carnage's voice grew cold as it raised an axe-like appendage to Drake's throat in a threatening gesture. Carnage, I'm nothing like them. Drake ignored the threat and instead focused on the unconscious man in the car. I'm only interested in the man on that vehicle. Perhaps he could become the hero of a new humanity. Drake's eyes gleamed with madness. Driving the newly shrunken car toward the nearest hospital, I, Huang Liang, couldn't help but reflect on my streak of strange luck. My original plan was to head to the Sanctum to find a sorcerer, but instead, I ended up in a Venom attack fiasco that completely derailed everything. Watching Lolo and Venom bicker in the back seat only added to my mixed feelings. So, Lolo, I asked, trying to distract myself, are there any noticeable changes since you fused with Venom? Lolo, who was busy clutching Venom by the head, tossed it aside casually and began sensing her body. Suddenly, an expression of surprise lit up her face. My body, those old injuries, they're all healed, she exclaimed in a mix of shock and delight. Overwhelmed, she began unzipping her maid uniform. Hey, I shouted, panicking as I swerved the car into a nearby alley. I quickly took off my jacket and threw it over Banner's head before turning to face her. By the time I looked back, Lolo had stripped down to little more than a few scraps of white fabric. She was caressing her smooth, flawless skin as she reported to me, Lord Huang Liang, look, my skin has become so beautiful. That's all thanks to me, Venom said smugly, crossing its arms and puffing out its non-existent chest as it escaped from Lolo's grasp. If I didn't already know Venom had no gender, I might have considered giving it a circumcision procedure. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. It's just your species' ability to enhance cellular regeneration, isn't it? I thought to myself. Venom really was a ridiculous creature. While I wasn't sure if it could regrow severed limbs for its host, based on the movies where Eddie's broken legs healed in under a second, it wasn't hard to imagine that with enough food, Venom could potentially enable full limb regeneration. So, I've been meaning to ask, Venom suddenly said, its tone confused. Our species has only been on Earth for a few days, right? But you seem to know exactly who I was the moment you saw me. How? Venom was visibly puzzled. During the earlier chase, I had used fire attacks specifically targeting its weaknesses, as if I knew its vulnerabilities like the back of my hand. But that didn't make sense. Its species had only been on Earth for about half a month. If not for the toothless old woman it had initially possessed dying of hunger, Venom wouldn't have been forced to attack a muscular man in the street. And then, before it could even adjust to its new host, I'd slammed it with a precise attack. It had barely survived, only to encounter Lolo, who had somehow reversed the parasitic process. Even the oldest symbiote elders on its home world probably couldn't explain this madness. Don't worry about it. Just accept that I know. I brushed off Venom's question casually and turned my attention back to Lolo's magnificent figure. Perfection. While I was intrigued by her comment about her injuries healing, I couldn't help but admire her flawless, toned body. I felt certain parts of me powering up. Sensing my invasive gaze, Lolo smirked and leaned toward me like a seductive snake, her body stretching unnaturally as she gazed at me with adoration. I could feel her silky smooth skin against my bare arm. Looking at the beautiful girl before me, my hand instinctively found its way to her slender waist. "Ah, Lord Huang Liang," she murmured, her breathing growing heavier as my warm hand glided over her body. She seemed to be getting emotional, her eyes hazy with desire. I couldn't hold back anymore and leaned down to kiss her neck, my right hand sliding further down her waist. But then I noticed something strange. Right turn, left turn, and even a spin. Wait a minute. Is this the snake's waist? Why does it twist like this? After groping for what felt like forever without reaching the destination, I finally turned my head to look, and my jaw dropped. "Holy crap! Lolo, are you a snake demon or something?" I exclaimed. From the back seat, I saw that while Lolo's lower half was still seated, her upper body had stretched unnaturally long like a snake's torso. I was currently hugging this elongated upper body. My outburst snapped Lolo out her daze. She turned her head, saw the state of her body, and shrieked. My body. What's happening to me? Lord Huang Liang." Honestly, even in the Marvel Universe, which is filled with advanced tech and fantastical elements, Lolo's transformation into a semi-liquid form after fusing with Venom was rare, to say the least. Who could have seen this coming? After much effort, I managed to calm Lolo down. Holding her elongated upper body, I turned to Venom and demanded, "Hey, Venom, what's going on with Lolo's body?" I have no idea," Venom admitted, clearly as confused as the rest of us. I mean, I'm the first symbiote in history to be reverse devoured by a host. However, Venom continued, glancing at Lolo's snake-like figure. It might be because the fusion process was too thorough, which turned her into a semi-liquid form. Since she's human, she doesn't understand how us liquid-based life forms operate, so she unconsciously used some of our abilities. But this is way too fantastical, I muttered. Fusion being too thorough, and turning someone into a half-liquid being? That was just absurd. Isn't this even better? My eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. That confused came from beside me. At some point, Banner had woken up from his unconscious state, but we were so focused on Lolo's transformation that we hadn't noticed. I turned to look at Banner, wordlessly draped the jacket that had been covering his head over Lolo's upper body, and then cracked my knuckles, glaring at him. "All right, Banner, spill it. When did you wake up, and what exactly did you see?" My expression made it clear I was ready to help him forget through physical means. The ever-honest Banner scratched his head in confusion. "I don't really know. I think I woke up a little when I heard something about a beautiful body or, hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, my fist was already coming down. "A beautiful body? That means you woke up from the start. So just accept your fate and take your punishment." But I passed out again afterward. "Hey, stop hitting me. Not there. Yammy." Huang Liang was getting along with Banner when over at the San Francisco Life Foundation, a gorgeous black-haired woman in a white lab coat wandered around. "Whoa, looks like Dora wasn't wrong. This foundation really has issues. And those armed guards? We're on the right track. It's connected to those deaths in downtown Los Angeles," I murmured. "This woman is Jennifer Susan Walters. Not many people would recognize her name, but if you mention her cousin, Bruce Banner, everyone would get it. She's the legendary She-Hulk. But right now, she's just an ordinary criminal lawyer. Jennifer came here because of recent mysterious disappearances and deaths in Los Angeles. Her law firm had taken on a few cases involving the Life Foundation, all related to unpaid contractual compensations. Normally, Jennifer wouldn't even bother looking at such labor disputes. But strangely, people who visited her office for these matters either went missing or turned up dead. Now, that was interesting. If it wasn't the work of a competitor, then the Foundation definitely had a problem. After investigating, Jennifer found similar cases in San Francisco. All the clues pointed to the Life Foundation. So, she sought help from her friend, Dr. Dora. Dora, also wanted to take down the Foundation, readily agreed to assist. Claiming she needed an assistant, Dora got Jennifer into the Foundation. The security at the gate asked a few simple questions before letting her through. Which brings us to the opening scene. The heavily armed guards made Jennifer, who was used to dealing with the criminal underworld, feel uneasy. But her professional demeanor in the lab coat was convincing enough that the guards, after a few glances, ignored her. She easily made her way into the core laboratory. It was after hours, and even villains need to eat. As Jennifer took photos and gasped in surprise, no one stopped her. This is unbelievable. Is this the experiment the Foundation's hiding? Jennifer exclaimed, stunned at the sight of the corpses in the compartments. Even someone as experienced as her couldn't suppress the horror. The twisted expressions and pale skin of the test subjects made her shudder, unable to imagine the fear and experiments they endured. As Jennifer focused on taking pictures, a sound of something falling echoed from the lab. Thinking someone was there, she quickly hid in a corner. After a long silence, she thought she'd imagined it. But then another strange plop-plop sound came from another lab. Curious, she peeked out and saw a black blob, like a slimy creature, falling out of a cultivation tank and wriggling toward her. What the hell is that thing? Who's there? A voice shouted. Damn it. Jennifer realized she'd been exposed. She hurriedly snapped a photo and looked around before dashing toward another exit. Intruder alert. Guards, hearing the screams, rushed over, only catching a glimpse of Jennifer's shadow. Cursing under their breath, they pressed the alarm, and the warning siren echoed throughout the Foundation. Damn it. Why does this Foundation have so many guards? Jennifer muttered, hiding in a hallway cabinet, watching guard after guard pass by. She couldn't understand why a non-profit organization had such a strong security force. What now? The Foundation wasn't large, but with so many guards, they'd find her sooner or later. From the state of those test subjects, she knew the consequences of being caught wouldn't be good. Just as she was panicking, the cabinet door was yanked open with force. A man appeared before her. Well now, let's guess what a little mouse like you is here for, he sneered. Then, to Jennifer's horror, the man transformed into a black, monstrous creature with a giant mouth. Stop, stop, stop. My phone's ringing. I need to take this call, I said as I was pummeling Banner. His phone rang, and he took the chance to grab it and dash out the door. Phew, that was perfect timing. Who be calling me? Banner muttered. He's a wanted man in the U.S., so not many people know his number. Huh? It's Jennifer? That's odd. He didn't know why his cousin was calling, but with me here, he wasn't worried about being tracked by the U.S. government. So he answered the call. What? Jennifer's in danger? Because her blood type is too rare, and the hospital can't find a match? She needs family to help? But my blood, what? Jennifer's condition is deteriorating? Damn it. I'll head over immediately. Where are you? San Francisco? Banner was crying as he shouted. I'm in New York right now. Wait a second. MR. Huang must have a solution. Hey, what's going on with Banner? I asked, puzzled by his shouting. MR. Huang, my cousin Jennifer had an accident. If I don't get there in a few hours, she might. Then what are you waiting for? Get in the car and head to the hospital. I quickly put Lolo's upper body back in place, told her to get dressed, and started the car. But my cousin is in San Francisco. That's a whole day's drive from New York. Banner was touched by my willingness to help, but when he thought about the distance, he practically cried those words. Jennifer is his only family, after all. Tisich, looks like I'll have to trick this sorcerer. 1 hour, huh? Let's hope it's enough time. I motioned for Banner to get in, turned the car around, and headed straight for the New York sanctum. Huang Liang, was speeding down the streets of New York in a business van, driving as if I didn't care about anything or anyone. Other drivers on the road cursed and honked at us, but I didn't have time to worry about that. I was racing toward our destination. Inside the van, Banner was gripping the grab handle tightly, his face filled with terror as he shouted at me. MR. Huang, slow down, slow down. I know you're anxious, but driving like this is way too dangerous. Banner looked like he was on the verge of tears. While he was grateful for my determination to save his cousin, he was also worried that we'd crash and die before we even got to her. Unlike Banner's terror, Lolo in the back seat was as excited as a husky on a joyride. Yahoo, this is so thrilling. Lord Huang Liang. This girl must be naturally carefree. Just earlier, she'd been troubled about her condition, but now she was overjoyed, even urging me to go faster. Lord Huang Liang, quick, catch up to that car ahead and show them what we're made of. Roger that. I grinned wickedly and slammed on the gas pedal, eliciting an even louder shriek from Banner. When we finally arrived at the New York sanctum, Banner opened the door and stumbled out, clutching the side of the van as he vomited. Between retches, he glared at me and complained, "Ugh, I swear I'm never riding in your car again. I feel like I'm gonna die." I couldn't care less about his opinion. Laughing heartily, I patted his shoulder and said, "Aha, Banner, you're too weak. Speed is the romance of men. We're all just boys chasing the wind." Chasing the wind, Lolo echoed excitedly from behind. "Ugh, I can't deal with you two." Banner wiped his mouth with his sleeve, still looking pale. He then turned to the sanctum with a worried expression. "So, this is the sorcerer's sanctum you mentioned? Are you sure they can help us get to San Francisco quickly? There's only half an hour left." "Relax, as long as there's a sorcerer inside. Opening a portal is no big deal," I replied nonchalantly. The sanctum had permanent warding spells to guard against intruders and keep ordinary people away, so I was initially worried we wouldn't be able to find it. But to my surprise, the sanctum was right by the street, and we'd reached the entrance easily. "Wait, Mr. Huang, are you telling me you're not even sure there's a sorcerer inside?" Banner asked in frustration. Calm down, calm down. "And Lolo, you too?" I said, noticing the slight signs of Banner beginning to hulk out. I quickly tried to soothe him and keep Lolo from escalating things. If you disrespect Lord Huang Liang again, I won't go easy on you." Lolo's left hand morphed into a machine gun as she issued her threat, but she quickly turned back to chatting with the venom symbiote on her shoulder. Watching Lolo's hand return to normal, I scratched my head and muttered to myself, "Well, forget it for now. We'll deal with her tonight. The priority now is saving Jennifer. After all, she's the rational She-Hulk." I couldn't help but think about recruiting Jennifer. When she transforms, her strength is about on par with Captain America. But what I really value is her intellect and courage. With her legal expertise, she'd be great at exploiting loopholes. I stepped forward and pushed open the sanctum doors. Peering inside, I muttered, just like in the movies. I wonder what point in the timeline this is." As the three of us entered the main hall, an old sorcerer in red robes descended the staircase from the upper floor. "And who might you be?" the old sorcerer asked curiously. The sanctum was in a bustling part of the city, but most people couldn't perceive it, let alone enter. Seeing us, the sorcerer assumed we had some kind of abilities, so he didn't immediately ask us to leave. "Greetings, esteemed sorcerer. My name is Huang Liang, the nephew of Wang, the librarian at Kamartaj. I'd like to request the use of the sorcerer's dimensional portal to get to San Francisco General Hospital and save my friend's cousin. Please grant us this favor," I said with a straight face, even though I was completely making it up. Wang was happily working as the librarian at Kamartaj and had no idea who I was. Little did I know, Wang actually did know me, but that's a story for another time. The old sorcerer, being an honest man, heard the name Kamartaj and believed my nonsense. "Ah, you're a good person indeed. San Francisco General Hospital, you say? I'll open a portal for you right away," the sorcerer said respectfully. He pulled out a smartphone to confirm the location, then waved his glowing hand to draw a circular portal. In no time, the shimmering gateway appeared before us. "Go ahead, children," the sorcerer said kindly, looking at me with approval. Thank you for your help," I said, pulling a bewildered Lolo and Banner through the portal. We quickly vanished from the sanctum, and the sorcerer waved his hand to dispel the portal's energy. "Huang Liang, huh? I didn't know Wang had such an impressive nephew," the sorcerer mused to himself. On the other side of the portal, I immediately checked my phone to confirm the location. Phew, looks like we're in the right place. Who would have thought that actually worked? Relieved, I finally took a moment to examine our surroundings. We had been transported to an empty operating room, standing on the surgical table. Thankfully, no one was around when we arrived. "Mr. Huang, is this magic?" Banner stammered, his worldview completely shattered. Seeing the sorcerer cast spells and transport us instantaneously had left him at a loss for words. As a staunch materialist, he didn't know how to process what he'd just experienced. Lola was also stunned. She'd been an ordinary mercenary before, and although she respected me because of comics, she never believed my wild tales. Now, with magic right before her eyes, she was having a minor existential crisis. If magic is real, does that mean gods and hell are real too? Then why didn't God ever help us when I prayed all those times? The sudden reality of magic had sparked a philosophical debate between the two of them. But saving Jennifer was the most urgent matter. Banner, stop standing there. Go save Jennifer already. Right? Jennifer. Hearing her name snapped Banner out of his thoughts. He quickly left the operating room and dashed toward her hospital room. Huang Liang, quickly inquired at the front desk to find out the location of Jennifer's surgery and rushed over. At the entrance to the operating room, a masked doctor was pacing nervously. When he saw the three of us, Banner in Hulk mode wearing only shorts, Lolo in her maid outfit, and me in a cartoon print t-shirt, running toward him shouting Jennifer's name, he immediately stopped us. No yelling in the hospital. Who here is the patient's family member? I am. Doctor, how is Jennifer? Is she okay? Banner quickly responded. The doctor gave Banner a once-over, visibly puzzled by his lack of a shirt, but chose to let it slide. You're just in time. The patient urgently needs a blood transfusion. Come with me, the doctor said. Banner hesitated. He was, after all, someone mutated by gamma radiation, and he had no idea if his blood would harm Jennifer. The doctor noticed his hesitation and snapped. The patient's condition is critical. Or is there something wrong with your blood? Banner, you and Jennifer will both be fine. Trust me. I interjected, already knowing what he was worried about. I decided to spoil the outcome for him. Banner knew I had knowledge of the future, and if I said it would be fine, it probably would be. Gritting his teeth, he finally followed the doctor into the operating room. Phew, what exactly is going on? How did Jennifer end up in this situation? And who contacted Banner? I muttered to myself. Banner was wanted by the military, and his phone number was confidential. The fact that someone managed to reach him at this critical moment was suspicious. Lord Huang Liang, are you worried this is a trap? Don't worry. I'll protect you with my life. Lolo said cheerfully, even throwing a cute little punch for emphasis. Yes, my safety is in your hands, I replied, smiling at her adorable enthusiasm. For a moment, I stopped worrying about the situation. It had been a long time since I'd felt this happy. Ever since I transmigrated, I'd been struggling alone. It reminded me that humans are social creatures. Don't celebrate too soon. I can feel the presence of others like me. Venom said as it emerged from Lolo's shoulder, dousing my brief moment of joy with cold water. Others like you? Could it be members of a symbiote species? Could this really be a trap? This is bad. Banner and the others are in danger. But it was already too late. All I heard were screams and muffled grunts. I pushed open the operating room door, only to see that Banner had been attacked by another member of the symbiote species. Fuck, how am I supposed to handle this now? I can't believe how smoothly this all went. It's almost too good to be true, a voice said. Who's there? Lolo sensed danger behind us and turned her hands into shields, positioning herself protectively in front of me. Oh my, so this is one of the anti-corrupted members of our species. Truly beautiful, a handsome man said as he walked elegantly toward us from the far end of the hospital hallway, his face filled with curiosity. Dr. Carlton Drake? I exclaimed, recognizing the main antagonist from Venom. At that moment, I realized we had been set up. Drake raised an eyebrow, surprised. Well, this is an unexpected delight. I didn't think a famous comic artist would know who I am. So this was all your plan? And your target is the Hulk, I said, gritting my teeth as I looked at Banner, who was struggling for control against the symbiote in his body, while Jennifer lay weak and barely breathing. No, you've misunderstood, Huang Liang, is it? Apologies, Easter names can be a bit of a tongue twister, Drake said with a sly smile. My original plan was to wait until Banner came to collect Jennifer's body before infecting him. But I didn't expect you all to get here from New York in under an hour. I'm quite curious. How exactly did you manage to cover hundreds of miles in just minutes? Drake genuinely seemed intrigued. He had only contacted Banner to make him anxious, hoping that seeing Jennifer's corpse would cloud his judgment and prevent him from hulking out, thus ensuring the infection succeeded. But our sudden and rapid arrival had thrown him off. Still, with the situation in his favor, he had the leisure to ask, how we got here? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. You seem to have the upper hand now. Can I ask a few questions? I said, noticing Jennifer's heart monitor showing signs of recovery. Her heartbeat was stabilizing, meaning she was beginning to transform into She-Hulk. I started formulating a plan. Jennifer's life is no longer in danger. The next step is saving Banner. Looking at the symbiote suppressing Hulk's transformation, I couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying these creatures were. I don't know how they're managing to suppress Hulk, but now that Jennifer is safe, I can act. I turned to face Drake. Sensing the approach of his symbiote allies, Drake felt confident that we had no room to fight back. Shrugging, he said, "Go ahead and ask. I'll answer what I can." "All right, first question. Has the rocket launched yet? How do you know about our plan?" Drake's expression changed, clearly shocked that my first question hit a critical point. He began to reevaluate me. "So, it hasn't launched yet. That's good," I said, interpreting his reaction even though he didn't answer directly. Drake smirked and shrugged again. "Second question. Your weaknesses are still fire and ultrasonic waves, right?" "Lolo, do it," I shouted, quickly covering my ears. Drake's face twisted in shock as Lolo's hands morphed into two massive iron gongs. With venom cackling in delight, she slammed them together with all her might. Dwomp! A deafening sound echoed through the entire hallway. Amid the deafening noise, the Carnage symbiote attached to Dr. Carlton Drake let out a furious roar as it was slowly peeled away from him. The symbiote tangled around Banner's body also shrieked in agony as it was forcibly ripped away, slamming violently into the operating room wall. "Hulk!" The moment the symbiote left Banner, he roared and transformed into the Hulk, turning his rage into action. With a bone-shaking punch, he smashed the symbiote against the wall. The sound of impact echoed as the creature was obliterated under Hulk's sheer power. This can't be. Why? Why are you unaffected?" Dr. Drake clutched his ears, enduring the disorienting effects of the overwhelming noise, and stared in disbelief at the blood-colored venom, which stood calmly amidst the cacophony. "Ahaha, that's because we've fused completely. Carnage, right now, I have no weaknesses." Venom cackled triumphantly at the sight of Carnage's helpless struggle. For the first time, Venom felt that being reverse-assimilated wasn't so bad after all. It all made sense now. During our Huang Liang, Banner, and Lolo discussion on the way to the sanctum, we'd analyzed the mutation of the blood-colored venom with Banner's professional insight. We realized that Lolo's blood-colored killing aura was a unique technique that manipulated her blood as a weapon. Similar to Luffy's second gear technique, her ability used the softening of her bones and years of training to accelerate her blood flow. This process, combined with Venom's symbiotic nature, led to an unexpected outcome. When Venom tried to invade and take over her body, Lolo's accelerated blood circulation fought back. Stubborn as Venom was, it fused fully with her instead of being rejected. After several cycles through her bloodstream, the two became one, creating the blood-colored venom. Don't think this fusion was just a cosmetic change. As the only symbiote to ever be reverse-assimilated, Venom not only lost control of the host body, but also shed its innate weaknesses. The blood-colored symbiote, drawing from the metallic elements in human blood, could morph into metal objects, like when Lolo transformed her hands into gongs earlier. Fire and ultrasonic waves? No longer a problem. With the blood-colored symbiote, Lolo had become the strongest entity in the symbiote species. Poor Venom had been relegated to the role of a sidekick, reduced to occasional muttering and issuing warnings. Just like now. "Girl, the floor." Venom's warning allowed Lolo to dodge and attack from below, though it forced her to stop clanging the gongs. Without the noise, Carnage quickly refused with Dr. Drake. "You made me look pathetic. Venom, you're dead." Carnage roared as it transformed into a monstrous form, its arms extending into bone blades. With a powerful leap, it lunged at Lolo. "Hulk!" What greeted it was Hulk's massive fist. "Tsh!" Carnage clicked its tongue as it quickly retracted its bone blades and crossed its arms, transforming them into shields to block Hulk's devastating punch. As the battle intensified, Jennifer began to stir amidst the noise. What happened to me?" Holding her throbbing head, she struggled to open her eyes. "What is this?" "My hand." She stared at her now green hand in shock. The realization hit her hard, and in her panic, she leapt to her feet with the agility of a trained athlete. "This is me." Feeling the terrifying power coursing through her body, Jennifer didn't feel joy. Instead, fear overwhelmed her, and she let out a scream. Jennifer, hearing her scream, I turned to see her crouching on the operating table, hugging herself in terror. "Lolo, lock the door. Don't let them interfere with me," I ordered, moving to Jennifer's side. "Whoa, she's huge. Not that, I mean tall." After her transformation, Jennifer had grown from 178 centimeters to 201 centimeters. At barely 170 centimeters, I felt immense pressure standing next to her. "Jennifer, calm down. Don't panic. Your transformation is due to a hereditary condition in your family. When you get angry, you turn into a super strong green giant. Just stay calm, and you'll revert back soon." I had to lie to her for now. There was no way I could explain the truth at this moment. The last thing I wanted was for her to turn against Banner. Hearing that she could return to normal, Jennifer's expression softened. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself, and sure enough, her body began to revert. Thank you. And you are?" Jennifer, ever the criminal lawyer, quickly regained her composure and was now curious about her situation. "I'm a friend of your cousin, Bruce Banner. There's no time to explain. We need to leave now," I said, hearing the increasing commotion outside. It was clear that Drake's reinforcements had arrived. Hulk and Lolo were strong, but we were still outnumbered. Jennifer didn't fully understand what was happening, but the chaos outside made it clear that we were in danger. She nodded and followed me out of the operating room. The hallway outside was in ruins. Black symbiotes swarmed around Hulk, engaging him in a chaotic battle. Outside the hospital, the sounds of shouting and alarms filled the air. Crash! One symbiote was sent flying by Hulk's kick, crashing through the floor to the ground below. A group of cops aimed their guns, ready to shout commands, but the symbiote roared, grabbed one officer, and bit his head off to replenish its strength before rejoining the fight. Clang! The sound of gongs echoed again, causing the symbiotes around Hulk to wail in pain. Seizing the moment, Hulk crushed a few heads before leaping backward to escape the encirclement. "This isn't working. There are too many of them," Lolo shouted, glancing at the growing number of symbiotes. She wanted to call for a retreat, but I emerged from the operating room before she could. "Lord Huang Liang, we need to leave. There are too many of them." Lolo looked at Jennifer, then moved to pick me up to flee. "Wait, Lolo. If we don't deal with them here, it'll only cause more trouble later." But Lolo understood my point, but it was clear we were outmatched. "Don't worry. There's always a way," I said, my gaze shifting to the medicine storage room nearby. A smile crept onto my face again, the kind of smile that Venom couldn't stand. From Lolo's shoulder, it grumbled in annoyance, "What weird thing are you planning this time?" TCH, hiding during the fight, and now crawling out to play commander when things go south. Truthfully, Venom didn't hate me. It was just protective of Lolo. Venom, Lord Huang Liang must have his reasons. "Lord Huang Liang, what should we do?" Lolo scolded Venom, and immediately dropped the idea of retreating, awaiting my next command. "This is really—" I sighed, shaking my head. No wonder Venom was weirdly fond of humans in the movie. Meanwhile, Jennifer was staring at Venom perched on Lolo's shoulder, the monstrous battle raging in the distance, and the sheer chaos around her. Her face was a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Who am I? Where am I? What is that? And what the hell is this?" "Jennifer," I called, snapping her out of her daze. She turned to me with a blank expression. "Things might get chaotic. Can you manage to leave on your own?" Probably." She didn't know what I was planning, but she understood she couldn't help. She hesitated, wanted to ask if the green monster fighting the black creatures was her cousin Bruce Banner, but decided it wasn't the time. Looking at the hospital wreckage around her, she grimaced, muttering complaints about not wanting to transform again. Then, with a deep breath, she shifted into She-Hulk mode. In a few powerful leaps, she disappeared from sight. After Jennifer left, I glanced at the battlefield. Seeing that Hulk was still holding his ground, I turned to Lolo and said, "Let's go," before leading the way toward the medicine storage room. "Hulk hates you all." Hulk roared in frustration. The black creatures weren't particularly strong. One punch could send them flying. But their regenerative abilities were disgusting. Even if he smashed them and their hosts into pancakes, as long as he didn't destroy their brains, they'd crawl down to the crowds below, feast, and return full of energy. Hulk's own regenerative abilities were impressive, but the constant back and forth was infuriating. The angrier he got, the stronger he became, and the symbiotes were beginning to feel the pressure. Carnage, give it up. We've been exposed. Continuing this will jeopardize future plans. Some of the symbiotes began to waver. No, if we don't consume Hulk, everything we've done will be meaningless. Dr. Drake roared, unwilling to back down. The longer he fought Hulk, the more aware he became of Hulk's potential, and he couldn't let it slip away. Fine, then we'll concentrate our forces for one final attack. Whether we succeed or not, we retreat afterward. Boys, unleash your ultimate forms. Roar. The symbiotes howled, transforming into terrifying shapes as they lunged at Hulk. Hey, did you all forget something? I shouted from midair. Carnage came to an abrupt halt and looked up, his slit-like eyes narrowing in fury. He shouted at the symbiotes, "Dodge! Now!" Too late. "Lolo, light it up!" I yelled as I yanked the valve on an enlarged oxygen tank, courtesy of Pym particles. A torrent of oxygen poured into the battlefield like a waterfall. A flash of fire followed, and an explosive wave of heat shot skyward. "Lord Huang Liang," Lolo muttered, feeling the searing heat, and instinctively morphed into a shield to protect me. After what felt like an eternity, the oxygen tank was finally empty. I tugged on the hem of Lolo's skirt, signaling her to lower the shield. Together, we turned to look at the battlefield engulfed in flames. The already damaged hospital was now utterly devastated. My impromptu barbecue had ensured it would need a full rebuild. Huh? There are survivors. I spotted movement in the charred remains of the battlefield and immediately tensed up. Oh, a faint groan came from the figure as it rolled over and collapsed onto the scorched ground, breathing weakly. Seeing the green skin, I scratched my head sheepishly. I'd forgotten that Hulk had been within the blast radius too. From Lolo's shoulder, Venom gasped, "How is he still alive?" "TSH, what's so surprising about that?" I scoffed. Hulk could survive being thrown into space. A little fire isn't going to kill him. Calling Lolo to follow, I made my way down to Hulk's side. Once there, I nudged him with my foot. My strength wasn't enough to make him feel anything if I used my hands. "Hulk, you must be tired. Let Bruce out. We're going home," I said casually. "Oomph." Hulk snorted, releasing a puff of blackened smoke that hit me square in the face. "Hulk wants tasty food." "If no food, Hulk squish you," he growled before obediently reverting to Banner. That's right, Hulk actually listened to me. Honestly, I hadn't expected this world's Hulk to be so adorable. On the way to the sanctum earlier, I got hungry and grabbed a few fast food meals. The smell of burgers had lured Hulk out, and he devoured all of them in one go. I was stunned. Was Hulk a foodie? When he demanded more burgers, I realized he had a soft spot for junk food. From then on, it was simple. I struck a deal with Hulk. He'd behave, and in return, he'd get as many burgers as he wanted. When Banner woke up later, he'd never felt so at peace. The three of us, me, Huang Liang, Jennifer, and Banner, sat around the dining table at Jennifer's home in San Francisco, enjoying a hot pot I had prepared. Asterisk slurp. Asterisk so, that's basically what happened. "Sorry for lying to you earlier," I said, glancing at Jennifer. "Initially, I want to talk with Banner about explaining her transformation as a result of some family genetic condition, but Banner had refused. He didn't want Jennifer dragged into the chaos and hoped she could continue living a peaceful life. So, the next day, Banner came clean to Jennifer himself. As for why we were eating hot pot, I had said, we Chinese always have important conversations over meals. Besides, it's been a while since you two have seen each other, so why not share a meal? Oh, and when I got here, I noticed this big pot in the kitchen, so I figured we'd have hot pot tonight." Jennifer wiped her greasy mouth, showing neither anger nor frustration. Instead, she gazed at Banner with a calm expression. Banner, on the other hand, couldn't meet her eyes. He kept his head down and muttered an apology. "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just... you're still the same, Bruce." Jennifer sighed softly, seeing her cousin's habit of apologizing over everything. "Honestly, I figured out pretty soon after I got home that my transformation wasn't caused by some family bloodline condition." Banner's head sank even lower. Jennifer, caught between exasperation and amusement, said, "Bruce, Lift your head. When Banner reluctantly looked up, Jennifer locked eyes with him and spoke earnestly. Bruce, I don't blame you. In fact, I'm kind of grateful that you gave me this ability. What? Banner was stunned. He hadn't expected Jennifer to not only forgive him, but also thank him. I knew it, I said with a grin, happily slurping down a piece of beef from the hot pot. Banner, you probably don't realize this, but your cousin isn't just any ordinary lawyer. She specializes in going after criminal organizations. My guess is that she got seriously injured after uncovering the Life Foundation's dirty secrets. When she went to investigate further, she was captured. During interrogation, they must have found out she was your cousin, which led to the chaos at the hospital yesterday. I had pieced this together from Lolo. After dealing with the symbiotes yesterday, I sent Lolo to the Life Foundation to eliminate any remaining symbiotes and steal their data to prevent future attacks. When Lolo got there, she found only a few symbiotes left guarding the place and easily took them out. Venom confirmed there were no more symbiotes on site, so Lolo moved on to steal the data. But since neither she nor Venom had the skills for delicate work, she ended up carrying the entire computer tower back to me. When she returned lugging the tower, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Thank goodness you realized the data was in the tower. If you brought back just a monitor, I wouldn't have known what to say. From the data inside, I had uncovered everything. Lolo wasn't here right now because I had insisted she take the day off to rest at the hotel. She fought a battle and stolen a computer in the same night, and even though she claimed she was fine, I forced her to rest. After hearing my explanation, Banner turned to Jennifer in shock. Jennifer, you told me you were just a regular lawyer. How could you? He was clearly unprepared to learn that Jennifer was one of the most dangerous criminal lawyers, with a sky-high mortality rate. Calm down, Bruce. I knew you'd react like this, which is why I didn't tell you, Jennifer said, soothing Banner as the hot pot started to dry out. I'll have more water, I said, sensing they needed some privacy. I got up and headed to the kitchen. In my absence, Banner looked at Jennifer with a mix of concern and relief. I didn't expect you to remember. Of course I remember. I just never thought the kid who once said they wanted to be a superhero would end up like this. What happened to your body, Bruce? Jennifer asked. Banner sighed. And then he told her everything. His experiments with gamma bombs, the gamma radiation that turned him into the Hulk, and how he became a fugitive hunted by the U.S. military. You're saying you're wanted by the military? Then what about him? Jennifer asked, referring to me. She was curious about my identity, given that I was helping Banner move around freely despite his fugitive status. Mr. Huang? He's a very special person, Banner said, choosing not to reveal my plans. Let her live as a civilian. With Hulk's power, I don't have to worry too much about her safety. A special person, huh? Jennifer sensed this was just an excuse to keep her from getting too involved. Though dissatisfied, she chose to let it go with a sigh, saying nothing more. Hearing the silence in the living room, I returned with a bowl of soup. Finished talking? Perfect timing. I just added some soup. This is... No need for more soup, Mr. Huang. Jennifer, thank you for your hospitality. Banner paused, realizing it was my cooking, and cleared his throat awkwardly. Anyway, let's leave it at that. Jennifer, take care of yourself. Mr. Huang, let's go. Hey. I haven't even brought out the rest of the dishes yet. Fine. I felt a pang of regret for the untouched food, but could see that Banner didn't want to stay. Sighing, I took off my apron, gave Jennifer a few parting words, and followed Banner to the door. It's such a waste of talent, though. Banner, why won't you let me recruit Jennifer? She'd be an amazing addition to the team, I grumbled, still reluctant to let such a promising prospect slip away. Let Jennifer live as a civilian hero. That's enough, Banner said, understanding my frustration, but unwilling to let his only family risk her life for world peace. I understood what Banner meant and could only sigh. Fine. Wait, Banner, step back. I suddenly shouted as a pale white hand emerged from the door, reaching for him. What is that? Banner jumped back in alarm, immediately on guard. I don't know, but I got a bad feeling. Watching the figure gradually materialize through the door, a face flashed through my mind. Oh crap, could this be Banner's cursed old man? Huang Liang, watched as the man stepped through the door. Banner's eyes welled up with tears, his hands trembling as he stammered. Father. Bruce? What are you doing here? No, this is bad, Bruce, Jennifer, you both need to run. They're coming. David Banner's expression shifted to panic the moment he realized Bruce was here at Jennifer's house. It was clear to him that he had been used. Outside the house, General Ross stood atop a military jeep, lowering his binoculars after seeing David enter the house. He didn't make a move, as if waiting for something. Moments later, a soldier ran up, saluted, and reported, "General, the civilians in the area have been fully evacuated. We're ready to proceed at any time." "Good. Begin the operation." Ross waved his hand decisively. Abomination cracked his knuckles and grinned wickedly before breaking into a run. Behind him, the engines of tanks and armed helicopters roared to life. Inside Jennifer's house, Bruce reached out to steady his father. "Father, calm down. What's going on?" But I felt the ground beneath us tremble slightly, and my expression darkened. "Shit. Banner, get away from the door." I grabbed a decorative vase by the entrance, hurled it at the door, and aimed my Pimtech glove at it, enlarging it mid-air. Boom! Crash! The sound of a massive impact and shattering porcelain filled the room. Standing in the doorway, now blocked by the shattered remnants of a giant vase, was Abomination's hulking figure. Blah! Abomination spat out shards of ceramic stuck in his mouth, and sneered as he looked down to see all his targets conveniently gathered inside the house. "Ha ha, David, thanks for showing me the way," Abomination taunted. Banner's face twisted in realization as his father's warning hit home. He pulled David Banner to his feet and shielded him behind his back, letting out a thunderous shout, "Hulk!" But nothing happened. Hulk didn't come out. "Damn it, what's going on? Hulk! Hulk!" Banner's voice grew desperate as he strained to summon his other self, veins bulging on his forehead. Still, Hulk showed no sign of emerging. "Banner, what are you doing? Why isn't Hulk coming out?" I yelled as I maneuvered around Abomination's massive frame to peek outside. The situation was escalating, and seeing Banner scream like he was constipated but failing to transform was beyond frustrating. "I'm trying, but he just won't come out." Banner's voice cracked with despair, fully aware of the danger, but utterly powerless without Hulk. Could it be because of the fire last night? "Damn it! Jennifer, take them and get out of here. I'll try to buy you some time," I shouted, realizing that Banner wasn't joking. My mind flashed back to last night's events. "Oh crap, I forgot to feed Hulk." "Are you kidding me? Stop sulking over missing a meal, you overgrown child." Hulk was refusing to come out. Jennifer and David had no combat capabilities, leaving me as the last line of defense against Ross and his forces. But Banner started to protest, clearly unaccustomed to seeing me take the initiative in combat. I cut him off with an impatient roar. "But what? Get out of here already. And don't forget to call Lolo. I don't know how long I can hold them off." "You think you can escape?" Abomination, who had been momentarily distracted, suddenly remembered his mission. He grabbed the shoe cabinet by the door and hurled it at us. Just as the cabinet left his hands, I quickly aimed my Pimtech glove at it, enlarging it mid-air. The now massive cabinet slammed into the corridor walls, effectively blocking the entrance. "This is our chance. Run." I grabbed David Banner's arm and bolted toward the back door. "Oh." Banner, startled by how swiftly I moved, quickly realized it was the right call and followed suit. At the back door, Jennifer was urging us to hurry, while occasionally glancing at David with a flicker of hope in her eyes. If Uncle David is alive, then maybe Mom is too. Elaine Banner Walters, Jennifer's mother and David's sister, was supposed to have died alongside David in a scientific accident. But David's sudden reappearance stirred the faint hope in Jennifer that her mother might have survived as well. Sensing Jennifer's gaze, David looked up and met her eyes. Seeing the anticipation in her expression, he averted his gaze and said softly as he passed her, "Jennifer, I'm sorry." "I see." Jennifer's hopeful expression shattered, sorrow washing over her face. "Jennifer, what's wrong?" Banner asked, noticing her sudden shift in demeanor as he brought up the rear. "It's nothing. Let's just get out of here," Jennifer said, quickly composing herself and following the group. Banner, though curious, knew this wasn't the time to press further and quicken his pace. What he didn't know was that Jennifer, upon hearing confirmation of her mother's fate once again, was beginning to undergo a psychological shift. Back at the house, several explosions rocked the building. The massive wooden shoe cabinet now had gaping holes in it. Abomination finally forced his way through, squeezing past the wreckage. By the time he got inside, Banner and the others were long gone. Abomination wasn't frustrated, however. He calmly pressed his earpiece and reported to General Ross. "General, just as expected, they've escaped through the back door. Banner is with them." "Banner?" "He didn't transform into Hulk." Ross frowned. Something wasn't right. Abomination should have been fighting Hulk by now, but the lack of combat sounds from the house matched the report. "Yes, it seems something's happened with Banner. Hulk is refusing to come out." Abomination confirmed, still puzzled by Hulk's apparent self-awareness. No matter. The trap is already set. Hulk not showing up just makes things easier for us. Keep pushing them toward the designated location." "Understood." Abomination ended the communication and snorted disdainfully. Can't even control his own power. Banner isn't much, after all. He cracked his neck, adjusted his expression to look even more menacing, and strode off in pursuit of his targets. After narrowly evading the searchlights of an armed helicopter again, Huang Liang, along with Banner and Jennifer, collapsed onto the floor of someone's basement. "Phew, how many forces have they dispatched just to find us?" Jennifer complained with a headache, listening to the helicopters whizzing by overhead. As a criminal lawyer who often dealt with gangsters, it was impressive that she still had the energy to complain even while being pursued by the military. "Father, what on earth is going on? How are you still alive? What happened to Anna Lane? And what's the deal with your abilities?" Now that we were temporarily safe, Banner didn't blame David for being used and causing them to be hunted. Instead, he asked about his father's situation. It's a long story," David Banner sighed and began recounting. Just like in the Incredible Hulk movie, there had been an operational mistake while he and Elaine were developing the gamma bomb. The laboratory exploded, and Jennifer's mother, Elaine, died on the spot. The power of this gamma bomb wasn't as massive as the one Bruce developed later, so David, who was hiding in a shelter, survived. But someone had to take the blame for the incident. General Ross imprisoned him, claiming to the public that he had perished in the experiment. Afterward, Banner worked hard to study science, vowing to carry on the family legacy. He successfully developed a gamma bomb. The military wanted to test its power, and as a result, the Hulk was born, just like in the movie. While saving a child who had wandered into the test zone, the Hulk emerged under the gamma bomb's radiation, wreaked havoc at the military base, and even destroyed the prison, allowing David to escape. Once free, David immediately went home to see his child, only to discover that Bruce had followed in his footsteps, becoming a scientist for the military and developing another gamma bomb. At that time, there was live coverage on TV of the explosion at Klaus Company, and the Hulk had appeared. David instantly recognized his son as the Hulk. Seeing the Hulk's appearance reminded him of past gamma radiation experiments on humans, and he realized Bruce had been transformed due to gamma ray exposure. To help his son return to normal, David worked tirelessly in Bruce's private lab to create a beam that could neutralize the effects of gamma radiation. But just as he succeeded, soldiers under General Ross found the lab and tried to arrest him. To avoid capture, David gritted his teeth and directed the anti-gamma ray beam into his own body, transforming himself into the gamma-absorbing David Banner. He easily defeated the soldiers, escaped Bruce's home, and embarked on a journey to find him. During his travels, he heard of a giant monster in San Francisco and assumed it was Bruce. He hurried there, but exposed his whereabouts in the process. The military didn't issue an arrest order immediately. Instead, they mobilized their forces. When David arrived in San Francisco, he heard about a monster battle at Central Hospital. By the time he got there, the fight was over. He tried to follow Jennifer, but was driven away by the patrols. By the time he squeezed through the crowd, Jennifer had disappeared. He then remembered his sister in Los Angeles and thought Jennifer might have gone home. So he hurried there, which brings us to the beginning of the previous chapter. Banner hadn't expected his father to become a gamma-absorbing vessel just to cure him. He was both moved and angry. You were too reckless. What if it hadn't worked? Thinking about how his father could have died again because of him, he was full of guilt. I'm fine, aren't I? David was happy to see his son concerned about him. You're still laughing. All right, I won't laugh. So, Banner, are you ready for the treatment? As a gamma-absorbing vessel, David's blood could neutralize the gamma energy in Banner's body. Since the two had almost no blood incompatibility, as long as Banner agreed, the Hulk could be eradicated. However, because of my intervention, the Hulk no longer lost control arbitrarily. After deep communication with the Hulk, Banner not only didn't hate him, but even grew rather fond of the childlike foodie. So Banner smiled and shook his head. No need. I'm doing quite well now. Really? It seems my little Bruce has grown up, David said with relief. At this moment, I, who had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, frowned. Something doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Jennifer got up, walked to the window, and used her phone to part the blinds to look outside. Other than the sound of armed helicopters and search dogs, she didn't notice anything strange. What's strange about it? Although this is the suburbs, it's too quiet. It feels like the civilians here were evacuated long ago, I said. Jennifer didn't understand what I meant and continued asking, didn't you deduce that the military found us by following Uncle David? What's so strange about them evacuating the civilians in advance? I know, but look over there. I can understand them evacuating civilians near Jennifer's home, but why are they clearing out that area too? It doesn't make any sense. I pointed to the direction of the suspension bridge. It was at least a commercial street away from Jennifer's home, and the once busy bridge was now completely deserted. Indeed, even if they didn't anticipate that the Hulk would go on strike, clearing out that area is excessive, everyone said, looking in the direction I pointed. They realized the situation was exactly as I described. Even if the military wanted to leave space for a battleground between the Abomination and the Hulk, the scope was far too large. I, Huang Liang, try to persuade, forget it. No matter what they're planning, as long as it resolves the Hulk issue, these minor details don't matter. Hulk, come on out. The Hulk flickered out from Banner's body but shouted, You liar. No tasty food. Hulk won't come out. This brat. I was furious, but there was nothing I could do if the Hulk refused to cooperate. I sighed helplessly. Looks like we'll have to rely on Lolo to bring food for the Hulk. Meanwhile, as the Abomination searched for our whereabouts, General Ross sat in an armed helicopter, waiting for someone in an open field. Before long, an unmarked helicopter appeared, circled the area to confirm it was only Ross's forces, and then landed. An unexpected figure stepped out of the helicopter. "'Tis TSK. I never thought the high and mighty General Ross would come to us for help." The person who stepped out was an old acquaintance of mine, Madame Hydra, Viper. Seeing she was alone, General Ross was displeased. "Why are you by yourself? Where are the others you promised?" "Don't be so impatient, General Ross," Viper said with a seductive smile. "Our people are already in place, just waiting for your signal. Now, where's the big comic artist?" "Humph. I doubt you dare pull any tricks," Ross snorted arrogantly and gestured with his chin. He waved for a soldier to bring a map, pointed to the area where we were hiding, and said, "They're in this area." To avoid alerting them, my men haven't gotten close. Viper glanced at the map and smiled. I didn't expect General Ross to be this cautious. "Humph. If the Hulk weren't so important to me, I wouldn't have sought your cooperation. I don't know why the Hulk hasn't appeared yet, so to be safe, I've sealed off this entire area." "You're certainly thorough," Viper remarked as she looked at the sealed-off region, which was about the size of a small town. She marveled at Ross's dedication to the Hulk. "Fine. We only want a big comic artist. As long as the Hulk doesn't interfere with us, we won't provoke him." "Humph. And you think your people can handle the Hulk?" Ross sneered dismissively. Yes. The U.S. military is #1 in the world." Viper shrugged helplessly. "Humph. Then let's begin." Yes, Viper replied perfunctorily and picked up a radio to start coordinating. General Ross's side also began mobilizing. In the basement, we were unaware of the impending danger and were still waiting for Lolo to bring burgers to save the day. Ugh, why isn't Lolo here yet? I hope General Ross and his men don't find us too soon. "I should have eaten more earlier," I complained, rubbing my stomach, not at all worried about the current situation. It wasn't that I was careless, but knowing Ross's meticulous planning, I didn't have any other options. As for why we didn't call S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, I'd thought of that too, but after contacting Lolo, giving her a location, and asking her to bring burgers, our communication was suddenly cut off. It was clear the signals were being intercepted, and we couldn't call for outside help. As we rested with our eyes closed, a strange wave filled the house. Then, the basement began to rise slowly under a mysterious force. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on? What's happening? Banner, bound by the mysterious energy and unable to move, shouted in panic. Damn it. Now I get why Ross set up such a large battleground. He's called Hydra for help, and this power, doesn't it belong to the Scarlet Witch? I finally understood Ross's plan. To keep his collaboration with Hydra under wraps, he had evacuated the area's civilians. You mean the super evil organization Hydra? How is that possible? Could it be? Jennifer, who had heard of Hydra's infamy, covered her mouth in shock. As an American citizen, she couldn't believe the U.S. upper echelons would associate with such an evil organization. This isn't the time to think about that. David was speechless at his teammates. Even in the face of a crisis, they were shouting and panicking, practically inviting the enemy to find us. Found you. Sure enough, Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, heard the noise and used her telekinesis to lock onto us, attempting to pull us out of the basement. At the critical moment, Wanda suddenly screamed, clutching her head in pain, and fell from midair. Wanda! TCH, how useless, Viper muttered. She knew it was the backlash from Wanda's unfamiliarity with her powers. Annoyed, she waved her hand, signaling the medics to take Wanda to rest, and then commanded several Zaku's combat mechs to sweep the area Wanda had pinpointed. Inside the basement, we fell to the ground as the telekinetic restraint vanished. Before we could recover, the sound of gunfire rained down above us. Rat-a-tat-tat! The terrifying storm of metal shredded the house into rubble. Through the ventilation window, we saw the war mechs. Even David screamed, "What the heck are those things?" TCH, I didn't expect them to mass-produce these so quickly. Looks like Hydra agreed to help General Ross as an excuse to test the performance of their mass-produced mechs. And Wanda, though I knew she was in Hydra's hands, judging by the sudden disappearance of her restraint, she still hasn't fully mastered her powers. But Hydra probably won't let her act alone. Otherwise, I'd really want to rescue her. I thought too much. Her brother, Quicksilver, was still in Hydra's hands. Even if we rescued her, Hydra would use Quicksilver to threaten her, and she'd still go back. But trying to play Zaku's in front of me? You must not know how you're going to die. As the creator of the Zaku mechs, I knew their weaknesses inside and out. Grinning mischievously, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a few nails. I, Huang Liang, bent down to adjust my shoelaces, then took a few steps toward the basement door, ready to step out and face the enemy. MR. Huang, you're not seriously going out there, are you? Banner, who hadn't known me long but had a sense of my personality, could tell I was serious. Although he understood the lack of options, he still felt it was too risky. After all, I was aiming to become the mayor of Superhero City. If I fell here, how would he face Dr. Pym and his family in the future? Relax, relax. I've got this under control. After all, I am their creator, I replied confidently. But Banner was still worried. Bruce, I trust that MR. Huang isn't acting on a whim. Look at his eyes. There's no fear in them. He'll definitely find a way out for us, David reassured Banner. Although David didn't know me well, he was confident in his judgment and felt I wasn't an ordinary person. All right then. MR. Huang, just be extra careful. Don't forget, Dr. Pym and the others are still waiting for you. Banner finally decided to trust me. In his mind, he also began negotiating with the Hulk. Asterisk, even if it costs me, I'll make sure the Hulk comes out to help MR. Huang. Asterisk. Unknowingly, Banner had truly begun to accept the Hulk's existence. Of course, there's still so much I want to accomplish. The rest is up to you guys. Once I leave, find an opportunity to escape and head to a noticeable spot. I initially wanted to suggest they go to an obvious place to wait for Lolo, but remembering her fiery and reckless personality, I ended up saying if you see the blockade explode, head there immediately. After that, it's up to me to hold out until you arrive. I'm off. Without waiting for their response, I turned, pushed open the basement door, and charged out. Master Huang Liang, please stay safe. On the highway leading from the city to the suburbs, Lolo was racing toward Jennifer's home on a motorcycle she had somehow commandeered. She darted over the tops of blocked vehicles at lightning speed, leaving drivers behind cursing loudly as she sped away. Lolo, why are you so fixated on that man? You've only known him for a few days. Why are you willing to go this far for him? Venom, perched on Lolo's shoulder, looked at her worried expression, unable to understand her obsession with me. Unlike the fully symbiotic Venom in the movies, this version had been partially consumed in reverse and didn't have access to Lolo's memories, leaving it clueless about her past. Lolo didn't answer Venom's question. Instead, she performed a daring maneuver, using her blood-red symbiote to control the motorcycle as she slid it sideways under a truck. She replied faintly, "Why does it matter? If you want a reason, as long as Master Huang Liang is Master Huang Liang, that's enough." What kind of answer is that? You wait, what's this? Venom was about to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by strange images that appeared in its mind. The images showed a young girl growing up in a war-torn region. She didn't know her parents' names, nor did she know her own. By the time she had memories, she had already been taken in by a military faction and sent to a concentration camp as a reserve soldier. In the prolonged chaos of war, soldiers were constantly lost in battle, and the generals began to target the children in the camps. Lolo wasn't her original name. As a war orphan, she was only identified by her camp code, 66. Lolo excelled in training at the camp and became part of the new army, marking the beginning of her life in warfare. From the age of 14 to 22, she was active in various war zones, rising from a common soldier to a captain capable of leading troops. As a young and dazzling star in the military, she became a thorn in the sides of both enemies and comrades. During one operation, Lolo was betrayed by her teammates, captured, and awaited what should have been a brutal punishment. But on that very day, I released my first comic book. For the first time, people saw how beautiful the universe could be and how thrilling war could look in fiction. Her guards and executioners became captivated by the comic, forgetting about Lolo and giving her an opportunity to escape. In this almost comedic twist of fate, Lolo miraculously fled the enemy camp. The unlucky guards and executioners, however, didn't fare as well. Lolo, who had countless souls on her hands, didn't mind killing a few more. Curious about the comic that had saved her life, she opened it and was immediately drawn in by the exquisite characters and thrilling storylines, understanding why her captors had been so engrossed. From that moment, Lolo learned about a remarkable comic artist named Huang Liang, Huang Liang's dream. After escaping the enemy camp, she blew the place up, inadvertently ending a war that had lasted who knows how long due to that one oversight. Returning to her army, Lolo killed those who had betrayed her. But she didn't stop there. She went on a rampage, killing everyone from the commanding officers to the president, wiping out both sides of the conflict. She then adopted the name Lolo Ho, inspired by the phonetic resemblance to her camp code 66, and left the war zone to become a mercenary. By that time, I was already a world-renowned comic artist. Later, Lolo found herself with more free time. Thanks to that peculiar experience, she fell in love with my comics, becoming obsessed to the point of fanaticism. Her maid outfit, for example, was inspired by one of my slice-of-life comics. She eventually became known as the Battle Maid, an active figure in the mercenary world. It wasn't until she met Deadpool, and at his recommendation, became one of my personal guards, that our paths truly crossed. You can't deny, this world works in mysterious ways. On Lolo's way to reach me, I had already started clashing with Hydra's forces. Whoosh! Boom! A missile, guided by a targeting system, flew directly toward me. Its label clearly read that it was an incendiary explosive. What the hell? You're shooting me with a missile and still claiming you want to capture me? Yeah, right. I cursed loudly as I enlarged a nearby car to block the missile. Realizing it was an incendiary explosive, I couldn't help but shout angrily toward Viper, who was not far away. Oh my, we didn't expect you to come out alone, my dear comic artist. But since you've managed to get your hands on Dr. Pym's Pym Particle Glove, it seems you know where Dr. Pym is, don't you? Viper admitted she hadn't anticipated only me appearing. The weapons she had prepared were meant for the Hulk, and she had no idea why the Hulk still hadn't shown up. Attacking me was a forced move. Otherwise, who knew what tricks I might pull? Observing the two Zakus I had pinned to the ground with oversized nails, she realized she had underestimated me. As expected of the creator of the Zaku, even with all the improvements we made, you still saw through the weak spots. You're becoming more and more interesting to me. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. Viper gestured, handing over control of the Zaku's to her subordinates. She adjusted her gear, flashed a grin, and moved into action. Hiding behind the enlarged tire of the car, I wiped sweat from my brow in frustration. Ugh, I really overestimated my stamina. I should have brought the Ant-Man suit with me if I'd known it had come to this. As I was complaining about not having the Ant-Man suit, a graceful figure quietly approached me. Viper, seeing me crouched under the car wheel without any defenses, shook her head with a smile. Asterisk still too green. With some grooming, he could become an excellent partner. My dear comic artist, your talents are mine now. Asterisk. Her eyes narrowed as she drew a dagger from her right hand, ready to strike. I saw this coming. I yelled. What? Viper exclaimed as I, sensing her approach, fired a PIM particle at the car, restoring it to its original size. Viper quickly performed a tactical roll to evade, but the car, already damaged by the missile, was barely holding together. As it returned to its normal size, flames instantly spread. No! Viper managed to escape being crushed by the car, but could only watch as the flames surged toward her. Just as she thought she was about to be burned, I enlarged a car door to shield her from the fire. You? Why? Viper opened her eyes in disbelief, staring at me, unable to understand why I had saved her. Well, I couldn't stand to see a beautiful woman get disfigured right in front of me, I said awkwardly, scratching my head. Honestly, I didn't even know why I saved her. It just felt like killing off Madam Hydra would lack flair. Well, whatever the reason, thank you, Viper said, glancing at me as I scratched my head. Something in her memory flickered, but she shook it off and grabbed her dagger, flashing me a charming smile. Thank you for saving me, but I'm sorry, I still have to take you back to Hydra. Don't worry, I'll personally guarantee that Hydra won't harm you. After all, I owe you my life. She winked at me playfully. Give me a break, I muttered. I knew saving her wouldn't change her mind about capturing me, but I hadn't expected her to act so quickly. Having just escaped danger, she was already on the offensive again. With no other choice, I pulled out some glass spheres, scattered them around, and used the PIM glove at maximum power to enlarge them before making a run for it. Viper easily slipped out from the massive glass spheres and watched me running off, now being pursued by soldiers. Smiling, she remarked, "What a fascinating man. I'm becoming more and more intrigued by him." Then, unexpectedly, she turned and stopped pursuing me. "I hope you managed to escape. My dear Mr. Huang," she said softly. Without realizing it, the infamous Madam Hydra had begun to genuinely take an interest in me. Dodging gunfire, I grabbed a street billboard to shield myself, panting as I reflected on my adaptability. Man, I used to be terrified just hearing gunfire, but now I can weave through a hail of bullets. Humans really are remarkable creatures. Asterisk, but this is the life I've been dreaming of. Asterisk, compared to my old life as a shut-in gamer feeling the thrill of war through FPS games, I much prefer this real-life battlefield where the scent of smoke filled the air. Alright then, let me show you the power of the Dragonborn from Skyrim, the savior of humanity. I shouted with burning enthusiasm, just as a BGM started playing in the background. What's that sound? Music? A Hydra soldier approaching the billboard heard the strange melody. The tune was epic and inspiring, like the theme of a protagonist's comeback. One soldier suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, isn't this the opening song from the latest Gundam series?" Another soldier responded just as excitedly, "Oh, I didn't know you were a Gundam fan too." Their squad leader couldn't help but yell, "You too. This is a battlefield. Focus." And for your information, this is the theme from the movie version. "Oh, so you're a fan too, boss." While they were enthusiastically discussing, I suddenly enlarged the billboard, causing it to detach from its base and crash down on them. Amid the sounds of screaming and the impact, a cloud of smoke rose, leaving all the pursuing soldiers knocked unconscious. Looking at the now dented metal from the soldiers' heads, I shook my head and sighed. I can't believe that actually worked. Truly, otakus transcend factions. I hope this little gift from the author makes you all happy. With that, I turned off the music, got up, and kept running. So where was the promised head-on fight? After I, Huang Liang, successfully drew Hydra's forces away, Banner, Jennifer and the others cautiously confirmed the area was safe before emerging from the basement. Phew, I didn't expect Huang to have such skills. He's truly impressive, Banner said, marveling at the Zaku's pinned to the ground by oversized nails, a testament to my ingenuity. All right, enough admiration. Let's hurry to meet this Lolo person Huang mentioned, Jennifer said. Though she wasn't sure how strong Lolo was, she figured anyone would be more reliable than them. Ordinary people who had only just gained superpowers. Exactly. The sooner we meet up with Lolo, the sooner we can support Huang, Banner added. He hadn't yet convinced the Hulk to willingly emerge, but he no longer saw the Hulk as a disaster. Banner, what are you standing there for? Let's move. The two had already started walking, called out to the dazed Banner. I'm coming. Astra's fine. I'll just think of him as an unruly younger brother. Asterisk, Banner muttered to himself before catching up with them. In another part of the sealed-off area, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the night. The soldiers guarding the roadblock immediately heightened their alertness. The broadcast had already informed New York civilians to avoid the area due to danger. No ordinary citizen would willingly enter. If it wasn't a civilian, it was likely reinforcements for me. The soldiers cocked their weapons, ready for action. The officer in charge, wary of any surprises, grabbed a loudspeaker and issued a warning. Motorcycle ahead, stop immediately. This is a military-restricted zone. Entry is strictly prohibited. Holy **T. Open fire. Everyone fire. It's too late. Get down. From a distance, they could only see the silhouette of a figure on the motorcycle. The darkness of the night, coupled with the limitations of their spotlights, made it hard to get a clear view. But when the officer used his night vision goggles, he screamed in terror. That wasn't a person on the bike. It was a human-sized barrel of explosives. Frantic, the officer had initially planned to order his men to shoot and detonate the barrel. But the motorcycle's speed was absurdly fast. With no other options, he yelled for everyone to hit the ground, unsure if the barrel had been enhanced. The motorcycle slammed into the barricade, and the presumed explosive barrel was flung through the air, crashing into an armored vehicle. Yet, to the officer's confusion, it didn't explode. Could I have been wrong? He murmured, bewildered. No, you weren't wrong. What's inside is more dangerous than any bomb. Venom, it's your turn now. Yes. What a reckless little girl, but I like it. That's right. The explosive barrel was none other than Lolo herself. Rather than engaging the military head-on, she had devised a plan to feign a bomb attack to infiltrate their defenses quickly. At first, Venom had refused the idea, but Lolo's unwavering trust in its ability to make her bulletproof eventually convinced it. And so, this spur-of-the-moment infiltration scheme was born, and it actually worked. By the time the officer realized the barrel contained a person, it was already too late to act. Lolo gave the command, and Venom, temporarily taking full control of her body, roared with delight. Blood-red symbiote tendrils poured out from Lolo, forming a massive, monstrous figure within the barricade. Now let the show begin. Venom's tendrils transformed into dual blades, and it began its first rampage since being partially consumed. Take cover. Boom. Whoosh. Crash. A shell fired from a tank struck the house. Banner, Jennifer, and David were hiding in, reducing it to rubble. From a helicopter above, General Ross's voice blared through a loudspeaker. Banner, David, I know you're hiding behind that house. That was just a warning shot. If you don't surrender, the next shell won't miss. TCH, as if we're going to surrender. And what's with only calling out 2 names? What women don't count, Jennifer muttered, annoyed that Ross hadn't mentioned her. Miss, this isn't the time for feminist arguments. Knowing Ross's personality, the next shot definitely won't miss. Forget meeting up with Lolo. We're barely holding onto our lives right now. Banner, though confident that the Hulk would emerge in a critical moment, still worried about his father and cousin. Looks like we have no choice but to split up, David said, watching the approaching tanks as he stretched, preparing for a fight. Hey, Dad, what are you planning to do? Banner quickly grabbed his father. Bruce, they're here to kill us. Do you think sitting and waiting will save us? Jennifer, seemingly having come to terms with the situation, grinned, bumped her fists together, and began to transform. Her body grew taller, her skin turned green, and she became a 2-meter-tall, muscular beauty. She patted Banner on the shoulder and said, "Uncle David's right. We'll hold them off while you head to the barricade to meet up with Lolo. The sooner you turn into that green monster, the sooner we can escape. Our lives are in your hands. Uncle David, let's do this." With that, Jennifer assumed a pitcher's stance. David pulled a coin from his pocket, transforming into a compact coin ball, and jumped into Jennifer's hand. Shouting toward the helicopter, he yelled, "Bruce, our lives are in your hands." Jennifer clutched shoot. "Got it," Jennifer shouted back, hurling David with all her strength toward the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter was struck, engulfed in flames, and crashed into a fiery explosion. Watching the seamless coordination between the two, Banner gritted his teeth, shouted a quick, "Be careful," to Jennifer, and turned to run toward the barricade. After confirming Banner had left, Jennifer turned her gaze toward the approaching U.S. soldiers. She clashed her fists together and grinned. "All right, let's see how proud America's soldiers really are." Exhausted beyond measure, Huang Liang, finally found refuge in one of the few intact houses in the area. It was already 3 or 4 a.m., and I just wanted to catch my breath. But before I could relax, a woman in a white hospital gown floated down from the sky. Before I could even process what was happening, she raised her hand and pointed toward me. The house I was leaning against crumbled into dust in an instant, as though someone had pressed fast forward on its decay. "So, you this powerful, huh? Then how did you end up being controlled?" I shouted in frustration, staring at Wanda with her blank, emotionless expression. I was utterly hopeless. I had no idea what Hydra had done to her to seize control of her mind and turn her into a mere puppet. Quietly, they had her use her reality-warping powers, altering probabilities in ways that made the impossible possible. Just like with the house, that would take thousands of years to decay, had turned to ash in a heartbeat. "Tisich, is this the end for me?" I muttered bitterly, watching as Wanda raised her hand again. I couldn't help but laugh at my own predicament. So there's infighting within Hydra. Viper wants me to join them, but whoever's controlling Wanda clearly wants me dead. Not that it matters now. Life's so short. Maybe I shouldn't have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place. As I lamented my life choices, Wanda made her move. A red beam of energy obliterated me in an instant. From my hair down to the PIM glove, everything I had was reduced to dust. Just like that, I was gone. However, as Wanda prepared to leave, a catastrophic wave of energy, like the collapse of the universe or the awakening of primordial chaos, swept across the entire sealed-off area. The shockwave wasn't just confined to the battlefield. It spread to New York City and even shook the entire planet. Kamartosh, sensing the terrifying energy, the panicked sorcerers abandoned their usual decorum and rushed into the Ancient One's chambers. "Supreme One, what is this horrifying energy?" "Silence. Do you call yourselves masters of the mystic arts? Can't you see the Supreme One is focused? Be quiet." Mordo scolded the chaotic group of sorcerers, glaring at them in irritation before turning his worried gaze toward the Ancient One, who stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Even the Supreme One needs this much time to sense it. Just what kind of disaster are we dealing with? Suddenly, the Ancient One, still facing away from them, completed her sensing ritual. Without saying a word, she turned and walked toward the open courtyard outside. "Supreme One." The crowd parted, watching her solemn expression with both fear and curiosity as they whispered among themselves. "Supreme," Mordo called out, realizing she had pinpointed the source of the catastrophe, and quickly followed her. Outside, the Ancient One looked toward the sky, which was unnaturally bright as though dawn had come early, its colors distorted by the unknown energy. With a wave of her hands, she began constructing a portal. But before it could fully form, a surge of energy rushed toward her. If she hadn't acted quickly and shut the portal in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As the terrifying energy knocked the surrounding sorcerers off their feet, the Ancient One sighed in resignation. "I didn't expect the energy to be this overwhelming. It seems I'll have to use the Eye of Agamotto." She had initially hoped to neutralize the energy with her own power, but the destructive force that emerged when the portal was partially open made it clear that her abilities alone wouldn't suffice. The only option now was to turn back time using the Eye of Agamotto. Shortly after, Wang emerged from the back courtyard, holding the eye of Agamotto with a heavy expression. Supreme One, do we really have to use the eye? After all, after all, using it might attract the attention of extraterrestrial forces, There's no other choice, the Ancient One replied, taking the eye from Wang with a quiet sigh. If they didn't rewind the energy that could destroy the Earth, all would be lost. Wang glanced up at the sky, its distorted atmosphere reflecting the lingering energy, and steeled himself. Then let me go with you. Supreme One, I can assist as well. Mordo also volunteered, eager to prove himself. You will all stay here. I'll handle this myself. Don't worry. I know what's happening, and it'll be fine, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. The moment she touched the eye of Agamotto, she had seen the outcome of the event. Her expression softened, filled with confidence. Seeing the change in her demeanor, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that she had foreseen the resolution but couldn't help asking, what about the Earth? The Earth will be fine. In fact, you might even welcome 2 promising new talents. I'm off now, the Ancient One said warmly. She hung the eye of Agamotto around her neck, channeled her power, and opened the eye. With a knowing smile, she gracefully reopened the portal. This time, having anticipated the energy's chaos, she ensured it remained contained. With a soft breath, she stepped through the portal and left Kamartaj. As the portal vanished, Wang turned to the still-dazed sorcerers. All right, the Supreme One said everything's fine. Just wait for her to return. Mordo shot Wang a displeased glare and stormed off. Watching Mordo's retreating figure, Wang shook his head and sighed. It seems Mordo still harbors ambition. I just hope our future junior brother isn't a reckless one. He glanced at the now calm sky, which had returned to normal. The sealed-off area, suburbs of New York City. A green energy enveloped the terrifying force that had erupted from my body upon death, rewinding it bit by bit. Like a clock turning back, the destructive energy was gradually undone. When the clock wound back to 3 a.m., I, who had been reduced to ash by Wanda, suddenly opened my eyes. I'm not dead. This green light. Is this Doctor Strange time reversal? Wait. I still have my memories from before the reversal. And that energy that nearly destroyed the Earth came from me. Could it be that my cheat ability has finally kicked in? As I marveled at the possibility of finally having a golden finger, a cheat-like power, a calm, yet slightly teasing voice came from behind me. So, a dimensional traveler. Huh? What an interesting child you are. I, Huang Liang, was just standing there when a voice suddenly startled me, making me spin 360 degrees mid-air like a panicked cat. Who? I shouted. You scare me to death. Wait, who is? I turned around and froze. Oh, it's the Ancient One. Holy crap. The Ancient One. Why are you here? As soon as I recognized her, I felt my soul practically leaving my body. I'm doomed. Doomed. She's discovered I'm a dimensional traveler. I should have realized it when I saw the green time reversal energy. Oh no, I'm definitely getting sent back. Goodbye, my 1:1 Gundam figurine. Goodbye, my waifu collection. The Ancient One chuckled softly, amused by my panicked state. Although I don't know how you know of my existence, rest assured, I have no intention of sending you back. Hearing her words, my expression immediately transformed from despair to pure joy. I grabbed her hand excitedly and asked, Really? Are you serious? You're not tricking me, right? You're not going to sneakily send me back to my original world while I'm not paying attention? I was both shocked and thrilled that the Ancient One didn't seem to care that I was a dimensional traveler. I'm not tricking you, she said, calmly pulling her hand back with a faint smile. Thank goodness. I was so relieved that I almost turned into a sobbing mess. In this Marvel world, I'm the god of the comic industry, the future mayor of Superhero City. Back in my original world, I was just a struggling, no-name comic artist. Who wouldn't choose to stay? If the Ancient One found out my reason for not wanting to go back was so shallow, she'd probably kick me back herself. All right, enough of that. You're a grown man. Crying like that, what do you look like? Go find somewhere to rest. There's still a poor child who needs my help, the Ancient One said, patting my shoulder to console me. She then looked up at Wanda, who was still floating mid-air with an emotionless expression. Sensing the spell rules surrounding Wanda, Even the Ancient One couldn't help but marvel. Humans truly are the most extraordinary species in the universe. The ability to alter reality. It's fortunate this child isn't yet proficient with her powers. Otherwise, she'd be far more difficult to handle. After all, Wanda's reality-altering ability was absurdly overpowered. In the original comics, she could use it to conceive children with Vision. Vision himself was born of the Mind Stone, and his body was mechanical. I couldn't help but wonder, how in the world did Wanda manage to conceive with a robot? Was it some kind of machine oil injection situation or a spiritual fusion? While my thoughts wandered into absurd territory, the Ancient One and Wanda locked eyes. Realizing I might get caught in the crossfire, I decided to run as far away as possible. The Supreme Sorcerer versus the Scarlet Witch? This is going to be a hell of a show. I hadn't gotten far from the battlefield when a wave of terrifying energy lifted me off the ground like a ragdoll, tossing me over 10 meters. Crawling out of the dirt, I ignored the soil clinging to my body and turned to look. What the hell? They're already going all out. At some point, a 1,000-meter-long fissure had opened between the Ancient One and Wanda, exposing magma that bubbled and churned at the surface. It was hot enough to boil a hot pot. Well, changing the terrain to expose underground magma? Looks like you've been studying geology, young lady, the Ancient One remarked casually, standing atop the searing magma, as if it were nothing. She seemed entirely unaffected by the heat, merely observing and commenting without retaliating. Meanwhile, in a secret Hydra facility somewhere in New York, Hydra leaders were watching the battle via a micro-camera on Wanda. They were on the verge of a collective breakdown. A chubby Hydra leader with a pig-like face pointed at the Ancient One, who was casually chatting while standing on magma, and shouted at the researchers controlling Wanda, "You call yourselves the best research team in the world? Then explain to me who the hell this old woman is and why she's suddenly here." The researchers were just as clueless. The earlier energy disruption from Huang Liang's death must have severed our connection. It was only restored after the Ancient One rewound time, so we didn't capture her arrival. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't figure out the Ancient One's origins. Finally, one of them, trembling, stammered, "B-boss, we don't know either. TCH useless fools. Just get Wanda to deal with that mysterious old woman already." The Hydra leader snapped, waving them off impatiently. He wanted the Ancient One eliminated so Wanda could continue pursuing me. Back at the battlefield, the fight between the Ancient One and Wanda grew increasingly intense. I finally understood why the Ancient One was hailed as the strongest on Earth. Holy crap, this is even scarier than gods battling, I exclaimed. The Ancient One clasped her hands together, and the entire ground folded like a giant clamp, attempting to crush Wanda in midair. Controlled Wanda's hands glowed with red light. With a single tear of the energy, my vision blurred, and the positions of Wanda and the Ancient One swapped in an instant. Ancient One. I couldn't help but worry, even though I knew she was incredibly powerful. It looked like she was about to be crushed by her own attack. "Young man, don't underestimate me," the Ancient One said with a confident smile. With a flick of her hands, the folded earth magically reversed itself, now targeting Wanda's new position. Not to be outdone, Wanda spread her arms wide, summoning a red beam of energy that effortlessly destroyed the folded earth. Then, she pointed a finger toward the sky. The pitch-black heavens suddenly erupted with a deafening roar as a massive meteor, over a kilometer in diameter, appeared on the horizon and hurtled straight toward the Ancient One. This is insane," I gasped, my brain nearly shutting down as I stared at the meteor, which was larger than the entire neighborhood. To think she's capable of such feats. Even the Ancient One was taken aback by Wanda's ability to summon an extraterrestrial meteor. Her expression was a mix of surprise and admiration as she deftly began weaving magic to counter the meteor's impact. Outside the sealed-off area, Venom, who had just knocked out the last soldier, suddenly felt the terrifying energy. Looking up, it saw the massive meteor and nearly started shaking. "What the hell? Your planet is insane. Meteors falling out of nowhere." Venom species was discovered in a meteor that crashed in San Francisco, so this was particularly triggering for it. Asterisk. Feeling the immense pressure from the meteor, even Venom's alien body trembled slightly. Thankfully, we're on the outskirts and still have time to escape. But Venom's voice trailed off as Lolo's voice emerged from within its body. No, Master Huang Liang is still in the sealed-off area. Venom. Lolo, solely focused on my safety, immediately ordered Venom to provide support. Yes, yes, Venom sighed. With no choice, it crouched and planted its hands firmly on the ground, transforming its body into a slingshot aimed directly at the meteor's center. Just as Venom was about to launch, a breathless voice called out from a distance. Lolo, give me a fast food meal combo. I'm going to save someone. David, leaning against the hulkied-out Jennifer, chuckled bitterly. Huh. Never thought General Ross would end up like us, a monster. General Ross didn't respond. He stared blankly at the slowly descending meteor in the sky, his heart filled with a mixture of melancholy and resignation. I gave up my humanity to become a monster. Yet in the face of such power, I'm still just a mortal, he thought. Ross's transformation into the Red Hulk was out of necessity. Years ago, as superpowered crimes became increasingly common worldwide, conventional military forces started to fall behind. As the so-called World Police, the U.S. Congress ordered General Ross to develop gamma bombs and cultivate superpowered individuals. After much effort, they created the Hulk, but he was uncontrollable, making the military look incompetent during their attempts to capture him. Then came the Abomination, but his terrifying appearance made it impossible to publicly glorify him, putting even more pressure on Ross. In the end, Ross had no choice but to step up himself. Under the Gamma experiment replicated from Bruce Banner's work, the Red Hulk was born. Perhaps due to Ross's unwavering resolve, after becoming the Red Hulk, he not only gained a physique and abilities on par with the Hulk, but also retained his calm and sharp mind. The emergence of the Red Hulk bolstered both Ross and the U.S. military's confidence. They believed that if they could fully understand the creation of the Red Hulk, they could build a giant army to maintain their dominance in a world increasingly populated by superpowered beings. But fate had other plans. Hydra approached the U.S. military for a friendly competition because, in the adult world, everything boils down to interests. The emergence of Zaku's and controllable superpowered individuals made the U.S. military realize they were falling behind, especially when they discovered that the Red Hulk lacked the Hulk's, the angrier, the stronger, trait. Their plans to recapture the Hulk were revived. Hydra, knowing I was close to the Hulk, initiated this collaboration. They suspected I was not ordinary and decided that if I refused to cooperate, they'd eliminate me. However, what seemed like a simple mission quickly spiraled out of control. First, the terrifying energy released upon my death revealed I wasn't just ordinary. The energy and the Ancient One's time reversal only affected the sealed-off area and its surroundings, but satellites and distant observers detected the phenomena. Then, the Ancient One's appearance confirmed the existence of magic and gods to humanity. Her reversal of the devastated area was seen as a miracle, leaving those who witnessed it, both individuals and organizations, stunned. The age of superpowers was accelerating, but that's a story for another time. On the battlefield, while General Ross was reflecting on human potential, Banner was busy feeding the Hulk. Phew, even this junk food tastes amazing. Burp. Hulk, it's up to you now. Get him, Huang, my father, Jennifer out of here, Banner said before closing his eyes. A violent aura emanated from his body, and with a roar, the Hulk emerged once more. Finished eating? Let's move. Lolo, seeing Banner transform into the Hulk, could no longer hold back her worry. She melded with Venom, turning into a blood-red monstrosity, and leapt toward the center of the battlefield. The Hulk, though annoyed, begrudgingly followed, grumbling about being rushed after eating. At the center of the battlefield, I stared at the massive meteor in the sky, too stunned to even make a sarcastic comment. Using the meteor's light, I quickly located Jennifer and David. Jennifer, David, are you two okay? I ran over to them, noting David's weakened state. I was just about to ask why he looked so drained when a deep male voice interrupted me. So, you're Huang Liang? Didn't expect you to still be alive. Looks like Hydra isn't as competent as they claim. Who? Oh crap, the Red Hulk? General Ross. I spun around in alarm, and saw the imposing figure of the Red Hulk. Asterisk, what the heck? This timeline's a mess. Black-haired Red Hulk, it's Ross himself. Banner just transformed, and now this? I need to get stronger quickly. I can't even keep up with this plot anymore. Asterisk. Well, you know who I am. No wonder Hydra is so obsessed with you. You must be hiding quite a few secrets, Ross said. His interest in me piqued as I immediately recognized him. Asterisk, looks like I should keep an eye on civilian geniuses like him. Though with that meteor still up there, who knows if there'll even be a next time. Asterisk. Master Huang Liang. Roar. While I was warily eyeing Ross, Lolo and the Hulk arrived. General. Scattered soldiers regrouped around Ross as well. Ross shifted his gaze from the sky to the two towering monsters across from him. Realizing the capture mission had failed, he reverted to his human form. As we all watched cautiously, he approached until he was about 5 meters away. Looks like I couldn't catch you this time, Hulk. Hulk hates this guy. Hulk's gonna smash him. The Hulk, seeing Ross, was reminded of the relentless military pursuit, and his fury flared. Rolling up his metaphorical sleeves, he prepared to charge. Protect the general. A few soldiers raised their guns, ready to fire at us. Hulk, calm down. I quickly stepped in to stop the Hulk, understanding Ross's intentions. Stand down. Cease fire, Ross ordered, raising his hand to halt his soldiers. Oomph. The Hulk snorted angrily, his breath huffing like a bull. Out of respect for me, his feeder, he refrained from attacking. The soldiers hesitated before lowering their weapons and stepping back. So, you're the one leading them. Unexpected, Ross remarked, surprised at how obedient the Hulk was to me. He gave me a sharp look, clearly now seeing me as someone worth monitoring. Asterisk, looks like I'll have to assign someone to keep tabs on this man. Asterisk. Knowing I'd made it onto this mad general's radar, I sighed. All right, General Ross, I get it. You're curious about me and probably planning to spy on me. But the most important thing right now is getting out of here. That thing in the sky could come down any second. Let's not waste time. Scatter and go. I just have one question, Ross said, ignoring my suggestion. He looked up at the Ancient One floating in midair. Who was that woman? Scratching my head, I debated whether to reveal her identity. Considering the U.S. military couldn't possibly take on the sorcerers, I figured it wouldn't hurt to say they're a group of reclusive sorcerers. I deliberately made it sound like there were many of them, and that they were all as powerful as the Ancient One. A group of sorcerers. As expected, Ross took the bait. While he doubted their strength, he didn't question their numbers. After all, sorcerers had been part of myths for millennia. He assumed I wasn't lying. Taking a deep breath, Ross gave us one last long look before turning to his soldiers and issuing the order to retreat. Once it was clear they weren't paying attention to us anymore, we finally relaxed. Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Lolo, seeing the danger had passed, reverted back to her maid form. Blushing, she threw herself into my arms. Feeling her soft and warm body, I chuckled lecherously. Haha, I was in trouble earlier, but I'm fine now. Jennifer, watching Lolo act all shy in my embrace, rolled her eyes in disgust. Ugh, disgusting. Finally, it's over. I'm exhausted. Bruce, give me a hand. Now that we're all together, let's get out of here. Bruce, back in his human form, took David from Jennifer and urged everyone to leave. Relax, Bruce. Did you forget how we got to San Francisco? I said, still holding Lolo as I leisurely sat down, feeling the air grow hotter with the increasing proximity of the meteor. I, Huang Liang, turned to the group and asked, Wait, Banner, are you saying that bald monk is also a sorcerer? After all, the Ancient One was bald, so being mistaken for a monk was understandable. Banner hadn't immediately realized she was a sorcerer. First, because he hadn't paid attention during the rush here, and second, who would expect a human to be grappling with a 1,000-meter-wide meteor? If humans had that kind of power, we'd have colonized the stars by now, even though the Ancient One and Wanda were literally floating in the sky. I looked up at the massive portal the Ancient One was conjuring, which was slowly swallowing the meteor, and my heart was far from calm. Asterisk, watching it in movies was thrilling enough, but seeing it live? This proves one thing. Being weak is a sin. I wonder if the Ancient One would even consider taking me as a disciple. Asterisk, sure, she said she didn't mind me being a dimensional traveler, but that didn't mean she'd help me control the superpower hidden in my soul. I was just an outsider here. As Earth's protector, The Ancient One was already generous, not sending someone to monitor me. There was no way she'd teach me magic and energy control after just 10 minutes of meeting me. She didn't even know my character yet. What I didn't know was that the Ancient One had already glimpsed the future through the Time Stone and decided to take me as her apprentice. The Ancient One is the most powerful sorcerer in the world. She has protected Earth for hundreds of years without us even knowing. This meteor crisis? It's nothing to her, I explained to the group. The moment I said this, everyone gasped, but their reactions were hilariously off-topic. Wait, hundreds of years? Are you saying she's hundreds of years old? Does practicing magic slow down aging? Jennifer's focus, as expected of a woman, was on beauty and anti-aging, even at a time like this. What's wrong with women caring about beauty? Looking good benefits you men anyway. Jennifer snapped, rolling her eyes at me. She accused men of being hypocrites, always saying looks didn't matter, but unable to resist pretty women. What can I do? A gentleman doesn't argue with a lady. Lolo, meanwhile, clenched her fists as she watched the Ancient One effortlessly send the meteor into the portal. The strongest? I'll train hard too, she declared inwardly. Asterisk, I must grow stronger, so Master Huang Liang won't be in danger again. Asterisk. Lolo. I looked at the adorable Lolo in my arms and felt deeply moved. In this world, I could be considered successful, but as a dimensional traveler, I had always felt a lingering loneliness. Other than my brief camaraderie with Deadpool, most of my plans revolved around self-preservation. Even when I had taken the initiative to protect Banner and the others earlier, it was because the Hulk was more valuable to this world than me. Now, someone was determined to grow stronger to protect me. How could I not be touched? Master Huang Liang. Sensing the warmth and emotion in my gaze, Lolo didn't say much. Instead, she hugged me tightly. Lolo will always be by your side. Ahem, I don't think now's the time for this, Banner interjected, unable to look at us anymore. And you have the nerve to say we're missing the point? You're out here, flaunting PDA on the battlefield. Ahem, sorry, got carried away, I said, a little embarrassed. But I didn't loosen my grip on Lolo. In fact, I hugged her even tighter. Having a boss like this, I can't even, Banner muttered, resigned to his fate. After all, he'd already signed up to work for me. It's not like he could throw a punch over it. Jennifer, hearing Banner call me boss, grew curious about my relationship with him. She also wondered how we had managed to teleport from New York to San Francisco in the first place. Asterisk. Once we're in a safe place, I'll make sure to get some answers. Asterisk. David Banner, however, had a serious expression. Mr. Huang, you and Bruce call her the Ancient One, and you said this sorcerer organization has secretly saved Earth many times. Is Earth always this dangerous? His question snapped everyone back to reality. Yeah, boss. Is Earth always in constant peril? Banner chimed in. Asterisk, if that's the case, I finally understand why the boss wants to build a superhero city. Earth must be way more dangerous than I thought. Asterisk, while Banner was aware of the Chitauri invasion, as a military scientist, he had never witnessed anything on such a massive scale. If it weren't for Wanda summoning that meteor, he might have thought his future battles would only involve Earth's military conflicts. Now, he realized the enemies ahead were far more terrifying than anything on Earth. Exactly, Mr. Huang. You call this a minor disaster? Were there even worse ones before? How come we didn't know about them? Jennifer asked. Well, I hesitated, unsure how to explain. I wanted to recruit Jennifer and David into my plans, but Banner had previously asked me to keep his family out of it. Their curious gazes made me glance at Banner, silently asking for his opinion. Asterisk, Banner, what's the plan? Your cousin and father seem really interested. Asterisk. Banner looked at me, puzzled. But then he suddenly understood. Asterisk, all right, I told Mr. Huang not to involve Jennifer, but after everything they've been through, staying uninvolved is probably impossible now. Asterisk, after all, they'd already faced Wanda and Hydra. They were likely on both Hydra's and the U.S. military's watch lists. Any hope of staying out of this mess was long gone. Banner nodded solemnly. There's no point hiding it anymore. They're already involved. All right then, I said, feeling a wave of excitement. Asterisk, haha. I've just recruited a few more superheroes. One step closer to achieving my full roster dream. Asterisk. With that, I began explaining my plans, the truths about the world, and the crises we'd face in the future. As I, Huang Liang, munched on my burger, I recounted the events and truths of the world to everyone. Listening to me, they began to question the very fabric of reality itself. I get it now. I understand why you said this battle is just a small-scale event, Bruce said, his voice heavy with realization. If everything I said was true, then compared to future world wars and cosmic-level conflicts, a kilometer-wide meteor crashing down truly wasn't a big deal. But can all of this really happen? Jennifer still found it hard to believe that the future could be so brutal. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I'm doing all this to protect myself anyway, I replied honestly. This was the truth. This was reality, not the Marvel Cinematic Universe where things conveniently worked out. The Chitauri wouldn't just bring a small army like in the movies, and neither Thanos nor Ultron would be easy to handle. Beyond the movie villains, there were threats from the ocean, government oppression, and countless other dangers. If I didn't build a force capable of confronting these future crises, then all my efforts to recruit allies would have been for nothing. No matter what happens, I'll always stand by Master Huang Liang's side. Of course, the first to pledge loyalty was my precious maid, Lolo. At first, she might have admired my creativity and talent, but now she was captivated by my courage and vision for the world. She had experienced so many interesting things with me, and to her, staying by my side meant life would always be more beautiful and fun. Lolo! I looked at the adorable Lolo in my arms, my heart swelling with emotion. In this world, I had achieved fame and success. Yet as a dimensional traveler, loneliness had always lingered in the background. Now, someone was willing to grow stronger to protect me. How could I not be touched? I've already joined, so there's no need to say more, Bruce said. But Jennifer, Dad, are you both sure you want to join us in saving the world? Talking about saving the world made Bruce a little embarrassed. After all, my organization didn't have much to show for itself. No achievements, no base, just people. If it weren't for the validation I received from Dr. Pym, Bruce's rational side might not have believed me either. But now, after witnessing the battle between the Ancient One and Wanda, Bruce fully understood that there were indeed terrifying beings in this world capable of wiping out nations single-handedly. Combined with everything he had been through recently, he had already resolved to fight for Earth's safety. However, he felt Jennifer and his father didn't need to take the same risks. They'd been dragged into this mess and could easily move to another country or region to live a peaceful life. There was no need for them to wade deeper into these dangerous waters. Do you even need to ask? Did you forget what I do for a living? Jennifer smiled, playfully chopping Bruce on the head with her hand. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at the now calm sky. I've always wanted to do something meaningful for ordinary people. That's why I became the so-called champion of justice. However, her voice trailed off, and she suddenly looked down, silent for a moment. Then, with a cold laugh, she scoffed at herself. However, the more cases I took on, the clearer it became. Human greed and depravity know no bounds. Humanity is a truly despicable species. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel something was off. Wait a second. Why does this sound so familiar? Jennifer, what are you trying to say? Bruce asked nervously. Jennifer glanced back at us, then burst into laughter, raising her fist in determination. I've spent so much effort trying to fix their problems. But the more I fix, the more problems arise. So, I'm done being just a person, Bruce. I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to become a true beacon of justice. For a moment, it was as if holy light shone behind her, illuminating her in divine radiance. We were all stunned by the sight. Then, stepping through a golden portal behind Jennifer, the Ancient One appeared, carrying the unconscious Wanda on her shoulder. Oh, so that was portal light, not some divine epiphany. We all mentally facepalmed. For a second there, we thought Jennifer had ascended to sainthood. Banner silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Well said, young lady, the Ancient One said, feeling the sincerity in Jennifer's words and giving her a rare nod of approval. Master Ancient One, what about Wanda? I quickly shook off the awkwardness Jennifer had caused and asked about Wanda with concern. Oh my God, please tell me Wanda's okay. She's crucial to my future plans. After all, her broken yet powerful abilities could solve countless research problems if used properly. Wanda? Oh, this young girl? She's fine. Just passed out from overusing her powers. Poor child, the Ancient One said softly, gently stroking Wanda's hair. She glanced around at the surroundings and said, "It seems your situation here has been resolved. Let's leave this place." With that, she casually closed the portal behind her and began opening another one to return to Kamartaj. But before she could complete it, a massive figure emerged from the ruins. "None of you are leaving," Abomination roared. Behind him, tanks and Hydra personnel slowly began to surround us. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy," I muttered, watching the soldiers pour in. It was clear this was premeditated. Honestly, I couldn't blame them. Ordinary people seeing a giant meteor about to crash would have fled immediately. But we had stayed completely calm, which was bound to raise suspicions. Add in the fact that the meteor's descent was unnaturally slow, and it didn't take much for Ross and Hydra to figure out we knew it wouldn't harm us. So they waited for the bald monk to deal with the meteor before ambushing us. It was a smart plan, especially with the meteor gone. They must have assumed the Ancient One was exhausted. They must be thinking, if we capture that monk and unlock her secrets, we can achieve immortality. If I knew their plan included targeting the Ancient One, I'd probably laugh myself to death. A small meteor is supposed to tire out the Supreme Sorcerer? Are you kidding me? Comic version Ancient One can fight off Galactus. Even a nerfed movie version isn't going to get exhausted by this. Taking care of you small fries would be a breeze for her. I was about to ask the Ancient One for help, but she remained silent. She glanced at me, as if reading my thoughts, and said calmly, "I will not intervene. This is your trial, and my test for you." I knew it, I muttered, feeling a bit annoyed. Come on. Lending a hand wouldn't hurt you. Unlike me, the others seemed to understand. "I see, Master. A monk does not kill lightly. Since this is a test, we'll do our best to hold back," Bruce said, bowing respectfully to the Ancient One, as if she were deity. "Bruce, you, what the hell? You're an atheist. When did you convert?" What's so strange about that?" Bruce asked, looking puzzled. "Don't monks in your culture avoid killing too?" "Oh, never mind." I gave up trying to argue, sighing as I stood and stretched. Putting on my PIM glove, I turned to Lolo and shouted, "Lolo, you're with me. We'll handle Hydra's Zakus. Bruce, you take on Abomination. Jennifer, try to hold off the U.S. military. David, stay here and guard Master Ancient One." From the way they're looking at her, it's obvious they're up to something. Though we were all exhausted after a long night, we weren't ordinary people. Plus, with the food Lolo had brought, we'd recovered some of our strength. "Yes, Master Huang Liang." "Understood." "Got it." Everyone understood the situation. Those who needed to transform did so, and those who needed to prepare their weapons got ready. "All right then, let's begin the operation," I shouted, and everyone sprang into action. The battle was about to begin. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, General Ross gave the command, "Open fire." The U.S. military launched their attack first. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat! Bayou. Countless bullets and shells rained down like a torrential storm. "Hulk!" roared the green giant as he leaped straight into the fray, charging head first into the onslaught of firepower. "I've been waiting for you." Abomination snarled, lunging forward. With a brutal headbutt, he sent Hulk flying out of the battlefield. The two behemoths grappled in midair before crashing into the outskirts, leveling countless buildings in their clash. Hulk, enraged, kicked Abomination away and roared furiously, "You again, you ugly freak. Hulk will smash you flat." He raised his fists and charged again. "Oof. A defeated fool dares to talk big? Let's see you dodge this." Crushing punch. Let's leave those two monsters to their brawl and shift our attention back to my side. With Jennifer holding back the U.S. military, their firepower had lessened significantly. But let's not forget Hydra's forces were still in play. Sure, none of us are exactly normal, but I'm just an ordinary human. You're all way too ruthless. I grumbled, taking cover behind the blood-red venom shield, then reached into my pouch to pull out my secret weapon. "Since you're playing dirty, don't blame me for fighting fire with fire." I twisted the cap off with a satisfying pop, but before throwing it, I glanced at the Ancient One, who stood calmly in the distance and smirked mischievously. A test, huh? Let's see how you enjoy my kindness. I tossed the secret weapon into the air and enlarged it with pim particles. Before it could explode, I yelled at Lolo and dove into her embrace. Lolo, full barrier. Boom! As Lolo commanded the blood-red venom to envelop us entirely, the secret weapon activated. A rain of red powder began to fall over the battlefield. Cough, cough, what is this stuff? It burns. My eyes. Damn it. Is this chili powder? What kind of sick joke is this? That's right. My secret weapon was a giant canister of chili powder. The sudden peppery rain spared no one except those hiding inside Zaku's and tanks. Everyone else was caught in the spicy storm. Even the Ancient One, as I had anticipated, wasn't spared. Cough, cough. This kid, truly something else, the Ancient One murmured, amused yet exasperated. She conjured a magical shield to block the chili powder's effects. With a simple wave of her hand, she pulled Jennifer and David into the shield for protection. Jennifer, suddenly finding herself in a safe zone, instinctively tensed her muscles. But when she saw it was the Ancient One, she relaxed, reverted to her normal form, and started brushing off the chili powder. Cough, cough. Thank you, Master, for the rescue. Ugh, MR. Huang is too much. Launching an attack like that without warning. Ugh. I feel like I'm dying. David, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. As someone who could absorb and transform, turning into a giant chili pepper if he wanted to, this amount of chili powder was nothing to him. Phew, I didn't see that coming. What an unexpected attack, David said, gazing at the powder-filled battlefield through the shield. It had been a while since he felt this entertained. Indeed, it seems the days ahead will be quite interesting, the Ancient One added with a smile. Asterisk this child. He truly is full of surprises. Asterisk. When the chili powder finally stopped raining, I commanded Lolo to lift the full barrier. Even though I was prepared, I still inhaled a mouthful of spicy air and started coughing. Cough, cough. Damn, this really is a weapon of mass destruction. But it worked pretty well, huh? I said, hands on my hips, grinning as I watched the soldiers rolling on the ground in pain. I was a genius, after all. Master Huang Liang, watch out. My gloating was cut short as the Zaku's and tanks began firing again. Boom! Zing! Kaboom! With the annoying chilly rain gone, visibility improved, and the enemies could see us clearly again. They showed no mercy. TCH persistent, aren't they? Lolo, yes. At my command, the blood-red venom sphere began rolling into action. Now it's showtime. As the blood-red venom sphere dodged the barrage of firepower, I didn't just sit idle. Hidden inside the massive sphere, I used the openings in the sphere to launch my attacks. With the help of Lolo's control and my PIM glove, oversized nails shot out like porcupine quills. Each nail, as tall as a person, pierced through the battlefield like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, targeting tanks and Zaku's with deadly precision. Clang! A massive nail skewered a Zaku's waist at an angle. With a few sparks and a loud crackle, the Zaku short-circuited and collapsed. Clunk! Another nail drove straight into a tank's treads. Unable to react in time, the speeding tank toppled over. General Ross and the Hydra leaders, watching their forces crumble, were losing their minds. No matter how much they shouted or commanded, they couldn't stop the rolling blood-red venom sphere. All they could do was watch as their Zaku's and tanks were systematically dismantled. Watching the scene unfold through Zaku monitors, Viper was laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. As expected of the man I set my sights on. What a performance. She smirked. Well, this works out. Let them regret interfering with my command. Viper had been furious ever since the higher-ups had overridden her authority and taken control of Wanda. Their insistence on eliminating me had crossed a line for her. That's why she hadn't participated in this second assault. Watching Hydra's forces crumble under my attacks, she felt vindicated. To her, traditional firepower and equipment were outdated. Superpowers were the way of the future. A new ambition began forming in her mind, to seize control of Hydra herself. She pressed a button, pulling up a miniature keyboard, and began typing furiously. Since you've been so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless, she muttered, her eyes filled with malice. With the last of the war machines destroyed, the battlefield was eerily quiet. Aside from the Red Hulk, There was barely anyone left standing. Confident that the immediate threats were neutralized, I emerged from the blood-red venom sphere with a triumphant grin. Ah, the modern military really has gone downhill. A mere amateur like me can take them out so easily. General Ross, it's just you now. Will you keep resisting, or leave quietly? Of course, I have my reasons for sparing him. Ross is aggressive, sure, but he's doing this out of loyalty to his country. Deep down, he's not a bad person. Besides, after this failed operation, his position as a general is probably toast. Letting him go won't hurt. More importantly, I saw myself as a righteous hero. How could I justify indiscriminately killing humans? My attacks had deliberately avoided lethal points. Despite the battlefield's carnage, most of the deaths were caused by friendly fire, not me. Ross surveyed the ruins around him, his face heavy with defeat. He reverted to his human form, standing amidst the rubble, silent and contemplative as he stared into the distance. Following his gaze, I saw Hulk and Abomination still locked in fierce combat. I understood what he was hoping for. Give it up. Abomination might be strong, but a serious Hulk isn't someone he can handle. I know, Ross replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. I'm just reflecting on how much the world has changed. This is only the beginning, I replied, understanding his sentiment. I didn't mock him. Instead, I raised my hand and clenched the air tightly. The world will always change. The question is whether you can ride the winds of change. I've been ready for this new era for a long time. So, Ross, don't disappoint me. Watching General Ross take one last glance at the clashing monsters before silently turning and walking away, I didn't think much of it. I shrugged, called Lolo over, and headed toward the Ancient One and the others. Before Jennifer and the group could say anything, I started complaining, come on, you all just left me to deal with everything by myself. That's too much. Jennifer's jaw dropped, thinking, we haven't even blamed you for dumping chili powder all over the battlefield, and now you're accusing us of not pulling our weight? She coughed and snapped back. You've got some nerve blaming us. Look at this whole mountain of red. How was I supposed to hold them off in this mess? I glanced at the soldiers, still coughing and scratching their eyes, and awkwardly scratched the back of my head. All right, fine, it's all done now. Let's not dwell on the details. Let's just focus on the last battle, I said, clearly trying to change the subject. Jennifer rolled her eyes, but didn't press further, turning her gaze toward the battlefield where Hulk and Abomination were still duking it out. Even though it's not my first time seeing this, their fights are still so over the top. In the distance, the battle between Hulk and Abomination had reached its climax. Hulk was noticeably larger now than when the fight began, his punches and kicks hitting with the force of grenades and leaving craters wherever he landed. Abomination, who had started the fight full of confidence, was now panting heavily, his so-called limitless stamina failing him. Damn it, doesn't this guy ever get tired? And those useless idiots fell so fast. Abomination muttered, spitting a glob of blood onto the ground in frustration. Glaring at the quiet battlefield, he clenched his fists. In the end, it's all up to me. Time to end this in one strike. Abomination knew that the outcome of their fight would determine the result of this skirmish. He decided to stop holding back. With a low, guttural roar, his body began to mutate further. His already grotesque bones overgrew, and several joints hardened into armor-like plates. Before long, under the tense gazes of everyone watching, Abomination had completely transformed. His head fused into his torso, his shoulder blades extended into 2-meter-long, razor-sharp bone blades, and the twin bone spikes on his forearms merged into a massive bone spear on his back. His legs morphed into beast-like, reverse-jointed limbs, built entirely for explosive power. Yikes, do all bosses in this world have a second transformation? I couldn't help but blurt out, watching his grotesque evolution. I just hope Bruce can handle the next phase of this fight, Jennifer muttered, her concern for Bruce evident in her tone. He'll be fine, David said with unwavering confidence, pointing toward Hulk, who was standing motionless. Maybe Hulk can't handle that monster, but Bruce can. Look at his eyes. Following David's direction, we noticed that Hulk's normally bloodshot, rage-filled eyes had become clear and determined. That's when it clicked. This was Bruce and Hulk working together for the first time. I couldn't help but grin. Seems like Bruce and Hulk are finally getting along. I can't wait to see them fully synchronized someday. Asterisk. The Ancient One, witnessing Hulk's power for the first time, had a complicated expression. The raw, chaotic energy radiating from Hulk was undeniable. Still, with proper guidance, he could become a valuable ally, she murmured, gently touching the eye of Agamotto. It was clear she had already begun planning how to train us all. As David had pointed out, Bruce was now in control of Hulk's body. Although they shared one form, Bruce and Hulk were two souls. Bruce taking the reins wasn't impossible. It just required a lot of willpower. Hulk, calm down. If you lose control, we lose this fight. Bruce's voice echoed in their shared mind. Asterisk, Hulk will not forgive that ugly freak. Asterisk, Hulk roared back, determined to fight on his own terms. Bruce gritted his teeth and pushed through the chaos of Hulk's thoughts. If you want more Krabby Patties, then listen to me. The mention of food immediately caught Hulk's attention. Don't think you can always calm me down with food. This time, I'll let it slide. Now talk. Hulk grumbled, though he was clearly tempted. Bruce was momentarily stunned by Hulk's growing self-awareness, but quickly shook it off and began strategizing. Asterisk, looks like I'll need to discuss Hulk's development with Mr. Huang later. Sigh, asterisk. Their internal dialogue ended in an instant. By the time Hulk regained control of his body, Abomination's transformation was complete. Hulk stared down the grotesque creature, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Though he was irritated, he held back his anger, exhaling sharply through his nose and planting his feet in a ready stance. Abomination, surprised to see such a composed Hulk, sneered. His confidence in his new form was unshaken. More of that weird posturing? My bone blades will cut through anything. Die, Hulk! He roared, dropping on all fours and charging forward at an alarming speed. The sight was terrifying. It's starting. From our vantage point, we watched the clash with bated breath. I don't know what Bruce said to Hulk, but he's actually managed to rein in his madness. Still, taking on Abomination's wild charge won't be easy, I muttered, concerned but hopeful. Turning to Lolo, I added, no matter how this fight ends, you need to rush in and stop them immediately. Understood, Master Huang Liang, Lolo replied without hesitation. She didn't ask for reasons or voice doubts about her strength. If I gave an order, she would carry it out. I placed a hand on her head and said softly, don't push yourself too hard. Your presence alone will make Abomination back off. Right now, you might not be as strong as them, but I believe you'll surpass them someday. I promise. Hearing my words of encouragement, Lolo's eyes glistened with tears. Master Huang Liang, I'll do my best. Back on the battlefield, the fully transformed Abomination's speed was almost too fast to follow, leaving a streak of blurred motion as he closed in on Hulk. His fused bone spear was less than 10 meters away when we all held our breath, wondering how Hulk would respond. And then, to everyone's shock, Hulk sidestepped the attack. What the hell? Hulk died! I exclaimed, utterly floored. A creature known for charging headfirst into everything had actually evaded an attack. Abomination was equally stunned. He dodged. Impossible. His entire plan hinged on Hulk meeting the attack head-on. Now, his confidence wavered. But Hulk wasn't done. As Abomination stumbled past, Hulk's eyes sharpened with predatory focus. In a split second, he grabbed Abomination's tailbone and let out a thunderous roar. With a single, devastating karate chop, Hulk struck Abomination's spine. Crack! The sickening sound of bone snapping echoed across the battlefield. Abomination's spine was shattered. As I, Huang Liang, watched, Abomination roared furiously at Hulk. Ah, you bastard! How dare you do this to me? He clearly understood the devastating impact a broken spine would have on a humanoid creature. The bones in his body squirmed grotesquely as they tried to mend his shattered vertebrae. But Hulk wasn't about to give him the chance to recover. With his left hand, Hulk delivered a series of brutal chops, while his right hand gripped Abomination's tailbone tightly, using all his monstrous strength to pull. Abomination, now only able to use the upper half of his body, screamed in rage and lashed out at Hulk. But Hulk had anticipated this. He pressed his full weight down onto Abomination's upper body, pinning him to the ground. Then, with an exhilarated roar, Hulk did the unthinkable. He tore Abomination in half with his bare hands. Roar! Abomination let out one final, agonized scream before collapsing into unconsciousness. The monstrous duel of second-stage Hulk versus the mutated abomination ended in Hulk's victory. Hulk may have won, but that was way too brutal, I muttered, watching from a distance. Even though Hulk had emerged victorious, none of us could bring ourselves to cheer. Seeing someone ripped in half like that was just savage. What a waste, the Ancient One murmured as she gazed at the triumphant Hulk, who was roaring to the skies in excitement. Silently, she crossed Hulk off her mental list. I had hoped they could control their instincts, but it seems fate had other plans. Master Ancient One, what are you talking about? Her cryptic comment left me baffled, completely clueless as to what she meant. The Ancient One cast a calm glance in my direction, but didn't elaborate. With a wave of her left hand, she summoned a portal. Nothing. Now that it's over, let's leave, she said, stepping into the portal without waiting for my response. Strange woman, I muttered to myself. Ah, well, finally, I can get some rest. Lolo, go bring Bruce over, and then we'll head out of here. Since the Ancient One wasn't keen on chatting, I didn't bother pressing the issue. Instead, I instructed Lolo to retrieve the now unconscious Bruce, and I followed the Ancient One into the portal. What? We're leaving like that? MR, Huang really loves bossing people around. Lolo, why do you listen to him so much? Jennifer huffed, feeling indignant on Lolo's behalf. She thought I was far too demanding, always making Lolo do everything. But Lolo seemed to enjoy it. With a blink, she disappeared, and a few moments later, she returned with an unconscious Bruce slung over her shoulder. Lady Jennifer, it's no trouble at all. I am MR, Huang's personal maid, after all. It's only natural for me to obey Master Huang Liang's orders. In fact, I crave his commands, Lolo said, her face lighting up with a disturbingly familiar Yandere expression. Even someone as experienced as Jennifer couldn't help but shudder. Ugh, no doubt about it. You two are a perfect match. Haha, young people these days sure are bold and straightforward, David chimed in, completely misinterpreting the situation. He probably thought Lolo and I were into some kind of play he didn't understand. He even praised Lolo for her directness. Jennifer opened her mouth to explain but hesitated, sighing instead. Forget it. Explaining this to someone his age is pointless. Then, with a resigned shake of her head, she transformed into She-Hulk, picked up Bruce herself, and carried him through the portal. If Hulk were as straightforward as you, I might already have grandkids by now, David remarked wistfully as he followed them through the portal, shaking his head. Lolo took one last look around the battlefield, still filled with groaning soldiers, before stepping through the portal herself. Not long after, the portal closed behind her. Meanwhile, at a Hydra base in New York, chaos reigned. The Hydra leaders were losing their minds as they stared at the now-blank monitors that had been tracking Wanda. Find her. If you can't, you're all dead, one of the leaders roared. Wanda was the most successful subject of their superpower program, and losing her would bring consequences they dared not imagine. But Wanda's signal is completely gone. We've tried everything, but we can't locate her, the operators protested, trembling with fear. They had done their best, but no trace of Wanda could be found. Useless. You're all useless. The leader's face turned red with rage as he drew his pistol and shot one of the operators on the spot. The others cowered, covering their heads and trembling. Forcing himself to calm down, the leader began pacing, trying to think of a solution. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with anything. I can't just sit here waiting to die. If I go back, I'm dead anyway. I might as well run for it. Desperation clouded his judgment as he decided to flee. But just as he reached the door, an unexpected figure appeared. Oh my, running away? What a cowardly act, Viper said, somehow appearing in the base without warning. Ophelia, what are you doing here? Damn it, this is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on sparing that damn comic artist, we wouldn't have lost Wanda. Enraged, the Hydra leader raised his gun to shoot her, but Viper was faster. Before he could pull the trigger, her dagger found its mark, plunging into his heart. As the life drained from his eyes, Viper leaned in close, her lips curling into a smile. Don't worry, the others will be joining you soon. From now on, Hydra will belong to me alone. On the other side of the portal, we arrived at Kamartaj, the birthplace of magic. Nestled high in the Himalayas, It was a tranquil village, self-sufficient and isolated from the world. But where there are people, there is strife. The Ancient One had once used her magic to lift Taj out of poverty, but this had sparked conflict with another sorcerer, Karu, who sought to conquer nearby villages and crown himself king. Their clash of ideals led to a fierce battle, culminating in Karu's banishment to a dark dimension and the Ancient One losing her immortality. Afterward, she wandered the world, returning with powerful artifacts and becoming the supreme sorcerer. She then built a hidden sanctum near Taj, allowing monks to train in peace. As I stepped through the portal, I found myself in a serene and quiet training ground. This is way less impressive than I imagined, I muttered. I had expected something grand and magical, like the Hogwarts of Harry Potter. Even though I'd seen in Doctor Strange, I'd hoped for some new, awe-inspiring changes. But no, it was still as simplistic as ever, leaving me a bit underwhelmed. At least it's a place to stay, Jennifer said, unfazed. Monks are supposed to live humble lives anyway. Oh ho ho, who would have thought I'd experience something this exciting at my age? Joining MR. Huang's team doesn't seem so bad, David added, clearly more interested in the portal than the sanctum itself. Master Huang Liang, if you're dissatisfied with the accommodations, I still have the Pym house that Dr. Pym gifted us, Lolo offered thoughtfully. But after some consideration, I shook my head and declined. Jennifer was right. Humble training was the key to growth. I wasn't about to waste the opportunity to learn magic at its source. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my fists and declared, fine, for the sake of magic, I'll treat this like boot camp. By the time we, Huang Liang and the others, had settled down, it was nearly noon. Yawn, I'm so tired. I never thought we'd be fighting all night, I said as I flopped onto a bed that wasn't exactly soft. Letting out a big yawn, I could barely keep my eyes open. Well, as long as everything turned out fine in the end, Jennifer said, stretching before tossing Bruce onto another bed. She yawned as well and added, all right, I'll leave you to rest. I'm heading to my room for a nap too. Staying up all night is really taking its toll. She shut the door behind her as she left. As the room quieted down, I felt the urge to say something, but the overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over me. My head felt like it weighed a ton, and soon I was fast asleep, my breathing steady and deep. The only sounds left in the room were mine and Bruce's. In the stillness, as a pin drop could have been heard, the Ancient One slipped into the room. Having settled Wanda elsewhere, she now stood at the doorway, observing my completely ungraceful sleeping posture with a light chuckle. Even as a dimensional traveler, your sleeping pose is horrendous, she muttered, shaking her head. But she hadn't come to attack or harm me. Instead, she approached my bedside with a different purpose. The Ancient One was here to help me gain control of the immense energy within me. Energy that resembled the power of an entire supernova compressed into my body. Even as the Supreme Sorcerer, she admitted that she wasn't entirely sure how to deal with it. But she wasn't the type to sit idly by. She planned to use the realm of my dreams to assist me in understanding and managing this already activated power. Don't disappoint me, traveler, she murmured, her hands glowing as she carefully controlled her own magical energy. Ensuring that she didn't interfere with my soul directly, she slowly linked her consciousness with mine. As the energies intertwined, colorful beams of light filled the room, and the Ancient One closed her eyes in focus. Inside my dream, I was startled to see the Ancient One appear. Scratching my chin, I found it curious. I do like mature older women, but isn't the Ancient One a bit too seasoned? Well, it's just a dream, right? Maybe giving her a new hairstyle would spice things up. Acting on impulse, I waved my hand, and the Ancient One suddenly sported a massive afro. Not bad. Actually, let's change those robes too, I said, grinning. With another wave, her outfit began cycling like a fashion montage, from bikinis to trendy streetwear, before finally settling on a stiff and formal aristocratic gown. Looking at her now, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh wow, she looks exactly like Daenerys from Game of Thrones. Just as I was about to continue my antics, the Ancient One finally spoke. Are these the types of clothes you have in your world? They're quite fantastical, she said, her tone calm, yet curious. Wait, what? She's talking. In my dream, I exclaimed, frozen in shock. It wasn't that I'd never dreamed of people talking before, but the fact that I'd been playing dress-up with her made me feel a little guilty. Still, something felt off. In a dream, there should be more scenery, right? But this place was barren, just me, the Ancient One, and a blank void, like a stage set with only 2 actors. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck me, and cold sweat ran down my back. Hesitantly, I looked at the Ancient One and forced an awkward smile. Master Ancient One. I see you catch on quickly, she said, entirely unfazed by my earlier antics, and even offering me a smile of approval. Not bad, not bad. While she seemed unbothered, I was anything but calm. Wait a second, Master Ancient One. Why are you in my dream? And thank goodness I didn't have any other thoughts earlier. I silently thanked my lucky stars that I hadn't done anything more outrageous. Asterisk, if I hadn't realized this was real, things might have gone way beyond just playing Miracle Nikki with her appearance asterisk. The Ancient One appeared to sense my embarrassment, but didn't dwell on it. With a casual wave, she erased the modifications I'd made to her appearance and began explaining her purpose. I assume you're aware of the immense energy within your body, traveler, she began. All right, that I said, scratching my head. I almost forgot. Thank you, Master Ancient One, for saving my life. If it weren't for you using the Eye of Agamotto to reverse time, I'd be dead for sure. I bowed deeply to express my gratitude. My sincere gesture seemed to catch the Ancient One off guard. It wasn't that she had a prejudice against me, but she was used to dimensional travelers or powerful beings being arrogant and self-centered. Especially someone like me, who had significant influence in the mortal world and harbored enough energy to destroy Earth easily. Yet here I was, remaining humble despite my circumstances. It was one of the reasons she held me in higher regard. Noticing the look of satisfaction on her face, I knew my act had worked perfectly. Asterisk nailed it. An entire supernova's worth of energy. Once I master it, I'll be unstoppable. A small bow. Totally worth it, even if it's just to secure her teachings. Asterisk. Of course, my little schemes didn't escape the Ancient One's notice, but she didn't mind. My gratitude was genuine, and her visions of the future had reassured her about my character. All right, I won't drag this out. The reason I entered your dream is twofold. To help you channel the excess energy in your soul, and to teach you some fundamental magic principles, she explained. Before she could finish, I was already floating in the air with excitement, doing a freestyle swimming motion mid-dream. Yahoo, I knew you were the best. Master Ancient One, what should we start with? Teach me everything. However, she interrupted, her tone turning serious. There are some rules I need to discuss with you first. She knew this might dampen my enthusiasm, but it was necessary to address before proceeding. Rules? My face fell. I suddenly remembered the strict disciplines magicians followed. While Dr. Strange didn't delve into it deeply, the attire of the sorcerers alone suggested they were ascetics dedicated to their craft. The thought of adhering to bizarre and restrictive rules while learning magic made me uncomfortable. Asterisk, maybe I should negotiate with her? Asterisk. Just as I was contemplating whether to bring up marriage rules or something similar, the Ancient One suddenly smirked. Relax. I'm not here to bind you with rules. I only mentioned it to temper your excitement. As long as you don't do anything that endangers the world, I won't impose any restrictions on you. Wait, really? I was stunned for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. Master Ancient One, are you serious? Seeing my overjoyed expression, she chuckled and nodded. Yes, I'll teach you magic, and you won't need to follow the standard sorcerer's code. Ecstatic, I knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, Master Ancient One, I, Huang Liang, swear on my heart that I will never betray your trust or do anything to harm this planet. It seems I wasn't wrong about you. All right, rise. Time is short. Let's begin the lesson, she said, satisfied with my resolve. Yes, Master Ancient One. Asterisk, oh my God, it's finally happening. Asterisk, I thought, barely able to contain my excitement. As the Ancient One infused magical knowledge into my consciousness, I finally understood why she had been so cautious earlier. Magic truly encompassed everything. It was limitless and omnipotent. Dimensional portals, energy manipulation, and even reality-bending techniques like Shinra Tensei and Shibaku Tensei were all possible with enough energy. No wonder she had been so solemn. With the sheer amount of energy I possessed, the potential was staggering. In the dream realm, time felt irrelevant. I didn't know whether it was my innate talent or the abundance of energy within me. But by the end of the dream, I had learned almost all the spells the Ancient One knew. From the basic portals and mirror dimension to invisibility, energy projection, phasing through objects, illusions, flight, hypnosis, shields, alchemy, telekinesis, and even remote summoning. There was no shortage of functional magic. When I demonstrated Chibaku Tensei and Shinra Tensei in the dream, the Ancient One sighed and said, "There's nothing more I can teach you." After all, if she continued, her position as the supreme sorcerer might be at risk. With a final, resigned sigh of, "Youth truly is terrifying," she hastily vanished from my dream, likely worried I might attempt to forcibly extract more knowledge from her. I am Huang Liang. By the time my companions and I settled down, it was almost noon. Yawn, I'm so sleepy. I didn't expect to be fighting all night. I lay on a not-so-soft bed, let out a big yawn, and could barely keep my eyes open. Jennifer threw Bruce onto another bed and yawned as well. As long as the outcome is good, that's all that matters. Phew, I won't disturb your rest. I'm heading back to my room to sleep for a bit. I couldn't last after staying up all night. After saying that, she helped shut our door and returned to her room. As everything suddenly quieted down, I wanted to say something, but waves of drowsiness hit me, nearly overwhelming my mind. Before long, I was sound asleep, and the only sounds left in the room were Bruce's and my breathing. In the stillness of the night, the Ancient One entered the room. She looked at my messy, sleeping posture and shook her head with a light laugh. "Even as a transmigrator, your sleeping posture is just terrible." After a quick remark, she walked over to my bedside. She wasn't here to attack or harm me. Rather, she intended to help me understand my abilities through my dreams. After all, an entire nova explosion's worth of energy was stored within my body. Even someone as powerful as the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, wasn't sure how to handle it. But waiting for things to take their course was never her style. So she decided to use my dream as a way to help me control this awakened power. "Don't let me down, transmigrator." After murmuring to herself, the Ancient One's hands glowed with magical energy. Carefully, she controlled the energy so it wouldn't touch my soul, then linked her consciousness with mine. As the energy gathered, colorful beams of light flashed in the room, and she closed her eyes. In my consciousness, I was surprised to see the Ancient One appear. Stroking my chin, I thought it was a bit peculiar. I do like mature older women, but isn't the Ancient One a bit too old? Well, since this is a dream, maybe it'll feel different if I change her hairstyle. Acting on my whim, I waved my hand over her smooth head, and suddenly an afro popped up. "Haha, this is pretty wild. Let's change her outfit too." With another wave, her clothes rapidly switched between bikinis and trendy fashion before settling on a noblewoman's gown. I commented, "Wow, this looks exactly like Daenerys from Game of Thrones." After having my fun, the Ancient One finally spoke. "So these are the clothes of your world? They seem quite fantastical." "What? Whoa, she can talk in a dream." I was stunned, feeling a bit guilty. After all, playing dress-up with someone else's body in a dream was a bit embarrassing. Then, noticing how barren the dreamscape was, just me and the Ancient One surrounded by emptiness, I suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Nervously, I looked at the Ancient One and managed an awkward smile. Master Ancient One," she praised me. I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly." "Not bad, not bad." She didn't seem to mind my earlier antics, but I couldn't stay calm. "Whoa, Master Ancient One, why are you in my dream?" "Good thing I didn't let my thoughts run too wild earlier," I said, relieved I hadn't done anything more outrageous. Seeing my awkwardness, the Ancient One didn't waste words. She erased the styling I had added to her and began explaining why she entered my dream. "I think you already know about the immense energy within your body, transmigrator." Now that you mention it, I almost forgot. "Thank you for saving my life, Master Ancient One. If it weren't for you using the Eye of Agamotto to reverse time, I'd be dead for sure." I solemnly bowed deeply to her. The Ancient One was a bit surprised. After all, she knew that most transmigrators or individuals with immense power tended to be arrogant and overbearing. For someone like me, influential in the mortal world and aware of the planet-destroying energy I possessed, to remain humble was unexpected. It made her regard me more highly. Truthfully, I was inwardly thrilled, feeling that my performance had been a great success. Judging by her expression, I nailed it. With an entire Nova's energy in me, once I learn to control it, I'll be unstoppable. What's a little bow compared to that? Consider it my way of paying homage to a master. Of course, my little thoughts didn't escape the Ancient One, but she didn't mind. My gratitude was genuine, and coupled with what she'd seen of my future through the eye of Agamotto, she chose to trust my character. The Ancient One said, "All right, I won't say too much. Besides helping you channel your soul's energy, I also want to teach you some key points about magic." Hearing this, I was overjoyed. I practically leaped into the air and started doing freestyle, swimming motions mid-air. Yahoo, I knew it. Master Ancient One, you're the best. What will you teach me first? I'll take as much as you can give. The Ancient One added, "However, there are some rules you need to be aware of." Hearing the word rules, my face changed. I thought of the strict codes sorcerers usually followed. Most sorcerers were ascetics, and the idea of adhering to their strange rules made me uncomfortable. Maybe I can negotiate with the Ancient One. Just as I was contemplating discussing the matter of marriage with her, the Ancient One broke into a grin. "All right, I know what you're thinking. I'm just teasing you. I didn't expect you to actually be worrying about the rules. It's good you have such consideration. Don't worry, I won't bind you with strict codes. Just don't harm the world, and that's enough." I was stunned, then overjoyed. "Master Ancient One, are you serious? If I could learn magic without following strict rules, that would be perfect." The Ancient One nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will teach you magic, and you don't need to follow the sorcerer's codes." From her gaze, I seemed to sense something profound. Taking a deep breath, I calmed my excitement, knelt on one knee solemnly, and said, "Master Ancient One, I, Huang Liang, swear by my true heart that I will never betray your trust or do anything harmful to this planet." The Ancient One said, "It seems I didn't misjudge you. Rise. Time is short. Let's begin the lessons." "Yes, Master Ancient One." Oh, it's finally starting. After the Ancient One infused magical knowledge into my consciousness, I finally understood why she'd said so much earlier. Magic was practically omnipotent. Things like portals and dimensional energy transfers were just the basics. As long as there was enough energy, techniques like Almighty Push, Shinra Tensei *, and Planetary Devastation, Chiba Ku Tensei *, could be performed. And if there's one thing I don't lack, it's energy. I didn't know how much time had passed in the dream, but whether it was because of my genius or the abundance of energy, I managed to learn most of the Ancient One's magical techniques within a single dream. Seriously, everything. The portals and mirror dimensions you see in the movies were just the beginning. There was also invisibility, energy projection, phasing through objects, illusions, flight, hypnosis, shields, alchemy, telekinesis, summoning from afar. The list went on and on. When I finally used Planetary Devastation and Almighty Push in the dream, the Ancient One said, "There's nothing more I can teach you." If she taught me any more, even her position as Sorcerer Supreme might be in jeopardy. After marveling at my potential, she hurriedly disappeared from my dreamscape, worried that if she stayed any longer, I might forcibly extract her memories. I woke up from my sleep to find that, besides the Ancient One, everyone else was also in the room. I sat up, stretched with a yawn, and turned to look out the window, thinking to myself, the stars are still twinkling. Looks like I didn't sleep for too long. Before I could finish my thoughts, Lolo dove into my arms, crying, "Wah! Master Huang Liang, you've finally woken up. I was so worried about you." My heart tightened with a bad premonition. Could it be that I had been asleep for a very long time? I hurriedly asked Bruce. "Bruce, how long was I asleep?" Bruce, who was munching on a burger, replied, "I'm not sure either. Maybe about 8 or 9 hours. I was stunned. Judging by Lolo's reaction, I thought it had been 10 days or half a month, but it hadn't even been a full day. I pointed at Lolo and asked, "Then what's with her?" Lolo, rubbing her teary eyes, said with aggrieved indignation, "Master Huang Liang is such a dummy. I went a whole 8 hours, 52 minutes and 55 seconds without hearing your orders. Covering my face, I thought to myself, when did my maid become so? But aside from indulging her, there wasn't much I could do. Smiling, I kissed her on the cheek and said, I'm hungry, Lolo. Can you give me the same happy meal as Bruce's? Lolo immediately bounced off happily to fetch the food. Breathing a sigh of relief, I muttered, phew, this maid is really clingy. Jennifer shot me a disdainful look and said, TCH, you're clearly enjoying it. Then she added, oh, by the way, Mr. Huang, while you were asleep, the phone in your waist pouch was ringing for hours. Huh? A call? I rummaged through the blanket to find my waist pouch and pulled out my phone, only to see that it was out of battery. Bruce offered, is it dead? I've got a charger here if you want. But before he could finish, I placed my hand on the phone and charged it directly with electricity. The screen lit up. It was actually charging. Bruce and Jennifer were both stunned. Bruce exclaimed, You, Mr. Huang, you can generate electricity? Why didn't I know you had this ability? I nonchalantly replied, what's so special about generating electricity? I could do magic too. Saying that, I used telekinesis to snatch the burger Lolo was carrying as she walked back into the room. The burger flew straight into my hand with a whoosh. This time, Bruce and Jennifer were completely dumbfounded. Jennifer muttered in disbelief, You call that magic? That's clearly sorcery. Mr. Huang, how did you wake up suddenly knowing magic? Is my sleeping posture all wrong or something? I waved her off and said, I'll explain later. Let me take this call first. I quickly scarfed down the burger and answered the phone. Hello? Natasha? It's me. What's going on? Why were you calling me so urgently? Natasha's voice came through the line. Mr. Huang? Finally. Do you know where the director and Sharon are? They've been missing for almost a week. I was shocked. Could Hydra have made a move? No, that didn't seem right. I asked, didn't they leave any other records behind? Natasha replied, they did, but I don't understand what in the North Sea could cause two super agents to vanish. Smacking my forehead, I said, the North Sea? I think I know where they are. The North Sea was where Captain America had been frozen. After all, Natasha sounded excited. What? Mr. Huang, you know where they are? I replied, they've probably found Captain America's location. The drifting glaciers in the North Sea might have delayed them. If you're worried, I'll go find them tomorrow. Natasha said, the North Sea, huh? Got it, thanks, and hung up. I muttered to myself, is what I said really that hard to understand? Honestly, turning my head, I nearly had a heart attack. Bruce, Jennifer, and David were staring at me with wide eyes. I yelled, what the heck? What are you guys doing? You almost scared me to death. Exasperated, I asked, what's with you all? David coughed and smiled as he asked, Mr. Huang, when you said Captain America, you mean the Captain America? I nodded. That's right. Stephen Rogers. His last mission didn't kill him. He fell into the glaciers of the North Sea. I already knew he was frozen there before I transmigrated. It's not that strange. They looked at me in disbelief. Jennifer said, strange? That's what we should be asking you. That's Captain America, a legendary hero. How are you, as an American, so calm about this? Scratching my head awkwardly, I thought to myself, well, I'm a fake American. After all, Jennifer, remembering that I was a transmigrator, sighed and said, forget it. You're a transmigrator. You wouldn't understand Captain America's status in the hearts of Americans. All I could do was let out an awkward laugh. I called Lolo over to feed me, but before I could even sip my soda, Jennifer rushed over excitedly and shouted, Mr. Huang, you said earlier you had a way to find the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the North Sea. Startled, I snapped, cough, cough. Can you not be so dramatic? Can't you see I'm eating? Jennifer scratched her head apologetically. Sighing, I said, all right, go get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you guys to find Captain America, okay? At this, they were as excited as school children hearing about a Springfield trip. I sighed and said, of course it's true. Go get some rest now. Oh, right? Lola will sleep in this room with me. Bruce, you can go crash in Jennifer's room. And just like that, another inexplicable day came to an end. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, my room's door was violently kicked open. Jennifer, her face flushed with excitement, barged in. But as she stepped inside, she was suddenly terrified by the sight of a long, pale, and completely naked creature lying on the bed. That would be Lolo, whose body in her true form stretches a full 5 meters. She screamed in shock, "Ah, Mr. Huang has been eaten by a monster." The piercing scream startled the long, snake-like creature on the bed awake. Just as Jennifer was about to transform into a giant for what she imagined would be an epic monster battle, the creature disappeared with a whoosh, and in its place stood a stark-naked Lolo. It seems that a drowsy Lolo had accidentally revealed her snake spirit nature. Jennifer froze for a second. When she realized it was Lolo, she understood she had made a mistake. But then, something didn't add up. Mr. Huang had mentioned that this world had gods and superpowered beings, but he never said anything about monsters. So what was going on with Lolo? As she was pondering whether she had missed something, the sound of footsteps and curious voices began to echo from the hallway outside. Other people, drawn by her scream, were approaching. Panicked, Jennifer quickly stepped out of the room and shut the door behind her. The commotion woke me up, and I let out a long yawn. After all, I'd barely gotten any sleep last night after training with Lolo. Next to me, the still-naked Lolo stretched lazily, her flexible body twisting in a full 720-degree stretch. Then she snuggled under the blanket and wrapped herself around me like the roots of an old tree. Rubbing her cheek against mine, she said adorably, "I think I scared someone just now." I knocked her lightly on the head and said grumpily, "Don't mess around. This just shows you still can't fully control your body. It proves you didn't properly absorb the advice I gave you in the dream world last night. Once we rescue Captain America, I'm going to give you some serious training. As my maid, you can't be this weak." "Oomph, that's right. Don't think I let Lolo stay the night just for, fun. Last night, I had learned all kinds of magical abilities in one go, but the dream world is different from reality. Many abilities that worked in the dream might not function the same way in reality. More importantly, my solo combat skills were still lacking. In previous battles, I relied heavily on the Scarlet Venom's super strong defense and Lolo's combat expertise, while my role was basically just providing oversized nails. Having world-ending power, but not knowing how to use it? Unacceptable. So I had Lolo, who had fought in countless wars, join me in the dream world to train me and also to teach her how to better use her own abilities. Initially, I wanted her to learn magic, but perhaps because of her fusion with Venom, as a non-pure human, she couldn't sense magic at all. So I had no choice but to help her dig deeper into her physical potential. At this point, I was grateful that in my previous life, I had been a hardcore otaku who consumed ACG, anime, comics, and games content like crazy. Using magic, I projected into the dream world every flexible and acrobatic move I could recall from games and anime. It was just a concept, but it gave Lolo a huge boost in confidence. By the time Lolo and I emerged from the dormitory, it was almost noon. As for why it took so long, well, the cleaning maid said it best. Women are truly made of water. At the Ancient One's residence, the Ancient One, being the Sorcerer Supreme of the Secret Realm, of course didn't live in the dorms. Under Jennifer and Bruce's constant urging, I leisurely strolled into the Ancient One's grand hall. The Ancient One, seeing me, was reminded of last night's events. While marveling at how quickly the world was changing and pondering the search for a successor, she greeted us. "Good afternoon, everyone. How was your sleep last night?" Ignoring Jennifer, who was still rambling about Captain America, I asked the Ancient One, "Good day, Master Ancient One. I slept all right. How's Wanda doing?" Even though, thanks to the Ancient One's infusion of knowledge, I no longer urgently needed Wanda's combat capabilities, her probability-altering powers were still one of the key assets in my future plans. At the mention of Wanda, the Ancient One's expression turned regretful. "That young girl is fine for now. She just needs some time to recover. However, her body has been under prolonged exposure to immense energy radiation. She's like a lamp running out of oil." I panicked. What? Wanda's body is that weak? I thought to myself, could this be a butterfly effect caused by my arrival? It made sense. There were no Zaka mobile suits or anything like that in the original Marvel timeline. With the advent of upgradable, mass-producible combat technology, Wanda, as an experimental subject, would naturally have been sidelined. Jennifer grew anxious too. "Isn't there any way to save her?" "Not even magic," the Ancient One replied. "Because of the unknown energy interfering with her body, time reversal magic is ineffective on her. However, perhaps young Huang here has a solution. She seemed to have thought of something and looked at me with anticipation. Everyone turned to me in surprise. They all knew the extent of the Ancient One's powers. She could withstand meteors and reverse time, and yet even she couldn't save Wanda. For her to say that I could, how could I not be astonished? Bruce clapped his hands excitedly. "Oh, right, magic. Mr. Huang, how did you suddenly learn magic last night?" His question reminded the others of how I had used telekinesis to grab a burger yesterday. They all chimed in, "Yeah, Mr. Huang, tell us what's going on. And why does the Ancient One think you can save that girl?" Just as I was about to brag about being a genius, the Ancient One cut in and explained everything for me. That's how it happened. And that's why I was by young Huang's side last night, which is why he slept for so long. Seeing my annoyed expression, the Ancient One shook her head with an amused smile. Bruce, looking envious, said, "I can't believe Mr. Huang became a sorcerer in just one night. That's really something to envy." He had asked the Ancient One yesterday, only to be told that only pure humans could learn magic. In other words, no one else in the group could learn it except me. David took it in stride. "Sure, it's a bit disappointing that we can't learn magic, but we're a team. Having one magician like Mr. Huang is already a huge blessing. Let's not be greedy." Hearing this, Bruce and Jennifer snapped out of it. "That's right, besides magic, I also had access to all kinds of technology. After all, at the end of science is theology. With enough development, they could still create tech that mimicked magic. Having figured it out, they started praising me. Mr. Huang, you're amazing, truly worthy of being our leader. Yeah, having such a powerful boss makes me feel at ease." I was so embarrassed by their compliments that I said, all right, stop it anymore, and my tail will be up in the clouds." After stopping their flattery, I began to seriously consider Wanda's situation. I thought to myself, since this problem is likely a result of the changes I triggered, I'll take responsibility for fixing it. And when it comes to restoring vitality and life force, there's no better solution than the golden apples from Asgard. Although I had devised a treatment plan for Wanda, the priority right now was to find Fury and the others. After all, they were in danger because of my prophecy. It's one thing to lack the ability to help in the past, but now that I had power, ignoring their plight would weigh heavily on my conscience. I shared Wanda's treatment plan with the Ancient One, and after she confirmed its feasibility using the Eye of Agamotto, I began locating Fury and Sharon based on the photos Natasha had sent me. Under Jennifer and Bruce's incessant urging, I activated a magic circle in my palm and opened a portal to the North Sea. Whoa, so this is what it feels like to open a portal. It was my first time creating a portal using my own power, and I was thrilled to discover that my magical energy seemed limitless. Opening a cross-regional portal like this barely consumed any energy at all, practically negligible. Finally, it's open. I'll go scout ahead. Without waiting for my warning, the impatient Jennifer barreled through the portal and charged into the North Sea. Hey, what the heck? Is it really that exciting? I was about to tell you, it's several degrees below freezing on the other side. I was starting to feel that Jennifer had completely let loose since joining my team. A highly professional criminal lawyer, now rushing headlong into danger for the sake of her idol. I couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up before quietly casting a cold resistance magic buff on the others and stepping through the portal myself. The North Sea plains were a desolate expanse of white, where the icy wind cut like knives. Apart from a few plants that were incredibly resistant to the cold, there was hardly any life capable of thriving in this barren landscape. Beyond the plains, however, the surrounding mountains were dotted with hollowed-out caves. Strangely, in this frozen wasteland where life shouldn't exist, several grotesque creatures were prowling about, snarling as though searching for something. Suddenly, they picked up on some movement and, in a flash, disappeared. Within one of those hollow mountain caves, ripples of energy shimmered before a golden portal appeared. Out stepped a woman clad in monk's robes, shivering as the biting cold hit her. She let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! Damn it, it's freezing. I almost forgot about the temperature difference. The woman, of course, was Jennifer. If not for the fact that the Sorcerer Supreme's training grounds were located in the Himalayas and the Ancient One had given her monk's robes before the trip, she might have already frozen solid. Jennifer was just about to call me to ask for warmer clothes when she heard a strange noise coming from the top of the cave. There's actually something alive here. Jennifer was stunned. The North Sea wasn't the Arctic, but it was still several degrees below freezing. The idea of a creature thriving in such conditions was astonishing. Could it be an endangered species? Jennifer squinted, trying to get a better look, when suddenly a sleek, humanoid creature, its metallic-like skin glistening, let out a sharp scream and lunged at her. Jennifer instinctively prepared to transform to fight back, but an overwhelming sense of dread broke through her mental defenses. Like an ordinary girl, she screamed in fear and bolted back toward the portal, colliding with me just as I stepped through. Ow! What the heck are you doing? She slammed into me full force, and I was about to snap at her when I caught sight of something familiar out of the corner of my eye. I raised my hand and flung a telekinetic blast at the creature. But perhaps I didn't use enough power. The black monster let out a shriek, its tail whipping through the air like a spear. It broke free from my telekinetic grip, landed on the ground, and then retreated deeper into the cave without attacking again. I hadn't even had time to marvel at what it was when Jennifer, now fully alert, threw her arms around me, crying out, "There's a monster, Mr. Huang." Yes, I know. I already scared it off, I reassured her. Jennifer glanced in the direction where the monster had disappeared, and after confirming it was truly gone, she exhaled deeply and patted me on the shoulder with a smile. "Phew, thanks, Mr. Huang." I roll my eyes. "Seriously? Did you forget you could transform? Why are you suddenly acting like a damsel in distress?" I couldn't help but wonder, do all goal-oriented women turn into airheads when something goes wrong? Huh? Oh, right, I can transform. Why was I so scared? I screamed. Even Jennifer herself found her behavior strange. "Forget it. As long as you're okay." What the heck was that thing anyway? Casting a cold resistance buff on Jennifer, I tried to recall the creature's appearance. Something about it seemed familiar, and the fact that it managed to break free of my telekinesis made it even more unsettling. Never mind for now, let's focus on finding Fury and the others. I pulled out SHLD's communicator to contact them. Meanwhile, Bruce, ever the mother hen, draped a thick monk's robe over Jennifer and scolded her angrily. "Jennifer, that was way too reckless." David chimed in with concern. "Yeah, what if something happened to you? How would I explain it to your mother?" Jennifer admitted her mistake. "You're right, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time." Bruce asked, "Jennifer, did a creature really attack you?" He wasn't doubting her. It was just that Jennifer had been to battlefields and seen her share of corpses. What kind of creature could frighten her like that? At the mention of the creature, Jennifer shivered. I can't quite describe what it was, but it felt incredibly dangerous. I don't think even transforming would have helped me beat it. Now calm, Jennifer realized something was off. She wasn't the type to lose her nerve in the face of danger. It must have been the overwhelming sense of death emanating from the creature that had made her lose control. "You're saying that monster made you feel death?" I frowned deeply at her words. It was an awful feeling. Otherwise, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself by screaming. Jennifer blushed at the memory of her outburst. This didn't sit well with Lolo, who shifted to block Jennifer's view of me, radiating waves of territorial hostility. Mr. Huang belongs to me. You green-skinned brute. Don't even think about making a move. Jennifer stared at Lolo, puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Is she okay in the head? David noticed my furrowed brows and asked curiously, "Mr. Huang, do you know what kind of creature it was?" I'm not sure what it was, but I have a pretty good idea of what it can do." "Jennifer, you were hit by the creature's fear attack." "Fear attack? What's that?" Everyone was confused by the term. How do I put it? It's like killing intent or an aura of dominance. That black creature had incredibly strong mental energy. It managed to break free of my telekinesis and even unleash a fear aura on Jennifer. Something about the situation didn't sit right with me. If they're this mentally powerful, they should be highly intelligent. But they behaved more like animals. Strange. Although I was curious about those strange creatures, the priority was still to rendezvous with Fury and the others. I reminded the three of them. Just remember, these creatures are extremely dangerous. If you encounter one, be ready to fight immediately. They responded in unison. "Understood, Mr. Huang." I returned to Lolo, who was still fiddling with the communicator. I asked, "Lolo, what's wrong?" Can't connect with them. Internally, I was muttering to myself. Asterisk weird. Shield gear shouldn't be this unreliable. Asterisk. Seeing me return, Lolo flashed me a big grin and said, I'm not sure what's going on. It shows it's connected, but we can't talk. It's like something's interfering. She handed me the communicator. Looking at it, I saw that she was right. It displayed as connected, yet there was no sound. It was eerily silent, like a silence spell had been cast. I mumbled, strange. Could this thing be broken? I activated the locator function, and surprisingly, it still worked. Now I was even more confused. What's going on? Communication doesn't work, but the locator does. Though I couldn't make sense of the situation, knowing Fury and Sharon's location was enough for now. I thought to myself, Asterisk, forget it. We'll figure it out as we go. Unless we run into someone on the level of the Ancient One or Thanos, I can kite anyone to death. And honestly, if worst comes to worst, I can always run. Asterisk. With the location confirmed, I gathered everyone and set off toward the target point. As for why we didn't just teleport, this strange place completely blocked my mental energy. Exiting wasn't a problem, but teleporting within these weird caves was impossible. In the darkness, the wind howled, and faint shadows flickered around us, making the journey far from boring. Jennifer, however, was close to losing her mind with the strange creatures trailing us. What's with these monsters? They won't attack, but they keep following us. It's driving me insane. Bruce, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, added, Yeah, they're creeping me out. David, on the other hand, remained calm. Let them follow if they want. As long as they're not attacking, it's fine. I wasn't particularly bothered either. These creatures weren't a threat to me. What intrigued me was the sense of familiarity they gave me. I mulled over it, thinking, Asterisk with such a distinctive appearance, I should be able to recall their name if I've seen them before. Why can't I remember? Asterisk. Just then, Lolo called out to me, Master Huang Liang, come take a look at this. I walked over and asked, What did you find? The others followed as well. Lolo handed me an object. Jennifer peered at it curiously and said, Is this the spear? Bruce frowned. Why would there be a spear here? Pouring magic in my right hand, I crushed the spear, revealing some high-tech components inside. This looks like some kind of spectrum board. Could it be that this spear is actually a high-tech weapon? David ran his hand along the cave wall and remarked, Don't you think these walls are too smooth? It's like some massive creature frequently passes through here. Jennifer suddenly said, Don't you think it's gotten too quiet? Those creatures are gone. We all looked up and realized the black creatures had indeed disappeared. Using my heightened senses to scan the area, my expression darkened. I shouted, Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Bruce asked, What's ahead? I don't have time to explain. Just move. I quickly opened a portal to a broken section at the top of the cave and practically bolted through. Trusting my instincts, the others followed without hesitation. Once everyone was through, I closed the portal. Bruce was about to ask what was going on when the cave began to shake violently. He froze. What the hell is happening? Everyone get down. I ordered. Not that I needed to. Everyone had already hit the ground. A deafening roar filled the air as we watched in terror, as the cave we had just been in was engulfed by seawater. David, still lying on the ground, said, I understand now why the walls were so smooth. Everyone was both horrified and relieved. Bruce, still shaken, asked me, Good thing we had Mr. Huang with us. What the heck was that? My expression was grim as I replied, I don't know. The way the seawater rushed in, it felt too deliberate, like it was being controlled. Bruce was skeptical. Controlled? That's impossible. Just then, Jennifer pointed at something in the distance. Look, what's that? We all turned to see a large group of humanoid beings with blue skin and pointed ears emerging from water. They resembled humans, but clearly weren't. My face darkened. TC, it's the Atlanteans. Internally, I was grumbling. Asterisk, damn it. Marvel has Inhumans, but this is way too on the nose. Asterisk. Bruce, wide-eyed, asked, You're saying they're Atlanteans? Rolling my eyes, I replied, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned before that many mythical creatures have real-world counterparts. Bruce, Jennifer, and even Lolo's eyes lit up. Does that mean mermaids exist too? I sighed and rubbed my temples. Yeah, sure. Mermaids exist. Can we focus here? Since they were all Americans, They were naturally over-the-top excited about anything related to mermaids. Knowing the truth, but not wanting to dampen their enthusiasm, I humored them. All right, all right. With so many Atlanteans around here, there's probably an underwater city nearby. But we've got more important things to do. David, being the oldest and the most composed of the group, managed to recover from the shock of discovering Atlanteans much faster than the rest. He took charge, helping to refocus the group. Mr. Huang is right. Our main mission is to find the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Captain America. Let's get our heads back in the game. Bruce, realizing his own excitement was a bit over the top, scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. I got carried away. Mr. Huang, since the way ahead is blocked, how are we going to find the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? I frowned, feeling a little stuck. According to the locator, the other communicator was down at the entrance of an underground passage. However, the passage was flooded with seawater, and some unknown energy was interfering with my ability to open a long-distance portal. For now, I had no solution. Asking the Atlanteans to guide us might be an option, but I wasn't sure what their attitude toward humans was. If they were hostile, initiating contact could be a very bad idea. I was debating whether to use a group invisibility spell and fly over the water when Lolo, who had been standing guard beside me, suddenly sensed something. She shouted, "Who's there?" and without turning back, slashed with a venomous claw. To everyone's surprise, her deadly attack was blocked by none other than a star-spangled circular shield. Jennifer's eyes lit up with excitement as she recognized the shield. Her face flushed red, and she screamed, "That's Captain America's shield. It's really him." Her scream echoed through the cave, and the figure behind the shield stepped out of the darkness. Sure enough, it was none other than Steve Rogers, Captain America himself. Steve hadn't expected to encounter fans in such a remote place. Smiling, he said, "Didn't think I'd run into humans here. This isn't a safe place to talk. Let's get moving. Also, your reflexes are impressive." With that, he turned and started leading the way. Jennifer, completely starstruck, clutched her chest and cried out, Captain America is so handsome. He's so cool and mysterious. I'm dying." Then, in dramatic fashion, she collapsed into Bruce's arms. Bruce, utterly speechless at his cousin's antics, gave me an awkward smile before hauling Jennifer to her feet and scolding her as they followed Steve. David, also a bit embarrassed, scratched his nose and trailed behind them. I, on the other hand, was feeling a little sour. I muttered under my breath, "Tisich, just because he's handsome doesn't mean he can go around winking at my maid." Lolo, noticing my jealousy, found the whole situation both amusing and endearing. She hugged me and said, "Don't worry, Master Huang Liang. I'll always be yours." Putting on a tsundere act, I replied, "Well, that's a given." Lolo chuckled. Yes, Master Huang Liang is so childish. They're getting ahead of us. Let's go." The cave was cold, damp, and full of treacherous twists and turns. Strange growls echoed from the passageways, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Without Steve leading the way, we would have surely gotten lost. Jennifer, her eyes practically sparkling, kept praising Steve. "No wonder you're Captain America. Even in such a dark and confusing place, you don't get lost." Steve, clearly exasperated, considered reprimanding her, but couldn't bring himself to do it after seeing the admiration in her eyes. Suddenly, he stopped and raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Jennifer, ever eager, asked, "What's wrong, Captain? Is there an enemy?" Steve sighed and gently pushed her away, creating some distance. "It's nothing, and you don't need to stick so close. You could just call me Steve. I don't even know how many people still recognize me as Captain America these days." Steve had been in cryosleep for over 50 years. This wasn't wartime anymore, and he wondered if people had long forgotten him. Sensing his sadness, Jennifer shifted into therapist mode and began comforting him. "No, you'll always be Captain America. You're America's eternal son, and no one will forget your sacrifices." Steve was taken aback. Did I just get comforted by a young girl? Steve, oh Steve, how far you've fallen. Asterisk. He rubbed his face and gave Jennifer a warm, charming smile that could melt glaciers. "Thank you for your kind words. I'll do my best to keep going." Jennifer returned his smile, though internally she was fangirling like crazy. Asterisk. I just consoled Captain America. And that smile, oh my gosh, it's too handsome. I'm dead again. Asterisk. Steve, now back in high spirits, scanned the surroundings to ensure it was safe before signaling for us to continue moving. All right, the coast is clear. Let's keep going. Meanwhile, Bruce and I lagged behind, discussing the unexpected situation. I didn't think we'd actually run into Captain America here. What a surprise, Bruce remarked. Yeah, I agreed. Judging from his life energy, he's still in pretty good shape. What puzzled me, though, was why Fury and the others hadn't left with him yet. They'd had plenty of time to recover since finding him. Then I recalled the Atlanteans hunting those strange creatures earlier, and a realization began to form. Asterisk, never mind. We'll find out once we meet up with Fury. Asterisk. I motioned for Bruce to hurry up. They're getting ahead. Let's catch up. Let's shift our focus back to the large cave from earlier. An Atlantean warrior roared, thrusting a glowing spear into an alien-like creature. Turning to the merfolk behind him, he shouted, "Today, we show these beasts our courage. Attack!" The other merfolk echoed his cry, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" and charged at the alien creatures with renewed vigor. Although some Atlanteans fell victim to sneak attacks, it was clear that the tide of battle favored them. On a whale-like warship hovering nearby, an elderly Atlantean with a crown and white hair observed the young warriors with a satisfied smile. "It seems your plan is working, Taker. If we continue like this, we'll have more powerful soldiers for our army." Taker, standing beside him, hesitated. He wanted to say something, but held back. The elder Atlantean snorted. "Oomph. You want to plead for Finn's case, don't you? Forget it. She betrayed her people by consorting with humans and bearing a half-breed child. The royal family does not tolerate traitors." Taker tried to argue. "But father, Finn only did it to save the royal family. Can't we?" The elder cut him off sharply. "Taker, our fate lies in our own hands. Humans cannot be trusted." Taker gritted his teeth. I understand, father." The elder Atlantean gave a curt nod before gazing up at the cave's ceiling. Though his eyes seemed unfocused, it was as if he were looking beyond, into the open sky. With a wistful sigh, he said, "Time is running out. If we don't unite this planet soon, our people—" He didn't finish his sentence, turning instead to return to the warship. On the way to meet up with Fury and the others, I suddenly had a bad feeling. I muttered to myself, "Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like something bad is waiting for me up ahead?" No matter how hard I thought about it, I couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease. I tried to comfort myself, saying, "Never mind, maybe it really is just a false alarm." With that, I decided to ignore the sudden chill running down my spine. However, when we finally met up with Fury and Sharon, things took an unexpected turn. Sharon suddenly leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. The moment her lips touched me, everything clicked in my mind. Asterisk, oh crap. This is bad. How is Sharon here? Asterisk. On the other side, Lolo froze at the sight of this. Asterisk, what the heck? My man just got kissed by someone else. Asterisk. Her face darkened, and her arms morphed into dual venomous blades as she charged at Sharon, yelling, "You hussy! What are you doing to my man?" Sharon, catching Lolo's attack out of the corner of her eye, deftly pulled me into a spinning dodge to avoid it, then pushed me aside. She pulled a handgun from her waist and fired 3 precise shots at Lolo's head. Steve, completely baffled by the sudden fight between the two women, instinctively raised his shield to protect Lolo from the bullets. But before he could intervene, Fury grabbed his arm and stopped him. Steve asked, "Fury, what are you doing?" Fury replied nonchalantly, "Relax, Steve. Don't worry about it. Let's just watch." Though confused, Steve trusted Fury's judgment and reluctantly lowered his shield, though he still stayed on guard, ready to step in if needed. Fury, on the other hand, shrugged and leaned back, clearly enjoying what he called the drama of the year. As Fury predicted, the bullets were harmless against Lolo. Her blood-red venom mask formed instantly, easily deflecting the shots. Just as her blade was about to strike Sharon, I intervened. Using telekinesis, I restrained Lolo and pulled Sharon behind me, awkwardly trying to de-escalate the situation. "Lolo, calm down." "Sharon, you too." Sharon, clearly upset, snapped, "What's that supposed to mean, Huang? Why are you siding with this demoness first? Are you trying to deny our relationship? Was I just a fling to you?" "Lolo, upon hearing this, exploded. What? You were with Huang Liang before me? Unforgivable. Master Huang Liang, don't stop me. Let me kill this shameless vixen. Sharon, equally shocked, yelled back. What? You were with Huang before me? Huang, what's going on with this woman? The more I tried to explain, the more tangled things became. I could only give an awkward smile and silently beg the others for help. I turned to Fury and Steve first, blinking rapidly to signal my distress. But Fury, instead of helping, simply made a throat-slitting gesture at me. Asterisk, damn you, Fury. After all I've done to help you, you're leaving me out to dry? Asterisk. I then looked to Steve with hope, but whatever Fury had whispered to him earlier seemed to have worked. Steve gave me an apologetic look, but remained a passive observer. Asterisk, Steve, you've changed, asterisk. Out of options, I turned to Bruce and the others. Thankfully, Jennifer stepped forward, giving me a reassuring, leave it to me look. Asterisk, Jennifer, I misjudged you. You're a good person after all. My life is in your hands now. Asterisk. With my hopeful gaze fixed on her, Jennifer coughed to get everyone's attention and smiled sweetly. You're Sharon, right? Don't worry, I'm not here to help Mr. Huang explain. My face froze instantly. Asterisk what? If you're not here to help, why did you act like you were? This can't be good, asterisk. Before I could stop her, Jennifer blushed, placed her hands on her cheeks, and shyly said, Actually, I've also been with Mr. Huang. Asterisk, what the hell? You're throwing me under the bus, asterisk. In the end, it was David who stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, that's enough. Now's not the time for this nonsense. Jennifer, seriously, you're not helping. Just explain properly next time. Jennifer, realizing she had taken the joke too far, sheepishly tapped her head and scurried over to Steve for protection before I could scold her. I muttered, Teesish, running that fast, huh? I sighed, retracting the hand I'd raised to bonk her and grumbled, Teesish, guess I'll have to handle this myself. Fortunately, both Lolo and Sharon realized that arguing wasn't going to solve anything right now. They reluctantly stopped fighting, though they both clung to me from either side, glaring daggers at each other. Sparks practically flew between their eyes. Covering my face in exasperation, I turned to Fury and asked, Seriously, Fury? Don't you have other agents? Out of all the people in S.H.I.E.L.D., why did Sharon have to come with you? Sharon's expression darkened as she pinched my waist. What's that supposed to mean? If I didn't come, were you planning to keep your relationship with this demoness a secret from me forever? I was on the verge of tears. No, it's not like that. I just think now isn't the best time for you two to meet. Asterisk as expected, every step in the harem is drenched in blood. My dream of a crystal palace is slipping away. Asterisk. Lolo, however, was more concerned about what Sharon had called her. You hussy, who are you calling a demoness? Her left arm morphed into a blade again, ready to strike. Sharon wasn't backing down either. Oh yeah? And what should I call you with how you look? A monster? Admit it, you used some kind of dark magic to seduce Huang. I sighed, trying to calm both of them down and change the subject. All right, enough. Let's deal with this later. Right now, we need to figure out the situation. Fury, when did you find Captain America? And why didn't you contact S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately after finding him? Though still dissatisfied, the two women knew this wasn't the time to argue. They let out huffs of frustration and ended their quarrel, for now. Fury, on the other hand, looked disappointed. Teesish, you mean that's it? No more fighting? Boring. He shrugged and began explaining how they found Captain America and why they stayed here. It all started when Fury and Sharon encountered a Hydra unit on the North Sea plains while flying in a helicopter. The sight of Hydra soldiers in the area gave them a bad feeling. Did Hydra somehow know that Captain America was alive, and were they trying to capture him? As they debated whether to intervene, something unexpected happened. A group of Atlanteans on strange vehicles attacked the Hydra unit. Hydra was well prepared, armed with laser weapons and hunting nets, and their teamwork was impeccable. The Atlanteans, being mere patrol soldiers, were outnumbered and outgunned. The two sides clashed fiercely, leaving Fury and Sharon stunned. Sharon joked, Fury, am I seeing things, or is this Avatar? Fury rolled his eye. Avatar, my ass. Those are Atlanteans. Sharon was shocked. What? How do you know that? But Fury wasn't in the mood to explain. He had noticed that these Atlanteans were far more ruthless than the report suggested. Those caught in electric nets clawed desperately at Hydra soldiers, killing them even as they were captured. Those with no hope of escape used some kind of magic to self-destruct, taking Hydra soldiers with them. During the chaos, another Hydra squad spotted Fury and Sharon. "We've been made." They had no choice but to engage in aerial combat, but Hydra's forces were overwhelming and the helicopter was eventually shot down. It crashed into the Hollow Mountain range, leaving Fury and Sharon unconscious. As it turned out, it wasn't Fury and Sharon who found Captain America. It was Captain America who found them. When they awoke, they discovered Steve had saved their lives. The irony wasn't lost on them. They had come to rescue him, only to end up being rescued themselves. But at least Steve was safe. That was what mattered. After recovering with Steve's help, Fury proposed leaving the area, but Steve refused. "The people here need my help. I can't leave yet." Fury was baffled. The people here, Steve explained the situation with the Atlanteans' plans to retaliate against humanity. The current king, Immersive, was using a parasitic alien species with high reproductive capabilities, the xenomorphs, to mass-produce Atlantean warriors. If it were just adults being turned into soldiers, it might have been tolerable. But Immersive was forcing civilians, from ages 10 to 80, Atlanteans live longer than humans, into brutal training programs to create more soldiers. Steve couldn't stand idly by and wanted to help, but the Atlantean civilians, terrified and traumatized, refused to trust a human like him. Just when Steve was at his wit's end, someone unexpected appeared and changed everything. That person was Namor, the child of an Atlantean princess and human Captain Leonard Mackenzie, the legendary king of Atlantis. Perhaps some people may ask, Captain America, as the champion of freedom for the United States, would he really help non-human Atlanteans? If you think he wouldn't, you're underestimating him. Why is Captain America so popular? Is it just because he's handsome and has a good moral character? Sure, those are part of the appeal, but the real reason is that Steve Rogers embodies justice, intelligence, and strength. He's the kind of guy who can hold his own in any fight, always maintaining a 50-50 chance against any opponent. Compared to the eccentric heroes in the Avengers, Captain America feels like a true hero. A true hero naturally steps in to help the weak. So when Captain America decided to stay for the sake of the Atlantean civilians' safety, it was completely in line with his character. When everyone learned that Steve was staying behind to protect the Atlantean civilians, we couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. After all, it's easy to brag about heroism, but few actually step up to help, especially when it comes to aiding non-human Atlanteans. Even I, someone who prides himself on being a self-proclaimed savior, had to admit I wasn't as selfless as him. As for how Captain America was unfrozen, it seemed like the cosmic will of the universe decided to intervene. Unlike in the original timeline, where Namor was already the ruler of Atlantis when Steve was found, things were different here. Namor, the son of an Atlantean princess and a human captain named Leonard Mackenzie, was still treated as an outcast by his people. His mother had been imprisoned, his father killed, and he himself had been exiled due to his mixed heritage. Atlanteans have blue skin, but Namor inherited his father's human appearance while retaining his mother's physical capabilities. Despite his tragic beginning, Namor had the tenacity of a protagonist. He survived in the perilous undersea world through sheer willpower, but surviving wasn't enough for him. He sought more and eventually ventured into the human world, where he struggled to find his purpose. By some twist of fate, he became a martial arts master thanks to a comic book he stumbled upon. After spending some time fighting crime in the human world, he returned to his homeland a few years ago and became a celebrated civilian hero in Atlantis. Namor's abilities are remarkable. As a hybrid of humans and Atlanteans, he is amphibious, capable of flying in the air and swimming through water. He can communicate telepathically with marine life and even control them. His strength and endurance far surpass those of ordinary humans, allowing him to withstand the immense pressure and freezing temperatures of the deep sea. He can swim at speeds of up to 556 kilometers per hour and has an extended lifespan. His skin has rapid physical regeneration capabilities and can resist certain types of attacks. Personality-wise, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of my presence in this world, Namor here is nothing like the hot-headed, impulsive version in the original comics. Instead, he is calm, intelligent, and has the demeanor of a great leader. As Captain America put it, if Namor ever sounded the call to wage war against humanity, and humans weren't prepared, we'd likely face total defeat. Of course, the Atlanteans and Captain America had been out of touch with the human world for a long time. They were unaware of how much humanity had advanced. While Atlantean technology might rival Wakanda's, trying to wage war against humanity with just one city's resources was laughable. Honestly, if it came to that, I could probably solve the problem myself with a meteor shower spell. Cough, cough. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. Don't take my bragging too seriously. After learning Steve's reasons for staying behind, as the leader of my newly formed Savior Army, I naturally had to get involved. I turned to Fury and said, Fury, I'm not bragging, but I'm pretty overpowered right now. Forget one city. Even if there were a few more, it'd be no problem for me. Now that we knew most of the Atlanteans were enemies, I didn't need to hold back anymore. While my fine energy manipulation might not be perfect when it comes to raw destructive power, you might want to check out what a Nova explosion can do. Fury and Sharon were curious. Huang, what have you been up to lately? How did you suddenly get so OP? Smirking, I replied, let me tell you all about it. I recounted everything. How the Hulk joined us, Lolo's fusion with Venom, General Ross and the Hydra assault, Wanda summoning a meteor, the Ancient One obliterating said meteor with one hand, and how I essentially became a god overnight. Of course, I omitted anything about Dr. Pym. While Fury and Sharon were trustworthy, I wasn't about to risk Fury's scheming nature. Who knows if he might try to poach Dr. Pym from me? Dr. Pym and S.H.I.E.L.D. don't exactly get along, but Fury might find a way to convince him otherwise. As for Hulk, Jennifer, and David, they didn't matter as much. They were fugitives wanted by the U.S. military. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to recruit them, they'd have to deal with America's bureaucracy first. This isn't a Marvel movie where everything gets resolved so easily. And Wanda? The Ancient One mentioned wanting to take her as a disciple. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. can persuade the sorcerers to join them, they'll have to wait until Doctor Strange makes an appearance to even locate them. When Sharon heard about Wanda, she nearly jumped for joy. Huang, thank you. Thank you so much for rescuing Wanda. I'm so glad she's okay. She even started tearing up. Asterisk sigh. Looks like Sharon genuinely cares about Wanda and Pietro. No way I'm telling her the full truth about Wanda's condition now. Asterisk. I stepped forward to hug Sharon, comforting her. After all, I'm her ambiguous boyfriend on the surface. I have to show some concern. Perhaps Sharon's sadness was too overwhelming, because for once, Lolo didn't get jealous. She even encouraged me to go comfort her. I'll let it slide this time, she said haughtily, turning her head away, but I noticed her still keeping an eye on us out of the corner of her eye. Sharon, touched by Lolo's gesture, nodded gratefully at her and contentedly leaned into my embrace. Fury, disappointed that his anticipated drama didn't unfold, muttered, Tisich, not even a fight. What's so special about this kid anyway? Internally, he was even more annoyed. Asterisk, I've known Sharon longer than him, yet she always goes to him first. I should arrange for her to interact with him less. Who knows, she might end up defecting to his side. Asterisk. Now, don't get any wrong ideas. Fury wasn't jealous in a romantic sense. He was worried I might steal Sharon, a valuable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, from him. But what Fury didn't know was that Sharon was already on my side. She hadn't officially joined me yet, but that was only because I hadn't established my own base of operations. Sharon, enough with the tears. You're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. What kind of image are you portraying crying like this in front of others? Let's focus on what we're going to do next. Fury, ever the pragmatist, forcibly shifted the conversation back to business. He was probably trying to prevent his agent from being fully poached, even if it meant earning her resentment. Sharon, being a top-tier agent, knew how to prioritize. Though she wasn't happy with Fury's abrupt topic change, she thought to herself, asterisk, if Huang hadn't asked me to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor Hydra, I'd have left long ago. Asterisk, if Fury knew Sharon had long planned to defect to me, he might have cried on the spot. With Wanda and Pietro likely to reunite soon, Sharon's mood had improved significantly. She pulled herself out of my arms, and once she composed herself, she joined the discussion about the next steps. Steve, seeing that the conversation had returned to the main topic, let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Now that we're all on the same page, let's discuss the plan. Huang Liang, was it? Can I call you Mr. Huang? I heard you're a time traveler from the future, right? Then you must know about Atlantis and their plans to attack humanity. Can you tell me more? The moment he mentioned my time-traveling background, I shot a glare at Fury. Asterisk, damn it, Fury. You sold me out? Asterisk, I scanned my memory with a quick spell. If this were the DC universe, I could have pulled some info from Aquaman, but unfortunately, this was Marvel. The legendary king of the seas, Namor, wasn't a ruler yet, just an outcast wanderer shunned by his people. That said, I suddenly thought of those black alien creatures that the Atlanteans have been hunting. Before we dive into that, I want to know more about those black creatures. What do you know about them? I asked. Steve was a bit puzzled by my sudden change of subject, but since he happened to know something, he explained, You mean the xenomorphs? Namor mentioned they were discovered on a crashed alien ship in the Arctic. As for why there's so many of them, Namor didn't go into detail. Jennifer's eyes lit up in realization. So they're aliens. No wonder I've never seen anything like them before. She then noticed my grim expression and asked, Wait, Mr. Huang, why do you look so serious? Do you know something about these xenomorphs? Everyone turned to look at me, noticing that I did indeed look rather disturbed. Lolo, who knew me best, asked, Master Huang Liang, is there something wrong with those creatures? She knew that my expression meant they were far more troublesome than they appeared. The reason my face had darkened was that I'd finally remembered where those creatures were from. Asterisk, what the hell? Xenomorphs. Are you in the wrong franchise? And now I get why they have such strong mental energy. It's because they're using Atlanteans as hosts. The Atlantean king has lost his mind, hasn't he? Trying to emulate the predators by using xenomorphs to breed warriors? Asterisk. Then another horrifying thought struck me. Asterisk, wait, could it really be that insane? Asterisk. I considered the sheer number of xenomorphs. Even factoring in Hydra's discovery of Atlantis and the possibility of the royal family using Hydra soldiers as hosts, the numbers were still far beyond what I expected. Asterisk, which means, in their desperation to create warriors, the Atlantean royals might have even sacrificed their own civilians to these creatures as hosts. That's just asterisk. I share my knowledge about the xenomorphs with everyone. Even Lolo, who rarely showed concern for things outside our immediate circle, was appalled by the cruelty of the Atlantean royal family. Steve's eyes turned bloodshot with fury as he slammed his fist into the cave wall. Thud! Blood splattered from his knuckles, but the pain couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. Damn it! Now I understand why Namor looked so conflicted when he mentioned the xenomorphs. The truth is just so cruel. How could they do this? David, at a loss for words, muttered, using their own people as fodder for xenomorphs. This is... Jennifer crossed her arms and said, With such a cruel race, do we even need to save them? Her question left everyone silent. It was a fair point. Should we get involved in this mess to help such a race? Steve, his expression resolute, declared, Even so, I will save them. Bruce, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly burst out with a cheer of approval. That's why you're Captain America. The Atlantean royal family may be unforgivable, but the civilians are innocent. We can't condemn an entire race because of their leaders. Count me in. Bruce's firm stance put me, as the leader of the Savior Army, in an awkward position. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said, It's not like I said we wouldn't save them. Fine, I'll join too. This is the first group mission for the Savior Army. After all, as the leader, I need to set an example. Bruce hadn't expected me to agree so readily, and his face lit up with gratitude, though he also seemed a bit nervous, worried I might hold a grudge against him later. But I wasn't that petty. Besides, if we succeeded, we'd gain a new ally. David chimed in with a grin. Huh, with the boss's orders, of course we're in. We're the employees, after all. He stroked his goatee, looking at Bruce with satisfaction. Asterisk, looks like Bruce is really growing. Asterisk. Jennifer, though reluctant, finally relented. Fine, I'll join too. But only because Captain America wants to save them. It's not like I care about those savage fish people. Lolo didn't need to say anything. Since I agreed, she naturally followed suit. And with Lolo joining, Sharon wasn't about to let the two of us be alone together. Her decision was obvious to everyone. She wasn't going to leave me and Lolo unsupervised. Fury sighed, rubbing his temple. Fine. As long as you're still with S.H.I.E.L.D., we'll assist as well. But Mr. Huang, can you open a portal to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? With our current equipment, we're not equipped to take on the Atlantean royals head-on. He had a point. Taking down the royal family wouldn't automatically save Atlantis. With just our small group, the outcome was far from certain. Yeah, Fury's right. I need to head back to my base too. I heard it's nearly finished, I said. I couldn't believe it. Our Savior Army base was actually finished. Bruce and Jennifer were both visibly shocked by the news. Jennifer exclaimed, "What? Our base is completed?" Seriously? Bruce echoed her surprise. Wait, we have a base? Since when? These two siblings, with their uncanny synchronization, were truly something else. I couldn't help but roll my eyes and tease. Come on, you're making my organization sound like some fly-by-night operation. But to be fair, I'd only recently learned that the base was operational myself. I thought for a moment and decided it was best to first ensure Fury and Sharon returned safely. After all, Fury and Sharon had been missing for a while now. If the UN bureaucrats, those die-hard officials, decided to appoint a new director in Fury's absence, it could throw off everything we'd been planning. So, following Fury's suggestion, I opened a portal to take them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Steve, however, chose not to come with us. He believed it wasn't the right time for him to leave. He still needed to assist Namor in protecting the Atlantean civilians. He said, "I've been gone for so long already, a little more time won't hurt. Besides, many Atlantean refugees have sought refuge under Namor's leadership, and they need me here to maintain order. I'll stay for now." I couldn't help but respect him. Some people are just born to be leaders who inspire others. Namor, despite having half Atlantean blood and spending decades doing good for his people, had only recently gained the trust of the Atlantean civilians. Meanwhile, Steve managed to win them over in just a few days. What can I say? Steve Rogers was made for this role. Sorry, Namor. With things settled on this side, I quickly opened a portal, instructing Bruce, Jennifer, and Lolo to stay put while I took Fury and Sharon to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After dropping them off, I decided to swing by the Gundam development department. I rushed there eagerly, only to find my Zero suit still in its half-developed state. I was so stunned my jaw nearly hit the floor. Internally, I grumbled, now, I understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. got infiltrated and wrecked by Hydra in the future. At this development speed, let alone building a Gundam, they'd take half a year just to assemble a basic engineering robot. Of course, I didn't say all this out loud, but my complaints weren't subtle either. The S.H.I.E.L.D. engineers looked equally frustrated. The Zero suit was classified as top secret, and Fury, paranoid about Hydra getting their hands on the designs, had kept the project so covert that progress was painfully slow. On top of that, the Gundam development department was running out of funds. Yes, you heard that right. They were broke. After the big battle in the New York suburbs, the UN shifted its research priorities from Gundam-type powered mechs towards superpower development. Those die-hard officials had seen the footage the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. provided of superhuman abilities and had collectively lost their minds. One representative even said, "From the footage, it's clear that Gundam-type powered mechs aren't as strong as we imagined. Sure, they're good for suppressing ordinary armies and terrorists, but from a broader perspective, they're resource-intensive and don't offer revolutionary advancements in flexibility or weapon systems. In comparison to superpowers, we might have overestimated the potential of mechs." Everyone loves Mr. Huang's Gundam series, but let's be real. We live in reality. I propose cutting funding for Gundam-type powered mech research and reallocating it to superpower development. Let's vote. The result? A crushing 22-3 vote in favor of slashing the Gundam project's budget by 80%. So yeah, forget about my Zero suit. Most of the other Gundam projects were practically dead in the water. After hearing this, I requested that the research department package up all the Zero suit schematics and materials for me. Fury and the others had already considered this possibility. After all, anyone who had seen the footage of Wanda and the Ancient One's battle would have realized that suits of armor were no match for those kinds of superhuman abilities. Better to focus on studying the Hulk and magic than waste resources on what they now considered scrap metal. Using my PIM particle-enhanced gloves, I packed up the schematics and a half-finished Zero suit. I told Fury to gather the team, and meet me in 3 days to head to Atlantis. Then, under the envious and resentful gazes of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, I opened a portal and returned to the North Sea caves. When I arrived back at the cave, I noticed that everyone except Lolo was gone. I asked, "Lolo, where is everyone?" Taking the suitcase from my hands, Lolo replied simply, "They went to help the Atlanteans, Master Huang Liang." I was stunned. What? How did that happen? Sure, we'd agreed to help Namor take down the cruel Atlantean royal family. But considering the animosity between the Atlanteans and humans, thanks largely to Hydra's meddling, I didn't think Bruce and the others would be welcomed so easily. Steve could win people over with his charisma, but what about them? When Lolo led me to the refugee camp where the others were, I immediately understood. I couldn't help but mutter, "Are all Atlanteans colorblind? Can they not tell the difference between blue and green?" That's right. Bruce and Jennifer were in their Hulk forms, which the Atlanteans had mistaken as a sign of kinship, unable to differentiate green skin from blue. Bruce, now back in his normal form, was casually munching on the lunch I'd swiped from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well, we didn't expect to integrate this easily either," he said. Curious, I asked, "How did you figure out that the Atlanteans can't tell blue from green?" At this, both Bruce and Jennifer looked a bit sheepish. As it turned out, the usually steady David had been the one to unintentionally reveal this. While I was away, David, bored out his mind, used his powers to cover himself in moss, turning his skin green. The Atlantean refugees immediately mistook him for one of their own and took him in. If Steve hadn't returned in time, David might have had to transform into water to swim back. This incident clued them in on the Atlanteans' blue-green colorblindness, and Bruce and Jennifer quickly used their Hulk forms to blend in and assist the refugees. Well, at least they managed to make themselves useful while I was gone. Seeing how much fun they were having, I decided not to drag them back to the new base. With their help, the plan to take down the royal family would go much more smoothly. "All right, you two keep helping Steve manage things here at the refugee camp," I said. They happily agreed, and after making sure everything was in order, I opened a portal to our Savior Army base and left the cave with Lolo. Meanwhile, David stood off to the side, looking as if to say, "What about me?" The North Sea was freezing, but elsewhere, summer was in full swing. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the cicadas chirped loudly. In a small village in northern Hyogo, Japan, a sturdy man wearing a straw hat and traditional clothing was leisurely fishing. Not far away, an elderly couple with white hair but rosy complexions whispered sweet nothings to each other. The fisherman was Shinjin Yashida, and the elderly couple were the Pims. Shinjin teased, "Hey, old Pim, do you two have to flaunt your lovey-doveyness in front of me every day? And so close together in this heat? No less." Pim, both annoyed and helpless, replied, "Shinjin, stop calling me old Pim. Call me Doctor or Hank Pym, got it?" Janet, however, chuckled and said, "Oh, I think it's a charming nickname. Only close friends get nicknames like that." Shinjin grinned. "Exactly, the lady understands. Come on, Pym, just accept it." Pym, fuming but unable to take on Shinjin physically, vented his frustration on a grasshopper in the bushes. Shinjin and Janet burst out laughing. Just then, both of their phones rang simultaneously. After answering, they both exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Huang's back! That kid Huang's returned!" As I arrived in the mountainous region of Shinansen in northern Hyogo, Japan, I couldn't help but marvel at how the Savior Army base was built beneath what appeared to be a dormant volcano, 500 meters underground. I was baffled by Shinjin Yashida's insistence on constructing the base underground, especially considering the open grassy areas and dense forest nearby. His reasoning? Harnessing the geothermal energy of the volcano to power the base. Sure, it sounded logical, but I still found it eccentric. How did they manage to build a base the size of 10 football fields in such a short time? That was thanks to Dr. Pym's Pym ants. These ants, masters of digging, combined with Pym's insect control technology and Shinjin Group's industrial-grade robots, made constructing the base a breeze. Using the coordinates Mariko had provided, I transported directly into the base's hangar. At that moment, I couldn't help but admire my decision to team up with Shinjin and Pym. As expected of powerhouses who can build their own organizations in the original story. Together, they're unstoppable. The new base, serving as the Savior Army's primary terrestrial headquarters, was even more complete than I had imagined. The hangar was packed with various resources and materials. Judging by the sheer amount of supplies, Shinjin must have emptied half of his family's stock. I nearly drooled at the sight, thinking, feasting off the rich feels amazing. Just as I was marveling at the Yashida family's wealth, the base's external intrusion alarm finally went off. Alert, alert! Intruder detected in Test Zone 1. Security robots, proceed to intercept immediately. Alert! Intruder detected in Test Zone 1. I scratched my chin and muttered, it's good to have a security system, but isn't the response a bit slow? Lolo, standing beside me, rolled her eyes and said, Master Huang Liang, that's fast enough. Who would have thought someone would use a magical portal to invade the base's interior? Her comment made me feel a bit awkward. Scratching my head, I thought, true? Neither Pim nor Shinjin has dealt with real magic before, so it's natural they wouldn't consider defenses against magical intrusions. Then I mused, actually, this is a good learning experience. We can redesign the system to account for magical energy fluctuations later. Before I could finish my thoughts, a voice filled with joy and longing echoed from above. It's Master Huang Liang. It's really Master Huang Liang. I missed you so much. Before I could react, something soft and warm crashed into me, directly slamming into my nose. The force of the impact knocked me out cold. My last coherent thought before losing consciousness was, this size, it must be Mariko, Master Huang Liang. Master Huang Liang, what's wrong? Yukio, come quick. Master Huang Liang has fainted. When I came to, Shinjin and Pim had already returned to the base. By the bedside, Lolo was giving me her signature Yandere glare, while Mariko, with tear-filled eyes, was apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Master Huang Liang. I didn't mean to knock you out. I was just so excited to see you again. What? In her mind, she was berating herself. I'm such an idiot. I got too excited and ended up hurting Master Huang Liang. When did he return? How did he suddenly appear there? I've never been able to handle girls crying, especially when it's because of me. I sighed and said, all right, stop crying already. Seriously. But Mariko, being the epitome of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, couldn't suppress her guilt. Words weren't working, so I decided to take action. I called out, Mariko. Before she could respond, I pulled her close and kissed her. Crack. I faintly heard the sound of something breaking, but I was too engrossed in Mariko's sweetness to pay attention. I focused on savoring the moment. When we finally parted, Mariko's face was as red as an apple, and she leaned against me, panting softly. I teased, satisfied now. She nodded shyly and replied, yes. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in my arms, I couldn't help but feel a certain urge building up. As I debated whether to take things further right then and there, a ghostly, resentful voice suddenly whispered in my ear, Master Huang Liang, shouldn't you be explaining something to me? I jolted upright in shock. What the hell? Lolo, when did you get here? My mind was racing. Crap. When did Lolo enter the room? And what was that weird cracking sound earlier? Turning my head, I saw Lolo clutching a pair of high-quality katana, both visibly broken, clearly snapped by her bare hands. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. I quickly tried to defuse the situation. Wait, Lolo, let me explain. Let me clarify. Lolo shouted, clarify? What's there to clarify? Master Huang Liang, you're a baka, a dirty cheater. I hate you. But instead of running out crying as I expected, she started unbuttoning her clothes right in front of Mariko. My eye twitched as I asked hesitantly, Lolo, why are you undressing? Lolo huffed coldly. Since Master Huang Liang loves flirting around so much, I'll just have to drain you dry, so you can't go fooling around anymore. I felt a sudden chill in my, soul. What the hell does drain you dry even mean? Lolo, your character is breaking down. Mariko, snapping out of her daze, glared at Lolo and scolded. How dare you? A mere maid trying to seduce Master Huang Liang. Such insolence. Have you no shame? Completely ignoring Mariko's outburst, Lolo, with a full Yandere smile, slithered over like a seductive snake. Era. Era, now I see why Master Huang Liang likes you. You're quite cute. Before Mariko could scream in terror, Lolo deftly stripped her in a matter of seconds. Since you also like Master Huang Liang, let's work together to drain him dry and establish our alliance as women. Oomph. Master Huang Liang, prepare yourself. I shouted, Yammy. For the rest of the day, my room was filled with sounds that would spark anyone's imagination. The next morning, I stumbled into the base cafeteria, dragging my exhausted body like a lifeless husk. I was the perfect picture of a man thoroughly drained. In stark contrast were Mariko and Lolo, who practically radiated with delight, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Dr. Pym eyed me with a mix of pity and exasperation, shaking his head. Huang, you need to learn some self-restraint. You're supposed to be the spiritual leader of the Savior Army. What'll happen to the cause if your body gives out before we even get started? I slammed the table, tears streaming down my face as I wailed. You think I wanted this? It's not like I had a choice. Excuse me. A menacing wave of energy suddenly emanated from the shadows of the cafeteria. I immediately froze, swallowing my words. Never mind. Nothing at all. Lolo's piercing glare sent shivers down my spine, and my knees almost gave out. Covering my face, I sighed dramatically. Curse to deal with such a boss. My life is nothing but suffering. Pym decided not to comment further, instead rubbing his temples in quiet defeat. From the kitchen, Janet Pym chimed in while bustling with breakfast preparations. What's so bad about it? Young people should have passion. Congratulations, Mariko-chan. She even winked at Mariko, who was walking awkwardly and blushing furiously. Aunt Janet, Mariko squealed, covering her face in embarrassment before bolting out of the cafeteria. Janet chuckled, covering her mouth with a hand, but then turned her gaze toward me. Her smile remained, but the intensity behind it made me shudder. Era, how cute. Mr. Huang, you had better treat our Mariko well. If you don't, I won't forgive you. Her words sent a cold chill down my spine, and I quickly straightened up, responding earnestly, Don't worry, Aunt Janet. I'll treat Mariko with the utmost care. Asterisk and Lolo, Sharon, and all the other lovely heroines who haven't shown up yet. Asterisk. Janet seemed satisfied with my answer, nodding with a smile before returning to her cooking. Meanwhile, I slumped over the table like a piece of dried fish, already mentally drained despite the day barely starting. Pym, watching my pitiful state, sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he slammed the table, his eyes lighting up. Wait a minute. Huang, how did you even get in the first test zone? I checked the entry logs. There's no record of you entering. Startled by his sudden enthusiasm, I was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Shinjin Yashida strolled into the cafeteria with a still blushing Mariko in tow. I'd like to know the answer to that too, Master Huang Liang, Shinjin said, his tone curious but calm. Shinjin, long time no see. My mood immediately lifted upon seeing him. I had to admit, his charisma was off the charts. The moment he arrived, the previously tense atmosphere in the cafeteria became warm and welcoming. I decided to show off a bit. Standing on the table, I crossed my arms and declared proudly, Humph, I became a mage overnight. A little thing like a portal is nothing to me now. I could probably summon a meteor if I wanted to. My nose was practically in the air at this point. So it was a mage's portal, Pym mused, nodding and understanding. It seems the world is even more dangerous than we thought, with Atlanteans and alien species running around. While I spoke casually, the expressions on Pym and the other elders grew increasingly grim. When they learned that Hydra had infiltrated the upper ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pym's face darkened considerably. As one of SHLD's founding members, discovering that his creation had been compromised during his absence was a bitter pill to swallow. Shinjin let out a heavy sigh. Looks like we still have a long way to go. He had initially thought that with my contributions in technology and Pym's expertise, the Savior Army would be well equipped to handle future crises. But after hearing my updates, he realized we were still far from prepared. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, I quickly tried to lift their spirits. Hey, don't look so glum. The past is the past. We need to focus on the future. And besides, there's good news too. First, if we save the Atlanteans and help Namor defeat the old royal family, we'll gain a valuable ally. Don't underestimate Atlantean technology. It's at least on par with Wakanda's. Second, while Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., with Nick Fury pulling the strings, the situation hasn't spiraled completely out of control. And then there's the Zero suit. As I laid out the positives, everyone gradually started to relax. It was true. While there were many challenges, there were also plenty of solutions. With me as the prophet, S.H.I.E.L.D. now knew about Hydra's schemes in advance. Our unexpected alliance with the Atlanteans not only secured new allies, but also thwarted their plans to retaliate against humanity. Things were still manageable. Seeing everyone's spirits lift, I breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk, man, managing a team is exhausting. I even have to double as a motivational speaker. Asterisk. Shinjin apologized. I'm sorry, Master Huang Liang, for troubling you like this. I laughed it off. Haha, it's nothing. You're my subordinates, after all. Pym, however, brought the conversation back to technology. Speaking of a Zero suit, do you think it's still worth developing? Compared to superpowers and magic, powered suits and armor don't seem as useful anymore. After all, I had effortlessly crushed Hydra's Zika-type mechs, and now that I could use magic, even a Gundam would struggle against me. To them, continuing development seemed unnecessary. That comment annoyed me. You're misunderstanding something. The reason I could so easily take down the Zaku's is that they were poorly designed. Powered suits and armor are entirely different. Let me show you an example. With that, I used magic to project memories from my mind, sharing visuals of Iron Man's suits, Anthem, Overwatch, and various mech-themed anime, featuring magical rune-based mechs. Everyone was stunned, witnessing for the first time how magic could directly share memories. Shinjin and Pym, both staunch materialists, were particularly shocked. As they immersed themselves in the memories I'd shared, they finally grasped the potential of advanced suit systems. Iron Man's straightforward yet powerful tech, the innovative designs from Overwatch, and the incomprehensible magic-infused mechs left them in awe. After a long silence, Pym finally spoke. I see now. I understand why you're so passionate about suit systems. We were too narrow-minded. Shinjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's so much potential. It seems we'll need to revise our plans. Janet chuckled, shaking her head. Well, since you men seem to have sorted out the technical side, I won't interfere. But I do have a suggestion for you, Mr. Huang. A suggestion? What kind of suggestion? I asked curiously. Before Janet could answer, Mariko interjected. Of course it's about our organization's name, Master Huang Liang. I blinked in confusion. Isn't our name already the Savior Army? Mariko pouted indignantly. No. Master Huang Liang, you're such a dummy. Janet gently patted Mariko to calm her down, then explained with a smile. Now, Mariko, don't be too harsh on Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, what Mariko means is that while Savior Army works as a name for the military branch, it's not suitable as the name for the entire organization. You're planning to build a superhero city, right? Would you call the city Savior Army too? I smacked my forehead. She was right. While Savior Army worked for now, it wasn't a name that could be used for branding or city building. I finally understood Janet's point and sheepishly patted Mariko's head before starting to brainstorm. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. Since we're planning to unite heroes from all over the world, why not call ourselves the League of Heroes? Heroes Alliance? The name's not bad, but it feels like you just came up with it on the spot, Janet commented, her tone suggesting she wasn't entirely convinced. I defended myself. What's wrong with it? Plenty of hero organizations and movies have names like this: Justice League, Avengers. We're a group of heroes, so calling ourselves the Heroes Alliance fits perfectly. Truth be told, the name really was something I came up with impulsively. Asterisk, but hey, this world doesn't have League of Legends, so there's no risk of Tencent suing me for copyright infringement. And honestly, the name works. Asterisk. After thinking about it for a moment, everyone agreed. Compared to Savior Army, which sounded more like a militia, Heroes Alliance had a much better ring to it. And so, the legendary organization known as the Heroes Alliance was born. Janet, though still a bit skeptical, muttered, the process was a bit hasty, though. But since no one else had objections, she didn't press the issue. With the new name decided, I clapped my hands to draw everyone's attention and began assigning tasks. Now, let's go over the next steps. I see Pim and Shinjin are eager to dive into their projects. So, Janet, I'm leaving the magical energy research to you. Janet, knowing her husband's workaholic tendencies and the limited manpower at the base, sighed but nodded reluctantly. Fine, fine. You sure know how to delegate. Just as she was about to leave, I remembered something. Oh, by the way, Janet, can you take a look at Lolo's body when you have time? Huh? My body? Lolo looked at me, puzzled. Her expression told me she'd completely forgotten. You forgot about the creature inside you. Oh, you mean the Venom symbiote, Lolo said, now realizing what I meant. No wonder I felt like something was missing lately. It's because Venom hasn't been talking to me. Since she fully bonded with Venom, they'd always been in constant mental communication. However, after our trip to the Sorcerer Supreme's sanctum, their connection was severed. Without Venom's constant chatter, Lolo had actually gained better control of her body. She waved off my concerns, saying, Venom's disappearance is a good thing. No need to worry, Master Huang Liang. But I couldn't shake my unease. What if Venom had some hidden scheme, like trying to spawn offspring through Lolo, or slowly altering her mind to take over her body? Just thinking about it gave me chills. Asterisk having close contact with an alien parasite? That's nightmare fuel. Asterisk. Before I could explain further, Janet seemed to catch on to my concerns. With a mischievous smile, she teased, Lolo-chan, your man is worried that Venom might affect your future children. Fufufu. See, children. Lolo's face turned as red as a tomato. Covering her head with her hands, she stammered, My children with Master Huang Liang? What am I even thinking? I blinked, confused. Huh? Lolo, why are you blushing all of a sudden? Still flustered, Lolo avoided my gaze and mumbled, It's nothing, Master Huang Liang. I'll go get my body checked now. She quickly grabbed Janet's hand and fled the room. Watching her retreating figure, I muttered to myself, My little maid seems to be hiding something from me. Oh well, never mind. Everyone's raring to go. So let's get started. Yes, Master Huang Liang. Finally, I've been waiting for this, kid. Shinjin and Pim were practically buzzing with excitement. Time flew by. Perhaps inspired by the technological marvels I'd shared earlier, the entire base worked tirelessly for a full day and night. If not for the energy and restoration buffs I cast on everyone, some might have collapsed from exhaustion. Even so, seeing Shinjin and Pim still brimming with enthusiasm after 24 hours of work made even Lolo, who was part superhuman herself, worry. Master Huang Liang, are they really okay? Pushing themselves like this. Aren't they afraid of shortening their lifespans? She asked, concerned. After all, the two of them were over a century old combined, yet they worked as if they were in their prime. I sighed. I've tried to talk them out of it, but they won't listen. Glancing at Janet, who was just as driven as her husband, I realized there was no stopping them. Looks like we'll need to finish the Atlantis mission quickly. Then we can head to Asgard and stock up on golden apples. Those things can boost physical resilience. Turning to Lolo, I asked, How did the body check go? Any issues? She looked slightly disappointed at first, but then smiled. No other soul was detected in my body. Venom has mysteriously disappeared, and I'm in excellent health. Asterisk sigh. Too bad I didn't conceive Master Huang Liang's child. Guess I'll have to keep trying. Asterisk. That's good to hear, but don't let your guard down. After all, before I could finish, my shield communicator started ringing. I frowned. It's only been 2 days. Why are they calling already? Could something have happened? As soon as I answered, Sharon's anxious voice came through the line, Huang. Something's gone wrong. The North Sea glaciers are melting, and the Atlanteans have launched their invasion early. The chaos in the North Sea was beyond anything I had anticipated. After a thunderous roar that shook the earth, the ancient glaciers, untouched for thousands of years, began to crack and crumble. Massive torrents of water, as if unleashed from the depths of an enraged ocean, surged across the land, swallowing everything in their path. Using the coordinates Sharon sent me, I opened a portal and stepped into this apocalyptic scene. Asterisk for context, it's around July 2007. SHILD's helicarriers, the ones we see in the Avengers around 2012, haven't been developed yet. So, no air support this time. Asterisk. Sharon spotted the portal immediately and knew I'd arrived. After giving a few instructions to the nearby agents, she rushed over to brief me. Huang, you're just in time. We just received word from Cap. An hour ago, something happened in Atlantis. The royal family suddenly launched an attack on humanity. I frowned. Why so sudden? Did something go wrong on their side, forcing them to attack now? I need to take a closer look. Though the situation was critical, the North Sea's geography and the presence of SHIELD forces meant I had a few hours to maneuver. Sharon quickly said, I'm coming with you. I shook my head firmly. No, you need to stay here. This sudden attack by the Atlanteans could very well be a Hydra plot. If you stay, you can relay updates to me as they come in. While I trusted Sharon's abilities, the Zero suit wasn't ready yet, and relying solely on her agent skills in the upcoming battle would be risky. Plus, having her monitor Hydra's potential involvement was the safest option. Though reluctant, Sharon understood the logic and nodded begrudgingly. All right, but be careful. I'll notify you immediately if anything changes. I stepped forward and gave her a reassuring hug, casting a buff on both her and her communicator to ensure stable communication. With that, I opened a portal, grabbed Lolo, and stepped through. Back in the North Sea refugee camp, the scene was utter chaos. Captain America, standing at the front lines, was shouting for everyone to retreat while using his iconic star-spangled shield to fend off wave after wave of attackers. And what were these attackers? Xenomorphs. Yes, you heard that right. Asterisk xenomorphs. Asterisk. The moment Atlantis experienced its upheaval, hordes of xenomorphs suddenly appeared in the refugee camp. These creatures, which were supposed to be mindless and instinct-driven, were now attacking with an eerie level of coordination, as if they were a well-trained army. Hulk was already in full rage mode, roaring as he smashed one xenomorph in a paste with a single punch. The acidic blood burned his skin, but Bruce gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he shouted to Jennifer behind him, Jennifer, get out of here. We can't hold much longer. Jennifer hesitated, stomping her foot in frustration. But, she knew her half-Hulk strength wasn't enough against the xenomorphs. But how could she abandon the Atlantean refugees she'd just started a bond with? Bruce, desperate and angry, shouted back, No buts. I know you want to help, but we can't do anything for them right now. Nearby, David had transformed into a massive stone golem, using his spiked body to form a protective wall against the horde. But the wall was crumbling under the relentless assault, chunks of rock falling with every passing second. It was clear he couldn't hold out much longer. Jennifer, torn between her desire to help and the harsh reality of their situation, wiped away her tears and reluctantly retreated with the other refugees. Bruce sighed in relief. Finally, she's gone. This situation. He understood Jennifer's feelings, but knew there was no way to protect her while also fighting the xenomorphs. David, sensing his own limits approaching, said quietly, Bruce, I'm almost at my limit. You and Cap should get out of here too. Bruce looked worried. What about you, Dad? He trusted his father's abilities, but doubted whether David had the strength left to transform again and escape after holding the line for so long. David gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry about me. I've already notified MR, Huang. Once he gets here, everything will turn around. In truth, he was too exhausted to shift forms again, but he didn't want to worry Bruce any further. Just as Bruce was debating whether to retreat or stay, I made my dramatic entrance. A blinding flash of light, like a welding torch on steroids, illuminated the battlefield, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Amid the chaos of shouting voices, MR, Huang is here. My eyes. I can't see. Who the hell threw a flashbang? Don't grope me. Yammy. I stepped through the portal, radiating confidence, and said, Looks like I'm not late. David, Hulk, great job holding the line. Leave the rest to me. As I scanned the area with my immense spiritual awareness, I confirmed that my team was battered but safe. Relieved, I slammed my hands onto the ground and shouted, Rise! A deafening rumble followed as the ground quaked. From the refugee camp's center, an enormous wall, as imposing as the Great Wall of China, rose from the earth, splitting the battlefield in two. The refugees were now separated from the xenomorphs. Turning to Lolo, I commanded, Lolo, handle any xenomorphs that make it over the wall. I'll head to the other side to rescue the refugees. After buffing her with every enhancement spell I could muster, I took off, soaring over the wall. David, watching me streak across the sky, then glancing at the colossal wall that had risen from nowhere, sighed. The gap between people can be so unfair. He turned to Bruce and called out, "Bruce, give me a hand here. My old back is killing me." Bruce, seeing his father barely able to stand, immediately reverted from Hulk form to his normal self and rushed to support him. "Dad, are you okay?" Seeing how weak David had become, Bruce realized his father had been pushing himself to the brink. Feeling a pang of guilt, he muttered, "I'm sorry, Dad." David cut him off, leaning on Bruce's arm as he quipped, "Good thing Huang showed up when he did, or my back would have been done for." Bruce's guilt deepened. Even if I'm invincible as Hulk, Dad and Jennifer still have their limits. I'll need to work with Huang to figure out a better plan for equipping them in the future. At that moment, Steve's voice called out from a distance. "Bruce!" Bruce responded quickly. "Cap, we're over here." Steve sprinted over, relieved to see them both safe. "Good, you're all right. Do you know what's up with this wall?" Bruce slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't properly introduced Steve to my magic yet. While he didn't fully understand the extent of my abilities, seeing me casually raise a kilometer-long, 10-meter-high wall made it clear I was far more powerful than they had imagined. "This is Huang's magic. He's back." Steve, surprised, asked, "Huang? Oh, you mean that kid? I didn't know he had this kind of power." His concern quickly shifted back to the refugees on the other side of the wall. "Can you contact Huang? We need to open a gate in the wall to let the other refugees through." Bruce hesitated, torn. He sympathized with the refugees, but worried that opening the wall would let the xenomorphs through, throwing everything into chaos again. The bigger issue was, I don't know how to contact Huang. He wasn't lying. Before their trip to Atlantis, they didn't even have a proper base, let alone advanced communication devices. And regular SHIELD communicators didn't work here. As Steve frowned, considering whether to forcefully create an opening in the wall, my voice echoed in their minds. There you are. I'll send the refugees over to you. Make sure to guide them to safety. Bruce and David were bewildered. Send them over? Guide them. What does Huang mean? Steve, quicker on the uptake, moved to an open clearing nearby. Then, the miraculous happened. Hundreds of terrified, screaming Atlantean refugees, encased in shimmering bubble-like shields, descended from the sky and gently landed near Steve. With a soft pop, the protective bubbles burst, leaving the bewildered sea folk looking around in confusion, unsure how they'd been transported. Bruce, watching the scene unfold, muttered, Huang's methods are as unconventional as ever." Feeling slightly more refreshed, he joined Steve in organizing the refugees. Wow, the individual strength of the Atlanteans is insane," I muttered to myself, hovering mid-air as I activated another array of magic circles to transport the last group of elderly, women, and children to the other side of the wall. Looking down at the remaining Atlantean refugees, those who refused to retreat and chose to fight the xenomorphs with their lives, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity in the situation. Damn, I think I underestimated the physical capabilities of the Atlanteans. Even these untrained Atlanteans, armed only with their raw physical abilities and broken weapons, were managing to hold off the xenomorphs. Their courage and determination were on a whole other level compared to regular humans. If it were ordinary humans down there, they probably would have been completely wiped out before I even arrived. Good thing I intervened early. If we had waited until the Atlantean royal family deployed their full forces across the North Sea, the coastal areas would have been doomed. The thought of Atlantean soldiers, fully trained and equipped, launching a surprise attack on human territories sent a chill down my spine. But I couldn't understand the royal family's motives. They could have slowly expanded their territory using underwater transport systems, gradually establishing dominance. They didn't need to launch a high-cost invasion. I scratched my head, baffled. Why rush into this? They could have achieved so much more with a gradual approach. What's forcing their hand? Sighing, I decided it wasn't worth overthinking. Better to focus on resolving the refugee camp crisis first, then head to the palace for answers. My gaze shifted downward to Namor, who was not only fighting off waves of xenomorphs, but also directing the refugees with precision. I couldn't help but admire him. Gotta admit, Namor's got some serious skills. He's holding off so many xenomorphs all by himself. But why do his moves look so familiar? Is it just me? Below, a tall, muscular man with long black hair tied into a ponytail using seaweed was laughing maniacally as he darted through the battlefield, wielding a glowing spear. His European facial features were sharp and handsome, but his fighting style was unique. His movements had a distinct martial arts flair, structured and methodical, like Chinese spear techniques, mixed with elements of Japanese kendo. For most humans, these moves would have been flashy but ineffective. But with Namor's sheer physical prowess, the pile of xenomorph corpses around him spoke volumes about his lethality. I found myself marveling at his skill. What the hell did this guy eat growing up? As a half-merman, his strength and physical abilities surpass even regular Atlanteans by at least double. On top of that, his combat techniques are incredibly refined. In the original Marvel comics, Namor was a relatively niche character, with popularity not even close to that of Black Widow. But this Namor, I kinda liked him. And no, not in a weird way. His movements were mesmerizing. When using spear techniques, his strikes were bold and sweeping, like phoenixes soaring in formation. When enemies got too close, he'd shorten his weapon, transforming it into dual blades. His style shifted to something graceful and fluid, almost like a dance. I could swear the original Namor never had moves like these. Asterisk. Could Namor's changes have something to do with me? Asterisk. As I pondered this, the situation suddenly escalated. A massive xenomorph, easily over 10 meters tall with a mouth larger than its entire body, burst out of the ground. Its thunderous roar sent shockwaves across the battlefield, toppling makeshift defenses and scattering refugees. Shit, I cursed under my breath, preparing to unleash a Shinra Tensei to make a dramatic save. But before I could act, someone else got there first. The wind rises, the clouds fly high. A warrior charges forth, never to return. Monsters, behold Namor's heavenly blade of the immortal. Namor shouted, his voice carrying across the battlefield. With a burst of laughter, he launched himself into the air. His body became a blur, his blade leaving countless afterimages behind. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original position, and the battlefield was silent. Every single xenomorph lay dead, their bodies sliced cleanly apart. The sheer power of his technique was unbelievable. I was dumbfounded. What the hell? Heavenly blade of the immortal? Namor, your entire vibe is off. My mind raced with disbelief. Asterisk, did I stumble into the wrong genre? Since when did wuxia techniques show up in the Marvel Universe? And why is this guy using them so well? Asterisk. Who's there? Namor, though still catching his breath from the attack, was immediately on guard, sensing my presence in the air. He raised his glowing spear and shot toward me with alarming speed. I quickly raised my hands, shouting, whoa, calm down. I'm on your side. I was slightly surprised he could sense me from so far away, but I didn't take his attack seriously. Using my field, I casually blocked his approach while observing him with fascination. This was a man who could flawlessly execute wuxia techniques in the Marvel Universe. Truly one of a kind. Namor slowed his approach, eyeing me curiously. You're human? But how can a human fly? He hovered mid-air using his ankle wings, scrutinizing me with suspicion. Asterisk, strange, this human can fly? Could he be a half-Atlantean like me? No, his aura feels different. And why does his face look so familiar? Asterisk. Meanwhile, I used my spiritual awareness to scan Namor's body. Earlier, I hadn't wanted to disrupt his impressive display, but now I was curious. As my senses delved deeper, I finally understood the source of his martial prowess. Asterisk, it's chi manipulation. Asterisk, while the Marvel Universe lacks traditional internal martial arts, chi-based abilities do exist. Asterisk, for reference, look into Marvel's Shang-Chi. Asterisk. Realization dawned on me, just as Namor seemed to recognize who I was. His expression shifted from wary to overjoyed, his posture changing from defensive to almost bashful. You? No, could it be? Are you Master Huang Liang? The real Master Huang Liang? I nodded calmly. That's right. It's me. You must be Namor, the one Cap mentioned. I gotta say, I didn't expect you to be using techniques from my comics in the real world. Your understanding of martial arts is impressive. Namor stammered, clearly flustered. Oh no, asterisk, why am I suddenly tongue-tied? This man is my greatest benefactor, the one who changed my life. Asterisk. Despite being older than me, Namor was as excited as a fan meeting their idol. I couldn't help but find it amusing. Using a bit of calming magic, I helped him settle down before asking about the royal family situation and the sudden invasion. But first, I wanted to learn more about Namor's backstory. There might be clues to unravel this mystery. Namor's life had been nothing short of tragic. From birth to now, he'd been unloved by both his maternal and paternal families. His father was dead, his mother imprisoned, and he had spent his life as an outcast. The Atlanteans ostracized him for his skin color, while humans, upon discovering his non-human traits, rejected him as well. It was only a chance encounter that saved him from giving up entirely. One fateful day, as Namor lay despondent on the shore, ready to let the sun bake him to death like a salted fish, a comic book fell from the sky and landed on his face. Just one look at its exquisite art, gripping story, and otherworldly style, and he was captivated. That comic? None other than the wuxia masterpiece I'd drawn during my downtime to break into the Chinese market, Gene Yang's The Demigods and Semi-Devils. Gene Yang's wuxia novels are legendary, known far and wide. Flying snow shooting white deer, laughing as books lean against jade lovers. Who doesn't know these classics? While I hadn't adapted all of Gene Yang's works in a manga, I had reimagined a few of the most iconic stories with a strong sense of chivalry. Although I took a few liberties with the finer details, the core spirit of xia, chivalry, was fully preserved. That said, in the Chinese market, these wuxia manga were more niche compared to the high-tech, futuristic comics I usually produced. As a result, even a broke guy like Namor managed to get his hands on the complete physical collection. I had to admit, Namor was someone blessed with a protagonist's aura. With just the rudimentary inner techniques and stances illustrated in the manga, back then, I didn't have magic and couldn't perfectly recreate the internal energy cultivation methods and details from the novels. He somehow managed to cultivate actual chi. Later, I found out he succeeded because his life energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, and chi cultivation is essentially a method of harnessing life energy. The first time Namor used his newfound abilities to save an entire apartment building during an explosion, he realized what his purpose in life was. If Gene Yang ever found out that his philosophy of xia had been inherited by a half-human, half-Atlantean in another world, his jaw would probably hit the floor. Namor, driven by a sense of justice and a desire to help the weak, used the techniques and strategies from my wuxia comics to become a modern-day vigilante. He styled himself as an ancient hero in a contemporary world, fighting injustice wherever he found it. That is, until one day a little girl he saved asked him where his home was. Only then did he remember his identity and the tragic fate of his parents. Asterisk seriously, his reaction time is ridiculously slow. Talk about a delayed realization. Asterisk. When he returned to Atlantis with a heavy heart, he expected to be consumed by hatred. Instead, he found himself surprisingly calm. Walking the streets of the city, surrounded by disdainful and hostile gazes, he came to an understanding. I see. With their long lifespans and isolationist policies, my people have forgotten the world beyond the sea. Determined to change the mindset of his people and earn their acknowledgement, Namor began his journey as a hero of the people. By day, he was a teacher, educating the younger generation of Atlanteans with new knowledge. By night, he was a vigilante, openly punishing wrongdoers and resolving injustices. Little by little, he used the spirit of chivalry to reshape the nation. If it weren't for what happened later, he might have single-handedly transformed the entire city of Atlantis. One day during class, Namor noticed that one of his students hadn't shown up for a while. Concerned, he went to visit their home, only to find the place empty. There were signs of a struggle, but oddly, no money or valuables were missing. When he asked the neighbors, they all claimed to know nothing about the family's disappearance. Sensing that something was off, Namor began investigating and discovered that there were many similar cases of entire families vanishing. However, neither the local gossip nor the official channels mentioned anything about it, which was obviously suspicious. As he dug deeper, he found clues that pointed to a connection with the royal family. Being of royal blood himself, Namor managed to sneak into the palace and uncover a lead. The royal family had discovered an alien spaceship buried in the Arctic. This left him even more confused. What did an alien spaceship have to do with the disappearance of civilians? Were the royals kidnapping people to polish the ship or something? Setting the spaceship clue aside, he continued his investigation, but all he found was more evidence of disappearing civilians, and no answers. Frustrated, Namor decided to storm the palace for the truth, only to encounter xenomorphs for the first time. Initially, he thought they were just alien creatures that had escaped from the spaceship. While their lethality concerned him, he didn't think they were related to the disappearances. That changed when he spotted a familiar ring on one of the xenomorphs' corpses, a ring he had given to his missing student. Shocked, he realized there was a direct connection between the missing civilians and the alien spaceship. The rest of the story was more familiar. Namor infiltrated the spaceship alone and discovered that the royal family had been using the elderly, women, and children as hosts for xenomorphs. These creatures were then used as training dummies for the royal family's elite soldiers. Why not just control the xenomorphs directly? Because Atlantean physiology was so powerful that the resulting xenomorphs couldn't be properly controlled, making them useful only as sparring partners. Namor also learned that the royal family planned to use alien technology and these bloodthirsty warriors to launch a counterattack against the human continents. Namor, knowing full well how strong humanity was, didn't want Atlantis to be destroyed by the royal family's reckless ambitions. Weighing his options, he decided to act. However, while Namor was strong, he was no match for the royal family's organized forces. He was forced to retreat. During his escape, he accidentally caused an ice sculpture to collapse onto the glacier, which, as luck would have it, freed Captain America from his icy prison. Namor had no idea why a human was frozen in the ice or how long he'd been there. Seeing that Cap was still alive, Namor decided to save him on a whim. From there, the story became simpler. Once Namor realized that this man was Captain America, he decided he needed an ally. Together, they came up with a plan to save Atlantis. Evacuate the peace-loving Atlanteans and oppose the royal family. They knew they couldn't do much beyond that. After all, it was just the two of them, and even accomplishing this much was already impressive. Things took a dramatic turn when Captain America encountered Fury and the others during a patrol. Not long after I entered the picture, a massive disturbance erupted in the Atlantean palace. The Sea People, seemingly driven mad, gathered around the palace in droves. With one command from the royal family, the invasion began. Namor and Cap tried to rush to the palace to stop it, but before they could even leave the refugee camp, the xenomorph army attacked. After hearing Namor's account, my brow furrowed, and I couldn't relax. Something doesn't add up. It's obvious that someone is manipulating the royal family, but what's their goal? They don't seem to care about humanity's strength. How does wiping out the Atlanteans benefit them? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Whatever their objective is, we need to deal with these fanatical civilians first. Knowing that the Atlanteans were innocent, I couldn't let Fury and the others wipe out the invading Sea People indiscriminately. Just as I was about to open a portal to take action, Namor suddenly started acting shy, like a teenage girl. Master Huang Liang, you must have incredible insight into internal energy, right? I mean, you wrote such amazing wuxia comics and novels. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I can sense the immense energy in your body. Have you reached the legendary state of harmony between heaven and man? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke about martial arts realms. I stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this guy addicted to martial arts? What's with this harmony between heaven and man nonsense? I'm using magic, not chi. You're one of the refugee camp's key leaders. Shouldn't you be focusing on saving people instead of discussing this with me? I was about to ignore him and focus on helping the refugees, but when I looked down, I realized that all the xenomorphs had already been dealt with. No wonder Namor seemed so relaxed. The wall I'd raised wasn't needed anymore, so I dismissed it with a wave of my hand and turned back to face his question. Though I felt a bit exasperated, I couldn't just brush him off. After all, this guy was the future king of Atlantis. I had to give him a bit of respect. Well, I use magic, but in a way, my current state could be considered akin to the innate realm. Why do you ask? Namor's eyes lit up like stars. That's amazing. Could you take a look at my body? I've been stuck at this bottleneck for a while now. Asterisk, excuse me. Asterisk, I thought, utterly baffled. Asterisk, did he just ask me to guide him through his bottleneck? Are you kidding me? Asterisk, I couldn't believe it. Of all the things he could have asked, he wanted me to help him level up his martial arts? I felt like my sanity was starting to crack. Man, someone online actually asked, how should a mage like me help Marvel's Aquaman, who taught himself to become a martial arts master, break through his bottleneck? And someone replied, there's no saving him, just restart the game. I couldn't help but mentally roast them. Asterisk, what the hell? Restart the game? This is reality, not some video game. Asterisk. Still, I could understand Namor's frustration. His power came almost entirely from self-teaching. And while he'd reached impressive heights, he also knew his method of gaining strength wasn't something that could be replicated. His understanding of martial arts and his cultivation of energy were things he had to figure out on his own. The result? He was stuck at a bottleneck. Without some sort of epiphany or miraculous encounter, his strength would remain stagnant. It made sense that he was anxious. It wasn't like Namor hadn't considered asking me for help before. But back then, I was just an ordinary guy with no understanding of supernatural energy, let alone the ability to help him break through. Now, however, things were different. As someone who had gained extraordinary abilities, even if my system was entirely different from his, I at least understood energy and the concept of levels or realms. Plus, as the apparent founder of the wuxia system in this world, Namor's breakthrough might actually depend on how much I could help him. To be honest, I really wanted to help Namor break through. After all, the idea of a wuxia system, a martial arts culture built on chivalry and inner strength, is something that stirs the heart of every Chinese man. How could I not be excited? But the truth was, I didn't actually know how to help. At the end of the day, I was just a transmigrator plagiarizing the works of others. Talk about martial arts and oneness with heaven. You'd probably get better answers from a Taoist priest than from me. Asterisk, but hey, I could at least try. Asterisk. I told Namor, I'm not sure if I can help you break through. It'll ultimately depend on your own comprehension. Then I thought of an idea. If I didn't know how to help, I could at least share my memories. I'd dump every wuxia novel, anime, and movie from my brain into his, filling his mind with inspiration. If he's really a genius, let him figure it out. My hand began to glow faintly as I prepared to transfer the memories. Meanwhile, across the North Sea plains, Sharon was observing the Atlantean army's movements through binoculars, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The longer she watched, the more she realized the situation was worse than expected. She muttered, this isn't good. Even though we planned for the worst-case scenario, we still underestimated the Atlanteans' technology. S.H.I.E.L.D. had done some research into the legends of Atlantis, so Fury had a rough idea of their technological capabilities. But when the Atlanteans actually appeared, Fury realized just how wrong he was. These weren't the weak sea-dwellers he'd imagined. With their ability to control the ocean and their advanced weaponry, they were far more formidable than anticipated. Natasha Romanoff, who was also present, sighed in agreement. Yeah, we really underestimated them. Initially, Natasha hadn't taken the Atlantean invasion seriously. The idea that a lost civilization could challenge humanity with the resources of a single city was laughable to her. She thought the U.S. military alone could crush them. But now, facing an Atlantean army equipped with ocean-manipulating technology, high-tech weapons, and advanced combat gear, she had to admit she'd been overconfident. After all, they were using interstellar-level technology, while humanity was still stuck with planet-bound advancements. Winning wasn't a sure thing anymore. Someone nearby asked, "So what do we do now? Do we attack directly?" The Atlantean army was still some distance from the coastline, but human military weapons, especially long-range ones, could already reach them. Sharon shook her head. We wait. Huang hasn't sent any updates yet, and acting rashly could interfere with his side of things. She understood the urgency of the situation, but had faith in my ability to pull off miracles. The Atlantean invasion had been so sudden that attacking without fully understanding the situation could jeopardize any chance of future peace between humanity and the Atlanteans. Though, to be fair, the Atlanteans had already declared war. Natasha, however, was frustrated. TCH, you've changed a lot since you got back from Japan. She wasn't happy about Sharon's blind trust in me. Sharon used to be as independent as Natasha herself, but ever since meeting me, her focus had shifted entirely. Sharon smirked and teased. What's wrong? Jealous. She could sense Natasha's irritation, but didn't mind. For people like them, dancing on the edge of life and death every day, finding a compatible partner was harder than completing an S-rank mission. Natasha shot back. Speaking of MR, Huang, are you seriously planning to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and join his organization? Are you for real? The idea of a colleague jumping ship left Natasha a bit indignant. She felt that after all the years S.H.I.E.L.D. had invested in Sharon, it wasn't fair for her to leave just because of a man. Sharon glanced at Natasha, cutting her off before she could escalate. I've worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years. It's not just a workplace, it's my home. Natasha was stunned. Then why are you leaving? Sharon looked up at the sky, her gaze distant. For love, of course. But that's not all. Honestly, I'm just tired. Really tired. Natasha finally understood. Sharon wasn't just planning to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. She was ready to retire. Sharon continued. Maybe I started feeling this way when I found out Wanda and Pietro had been betrayed. I've grown weary of this life, of the killing, the betrayals, the destruction. I've been running nonstop for years, just to feel like I exist. But I'm 50 years old now. I finally found someone I want to spend my life with, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life alone. I want to be a wife, a mother. I know Huang is a bit of a playboy and that I'm not the only woman in his life, but I don't care, because I know he cares about me. Even if it's an imperfect love, for people like us, it's enough. So, Natasha, after this mission, I'm retiring and getting married. The situation was escalating rapidly, and describing it as grim didn't even begin to cover it. Inside the temporary human military command center, Nick Fury was desperately arguing with the UN representatives, trying to prevent them from launching an airstrike on the Atlanteans. Sir, the sea people are being controlled. Their invasion of the mainland isn't of their own free will. But the UN representatives had no patience for his reasoning. Nick Fury, remember this. The world is still run by humans. Don't forget, you're one of us. With that, they cut off the communication. Fury stomped the ground in frustration. Damn it, what the hell is that kid Huang doing? If this keeps up, there'll be no way to mend relations between humanity and the Atlanteans. Fury's efforts weren't just about stopping a war. He was trying to bring the Atlanteans into a cooperative alliance to defend Earth. While I hadn't told him about the future crises, he wasn't stupid. He could sense that the future wasn't going to be peaceful, and building a good relationship with the Atlanteans was crucial. No matter how many times Fury fiddled with the communicator, he couldn't get through to me. Meanwhile, General Ross, having confirmed the UN's order for an offensive, grinned and barked. Pass on the command. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. On another front, Sharon, having learned that humanity was preparing to engage the Atlanteans, stormed toward the command center to confront Fury, only to be stopped by the guards. Apologies, Agent Sharon. The camp is now under U.S. military control. Please don't disrupt our operations. Ma'am, we're just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. Sharon cursed under her breath. Damn those UN bureaucrats. She didn't need to think twice to know that this sudden decision to attack had come from the UN leadership. Fury was probably powerless to stop it. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she glanced at the command room's door one last time before turning and walking away. Meanwhile, deep underground in the hollow mountains of the North Sea, I glanced at Namor, who seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. I couldn't help but mutter, this guy's basically the protagonist, isn't he? How does he achieve enlightenment just from those memories? I've studied wuxiao inside and out, and the difference is still this big? I want to learn martial arts too. Coach. Coach. I don't know either. Whatever. Namor seemed like the kind of guy who wouldn't forget a favor, so I set up a protective barrier around him to ensure no one interrupted his cultivation. Then I floated over to check on Captain America and the others. With the xenomorphs taken care of, they were finally able to rest. Looks like you're all doing well. I thought I'd have to spend time healing you guys, I said with a grin. Master Huang Liang. Like a homing pigeon, Lolo immediately flew into my arms. Banner, watching us, muttered under his breath, "Tisish, These two are always so lovey-dovey as soon as they see each other. David, tired of his son's grumbling, smacked him on the back and said, "If you're so annoyed, go find a wife yourself. Haven't a bunch of Atlantean girls confessed to you? You don't like human girls, so why not marry a sea girl and give me some grandkids already?" I couldn't help but smirk. "Oh, didn't expect the Hulk to be so popular with the sea ladies." "That's great news, Bruce. You should say yes." To my surprise, Bruce blushed and stammered, "He actually, Akosa and E. coli are still underage. We've agreed to wait until they turn 20 to get married." I was so shocked my jaw nearly hit the floor. Wait. What did you just say? Did I hear that right? The Hulk's going to become an Atlantean prince-in-law? This timeline is getting out of hand. Even David was dumbfounded. "I was just joking, but you really found 2 Atlantean daughters-in-law." Under everyone's curious gazes, Bruce began recounting his story with Akosa and E. coli. In the peaceful days of Atlantis, the twin sisters were well known throughout the city, not only for their beauty, but also for their kindness and noble character. Unfortunately, they had an aunt who was utterly greedy and schemed to marry them off to the royal family for her own benefit. If not for the chaos that ensued later, her plan might have succeeded. When the royal family began capturing able-bodied Atlanteans and exiling the weak, Namor and Cap arrived. Cap's combat prowess was unparalleled. Even the bloodthirsty soldiers trained by the royal family were no match for him. Under his leadership, the unbrainwashed and unenslaved Atlanteans escaped the city. Akosa and E. coli were among them, though their malicious aunt likely met her end somewhere. The key moment came when the sisters were attacked by rogue xenomorphs during their escape. Bruce appeared, effortlessly defeating the creatures and even tending to E. coli's sprained ankle. From there, their relationship blossomed. In Atlantean culture, it wasn't unusual for sisters to marry the same man, and with mutual affection on all sides, the 3 naturally ended up together. After hearing Bruce's story, we were all stunned. I pinched the bridge of my nose and said, "Wait, let me get this straight. You're saying you've agreed to marry 2 Atlantean girls once they come of age?" Bruce, confused by my reaction, replied, "Yeah, what's so strange about that? With you, Boss Huang, setting the example, me marrying 2 sisters isn't too much, right? And it's not like Atlanteans follow monogamy. It's way better than you collecting women left and right." I shouted, "That's not the point. The point is that they're underage." Everyone thought I was going to bring up the differences between humans and Atlanteans, but when I mentioned their age, they were all speechless. Even Lolo couldn't help but chuckle. "Pfft. Master Huang Liang, that's not the main issue here." I nonchalantly picked my nose and continued, "What? You guys have a problem with their appearance? It's just skin color. Atlantean girls are beautiful, and if they have a few extra organs, it only adds exotic charm. As for reproduction, just look at Namor. Hybrid kids are way stronger than regular ones. They can fly, swim, and might even be martial arts prodigies." Bruce was so moved his eyes welled up. "Mr. Huang, thank you. I thought everyone would oppose this, and I was ready to argue my case. But, Sniff, you're the best boss ever." He ran over and hugged me tightly. Disgusted, I kicked him away. Get off me. You're gross." But Bruce refused to let go. "Sniff, boss." David, initially planning to say something, fell silent when he saw his son's pitiful expression. He hadn't expected Bruce to actually find Atlantean fiancés, 2 of them, no less. What he'd said earlier was just a joke. Being a traditionalist, David had struggled to accept the idea at first. But after hearing my reasoning and Bruce's tearful confession, he finally came to terms with it. Asterisk sigh. Let the kids live their own lives. If it's with Atlanteans, so be it. Our family isn't exactly normal. Anyway, asterisk. Having made up his mind, David's expression softened. Clearing his throat, he addressed Bruce seriously. "You're about to get married, so stop acting like a crybaby." "Father." Bruce was stunned by his father's acceptance, unsure of how to react. David, both amused and annoyed, shook his head. "If it weren't for Mr. Huang, I wouldn't have come around so quickly." "Father." Bruce's tone became more formal out of respect. David waved him off. All right. Enough with the dramatics. I approve of your marriage. Just don't regret it later." "Yes, sir. Don't worry. I'll take good care of them," Bruce promised with conviction, clenching his fists. Good. That's that then, David said with a nod of finality. With everything resolved, Lolo happily jumped into my arms, kissing me on the cheek. Master Huang Liang, you're amazing. Moi, of course I am, I said smugly, basking in her affection. Then I turned to Bruce. Congratulations on achieving your dreams, Bruce. Bruce, overwhelmed with gratitude, said, No, really, I should be thanking you, Amar Huang. Without you, I wouldn't have had the confidence to handle this. He gave me a deep bow, his sincerity evident. Uncomfortable with such formal gratitude, I rubbed my arms to shake off the goosebumps. All right, that's enough. Now that this family drama's sorted, get some rest. I'm going to report to Cap, and then head to the palace. This isn't over yet. At the mention of business, everyone's expressions turned serious. Bruce asked, Need any help, Amar Huang? I replied, Not for now, but just in case you're coming with me. David, are you okay staying here alone? David, being older and having already pushed himself earlier, might not be up for another fight. David snorted. Don't underestimate me, Amar Huang. I can handle myself. To prove his point, he transformed into his rock form again. All right then, stay here and keep an eye on Namor. When he wakes up, send him to the palace to find me. Bruce, Lolo, let's go. After confirming David was fine, I cast a group flight spell and took Bruce and Lolo with me to meet up with Cap. Yo, Steve, seeing you safe and sound really puts my heart at ease, I called out as I flew over with Lolo and Bruce. Captain America, who had just finished calming down the refugees, looked up and gave me a warm smile. Honestly, I should be thanking you, Amar Huang, he said sincerely. If you hadn't arrived in time, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Truly, thank you. Steve even gave me a respectful bow, and all the Atlantean refugees, realizing I was their savior, followed his lead and bowed deeply in gratitude. I felt a little embarrassed and quickly waved my hands. No, please, there's no need for that. Using telekinesis, I gently lifted everyone back to a standing position. To ease the awkward atmosphere, I quickly shifted the topic. Steve, I'm planning to head straight to the Atlantean Palace to deal with whoever's behind the royal family. Do you want to come with me? Steve thought for a moment. You're suggesting we go straight to the source. He didn't doubt my capabilities, but was aware that whoever orchestrated this chaos wasn't going to be easy to deal with. He nodded decisively. All right, I'll go with you. Bruce chimed in, I'll join too. I have a feeling Hydra's involved in this mess. Hearing the name Hydra immediately brought to mind Viper. Asterisk, I wonder how Viper's doing. Losing someone as valuable as Wanda must have thrown her plans into chaos. Once this is all over, maybe I'll go pay her a little visit. Asterisk. I quickly said, then let's not waste any more time. Let's move out. Just as I was about to cast a flight spell to take us to Atlantis, my communicator buzzed. Asterisk, could something have gone wrong? Asterisk, I hadn't explicitly said it out loud, but Sharon wouldn't contact me unless it was something urgent. Asterisk, could it be that they've gone ahead and launched the war? Asterisk. Answering the call, I immediately asked, Sharon, what's going on? Did the Atlantean royal family start the war? Sharon seemed momentarily stunned that I'd guessed correctly. How did you know, Huang? My heart sank. Asterisk, I was just speculating, but they really did start the invasion? Does this mean whoever's behind them is running out of patience? Or do they have no time left? Asterisk. I quickly said, forget that. Just tell me what's happening. Sharon, a bit flustered, snapped back to attention. All right. With that, she rushed to the coastline, grabbed the binoculars from a nearby guard, and began reporting. Because of the UN's orders, a squadron of U.S. bombers took off about 10 minutes ago. We've also received combat orders. In other words, I couldn't help but interject. In other words, the UN suits have decided to burn all bridges with the Atlanteans? Figures. Those idiots. I'd anticipated resistance from the UN when it came to my suggestions for peace, but I hadn't expected them to be so impatient. It hadn't even been that long since the situation escalated, and they were already going full-scale assault. Asterisk, seriously, do they not want me to save the day? Asterisk, still, there was a silver lining. Asterisk, if I resolve this quickly, I might gain a new ally, one that's wary of humanity, but friendly toward me. Asterisk. Sharon, watching the heavy bombers roar across the sky, urgently asked, What now, Huang? I replied, At this point, there's no room for negotiation. I'm heading straight to the Atlantean Palace to deal with the root cause. Find somewhere safe and wait for me to return. Sharon hesitated for a moment before saying, I understand. Be careful, Huang. She had initially planned to ask me to take her along, but maybe her earlier conversation with Natasha had influenced her. For the first time, she decided not to take the risk. I didn't pick up on the subtle shift in her tone and simply said, don't worry. Then I ended the call. Holding the still warm communicator, Sharon let out a soft sigh. Asterisk, this is how it has to be. After all, I've already made my decision, haven't I? Asterisk. The guard whose binoculars Sharon had taken awkwardly smiled and said, Agent Sharon, could I maybe have my binoculars back? Sharon placed her hands on her hips and replied with mock indignation. What's with that tone? You think I'd keep them? The guard quickly backtracked. No, of course not. Then, hesitating, he timidly asked, Agent Sharon, is it true you're planning to resign? Sharon was something of a celebrity within S.H.I.E.L.D., beloved by many. If she really quit, half the male staff would probably be heartbroken. Sharon gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Even if I retire, I'll still visit from time to time. As a veteran agent, she'd retain certain privileges even after retirement. The guard looked a bit downcast but quickly straightened up, offering a heartfelt, in that case, Agent Sharon, I hope you find happiness after you retire. Sharon laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Of course I will. With that, she turned and went off to find a vantage point to observe the situation. Back on our end, the mood was grim as we processed the news of the war officially starting. Looks like we're out of time. Let's get moving, I said. Raising my hands, I cast a flight spell, lifting myself, Bruce, and Steve into the air as we headed toward Atlantis. Atlantis was located deep beneath the icy waters of the North Sea, about 2,000 meters below sea level, near the Arctic. It was an ancient city, nestled in the center of a glowing coral reef formation. These corals emitted light by harnessing geothermal energy from underwater volcanoes. Contrary to popular belief, Atlantis wasn't entirely submerged in water. As a high-tech city, it couldn't function if its energy-dependent systems were completely flooded. However, being a habitat for sea people, it also couldn't be entirely dry. The city's design was reminiscent of Venice, but with a futuristic twist. Instead of traditional roads, floating waterways served as the main mode of transportation. Yes, floating. The city was densely populated, with towering skyscrapers everywhere. To connect these buildings, the royal family had designed a network of floating canals as walkways. When we arrived at the massive shield surrounding Atlantis, what lay before us was a beautiful yet eerily lifeless underwater city. The sight of Atlantis was breathtaking, but the silence was unsettling. All right, I said, breaking the silence. Let's get in and end this. Wow, so this is Atlantis? I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. It's a shame the people inside don't have hearts as beautiful as their city, I said, gazing at the city glowing in the light of the coral reefs. Bruce, ever the practical one, interrupted my admiration. Beautiful or not, Mr. Huang, how are you planning to get into Atlantis? That shield doesn't look like it's going to let us just walk in. Indeed, under the shimmering light of the glowing coral, Atlantis appeared breathtaking. But the protective shield surrounding the city was clearly no joke. It was built to withstand the immense water pressure at a depth of 2,000 meters. Bruce couldn't resist taking a jab. Mr. Huang, your little water barrier back at the refugee camp looked impressive, but this thing? It's protecting an entire city. You're not breaking through that so easily. Even though we were comfortably shielded from the crushing underwater pressure by our own barrier, the sheer resilience of the Atlantean shield was awe-inspiring. Bruce now understood why the physical strength of the Atlanteans was so remarkable. A race that could live under such extreme conditions couldn't possibly be weak. Lolo piped up, Master Huang Liang, why don't you just use a portal to get us in? I waved my hand dismissively. I'd love to, but this isn't a regular energy shield. It's got some kind of magical component to it. I could brute force us in, but if I accidentally trigger the defense system or collapse the shield, it'd take ages to fix. Cap, how did you and Namor get into Atlantis to rescue the civilians last time? Steve explained, we entered through the southern gate, the one that looks like a fish mouth underneath the shield. I maneuvered us closer to the shield, and, sure enough, spotted the tightly sealed metal gate Cap was referring to. I couldn't help but tease him. You just walked in through the front door? What kind of lax security are they running here? Cap defended the guards. It wasn't because they were careless. Namor's royal bloodline got us through. Everyone with me was a sea person except for me, so the guards didn't think much of it. I frowned, scratching my chin. Well, that's not an option for us now. If we can't sneak in, the only alternative might be forcing our way through. The problem was I didn't know how much force the shield could withstand. While teleportation or telekinetic attacks didn't require much energy and were relatively easy for me to control, magical explosions were another story. My more destructive spells, like the ones powered by Nova-level energy, were much harder to regulate. If I could easily throw out those kinds of attacks, I'd already be flying off into space to annihilate future alien invaders. The reason I stuck to telekinetic techniques so often was because I had much finer control over them. Sighing, I muttered, well, let's hope Atlantis has a pretty robust water defense system. But before I could make a move, the gate opened by itself. I froze. Can someone explain what just happened? This feels way too much like a forced plot point. Steve looked uneasy. Maybe whoever's behind this is inviting us in. I smirked. Whatever. If they're inviting us, we'll just have to accept. Worst case scenario, I'll just blow up the palace with some energy blasts. Whether it was a trap or a genuine invitation, I wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. I cast buffs on everyone and guided our shield into the city. We proceeded cautiously through the gate, but to my surprise, no ambush awaited us. I raised an eyebrow. No traps? What's their angle? Lolo, rubbing her chin thoughtfully, asked, could it be that whoever's behind this just wants to talk to us? I shrugged. Maybe. Either way, our goal is the palace. If they want to talk, we'll hear them out. The Atlantean Palace was located in the northern part of the city. I had expected something mystical, like the Dragon Palace from Journey to the West, but what stood before us was a surprisingly simple structure, an imposing yet understated European-style palace. It exuded grandeur and a sense of history, but lacked the flair I'd been imagining. Lolo looked disappointed. The city is so futuristic, but the palace is so plain. What a letdown. She had been hoping to take inspiration from the palace's design, but now felt it wasn't even worthy of me. Bruce, ever practical, groaned, "Mr. Huang, we're here to get things done, not critique the palace architecture." But Lolo and I were engrossed in our conversation about the palace's aesthetics, completely ignoring Bruce. Frustrated, he turned to Steve for support, only to realize Steve was nowhere to be seen. Panicking, he shouted, "Mr. Huang, Steve's gone." I shrugged nonchalantly. "I know. Why do you think I've been chatting so much?" "To kill time." Bruce's panic grew. "Why didn't you say anything earlier? Steve could be in danger, wandering off alone." I waved him off. "Relax. Let's wait for him to contact us." Bruce looked like he was about to lose it, but before he could press the issue, I sensed something and grinned. "Looks like we found what we're looking for. Let's head inside." Bruce threw his hands up in exasperation. "Are we even from the same world? I have no idea what you two are thinking." With no other choice, he followed us into the palace. The interior of the palace was even more understated than the exterior. There was a palpable sense of history in the air. Bruce, curious as ever, examined the carvings on the walls. The first relief depicted early humans bowing to humanoid beings descending from what appeared to be a spaceship. The second relief showed a laboratory where the humanoid beings were experimenting on early humans, splitting them into two distinct groups. The third relief depicted a war. One side was clearly Atlanteans, while the other resembled modern humans from the surface world, some of whom wielded superpowers. The fourth relief was too damaged to decipher. Bruce's mind raced. Asterisk, could the Atlanteans be the result of alien experimentation? And what happened to the other group of modified humans? Why haven't we heard of them? Asterisk. When we reached the side chamber, Bruce's jaw dropped. There stood Steve, gazing intently at an alien woman seated on the throne. Before Bruce could fully process the scene, Steve leaned in and kissed her. Bruce couldn't hold back his outburst. "What the hell is going on here?" Let's rewind a bit. On the way to the palace, I had received a mental transmission from Steve. At the time, I was stunned. Asterisk, what the hell? Steve can use telepathy now? Is this a joke? Asterisk. As a mage, I could immediately sense that the message was transmitted using magical telepathy. Steve, however, was a super soldier enhanced by science, not magic. Something wasn't adding up. My first thought was that this might be a Skrull impersonating him. But before I could jump to conclusions, another voice entered my mind. Greetings, Earthling. I am Lyshur, a member of the Holostar system. Apologies for contacting you this way. We mean no harm. I was even more confused now. Asterisk, what's going on? Why is a Hollis system alien communicating with me through Steve's body? Asterisk. I asked, you're from Hala? The Kree don't use telepathy. You must be Katati, the race the Kree wiped out. But that doesn't make sense. You were supposed to be extinct. Lyshur responded calmly. It seems Steve was right. You're quite knowledgeable. Yes, we are the Katati, a race that was indeed decimated by the Kree. Steve interjected. You never told me that, Lyshur. Lyshur apologized. I'm sorry, Steve. It's a painful memory, so I didn't bring it up. Lyshur continued. While our physical forms were destroyed, our species' innate telepathic abilities allowed us to survive. The destruction of our bodies couldn't wipe out our minds. I connected the dots. Asterisk, so before their extinction, the Katati used their telepathic abilities to project their consciousnesses across the galaxy and found sanctuary within human minds. Asterisk. Lyshur, sensing the wild theories forming in my mind, decided to share their memories with me to prevent any misunderstandings. The truth was about to be revealed. All right, let's dive into some Kree history before we get back to the main story. Consider this my way of padding the word count in a totally intellectual and not at all lazy way. In a large Magellanic cloud, on the planet Hala, two native species existed in a state of constant tension. The blue-skinned, humanoid Kree. The original Kree looked like this. The human-looking ones are hybrids, and the telepathic plant-like Katati, who resembled Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Despite both being natives of Hala, the two races were far from harmonious, constantly engaging in skirmishes and minor conflicts. Now, for those of you who've seen Captain Marvel, you probably envy the Kree for their advanced technology. But here's the kicker. That technology wasn't originally theirs. It belonged to the Skrulls. In the beginning, the Kree were just like Earthlings, a low-tech civilization confined to their own planet. Meanwhile, the Skrulls had already reached an interstellar level of advancement, creating a prosperous empire. Naturally, with their growing civilization, the Skrulls started exploring the universe. After wandering through space for who knows how long, they stumbled upon Hala, home to the Kree and Katati. Initially, the Skrulls planned to just pass through, but their leader suddenly had a burst of benevolence or impulsiveness and decided to invite the primitive inhabitants of Hala to join their galactic empire. It's like walking down the street and having a billionaire randomly decide to adopt you as their heir. Utterly absurd, right? If Hala had only one indigenous race, the Skrulls' offer might have been mutually beneficial, though Hala didn't exactly have much potential, and the Skrull advisors probably thought their leader was nuts. But unfortunately, Hala had two native species. To make matters worse, the Skrulls decided to hold a competition to determine which race would represent Hala in their empire. This move was, let's just say, not the wisest. The Skrulls proposed a test. They would provide both races with equal access to their technology, and each would send a delegation to an uninhabited planet to develop it. The race that created the most impressive results would be chosen. With the Skrulls' technology in hand, the Kree wasted no time building an interstellar city, focusing on weapon systems and military advancements. The Katati, on the other hand, were a peaceful species and used the Skrulls' biological systems to create a lush, vibrant floating garden. When the Skrulls returned to Hala to review the results, they made a surprising decision. They chose the Katati, the peaceful, nature-loving plant beings, over the aggressive, warlike Kree to join their empire. Now, was this decision logical? Sure. The Katati were far more pleasant and cooperative than the hot-headed Kree. But the Skrulls underestimated just how ambitious and vengeful the Kree could be. The Kree, unable to swallow their pride, decided, you chose the Katati, huh? Fine. We'll just wipe them out and see what you do then. And so, in a single night, the Kree exterminated the Katati, becoming the sole inhabitants of Hala. Outraged by this betrayal, the Skrulls retaliated, giving the Kree a thorough beating before abandoning Hala entirely. But the Kree weren't the type to let a grudge go. Fueled by anger and determination, they poured all their efforts into mastering the Skrull's technology. Eventually, they surpassed their former benefactors and rose to become one of the most powerful empires in the universe. With their newfound strength, the Kree's first order of business was to seek revenge on the Skrulls. Thus began a generations-long war between the two races, a bitter rivalry that persists to this day. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. Now, back to the Katati and how they managed to survive. The Katati, being naturally telepathic, weren't entirely destroyed when their physical bodies were wiped out. Instead, they became disembodied consciousnesses, able to exist for a time without a host. But there was a catch. If they didn't find new hosts quickly, their species would truly go extinct. Desperate to survive, the Katati began searching for suitable hosts on Hala. But it wasn't easy. While they could temporarily possess other plants, this slowed their collective consciousness, making them more plant-like over time. Worse still, they discovered they couldn't reproduce in this state. Extinction seemed inevitable. Unwilling to fade into oblivion, the Katati pooled their collective telepathic abilities and merged into a single new entity. Lyshur, a pure consciousness embodying the essence of their entire race. Lyshur, burdened with the responsibility of reviving the Katati, took incredible risks to search for their genetic material. Against all odds, he discovered a hidden burial site in the Katati's former garden, containing intact but incomplete remains of his people. Lyshur wasn't sure whether to call it luck or recklessness, but he attempted to use Kree technology to restore his race. Predictably, this got him caught by the Kree, forcing him to flee for his life. When the Kree and Skrulls expanded their war into the cosmos, they began exploring new star systems, including the one containing Earth. Lyshur, still on the run, ended up stowing away on a Kree ship bound for our solar system. Upon arriving, he discovered that Earth's environment was suitable for his people. But as fate would have it, Lyshur's luck took another nosedive. While sneaking onto Earth, he was hit by the Tesseract, the space stone, and trapped within the pocket dimension it created. The fact that he didn't immediately disintegrate was nothing short of miraculous. Though he survived, being stuck in the Tesseract for over 1,000 years left him extraordinarily weak. When the Nazis, led by Red Skull, retrieved the Tesseract in 1942, Lyshur finally found a way to escape. But he was still just a fragile consciousness, clinging to existence by feeding off the mental energy of nearby life forms. When Red Skull's plane crashed into the Arctic, Lyshur found himself with only one nearby host, Steve Rogers. The rest, as they say, is history. As I reviewed Lyshur's memories, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Asterisk man, this guy must have done something truly awful in a past life to end up this unlucky. Asterisk. I thought to myself, all right, I get the gist of your situation. Now, care to tell me why you contacted me? I didn't believe for a second that Lyshur would share his tragic backstory without a reason. There had to be something he wanted from me. Sure enough, Lyshur's voice turned cold as he made his request. I want you to help the Katati take revenge on the Kree. I froze. Asterisk what? Revenge? Seriously? Asterisk. Meow meow meow? Are you kidding me? You want me to single-handedly annihilate the Kree and avenge the Katati for you? Do you think I'm a god or something? Although truth be told, if I go all out, I might actually pull it off. But why on earth would I risk my life for a faction from a galaxy thousands of light years away? I questioned Lyshur. Let's not even talk about whether I can do it or not. Why should I help you? What's in it for me? Lyshur didn't answer directly, instead asking me, then what is it that you want? I almost laughed out loud. You say that as if you can give me whatever I want. You're just a consciousness residing in someone else's mind. What could you possibly give me? It's not that I look down on Lyshur, but my dreams and wishes are things that only a handful of people could ever fulfill. For example, going home, back to another world. Accomplishing that would require immense energy, as evidenced by the nova explosion power I carried when I first crossed over. Or, for example, making the two-dimensional world manifest in reality, or gaining the ability to enter the two-dimensional world. I've already achieved that. My portals are dimensional teleportation gates that can traverse galaxies, provided I've either previously marked a location in another galaxy or have Heimdall's all-seeing eye to perceive everything. Becoming Earth's ruler? Forget it. I'm so lazy that managing an organization is already exhausting, let alone managing a planet. I'd rather die. Immortality has its appeal, but I once asked the Ancient One about it. Due to that sudden death I experienced, I'm technically no longer in a fully human body. I won't die as long as my energy doesn't run out, so I guess I'm already somewhat immortal. Finally, there's the matter of having children. At first, I worried that my non-human body might not allow for reproduction. But then I thought, if Star-Lord's dad, whose true form is a planet, can have godlike children with different races, why should I worry? Not knowing what else to ask for, I threw the question back at Laishi. I honestly don't know what I want. Why don't you tell me what you can offer? Laishi was silent for a moment, probably not expecting me to throw the ball back to him. But he had a countermeasure. I can tell you how to become a god. That answer was intriguing. I replied, if you mean becoming a god like the ones in Asgard, then save your breath. Laishi was surprised. I didn't expect you to even know about the gods of Asgard. Now he was genuinely a loss for what to offer me. Since I knew about Asgard, I naturally understood what being a god entailed. Divine authority is essentially fixed. To become a new god, one must either kill an existing deity to seize their power or achieve self-comprehension to gain new divine authority. But divine power and authority are not so easy to obtain. Suddenly, Laishi seemed to think of something. What does Mr. Huang think of the Infinity Stones? So it all comes back to the Infinity Stones, huh? I was indeed interested. Even aside from the stones' unique functions, I need to acquire them to stop Thanos from snapping his fingers. I said, let's talk about the stones later. We've arrived at the palace. Laishi responded with an acknowledgement and retreated into Captain America's mental space, saying no more. I prepared to fly into the palace with the others, but Captain America spoke up. Mr. Huang, let me go in first. There's something I need to confirm with the person behind all this. I was surprised. You figured out information about the mastermind? Even though I knew Captain America had exchanged memories with Laishi, there hadn't been any feedback from the main party. So how did he know? Laishi was also puzzled. Captain America frowned and said, honestly, I don't know. It's just a hunch. I said, all right then. I'll hold Bruce back. Let me know once you're done. I tapped my temple as a signal. We then reached a side hall in Atlantis. Captain America suddenly kissed a blue-skinned alien girl, leaving Bruce and me completely dumbfounded. I couldn't help but comment, wait, what's going on here? Why are you two kissing? Laishi was equally confused. I have no idea either. After finding this Kree girl, Steve pulled her off a medical device, and then you guys showed up, and now this. Prompted by Laishi, I noticed the advanced technological equipment in the side hall. It looked like a massive medical device straight out of the Contra world, with transparent, vein-like tubes extending outward to unknown connections. At its center was a transparent glass pillar reminiscent of the upside-down man from a certain magical index. Captain America had broken the glass, leaving shattered fragments and nutrient fluid on the floor. And here he was, performing CPR on the Kree girl in this scene. Asterisk, what the hell? CPR? Does he even know if alien and human anatomy are the same? Asterisk. Seeing how anxious Captain America was, I refrained from further sarcastic remarks and threw a healing beam at the girl. Asterisk, why didn't it work? Wait, this is asterisk. The girl's physical stats were fine, but her soul was completely empty. In other words, Steve, stop wasting your energy. Her soul is already dead. What's left is just a shell. I was about to walk over when Captain America raised a hand to stop me. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but he seemed a bit off. Steve, your body... Yeah, I know, Captain America replied, not offering much explanation. He closed his eyes, as if consulting with Laishi. At that moment, Bruce suddenly transformed into the Hulk, with strange red gases appearing around him. I was shocked. Bruce? No Hulk? What's going on? Hulk roared and picked up a stone chair, hurling it at me. I shouted, what the hell? Has Hulk gone mad? I tried to use telekinesis to deflect the stone chair, but its force was stronger than I expected. Lolo also noticed that something was wrong with Hulk. Lord Huang Liang, be careful. Lolo transformed and picked me up, leaping to the side. The stone chair smashed a hole in the palace wall, with its momentum continuing into another room. I exclaimed, holy crap, Such power. What's going on here? Asterisk Lyshi. What's happening? Lyshi. Steve? Damn it. Asterisk. Receiving no response from my mental communication, I had no choice but to fend off the rampaging Hulk while leading him away from the side hall. Hulk wasn't about to let me escape easily. With a furious roar, that roar turned into a tangible shockwave sweeping toward me. I muttered, "What the hell is this red stuff? It's so overpowered. It's like even his breath is a skill." I constructed a honeycomb-shaped shield, but the shockwave still broke through. Asterisk, I was a bit too confident. Asterisk. The palace echoed with loud booms. "Lord Huang Liang," Lolo cried, tears streaming down her face as she saw me take the shockwave head-on. As the dust settled, I stood there completely unharmed, though my clothes were reduced to tatters. Oh my God, that scared me to death. I'm never pulling a stunt like that again. Lolo pouted and threw herself into my arms, sobbing while pushing against my chest. "Lord Huang Liang, why you scare me so much?" I explained, "Ahem, sorry about that. I didn't expect the shield to fail. Luckily, I have another shield on my body. Otherwise, things could have gone bad." Realizing this was just another blunder caused by my inexperience, Lolo pushed against me even harder but seemed somewhat relieved. While Lolo felt reassured, Hulk was anything but. Finally having an opportunity to settle personal scores, he was now watching me show off PDA in front of him. With a furious roar, he charged at me with his fists raised. I was angry now. Sure, Hulk was being influenced by the red gas, but embarrassing me in front of my maid was a step too far. I shouted, "Bruce, you've got no one to blame but yourself." I planted my feet firmly in a bow stance, turned my body to the right, and positioned my hands like claws at my waist. With a loud yell, I unleashed Kamehameha. Damn it, the raging energy gathered at my waist. This wasn't ki, it was my own magical energy. I shouted out, "Huh!" and a massive beam of pure destruction shot toward Hulk. Lolo, seeing this move for the first time, was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. "What is this?" She couldn't believe it. The me who usually acts a bit cutesy here and there and is all efficient when it counts had actually unleashed such a ferocious skill. She was completely dumbfounded. Hulk, sensing the enormous threat from the beam, wasn't about to just take it lying down. He roared and charged forward. Hulk, invincible. Even though he was under the influence of the red gas, his battle cries were still as over-the-top as ever. But I had to admit, with that roar, his body bulked up even more. Was he seriously going to take my Kamehameha head-on? I scoffed. Humph, trying to tank the Kamehameha? The last guy who did that ended up side by side with the sun. Fine, let's see just how strong Marvel's so-called ultimate shield is. Hulk. Wait, did I just forget that Hulk is on our side? Whatever. Let's focus on the battlefield first. When the Kamehameha collided with Hulk's steel-like skin, for a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, light and thunderous roars filled this ancient city that had stood for tens of thousands of years. Roar! Hulk, straining under the relentless assault of the Kamehameha, kept roaring in fury, his anger mounting under the influence of the red gas. But the Kamehameha's power was overwhelming. Even though I used a slightly gentler form of magical energy, its destructive force was undeniable. Starting from his crossed arms and spreading across his massive frame, the Kamehameha bombarded Hulk wave after wave, leaving scorched and carbonized marks on his body despite his incredible regeneration. Hulk was starting to falter. I was completely immersed in the thrill of unleashing such an iconic move and laughed as I poured in even more energy. Fly to the other side of the city for me, Hulk. Just as Hulk was about to be blown away by the Kamehameha, his passive ability finally kicked in. Roar! With his signature roar, red gas erupted from his body, and Hulk went berserk, planting his left foot forward and stomping down with his right. He drew strength from the earth and began trudging toward me through the energy blast. I shouted in disbelief. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You can tank even this. Sure, this was my first time using an offensive skill, but my magical energy couldn't be that weak, could it? It could only mean one thing. Hulk is a walking cheat code. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes, the tougher his body gets, and the faster he regenerates. When Hulk was less than 50 meters away from me, My Kamehameha could barely inflict any substantial damage anymore. I had no choice but to cut off the energy and signal Lolo to hold Hulk back while I came up with another plan. I muttered under my breath. So what the hell is this red gas anyway? It can turn Hulk into this. I wasn't expecting anyone to answer me, but to my surprise, someone did. It's a virus. A terrifying virus that no one knows the origin of. I didn't need to turn around to recognize the voice. It was Captain America. I asked, Cap, are you guys okay now? And sure enough, a moment later, Captain America appeared before me. But it was the other figure behind him that left my jaw hanging open. Steve, is this how you humanoid creatures move? I'm really not used to it. Behind Captain America, the Kree girl who had been declared soul dead was now walking toward me in a bizarre, uncoordinated manner, as if she didn't recognize anyone. A 6 steps of estrangement kind of walk. I shouted in shock. What the hell? How is she moving? Wait, that tone, are you Lai Shi? Ah, hello, Mr. Huang Liang. I'm glad to see you're all right, Lai Shi said, clumsily controlling the Kree girl's facial muscles to produce a smile that looked more like she was crying. I hurriedly said, you should stop tormenting this poor girl. Cap, what's going on here? Why is Lai Shi in the Kree's body? And what's with that red gas? Captain America didn't answer my questions, instead gripping his shield tightly and saying seriously, before that, we need to expel the virus from Bruce. Mr. Huang, can you immobilize Bruce for a while? I replied, for a short time, sure. Although I was incredibly curious about Lai Shi's situation, now wasn't the time for questions. Since Cap and Lai Shi seemed to have a plan, I'd play support. I told Lolo to back off, raised my hands, and conjured 2 massive telekinetic hands, each 10 meters in length and width, floating above my head. With a smile, I snapped my fingers and the giant hands launched themselves at Hulk like sentient beings, clapping together around him. Arg! Hulk roared in pain, trapped between the massive hands. Seeing Hulk restrained, Captain America dashed toward him and shouted to Lai Shi, Lai Shi, help me out. Understood. Without hesitation, Lai Shi used telepathy to dive into Hulk's mind. As soon as Lai Shi made contact, a wave of madness and destructive intent surged back toward him. Lai Shi shouted, what's with this guy's mind? Steve, hurry up. I might not be able to hold on for long. Captain America said, almost there. Mr. Huang, expose Bruce's head. Got it. I didn't know what they were planning, but I obediently manipulated the giant hands to reveal Hulk's head. Lai Shi, get out of him. With a sharp cry from Lai Shi, a red, shadow-like energy entity burst out of Hulk's mouth. Captain America, seeing the red shadow, hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Without a word, he hurled his shield at it. The spinning shield struck the red shadow dead on. The red shadow let out a piercing scream before angrily swatting the shield back at Cap. I yelled in shock. What the hell? Is this the red demon virus's true form? How can it fight back? Watching the red shadow snarling from Hulk's massive mouth, I was starting to question what a virus even was anymore. Captain America, his shield smacking him in the face, cursed under his breath before turning to me. Mr. Huang, do you have any way to deal with this? Seeing the red shadow about to crawl back into Hulk's body, I racked my brain and suddenly had an idea. I spat at the red shadow, and just like that, the red shadow disintegrated. Everyone present was dumbfounded. It worked. Even Lai Shi seemed to question his existence. Asterisk, so the virus that nearly wiped out the Kree Empire was defeated by spit. Asterisk. I was equally speechless. Asterisk, if I'd known spit would work, why did I go through all that effort? Asterisk. With the red shadow gone, the red gas around Hulk dissipated, and he slowly shrank down, reverting back to Bruce Banner. He collapsed within my telekinetic hands. Asterisk, well, as long as everyone's okay now. Asterisk. I approached Bruce and checked his condition. After confirming that the red demon virus was gone, I cast a few healing spells on him. Bruce let out a satisfied sigh, rolled over, and fell asleep. Furious, I kicked him awake. Get up, damn it. Bruce shouted, don't scare me like that. Oh, Mr. Huang, good morning. Wait, what the hell? Where am I? He looked around at the post-battle scene, utterly confused. I asked curiously, you mean you don't remember anything? Asterisk, could the red shadow cause temporary amnesia too? Asterisk. Bruce was silent for a moment, clearly trying to recall, but no matter how hard he tried, He couldn't piece together how he got here. Nope, I can't remember a thing. Seeing his frustrated expression, I frowned and asked Cap. Cap, what's going on here? Cap, likely thinking. Asterisk, I wish I knew too. Asterisk, cleared his throat and began explaining the information they had gathered from the Kree girl's memories. I am Laura, a regular combat member of the Kree Empire's elite interstellar squad in the large Magellanic galaxy. Ever since Commander Yanrog brought back the news of Officer Vare, Captain Marvel's betrayal of the Empire, I haven't seen him for several days. I really don't understand. Why would a human from such a remote region deserve such special attention from the commander? Clearly, I am better. My mission completion rate and the number of enemies I've taken down are both far superior. Why is he so fixated on that woman? No, I can't get emotional. Commander Rog said emotions affect performance. Yes, I need to stay calm. Vare has already betrayed the Empire, so as long as I work hard enough, Commander Rog will definitely praise me. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 1995. I heard that there's a wandering planet at the border being attacked by the Zerg, and the Supreme Intelligence has ordered us to provide support. Ugh, another boring mission. Can't they give me something more challenging? Oh well, as a member of the squad, I have no choice but to follow orders. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 1996. Damn bugs, why do they reproduce so quickly? And those that spit acid, don't they realize that their corrosive liquid does nothing but disgust us? It's practically harmless. What is that Zerg queen even thinking? Whatever, just a few more months, and I'll be able to go home. Asterisk wait, Zerg? Spit? Queen? Isn't this the Zerg from StarCraft? People say StarCraft and the Marvel Universe are connected. Maybe that's true. Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 1997. Finally took care of the invading bugs. Phew, I wonder what Commander Rog has been up to lately. No, I must stay focused. I'm an outstanding team member, and I can't let personal thoughts interfere with the mission. But I still miss him. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 1998. Finally back on Hala, I can finally get some proper sleep. Unfortunately, Commander Rog is away on a mission related to the Soul Stone. Damn, if I had returned earlier, I could have gone on the mission with him. Why can't those Cybertron mechanical beings behave themselves? A bunch of lower life forms dependent on the Soul Stone. Asterisk wait, what? Transformers? Don't try to fool me. I don't remember reading anywhere that the Allspark is the Soul Stone. It's logical, sure, but also way too far-fetched. Asterisk. My worldview is falling apart. Although the concept of granting machine souls via the Soul Stone makes sense, and the idea that the first generation of Transformers was created by the Soul Stone is reasonable, how am I supposed to piece all of this together? Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 1999. I heard Lord Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta. Are all men this paranoid? Wiping out an entire race just because of a legend? Not that I have any right to judge. I just think it's a shame. Their fluffy tails were so cute. Asterisk great. Now Frisia is here too. Don't tell me there's a Goku-like scion on some Earth in this universe. My understanding of reality is completely shattered. Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 2000. Is it the heat? The squad members have been especially irritable lately. Several of them got into fights and were thrown into confinement. Even the Supreme Intelligence doesn't seem as composed as before, initiating wars on multiple fronts. We're fighting battles on so many fronts now. Asterisk, this timeline feels a bit ominous. Why do I feel like I'm about to get blamed for something? Is it just my imagination? Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year 2001. Arc so frustrating. That bastard Rog. I can't believe I used to like him. Turns out he's just a coward. It's just a rebellion. Why hesitate? Just kill them all. Asterisk, whoa girl, have you lost it? You were just fawning over him before. Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year October 2001. Bastard. Let go of me. I'm not infected with the red demon virus. That Rog actually reported me. Why get out of here? I'll kill him. Asterisk, looks like the virus Bruce was infected with is this red demon virus. Scary stuff. It turned a perfectly good girl into a bloodthirsty lunatic. Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX, Earth Year January 2002. Ugh, so boring. I want to kill someone. Didn't they say they were researching a cure for the red demon virus? Why is there still a rebellion? The Supreme Intelligence is so stupid, calling the rebels victims of a virus. I have no idea what's going on outside. I haven't been out in ages. Asterisk a rebellion in the Kree Empire? Damn, how much time has passed? So many people have already been infected with the Red Demon virus? Wait, could the sudden bloodthirstiness of the Atlantean royal family also be because of the Red Demon virus? That would explain a lot. Asterisk. Kree Imperial Year XXX. Earth Year, June 2002. So noisy. There's constant fighting outside. Can't they let a person sleep? Lately, I've been dreaming about two versions of myself, one lying in an isolation ward and the other wandering around outside. I never thought the rebels would be this strong. They've even reached Hala. I've been saying all along that they should have just killed all the rebels. I can't anymore. I'm so tired, my body feels light, and I'm about to lose consciousness. Asterisk wait, what? Damn, Hala has been taken over? The Kree are finished? This is getting way too surreal. Asterisk. I asked Laishi, you mentioned wanting me to help you get revenge. Now that the Kree Empire has been destroyed by this mysterious red demon virus, how do you feel? Laishi was silent for a moment before replying, I don't know. I should feel happy, but I only feel sadness. Maybe it's because of Laura's influence. I understood. Hala was Laishi's homeland, and who wouldn't feel sorrow for the destruction of their home? I said, all right, continue. Laishi said, the memories above are from before Laura's soul disappeared. The rest are fragmented memories stored in her body after her soul vanished. I'll skip unimportant scenes. The first memory, Laura was on a spaceship looking out a window at a ruined interstellar city. Countless warships and aircraft crisscrossed the skies, while red, mist-emitting creatures devoured soldiers on the ground. I wanted to watch for a bit longer, but my vision went black and the scene changed. Asterisk TCH, couldn't I stay a bit longer? I wanted to see more of Hala's destruction. Asterisk Laishi. Asterisk. The second memory. Inside the spaceship, a xenomorph queen swung her claws at Kree soldiers in protective suits. After a brief battle, the image went black. Asterisk, so that's how xenomorphs came to be? Interesting. Asterisk. The third memory. Still on the spaceship, but the space was smaller, the number of people fewer, and there wasn't any valuable information. Laishi moved on to the next memory point. The fourth and fifth memories. Nothing noteworthy, so Laishi skipped them. The sixth memory appeared, and I knew this was important. The scene depicted the Kree Empire's base on the moon in the solar system. It's unclear whether this memory is more vivid because it's closer to the present or because the Kree started preserving Laura's body. But either way, this time the memory lasted longer, and the visuals and audio were much clearer. Thanks to the extended clarity of this memory, I was able to confirm the method for handling the red demon virus and uncover some critical information about it. Once the Kree understood the true nature of the red demon virus, they quickly found a way to counteract it. However, whether due to technological limitations or other reasons, they could only suppress the virus's infectiousness temporarily and could not completely eliminate it. Still, that was better than nothing. As for the virus itself, it's a biological virus that couldn't have originated in this universe. It was either created by a higher dimensional being combining materials from other universes or brought here by someone else from a different universe. Great. Looks like I, Huang Liang, am about to take the blame for this. I couldn't help but complain. So this virus came over with me when I crossed universes? This is getting way too fantastical. I wanted to say I wasn't responsible, but based on the timeline of the outbreak, even if it's not entirely my fault, at least 70 to 80% of the blame lies with me. After all, I was the only dimensional traveler around during that period. Laishi was surprised. Wait, Mr. Huang Liang, you're a dimensional traveler? And this virus came with you when you crossed over? This situation was absurd. Traveling across countless galaxies to a remote planet, sleeping for 1,000 years before waking up, only to find the enemies wiped out by an extra-universal virus, and then running into the person who brought the virus? What kind of luck was this? Laishi seemed to grasp why my bodily fluids could eliminate the red demon virus. They originated from the same universe. I quickly tried to explain, well, yes, I'm a dimensional traveler, but whether the red demon virus came with me is debatable. This blame was too heavy for me to carry. Captain America interjected. whether it's true or not. We need to stop the war up there. If everything was indeed caused by the red demon virus, then humanity was in grave danger. Everyone was reminded of the urgency of the situation. Someone exclaimed, "This is bad. If the Atlanteans are waging war under the influence of the red demon virus, the virus could spread, and both the Atlanteans and humans would be doomed." Everyone's expressions grew grim. Captain America urgently urged, "Quick, Mr. Huang, let's stop them immediately." Knowing the situation was critical, I didn't waste time. I opened a portal and led everyone straight to the battlefield. On the Arctic plains, the war between the Atlanteans and humans had been raging for a long time. Humanity had air superiority and was largely suppressing the Atlanteans, but the Atlantean army had advanced technological shields that made them resistant to human bombardment. However, human missile strikes were still causing them significant trouble. At the rear of the Atlantean army, a massive whale-like warship was spewing seawater to expand the battlefield for its soldiers, while simultaneously releasing energy shields to block missiles. Inside a side chamber of the command deck, the Atlantean King Imanu watched the stalemate on the battlefield with a blank expression. Namor's grandfather, Taker, no longer wore his usual gentle demeanor. With a face full of rage, he said, "Father, the divine water is ready. I can launch a surprise attack at any time." Imanu didn't turn around. In a hollow tone, he asked, "Taker, do you think Atlantis can still be redeemed?" Taker didn't understand. "Father, do you think we'll lose?" Imanu paused, then sighed. "You still don't get it. Our sea people have already." "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Taker was confused, but Imanu waved him off. "Leave." Reluctantly, Taker withdrew. After Taker left, Imanu sighed and closed his eyes. Moments later, red mist began to emanate from his body. He opened his eyes, now exuding a deranged and bloodthirsty aura. Smirking at the mist, he muttered, "Divine water? More like the poison that will lead to our extinction." Then, he suddenly covered his face and laughed maniacally. "If we're going down, we're taking others with us." Humanity prepared to feel the madness. On an iceberg less than 1,000 meters from the battlefield, we all watched the red mist emanating from the Atlanteans, our faces turning grim. I grumbled. I didn't expect the virus to be controlling the Atlanteans. There are so many of them. Saving them one by one would take forever. Sure, I knew my bodily fluids could neutralize the virus, but looking at the densely packed soldiers, even if I were drained dry, wouldn't be enough to save them all. Captain America said nothing, resting his chin on his hand as he thought deeply. Laishi, perched on his back, curiously asked, "Steve, what's wrong?" Cap waved off the concern, then looked at me intently and said, "Hey, Mr. Huang, if we dunk you in water and spray it over them, do you think it could neutralize the red demon virus?" I immediately reached for my knife, saying, "Cap, you better rephrase that sentence." Cap calmly brushed aside the knife I drew and continued, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. It seems like only your bodily fluids can eliminate the virus. If you don't like soaking in water, maybe just a shower." If I weren't sure he was a real person, I might have actually tried to kill him. I retorted, setting aside whether bathwater could even neutralize the virus. Even if I soaked myself until I passed out, it wouldn't solve the entire army's infection. Atlantis might be small, but its royal family's militaristic tendencies meant their army was no less than 100,000 strong. And we didn't even know how effective bathwater would be. Cap also realized the idea was dumb, but just standing around doing nothing wasn't an option either. At this point, Laishi said, "If there's no other way, we might have to destroy the Atlantean army completely." Everyone fell silent. If we couldn't cure them, we have to annihilate them, but that was far too brutal. Cap shook his head. "No, they're only acting this way because of the virus. Not all of them want this." Bruce, frustrated, growled, "So this doesn't work, that doesn't work. What? Are we seriously going to have Mr. Huang pee on them to cure them?" Cap froze for a moment, then smiled slyly and turned to Laishi, saying, "Maybe that could actually work." Laishi's expression was one of utter confusion. "Will this method really work?" I asked telepathically, conflicted, as I hovered 2,000 meters above the battlefield with Laishi on my back. Captain America, full of confidence, replied, "I think it's worth a shot." Laishi looked utterly baffled. "Even I don't know if this will work. How do you know, Cap? The method Captain America proposed was surprisingly simple. It involved leveraging the reproductive abilities of the Katati race. Although Laishi had taken the form of a Kree girl, his true essence was still the collective consciousness of the Katati species. The fact that Cap knew this while Laishi didn't could only mean one thing. This poor guy had barely scratched the surface of his potential as a consciousness entity. Cap, being the pinnacle of human physical and mental capability, wasn't just strong in body. His intellect was just as formidable. Through his memory exchange with Laishi, he deduced this method, something even Laishi himself was unaware of. As the collective consciousness of the Katati, Laishi's psychic abilities were terrifying, far beyond anything even an enhanced Professor X could achieve. But this poor guy, having recklessly confronted the Kree head-on at birth, had barely escaped to Earth before being trapped by the Space Stone for 1,000 years. After breaking free, his depleted energy forced him to reside in Cap's mind, allowing Cap to absorb fragments of the Katati's abilities and knowledge. Hence his understanding of abilities Laishi wasn't even aware of. Through telepathy, Cap asked, "Laishi, can the Katati release pollen by reading genetic material?" Laishi suddenly realized, "Oh, right, that's true. But I'm just a consciousness now. Without the body of my species, simply reading genetic information won't be enough." Cap had anticipated this response. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Not necessarily. Just do this, then that, and combine it with Mr. Huang's energy beam, blah blah." Laishi's excitement grew as he listened. "Oh, that works? Let's get started right away." I chimed in, "All right, I'm ready." With a commanding tone, Cap gave the order, "Then, Mr. Huang, leave the genetic data and energy to us." "Laishi, let's move." I sliced my palm open, and a stream of colorful, radiant, and incredibly potent blood floated out like a shimmering rainbow. I froze on the spot. "Wait, what the hell? This is my blood." Laishi was equally stunned at first, but his eyes quickly lit up with excitement. "What magnificent blood! Mr. Huang Liang, the energy level of your blood is off the charts. There's no need to extract genetic data. We can directly release energy waves with it." Confused, I stammered, "Huh? What? What do you mean by energy level too high? And what's this about being able to use it straight away?" Before I could finish, Laishi, overwhelmed with excitement, dumped all the data for the telepathic energy waves into my brain in one go. The sheer volume of information, what should have been simple, everyday Katati energy fluctuations, felt like an ocean flooding backward into my consciousness. It almost knocked me out. "Hey, I get that you're excited, but could you at least give me a heads up next time?" I complained, shaking my head to process the nearly overwhelming influx of data. After stabilizing myself, I floated mid-air and began forming a magical array above the Atlantean army below. At that moment, the battle between the Atlanteans and humans on the Arctic plains had reached its peak intensity. On one side were Atlanteans, their bodies shrouded in red mist, faces twisted in rage, wielding advanced laser weaponry. On the other side were American military forces armed with tanks and anti-aircraft artillery. One might have expected the Atlanteans to be crushed by the overwhelming firepower of the humans, but the opposite was true. They were dominating the battlefield. General Ross was baffled. Both were humanoid species, so why were the Atlanteans so incredibly resilient? They were practically on par with Abomination in terms of durability. A 2-meter-tall Atlantean warrior swung a massive energy chain hammer, charging straight through the blast of an M1 Abrams tank and smashing the tank into a heap of scrap metal with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, another Atlantean, riding atop a gigantic mutated octopus, directed the creature to disrupt human formations while picking off soldiers with a laser rifle. That said, humanity wasn't without its countermeasures. Super agents and powered armor units were holding their own, but they were no match for the crazed Atlanteans. General Ross cursed, "Damn it! How are these sea people suddenly so much stronger? Could it be the red mist? If only Abomination were here." After Abomination had his spine snapped by the Hulk, some time had passed. General Ross had commissioned the U.S. Engineering Corps to rebuild Abomination as a half-mechanical, half-biological weapon. Unfortunately, due to budget cuts, the project had been indefinitely shelved. Ross sighed, "No choice. Looks like I'll have to step it myself." But he wouldn't get the chance. as I had already completed the magic array. With a resonant, otherworldly sound, an enormous, fantastical magic circle materialized in the sky above the battlefield, as if a primordial force had been unleashed upon the world. The sight left the human soldiers dumbfounded. What is that? A magic circle? Am I dreaming? It's a god. A god has descended. General Ross clenched his fists tightly as he recognized the magic circle. Damn it. It's because of these blasted mages that my plans failed. Of course he recognized it. Mages had interfered before, turning what should have been a straightforward operation into a chaotic mess. The UN had shifted its focus to researching superpowers and mythical phenomena, effectively sidelining his super soldier program. But times had changed. The magic circle activated, and rainbow-colored rain began to fall from the sky. On the battlefield's edge, Bruce, standing with Cap, remarked sarcastically, "You set up such an elaborate display, and it's just rain?" He had been expecting some dramatic special effects, only to be underwhelmed. Cap, however, watched the scene with anticipation. Don't underestimate this rainbow rain. If it works, it might just give the universe a moment to breathe. He understood that the red demon virus was just the beginning. Bruce, catching on, sighed wistfully. Yeah, let's hope it works. While Cap and Bruce were busy worrying about the future, the blood rain eye, Huang Liang, summoned finally began to show its effects. The Atlanteans, drenched in the rain, started howling in agony, the red mist fleeing from their mouths in terror. The mist coalesced into a churning red cloud above the battlefield. This sudden change left everyone on the battlefield stunned. The soldiers who had been locked in a bloody fight with the Atlantean warriors were on the brink of losing their defensive line. The enemy was about to break through and devastate the camp's rear. Then, out of nowhere, that massive magic circle in the sky started pouring rainbow-colored rain. Moments later, the terrifying Atlanteans screamed in pain, spat out red mist, and collapsed to the ground. The battlefield fell eerily silent. I realized the situation wasn't going exactly as Lyshi had anticipated, and, fearing some unforeseen complication, I decided to cut the spell off early. As the magic circle dissipated, General Ross snapped out of his stupor and ordered his troops to cease fire. He then stared, slack-jawed, at the red mist now condensed into a liquid-like form in the air. I had no clue what was going on, so I immediately isolated the battlefield by raising a wall of ice around it. Carrying Lyshi on my back, I floated down to Captain America and asked, "Cap, what's going on? Why didn't it work as we expected?" Cap frowned, equally puzzled. "That's strange. Could I have been wrong?" At that moment, the usually quiet Lyshi spoke up telepathically. "No, Steve, your judgment was correct. This method can destroy the red demon virus. I underestimated the life energy in Mr. Huang Liang's blood. It caused the virus to mutate. In fact, it was because both the virus and I originated from the same universe. This interaction had somehow activated the virus. And just like that, the virus had been activated. The rolling red mist began condensing into a massive, pulsating red mass, and both Lyshi and I could clearly sense biological activity coming from it. I was so shocked my jaw nearly hit the floor. What the hell is this? Did it just evolve into a second form? Before I could even finish complaining, the gigantic warship at the rear of the Atlantean army began to tremble. Alarmed, I muttered, "Oh no." The royal family, who were the most heavily infected, avoided the rain. This is going to be a huge problem. But the reality was even worse than I had feared. The massive blue whale-like warship began moving as though it were a living creature, disrupting the Arctic glaciers as it ignored the unconscious Atlantean soldiers and, powered by its engines, charged straight toward the red mass. Cap, seeing the unconscious soldiers in the warship's path, couldn't bear it and shouted, "Emar, Huang." I immediately understood what he wanted. Clapping my hands together, I activated a spell, raising the glaciers in front of the warship to block its path. But the warship didn't stop. Instead, it increased its power, using the icy ramp I had created to launch itself directly into the giant red mass. I thought the impact would cause a grotesque explosion of blood and gore, but instead, the red mass enveloped the entire warship. Everyone frowned, confused, the same question on their minds. Why was the warship so determined to crash into the red mass? The answer came quickly. The red mass consumed the warship entirely. After several horrific squelching and squirming sounds, a layer of pinkish flesh peeled away from the red mass. Emerging from the transformation was a terrifying creature, now even larger than the whale-like warship it had absorbed. What the hell is that? Why does something like this exist? Dear God, is this divine punishment? Leviathan. It must be the Leviathan. Even General Ross, visibly shaken by the monstrous sight, quickly composed himself and barked orders. Stay calm. All soldiers fall back. Artillery units attack immediately. Panic-stricken soldiers scrambled to retreat to the rear. Artillery fire resumed, with shells striking the massive creature dead-on. Explosions and smoke engulfed the beast, but to no avail. It simply rolled leisurely in the smoke, as if the constant bombardment were a soothing massage. General Ross's face darkened, but he didn't dare call off the attack. Who knew what the creature might do if they stopped? Damn it, what the hell is this thing? I called out to him. General Ross, stop firing. Your weapons are useless against it. Ross turned to me, his frown deepening as his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, it's you? Huh? Are you Captain America? Steve Rogers. Cap smiled and saluted before stepping forward to shake Ross's hand. Hello, I'm Steve Rogers. General, can you order a ceasefire? Of course, I'll stop immediately, Ross replied, his tone shifting from disbelief to excitement as he realized the man in front of him was indeed the legendary Captain America. He quickly turned to order the artillery units to cease fire. Watching Ross's starstruck, almost fanboy-like reaction, I couldn't help but click my tongue. TSK, TSK. If you'd met Cap earlier, a lot of your past problems could have been avoided. Cap, curious, asked, what issues do you have with him? Nothing major. Just a few minor disputes, I replied. But what's going on with that thing in the sky? Is my blood really so potent it could turn a warship into that? Since only Cap and I had teleported here to avoid exposing Bruce and Laishi's presence, Laishi had to communicate with me telepathically. No, Mr. Huang, your blood might be even more extraordinary than you realize. If I'm not mistaken, it could solve this problem easily. Laishi's tone carried a hint of mischief as he sent me the information he had sensed from the creature. Huh? What's going on? A 70% genetic similarity to me? Are you kidding me? My jaw practically hit the floor. What kind of nonsense was this? How did I suddenly end up with a monstrous child out of nowhere? Even Lolo was losing her composure. That can't possibly be Lord Huang Liang's child. Lord Huang Liang's first child must be mine. Captain America couldn't help but laugh at the situation. You never know, Mr. Huang, he said teasingly. Don't forget, that big guy was activated because of your blood. If we're talking genetics, it's technically your kin. What kin? Come on, can we not make this more ridiculous than it already is? I stared at the huge, clueless Leviathan floating in midair, utterly at a loss for words. Actually, keeping it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Sure, the pink skin is a bit flashy, and its expression is fierce, and its wrinkly texture isn't exactly appealing, but with some magical modifications, it might actually look pretty cool. Then again, how would I even take care of such a massive whale? Somehow, I found myself warming up to the idea of this giant Leviathan being my child. Cap, so what are your plans from here on out? That tone of flattery could only belong to General Ross. Cap sighed, clearly uncomfortable with the praise. General Ross, you could just call me Steve or Lieutenant Rogers. No need to be so formal. Ross, however, adamantly shook his head. No, Captain America is Captain America. I wouldn't dare address you by name. You're a role model for all of America. No amount of respect would be too much. Asterisk haha. Looks like meeting Cap in person has made Ross's day. He's probably already scheming about using Cap's blood for his super soldier program. Asterisk. Seeing Ross's overly enthusiastic expression, I couldn't help but tease Cap through telepathy. Wow, this guy is really laying it on thick. Steve, you really are a hit with all ages. Cap shot me a tired glance. You're so childish. Go deal with your child already so we can wrap this up and bring peace back to Atlantis. Can we not keep calling my child? Geez. I grumbled under my breath, lightly pinched Lolo's cheek, and teleported over to the giant Leviathan. Whoa, it didn't look that big from a distance, but up close, This thing is massive. I floated around for a moment, estimating its size. Its back alone was as large as 2 football fields, and that wasn't even counting the tail. Tisk TSK, such a size this could feed us for days. I wonder how strong it is in battle. Guess it's time for a little test. Considering it's a fusion of the Red Demon virus, Atlantean royal bloodlines, and a warship, its combat abilities should be impressive, right? Alright then, let's see how you handle my Gaia energy cannon, I shouted, raising my right hand as scorching energy began gathering in my palm. The energy ball grew larger and larger as I infused it with more power. Before long, I was holding a golden energy sphere nearly 50 meters in diameter. The Leviathan, which had been lazily drifting, suddenly sensed danger. It let out a deafening roar as its skin began transforming into a hardened metallic surface. Oh, didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. Honestly, you're more of a sentient warship than a living creature. In that case, don't mind if I do. Without bothering to aim, I hurled the energy ball straight down. A massive explosion followed, and a wave of heat surged toward me. Ark! The Leviathan roared in pain, writhing in an attempt to escape. But the energy ball stuck to its body, refusing to let go. Then, to my utter disbelief, the Leviathan suddenly let out a loud wail and started crying. Arg! Arg! Wah! What the hell? Why is it crying? Watching the Leviathan sobbing like a child, I suddenly felt a pang of guilt. This is ridiculous. Why do I feel bad about this? Hey, stop crying already. Ugh. Quiet down, you big guy. The Leviathan froze mid-wail, startled by the sudden telepathic intrusion. It stopped moving but continued to tear up, though it no longer cried out loud. What in the world? It really does sound like a kid. What? The Leviathan realized the voice in its head wasn't a hallucination and let out a happy "whoa." But the motion tugged at its injury, causing it to howl in pain again, and somehow I felt the pain too. All right, my bad. Stop crying already. Just stay still, and I'll heal you. Although it didn't fully understand, the Leviathan obediently stopped moving. Good kid. Seeing its docile behavior, I couldn't help but feel a sudden fondness for this big, goofy creature. I teleported to its injury and examined the self-healing wound and its rainbow-colored blood. Unable to resist, I muttered, as expected of my child. With a healing speed like this, it would have recovered on its own soon enough. Still, I'll give a little boost. I activated a healing spell, and the glowing particles quickly mended the wound. The Leviathan, feeling the pain subside, let out a cute "awoo" and closed its eyes, sending me a telepathic message of gratitude. Geez, this guy is way too adorable. All right, it's decided. Your name will be Momu. Wah, Momu. Good, such a good kid. But your size is a bit of a problem. Since you got my blood, you should be compatible with magic, right? I floated in front of Momu's head and began transmitting magic suitable for managing its massive size. Now let's leave my little teaching session for a moment and shift our focus to the depths of the North Sea. Below the icy waters lay a Hydra base, tasked with studying the Atlanteans' resilient bodies and alien species. As one of Hydra's key outposts, it was well-equipped and well-manned. Taking down a small country would have been child's play for them. However, this resource-rich base was now in deep trouble. Remember Emperor Iminu's Divine Water revenge plan, which he had entrusted to his son Taker? That's right. Hydra had been capturing Atlanteans for years, and as a prince of Atlantis, Taker was well aware and bitterly resentful. Now that he had a chance for payback, there was no way he'd let it slip. Kill them. Kill them all. For our brothers. Kill. 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 Enhanced by the Red Demon virus, Taker ignored the Hydra soldiers' attacks, pulled out the divine water, and hurled it into the crowd. With a loud splatter, red mist spread rapidly. Watch out, it's toxic. The soldiers, unsure what the mist was, quickly put on gas masks at their commander's orders. But the Red Demon virus was no ordinary toxin. It couldn't be stopped by mere gas masks. The moment the first soldier was infected and turned against his comrades, the base was doomed. In the lowest level of the base, inside the secure control room, the base commander watched the chaos on the monitors. Realizing the base was lost, he sent out the research data and, with a heavy heart, activated the self-destruct mechanism. After a violent tremor, Hydra's North Sea base and the invading Atlanteans were both obliterated. I sensed a strange disturbance in the distance and turned to look. Mew! A soft sound followed, and a now shrunken, 3-meter-tall Mumu nudged my head with its giant snout. Mumu, quit messing around. Wah! Mumu happily flapped its fins and gently spat my head out. Tis TSK, I didn't expect it to be so cute after shrinking. As expected of my daughter. If the previous Mumu had an aura of ferocity, terror, and madness, this smaller version was the epitome of adorable. Its pink skin, smooth and metallic yet soft and bouncy like an inflatable ball, was warm and elastic. Its white belly was covered in layers of fine fur that could transform into sharp spikes when needed. Its large black eyes sparkled with curiosity and joy, like something straight out of an animated cartoon. I pushed Mumu's giant head aside, stroking its soft fur with a smile. All right, let's head back. I can't wait to introduce everyone to my adorable daughter. Let's go. I lightly jumped onto Mumu's head. With a cheerful WH, Mumu darted forward at a breathtaking speed of 200 miles per hour, leaving only my panic screams echoing through the air. Looking at Mumu lying on me, whimpering softly, I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. The poor creature let out a sad woo, clearly feeling a bit lost. Captain America, still trying to process everything, asked in disbelief, Huang, is this really that same monster? How did this happen? I used a bit of magic to restore my energy and began explaining Mumu's origins. Mumu's mother was the Atlantean royal flagship, a colossal blue whale warship. But before it became that, it was a unique, energy-infused life form, pregnant, no less, and revered as a sacred beast by the Atlanteans. However, everything changed when a group of fleeing Kree became honored guests of the Atlantean royal family. Desperate to find a cure for the red demon virus and restore the glory of the Kree Empire, they experimented on anything and everything. Humans, Atlanteans, xenomorphs, even alien embryos. Nothing was off limits. But their efforts ended in failure. Then Mumu's mother appeared. The Kree, of course, couldn't resist such a prime specimen for their research. But the Atlantean royal family, still rational at the time, refused to sacrifice their sacred beast for the sake of the virus. And so, the conflict began. Remember the relief carvings Bruce saw in the Atlantean palace? They showed that both the Atlanteans and the blue-skinned intelligent beings were originally experimental creations of the Kree during their expansion. To the Kree, the Atlanteans were nothing more than lab experiments. Without them, the Atlanteans wouldn't even exist, so what right did they have to make demands? But to the Atlanteans, Mumu's mother was their guardian deity, a companion who had been with them for ages. While they recognized the Kree as their creators, who had given them life and technology that didn't justify harming Mumu's mother, the royal family had already provided countless resources for research and begged the Kree to spare their sacred beast. The Kree, however, argued that Mumu's mother might hold the key to suppressing the red demon virus. They dismissed the Atlanteans as ignorant of the virus's true horrors and recklessly opened the containment tanks, unleashing hell. The remaining Kree were eventually wiped out by the enraged Atlantean royals. To their credit, the royals, before they fully succumbed to madness, were quite responsible. To prevent the virus from spreading, they had planned a collective suicide. But then Mumu's mother intervened. Using her unique abilities, she miraculously managed to suppress the virus's effects, though only temporarily. To save their people and themselves, the Atlantean royals began studying and incorporating the virus into their research. If events had unfolded differently, they might have developed a cure using Mumu's mother's abilities. Sadly, reality had other plans. The Kree had left Laura, the Kree girl hosting Laishi's consciousness, in the Atlantean palace for convenience, while their actual base of operations was on the moon. When the lunar base lost contact with the surface, conflict became inevitable, resulting in mutual destruction. The Kree, as refugees, had access to cosmic-level technology but were limited in numbers and resources. It was an away game for them. The fact that the Atlanteans didn't annihilate them completely was already a show of restraint. Why was it mutual destruction? Because Mumu's mother perished in the conflict. Without her unique energy suppressing the virus, It was only a matter of time before the red demon virus fully erupted within the Atlantean royals. But before that happened, they had to deal with Mumu's mother's remains. As a marine creature, a sea burial was the simplest and most dignified option. However, someone discovered that her body could delay the virus's outbreak. For the sake of their people and future generations, the Atlantean royals transformed her into their flagship. As time passed, the royals, increasingly influenced by the virus, shifted their focus from researching physical cures to coercing humans into developing antibodies. That's how they crossed paths with Hydra. Initially, the Atlanteans, with their individual strength and advanced weaponry, dealt heavy blows to Hydra, capturing many of their soldiers for experimentation. But Hydra wasn't one to take things lying down. When their base's forces proved insufficient, they called in reinforcements, deploying Zaka-like powered mechs. This time, it was the Atlanteans who suffered. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Atlanteans scoured the documents left behind by the Kree and actually found a solution. Given the Kree's years of research on the virus, it wasn't surprising that there were byproducts. One such creation was the Divine Water, a name the Atlanteans gave it since they couldn't read Kree script. It was essentially a modified version of the virus, designed as a strengthening serum that made infected beings more powerful. And so, the feud between the Atlanteans and Hydra continued, culminating in the current war. Who knows how much cosmic-level tech the Kree left for the Atlantean royals? After some modifications, Mumu's mother became comparable to a cosmic warship. Leaving aside her infinite seawater generator and near-indestructible Legion-grade shields, her other weapon systems alone were enough to make her a nightmare in battle. If I hadn't intervened, the Atlanteans might have actually conquered the region south of the Arctic. Laishi had mentioned that my blood contained immense life force. While Mumu's mother's body had been destroyed, her soul endured, protecting her unborn child. Perhaps out of divine mercy, or simply the way of the universe, a spark of new life emerged within her broken body. Mumu. If not for this war, Mumu's mother would have quietly protected her child until its birth, then fused her consciousness into Mumu, passing on her legacy as the new guardian of the seas. But the world is cruel. During the war, Mumu's mother realized her soul was weakening, and Mumu's body was beginning to collapse. If nothing changed, Mumu's line would end alongside the war. Just as she was about to accept her fate, my blood rain descended. Stimulated by the powerful life force, her body began to recover. But she knew it was only temporary. Once the blood rain stopped, she would revert to a spiritual form. Desperate to save her child, she absorbed as much life energy as she could, inadvertently causing the virus to mutate. Sensing something was wrong, I stopped the rain. Without the life energy, Mumu's mother panicked. She couldn't create a safe environment for her child to be born. But then, she sensed a peculiar life form emerging, a strange, life-filled blob. Overjoyed, she recognized it as the perfect cradle for her child. With her engines at full power, she rushed toward it, only to remember her warship body lacked proper flight systems. Just as despair set in, Cap reminded me, and I created a magical ramp, allowing her to reach the blob. And so, Mumu was born. I never expected my act of salvation to fulfill Mumu's mother's final wish. In the end, it was all destined. It's just a shame about Mumu's mother's legacy, I said. To prevent the insanity of the virus from affecting Mumu's mind, her mother used the remnants of her soul to shield her child from the virus's influence. That's why Mumu acts like a newborn, crying and whimpering. Cap, deeply moved, said solemnly she truly was a great mother. Lolo, wiping away tears, sobbed so touching. Lord Huang Liang, the Kree and Atlantean royals were so cruel. What? I swear, I'll take care of Mumu and help her become a great guardian of the seas, just like her mother. Laishi, less sentimental, was more focused on practical concerns. Speaking of the Atlantean royals, did they merge into Mumu's flesh, or what happened to them? Laishi's indifferent attitude didn't bother me much. After all, he's an alien, and their emotional structures are probably different from ours. No point in dwelling on it. Now, as for the Atlantean royal family, honestly, I wasn't sure how to explain their situation. The Atlantean royals, how should I put this? Maybe Mumu's mother felt pity for them. When she temporarily revived by absorbing the life energy, most of the royals inside her body had already died. Perhaps she didn't want to see the people she had protected perish in madness and cruelty. Cap nodded thoughtfully. So they're all dead? In a way, maybe that's for the best. What a shame about Namor, though. I guess he's the only royal left now. By the way, where's Namor? I felt my eye twitch. If I told you he's off cultivating immortality, would you believe me? In a high-tech world like Marvel's, the fact that Namor was self-studying chi cultivation to become an immortal was hilariously absurd. Cap stared at me blankly. Huh? Cultivating immortality? What does that even mean? Sure, Namor's fighting style had some Eastern martial arts flair, but talking about cultivation sounded way too far-fetched. I shrugged helplessly. I don't really know how to explain it. Let's just say he's trying to break through to a higher level. Cap sighed. Breaking through, huh? Got it. He looked like he'd had enough of Namor's constant complaints about breaking limits. At that moment, General Ross, with a big grin plastered on his face, sidled over. Cap, may I interrupt for a moment? Cap scratched his head awkwardly, realizing they were still technically on a battlefield. Sorry about that, General Ross. What's the matter? Ross, still beaming, said no, it's fine. We're grateful enough that you resolved this big, little guy. I just wanted to discuss what to do with the Atlanteans. After all, they were the ones who started the war. While Huang managed to resolve it, we still suffered significant losses. I didn't know how to respond. Sure, I dealt with the Atlanteans, but anyone with common sense could see that we had some connection to them. The Atlanteans were the aggressors here, and the human forces were the victims. Ross wasn't even demanding reparations. He simply wanted the right to handle the Atlanteans. But if I let him take the Atlanteans and their technology, how would Namor react later? While I was caught up in this dilemma, none other than Nick Fury emerged from the crowd. Looks like I'm not too late. Cap and I both visibly relaxed. Oh, Fury, you couldn't have come at a better time. Despite his tendency to be a bit shady, Fury had never disappointed when it came to handling major crises. Ross didn't look as pleased. Seeing Fury show up, he knew his plans were about to go out the window, but he wasn't ready to give up the prize just yet. So it's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We were just discussing what to do about the Atlanteans. Honestly, I don't understand why they couldn't just stay in the ocean where they belong. Why do they have to attack humanity? Fury clearly understood why we were relieved to see him. He gave me a subtle "don't worry" signal, cleared his throat, and pulled a document stamped with the United Nations emblem from his inner jacket. Ahem. General Ross, I understand your concerns. That's why I got ahead of things and secured a post-war resolution from the UN for you. Take a look. Fury even managed to feign a look of shared disdain toward the Atlanteans. Ross eyed Fury warily, but eventually picked up the document after a moment of hesitation. I nudged Fury with my elbow and whispered, "Hey, Fury, what's the UN saying?" Fury shrugged casually. "Don't worry. It won't hurt your interests." I shot him a skeptical side eye. "You think I'm going to believe that?" Fury sighed, exasperated. "Hey, I'm genuinely looking out for you this time. With your nuke-level combat power as a one-man army, both the UN and S.H.I.E.L.D. would rather curry favor with you than set you up. After all, not everyone can single-handedly take down thousands of Atlanteans with one move." I squinted at him, still skeptical. "Really? Well, fine then." I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. After reading through the document, Ross glanced meaningfully at me, then tucked the paper away and nodded. "I'll accept the terms. I'll go handle the military matters. The rest is up to you, Director Fury." Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and left. The rest of us were left stunned. He just agreed? That was way too easy. This was a war the Atlanteans had initiated. Even if Ross didn't demand reparations, you'd think he'd at least negotiate for some tech or something, right? Fury smirked. "See? Told you to be fine. Now, stop standing around and go deal with the Atlanteans." With that, he walked off, as if his sole purpose here was to deliver the resolution and nothing more. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy going on, but whatever. Things would work themselves out. With Mumu around, the human military wouldn't dare mess with me. "All right, now that this is settled, let's start rounding up the Atlanteans," I said, floating toward the plains. Lolo and Mumu responded adorably. "Yes, Lord Huang Liang." "Mu." The two immediately began moving the unconscious Atlanteans. Cap, with a resigned smile, rubbed his nose, and joined in. Guess I'll help too. As we were busy moving bodies, Namor was deep in his breakthrough in the refugee camp. To this day, I have no idea if it's his natural talent or just how bizarre this world is. But with just the novels and comics I gave him, the guy was actually on the verge of breaking into a new realm. A gentle breeze swept through as ripples danced across the water. With each of Namor's heavy breaths, a mysterious and profound aura began spreading across the refugee camp. In a corner of the camp, Jennifer suddenly felt the peculiar energy and, almost instinctively, walked toward its source. Is that Namor? What's this energy? She wondered aloud, curiously sensing the waves of energy emanating from him. It felt as though the energy was intricately linked to the heavens and the earth. While she didn't know what Namor was doing, she understood enough not to disturb him. But just as Jennifer turned to leave, she heard Namor choke. Ugh! He suddenly turned red in the face and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. His body then started to swell unnaturally, like it was inflating, and a wave of searing energy burst forth, shattering the barrier I'd set up and leaving a small crater in the ground. Hey, Namor, are you all right? Jennifer, though unfamiliar with cultivation or martial arts, could tell that whatever was happening wasn't good. What the hell is going on here? She wanted to step forward to help, but the energy radiating from Namor was so intense that an ordinary person couldn't get close. With no other choice, Jennifer transformed into She-Hulk and began moving toward him, step by step. Namor, hang in there. I'm coming, she yelled. Don't come closer. Namor groaned, feeling the energy inside him on the brink of exploding. Damn it, I was too greedy. Jennifer saw the pain on his face and didn't care about anything else anymore. You're going to be fine. Just hold on. Huang will be back soon. She didn't know what exactly was happening, but she figured encouraging him couldn't hurt. Namor, however, understood his situation all too well. Gritting his teeth, he spoke through the pain. No time left. I've gone berserk. Before he could finish, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Jennifer was both furious and panicked. Damn it, this is just like those martial arts novels. He's gone berserk. First we had Gundams, now martial arts tropes? Can't Huang recommend something normal for once? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Berserk, right? I remember reading about a method to fix this. Even though she grew up in a more open-minded society, the thought of what she was about to do made her blush. Still, for Namor's life, she gritted her teeth and shouted decisively, Namor, take off your pants. Namor froze, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm about to explode, and she wanted to take off my pants? Seeing his bewildered and embarrassed expression, Jennifer abandoned any pretense of ladylike behavior. Blushing furiously, she yelled again, I read in a novel once. Women are yin, men are yang. If we, combine through dual cultivation, we can harmonize the yin and yang and fix this. Namor was so stunned, he almost laughed. This is obviously some hentai manga plotline. There's no way it'll work, but we don't have any other options. Besides, you should feel lucky. It's me helping you out. Jennifer, braving the energy waves, finally reached his side and, without hesitation, began tearing off both their clothes. You can't seriously. Namor was on the verge of losing his mind. A proud warrior, now caught in a berserk state, was being forcibly stripped in the middle of it all. Before he could stop her, a sudden warmth enveloped him. The energy that had been raging inside him found an outlet, surging through him and into Jennifer. She let out a muffled gasp as she endured the natural energy flowing into her body, reshaping and enhancing it. With Jennifer's help, the violent energy within Namor finally began to calm. Feeling the yin energy cycling back in him, Namor couldn't resist the primal instinct to actively exchange energy, completing the process. What happened next? Well, according to the Atlantean refugees, the strange aura lasted for 6 hours before finally dissipating. Meanwhile, back in the Arctic glaciers, I tossed the last batch of Atlantean soldiers onto the gathering point and pretended to wipe away non-existent sweat. Phew, that should be the last of them. Moo, Lord Huang Liang. I finished on my end too. Lolo said while carrying another group of soldiers alongside Momo. We're done here as well. Cap and Hulk chimed in, each hauling their own share of soldiers. As for Lai Shi, well, he was just hanging around doing alien things, as usual. All right then, looks like everything's settled. Let's head back to the refugee camp. The Atlanteans must be getting impatient by now. With a wave of my hand, I opened a massive portal, used telekinesis to toss all the soldiers through, and cheerfully led the group back to the camp. After handing over the unconscious soldiers to Cap and Lai Shi for processing, I teleported with Lolo, Mumu, and Bruce to the spot where Namor had been cultivating earlier. The moment we stepped through the portal, we were greeted by the sight of Namor awkwardly sitting there while Jennifer fed him something. Did I walk in on the wrong scene? How long were we gone? How did you two get so close all of a sudden? Wait, did more time pass than I thought? Why are they so friendly now? Still, Aquaman and She-Hulk? That's unexpectedly intriguing. Unlike my teasing tone, Bruce looked utterly horrified. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he asked, "Can someone explain what exactly happened here?" Namor, clearly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Let's just say, the situation left me with no choice. I didn't want this either. Hearing this, Jennifer's face darkened. She slammed the food she was holding onto the ground, pointed at Namor, and yelled, "What? You said you'd take responsibility before. Now you're trying to back out?" Seeing Jennifer genuinely angry, Namor panicked. No. I swear, as a man of honor, if I said I'd marry you, then I'll marry you. Then why did you say you didn't want this? Jennifer pouted, crossing her arms, though her eyes kept sneaking glances at Namor, waiting for his answer. Namor sighed deeply, his expression turning serious. I'm just worried I won't be able to take care of you properly. I'm just a wandering vagabond, with no home or stability to offer. I don't know if I can handle the responsibility of being a husband. Looking at the two of them, I couldn't help but grin. Oh, come on. You two are practically made for each other. Don't worry about your livelihood, Namor. After all, the entire Atlantean royal family is dead, except for you. Before I could finish, Namor dashed over, grabbed me by the shoulders, and shouted, "What? Mr. Huang, are you serious? How could this happen? The royal family is gone." What the hell happened while I was breaking through? Jennifer was equally shocked. She had only stepped away for a bit. How did things escalate to the point where the royal family was wiped out? Namor calmed down. Realizing I had misspoken, I raised a hand to stop Lolo and Mumu from rushing to my defense. I cast a calming spell on Namor and began explaining everything that had transpired. After finally finishing my explanation, I flopped onto Mumu's soft, squishy back, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. Man, I completely forgot that Namor has Atlantean royal blood. Suddenly telling him his entire family is dead? No wonder he freaked out. So, it's all over, huh? Just like that. Namor leaned against Jennifer, covering his face with his left hand, clearly trying to hide his emotions. Jennifer didn't say anything, but I could tell she was quietly comforting him. She understood his pain. She had lost her parents too. Seeing Namor looking so defeated, I scratched my head helplessly. Getting up from Mumu's back, I said, "Hey, Namor, not all the royals are gone. Some sacrificed himself for the greater good. But there might still be one person alive." "Wait, don't tell me." Namor sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with hope. "Yes, your mother. She's been locked away in a secret chamber in the Atlantean palace, because of you. Mr. Huang." Namor's eyes practically sparkled as he looked at me, clearly waiting for me to open a portal. I had already prepared for this, so, without hesitation, I opened a portal to the palace. However, just as Namor was about to charge through, I grabbed his arm. "Whoa, hold on there, don't be so hasty. Your mother may be locked away, but there's a chance she's been infected by the red demon virus. Better to be safe than sorry. Lolo, Mumu, you two go with Namor to the palace," I said, turning to them. But Lolo and Mumu clearly didn't want to leave my side. "Come on, it's not like you're going far. Don't make it sound like you're saying goodbye. Forever." Laughing, I gave them a reassuring kiss on the forehead and opened a portal leading to the palace. I sent Lolo, Mumu, and Namor through. Just as I was about to close the portal, Jennifer shouted, "Wait, Mr. Huang. I'm going too." I had been expecting this, so, with a sly grin, I teased, I was waiting for you to say that. Get in there, quick. Jennifer rolled her eyes at me, her face turning red as she stomped through the portal. Such a pure-hearted kid, I muttered to myself, shaking my head with a chuckle before closing the portal. All right, with that settled, let's head back to where Cap is. I wonder what kind of expressions those soldiers will have when they wake up and realize they were being controlled by the red demon virus to attack humanity. I had no illusions. There were definitely Atlanteans who had ambitions of invading the human world and uniting interstellar powers. If I wanted them to behave and grow into a reliable ally for future wars, I didn't mind getting my hand a little dirty. Let's hope they're all decent folk. On the other side, Namor, Mumu, Lolo, and Jennifer emerged from the portal. Namor immediately sprinted toward the depths of the palace. Hey, don't rush off like that, Lolo called after him. But by the time she looked up, Namor had already disappeared. She pouted in frustration, then turned to Mumu, stroking its head. Extending her hand to Jennifer, she said, "Come on, hop on. Give me your hand." Huh? Oh, okay, Jennifer replied, still a little dazed. She let Lolo pull her up onto Mumu's back. To her surprise, Mumu's back was warm and incredibly soft. Wow, I didn't expect this big fish to be so comfortable. Mumu isn't a big fish. She's mine and Lord Huang Liang's daughter. She's not some random creature. She's a little cutie with Huang Liang's bloodline, Lolo said proudly, though her matter-of-fact tone left Jennifer utterly confused. Wait, what? You're saying Mumu has Huang Liang's blood? She's not, like, adopted or something? Jennifer's mind spiraled into increasingly absurd scenarios, and she shuddered at the mental image of Huang Liang and a giant whale somehow producing Mumu. I mean, this is Zamar, Huang we're talking about, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Lolo didn't catch the implication in her words. Puffing out her chest proudly, she said, "Of course, Lord Huang Liang is the best. Anyway, let's get going before we're left behind. Mumu, let's move." Moo. Mumu let out a soft, reluctant cry, but began swimming forward, following Namor's trail. Deep within the Atlantean palace, outside a villa made of glowing coral, Namor stood, panting heavily. But the sight before him wasn't what he had expected. So this is the red demon virus. How terrifying. Mother, Namor muttered as he stared at the villa, which was shrouded in thick red mist. He could feel the madness and violent intent radiating from within. Even after his breakthrough, he found the situation daunting. "This is worse than I thought," Lolo said, catching up to him. Her expression turned grim. She had seen the horrors of the red demon virus during the Atlantean campaign, and the villa's ominous aura made her worry whether Mumu could suppress whatever monstrosity was inside. This is the red demon virus? Just looking at it, I can barely hold back the madness creeping into my mind, Jennifer murmured, covering her mouth. Jennifer? What are you doing here? Namor finally noticed her presence and looked at her with a mix of surprise and exasperation. What? You can come, but I can't, Jennifer retorted, tossing her head with a huff. Asterisk. Not like I'm here for you or anything asterisk. I didn't mean it like that. It's just, this place is dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt, Namor said, his tone softening as he looked at her worriedly. Lolo was about to remind them to focus on the situation, but Mumu suddenly let out a low, threatening growl. Something's coming. Even without Lolo's warning, Namor and Jennifer were already on high alert. Roar! With a deafening roar, a horde of strange, red mist-covered xenomorphs poured out of the villa. These are the same xenomorphs that attacked the refugee camp. What are they doing here? Namor's mind raced as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Asterisk, could Mother be controlling them? No, that's impossible. She's so kind. She'd never do something like this? Asterisk. While Namor was stuck in his thoughts, Lolo had already sprung into action. Mumu, suppress their red demon virus and weaken them. Having heard me explain the virus's dangers, Lolo knew their small group was outnumbered by the xenomorphs, which easily numbered in the hundreds. Before engaging in battle, it was crucial to weaken them. Mumu didn't fully understand how to suppress the virus, but it had no problem using the magic I taught it. With a cute cry, it unleashed a wave of colorful energy. The moment the energy halo touched the xenomorphs, they growled lowly, and then their movements slowed dramatically as they were afflicted with every debuff imaginable. Slowed, weakened, paralyzed, confused, Momu threw everything it had at them. In an instant, the once ferocious horde of xenomorphs started moving like elderly pedestrians crossing the road. Everyone couldn't help but look at Momu in a new light. Wow, so the big. Momu is that powerful? I really underestimated her, Jennifer said, smiling as she opened her arms to hug Momu. But Momu, clearly unimpressed, flicked her away with a grumpy growl. Momu is very shy. Aside from me and Lord Huang Liang, it's hard for anyone else to get close to her, Lolo said proudly, patting Momu on the back for a job well done. Namor, however, was less amused. I say, can we take this seriously? We're in the middle of a battlefield. He couldn't believe how casual they were acting. Was this what happened when people spent too much time around Amar? Huang? Sorry. All right, time to fight. Jennifer and Lolo shared an apologetic laugh before their expressions turned serious as they prepared to engage. As I tore through the alien xenomorphs in my blood-colored venom form, I casually wiped off the corrosive alien blood, eating away at my outer layers of flesh. Looking over at a xenomorph that lay on the ground, missing an arm and a leg yet still squirming, I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Damn it, despite how much Lord Huang Liang trained me, I still can't kill these things in one shot. Thinking about how effortlessly Huang Liang could annihilate anything with his flashy magic made me feel even worse. It had only been a few weeks, but Huang Liang had become so ridiculously powerful. And here I was, with excellent combat instincts and a whole arsenal of skills I'd learned thanks to him, yet I couldn't even finish off a few xenomorphs properly. If this keeps up, he'll leave me in the dust. Frustrated, I slapped my own face hard, as if trying to shake off my doubts. I muttered to myself, no, I can't give up. Lord Huang Liang always says that practice makes perfect. The more I fight, the stronger I'll become. My expression hardened with determination. Meanwhile, Namor and Jennifer, the newly minted power couple, were fighting with an almost casual ease. Jennifer, to your right, Namor called out, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful knee strike that sent a shark-like xenomorph flying. He glanced at Jennifer as he gave the warning. Jennifer responded with a confident smirk, tossing him a "don't worry about me" look before delivering a precise straight punch that exploded the head of a monkey-like xenomorph. She followed up with a spinning kick, turning another humanoid xenomorph into a splatter of gore. So this is what they call natural energy in those comics. It's incredible. Whether it was the inherited strength of her Hulk bloodline or the fact that she had absorbed a ton of excess natural energy from Namor, Jennifer felt like her body was overflowing with power. Every move she made seemed to be aided by the forces of nature, imbuing her attacks with devastating force. Any xenomorph that crossed her path was killed instantly. There was no escape. Watching his fiancée decimate alien after alien, Namor couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. What the hell? I'm the one who broke through a new realm, so why is she the one who got so much stronger? He even briefly considered finding someone else to dual cultivate with, but the thought of Jennifer's formidable strength quickly killed that idea. I'll just have to live with the consequences of my own actions. No one to blame but myself for being so indulgent that night. Yes, Jennifer's newfound power was largely Namor's doing. During their dual cultivation, he had overdone it, pouring out massive amounts of natural energy. And with Jennifer's Hulk bloodline having essentially no upper limit, most of the energy he gained from his breakthrough ended up in her. That wasn't to say Namor didn't benefit at all. His own cultivation level had advanced significantly. From a martial arts perspective, he had progressed from the body refinement realm to the chi manipulation realm, transitioning from relying solely on raw physical strength to utilizing energy in combat. For example, as he stood in the midst of battle, he suddenly shouted, "A single glint of frost heralds the spear's arrival. My spear strikes like a dragon, and frost descends across the land. How could I fall behind my wife?" With this dramatic declaration, Namor let out a battle cry. A mysterious, profound energy began to gather around him, its icy aura growing stronger by the second. Sensing danger, the xenomorphs roared and charged at him. "Namor, be careful," Jennifer called out. She knew he was preparing a massive attack. but she couldn't help worrying. Namor didn't respond. As the xenomorphs closed in, his eyes flashed coldly. Gripping the spear behind him, he unleashed a technique he called Frost Spear Shatters the Land. The spear's energy flashed like snow, its momentum unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Namor appeared 100 meters away. Where he had once stood, a chilling ice wall stretched out, emanating an intense frost that reached all the way to his current position. He tapped the wall with his spear, and the ice began to crack and shatter. Moments later, the wall disintegrated into shards, taking at least 30 xenomorphs with it. The attack was so overwhelming that the remaining xenomorphs hesitated, their advance slowing. "Wow, honey, that was incredible!" Jennifer cheered, clapping her hands excitedly. Even Mumu joined in, with a delighted moo. "Just a standard move," Namor said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. But the grin on his face betrayed how pleased he was with himself. He hadn't expected his progress to be this significant. Before his breakthrough, this technique had only been theoretical. It was the natural energy he gained that made it so flashy and effective. Unlike Jennifer and Mumu, I wasn't impressed. TCH, flashy nonsense. I needed as much combat experience as possible to improve my skills. And here he was, using a big ultimate move just to show off in front of his fiancée. How could I let that slide? Asterisk fine, if he's going to play it like that. Then I won't hold back either. Asterisk. Sigh, it seems like spending so much time around Huang Liang has made all of us less serious about fighting. That thought in mind, I decided to unleash my full potential. The blood-colored parasite form began shifting and writhing as I transformed. My body compacted into a wolf-like shape, my head sprouted terrifyingly sharp bull horns, and my legs became segmented with biological jet-like structures forming on my calves. Dropping to all fours, I crouched low, the jets on my legs roaring to life as they built up energy. With my horns pointed forward and my eyes locked onto the densest cluster of xenomorphs, I launched myself like a missile. "What's Lolo doing?" Jennifer asked, glancing at Namor. They had just caught their breath when they saw me charging headlong into the enemy, clearly intending to end the battle in one go. Jennifer, right? Though they didn't know why I was in such a hurry, they weren't about to let me dive in alone. Calling to each other, they grabbed their weapons and charged after me. But did I really need their help? In the dream realm, Huang Liang didn't just toss me some fantastical techniques to figure out on my own. He also taught me practical skills, including ecological transformations. Using the parasite's mimicry abilities and my control over my own body, I could morph into all sorts of combat forms. With the jets of my hind legs propelling me forward, I tore through the xenomorph horde like a hurricane. My 2-meter-long horns skewered the first wave of creatures like kebabs. Standing upright, I swung my head violently, tossing the impaled xenomorphs aside. The parasite on my back began pulsating, and rows of metallic quills sprouted like porcupine spines. With a cold snort, I unleashed a storm of quills, firing them in every direction. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Wave after wave, layer upon layer, the quills rained down like an unending barrage. It took 10 whole rounds before the onslaught finally slowed. By the time Jennifer and Namor caught up, there wasn't a single intact xenomorph left in sight. "This is just, ugh," Jennifer muttered, staring at the quill-covered corpses. She struggled to find the words to describe my technique. "Gross" came to mind more readily than brilliant. "But the damage is undeniable," Namor said, unfazed. He actually found the straightforward lethality of my method rather appealing. Just as we were discussing the aftermath, a terrifying roar echoed through the palace. It wasn't just the sound. It carried a peculiar wave of energy that rippled toward us. Before we could react, a chilling fear shot up from the soles of our feet to our heads, spreading rapidly. This is a fear wave? How is this here?" Jennifer stammered, clutching herself. She had assumed the xenomorph capable of releasing fear waves was a one-off anomaly and hadn't mentioned it earlier. But now, in the depths of the Atlantean palace, they had encountered yet another one. Or perhaps she wouldn't get the chance to tell us. Because as the fear tightened its grip, a shadow silently appeared behind her, raising its deadly claws. Jennifer. Namor's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late. Hey, just as the shadowy figure was about to succeed, The ever-observant Meng Meng, who had been observing from the side, suddenly sprang into action. With a loud "awoo," Meng Meng lowered her head and charged straight at the shadowy figure. With a pft, the shadowy figure was sent flying. Luo Luo, hearing this sound that was clearly not from an alien, looked over curiously and discovered that the shadowy figure was actually an Atlantean woman. This is an Atlantean? This is Mom. Even though Namor was surrounded by the red demon virus, there was no way he wouldn't recognize his own mother. But fear kept him rooted in place, unable to move. Namor's mother, Fun, roared furiously, shocked that there was a creature immune to her fear waves. She let out a crazed scream, extending her claws as she pounced toward Meng Meng. However, with a loud smack, Meng Meng sent her flying with a swipe of her tail. Wah! Meng Meng, having defeated the enemy, cried out in delight. Stop playing around, Meng Meng. Hurry up and suppress the red demon virus in that Atlantean woman. With Finn having been struck back, the terrifying waves lost their caster. Luo Luo, now free, quickly commanded Meng Meng to subdue Finn's madness. Wah! Meng Meng responded, releasing a colorful ring of light to suppress the virus. She also used telekinesis to bind Fun and drag her over. Even though the virus was suppressed, Finn still struggled violently, not recognizing anyone and trying to escape her restraints. Wasn't the virus suppressed? Why is she still like this? Namor tried several times to approach and talk to his mother, but her claws struck out at him every time, leaving him stomping his feet in frustration. Luo Luo also sensed something was wrong. Staring into Fun's eyes, she noticed a peculiar fluctuation and said, Namor, wait. She seems to be controlled by something. Controlled? How is that possible? Our Atlantean royal family's mental strength is far superior to ordinary people. Unless it's a powerful mage like Huang Liang, there's no way a royal could be controlled, Namor said. After all, it was thanks to the royal family's strong mental fortitude that they were able to resist the red demon virus for so long. Even with Meng Meng's help, they wouldn't have lasted this long without their own strength. But right now, your mom is being controlled. No matter what, we have to try to undo it. Meng Meng, can you break the control? Luo Luo asked. Meng Meng probed Fun's mind, let out a soft woo, and shook her head helplessly. I see, Namor said, a bit crestfallen. Luo Luo comforted him. Looks like we'll have to wait for Huang Liang and the others to arrive. Don't worry, Master Huang Liang will definitely figure it out. Let's hope so, Namor murmured, gazing at his mother sorrowfully. Meanwhile, over at the Atlantean refugee camp, Captain America and I played good cop, bad cop, using both threats and persuasion to finally get the defeated Atlantean soldiers settled. Stretching with a long yawn, Captain America said, Didn't expect this to take less time than I thought. I pouted unhappily. Yeah, I was all ready to act as the executioner, but it turns out most of the Atlanteans actually value life. Who knows? Maybe the more insane people are, the more likely they are to self-destruct when infected with the red demon virus. Most of the ones left were civilians, while the crazed soldiers had already self-destructed in my blood rain. Captain America scolded me with a sour expression. All right, if they all died, who would you rally as allies? Having seen me tirelessly working to help the sea people, he obviously knew my intentions. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Huang. Without you, not just these Atlanteans, even I would have been in danger. That was the truth. Without me, not only would the refugee camp be a disaster, but the racial war in the northern sea plains earlier wouldn't have been resolved either. Well, of course, I'm just that awesome. Now that this is settled, I'm heading to the palace to check on Namor and the others. Wonder how they're doing. Of course, I wouldn't admit that I was really missing my maid and daughter. After informing David, I opened a portal and left. David could only smile wryly. That kid, honestly, thinking of his own son, he shook his head and sighed. Ah, youth is such a blessing. Captain America chimed in. Yeah, youth is great. I wonder how many of our old comrades are still around. And with that, the two of them started discussing the issues of their era. I stepped out of the portal, and before long, a figure dashed toward me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have reflexively thrown a lightning ball. Whoa, hey, it's Namor. Almost gave me a heart attack. What's wrong? Something happened. Namor anxiously grabbed me and started running. Mr. Huang, you're finally here. Please, help my mother. Hey, wait. I shouted helplessly. Seeing his urgency, I could tell he wasn't joking, so I let him pull me along. Master Huang Liang, you're finally here? Please, take a look at Namor's mother. Luo Luo and Meng Meng didn't act as playful as usual. Instead, they urged me to start treatment. At first, I was a bit confused. But when I saw Fun's condition, I gasped. What the hell happened here? Damn, what is this mess? It seemed the mastermind behind this had noticed someone interfering with his pawn and had intensified his control over Fun. Under the influence of the red demon virus, her body had started to mutate. That's right, mutate. The mastermind's mental power must be terrifying, as they were able to use mere consciousness to make Fun transform the red demon virus into a tool for reconstructing her soul. Through my mage's eye, I could see that Fun was on the verge of becoming a fusion of the virus and the mastermind, with only a sliver of her soul left. If it weren't for Mengming's desperate efforts to prevent the mastermind from devouring Fun's soul and will, this place would have already descended into chaos. Tisk TSK, trying to snatch my future subordinate right in front of me? You're asking for death. Although my willpower only spanned a few decades, my soul strength was at a cosmic level. It was a simple matter to crush the opposition. Meng Meng, leave the rest to me. Everyone, hold on. I'll handle this right away. I confidently smiled, taking over the protection of Fun's soul from Mengming's mental power. I directed my immense mental strength toward the source of the control. At the same time, Fun, who had been struggling, suddenly fell silent. Everyone knew that I was now engaged in a battle with a mastermind controlling Namor's mother. Namor still couldn't help but worry. I wonder if Mr. Huang can take down the one behind this. Luo Luo, however, wasn't having it. Having spent time in my dreamscape, she knew how terrifying I could be when going all out. Humph, that so-called mastermind. If Master Huang Liang wanted to, he could control the entire human race on Earth in mere minutes. Well, Meng Meng, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. After all, she was just a newborn baby. Even though her mental strength was strong, balancing the protection of Fun's soul and resisting the attacks had pushed her to her limits. For her to hold on this long was already impressive. In Fun's sea of consciousness, my mental projection had just appeared when a frenzied and massive consciousness bore down on me. I grinned, unbothered, and unleashed my soul power without holding back. It was like an egg smashing into a rock. My soul power completely crushed the opposing consciousness without me lifting a finger. All that was left was a faint thread of awareness connected to somewhere far away. Well, to think you could still leave a trace of awareness after colliding with my soul power. No wonder my daughter could only barely fend you off. Fine, let's see who's behind this. Following the thread of awareness, I traced my way to the mastermind's domain. Before me lay a decaying wasteland, the dark skies occasionally lit by flashes of red lightning. A colossal figure stood towering before me, and when I saw the woman riding on the head of the alien queen through my sea of consciousness, I could feel my guts twisting in discomfort. I say, the mighty Queen of Blades, shouldn't you be staying in your own brood hive? What are you doing on my Earth? That's right, standing before me was none other than the legendary Queen of Blades, Kerrigan, the leading heroine of the StarCraft series. Sure, I knew from Laura's memories that this Marvel universe contained more than just Marvel characters. But did we really have to meet now? And how on earth did the Zerg Queen end up teaming up with the Alien Queen? She was perched atop the 20-meter-tall Alien Queen, whose slender frame and massive head were ringed with a circular, umbrella-like crest. Kerrigan herself was clad in a purple exoskeleton, her figure graceful and alluring. Her hair writhed like tendrils, and her broken bone-like wings opened and closed with flashes of lightning running between them. Her beautiful face was adorned with a pair of insect-like eyes that radiated not madness, but clarity and intelligence. Clearly, this was the Kerrigan of the Heart of the Swarm, the freed queen of the Zerg. When I called her by name, Kerrigan first showed an amused expression before her face returned to calm. I didn't expect my name to be known in such a remote place. So what are you? A superweapon developed by the remnants of the Terran Confederacy, or a negotiator sent by some other organization? Her words left me dumbfounded. Remnants of the Terran Confederacy? What the hell? Did you wipe out the entire Terran Confederacy? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Unlike StarCraft's three factions, the Marvel Universe was teeming with cosmic-level forces. Forget the three major Marvel empires. Just the addition of characters like Kerrigan from other universes made the number of factions here far beyond what any original StarCraft universe could compare to. As the sole ruler of the Zerg, Kerrigan's reputation in this universe was no small matter. Having escaped the control of Amon and the Overmind, the Free Swarm Queen had become a target of interest for various factions. If I knew this Queen of Blades had the Mind Stone, my attitude might not have been this casual. I glanced at the alien queen, ensuring it wouldn't attack me suddenly, then organized my thoughts and decided to come clean with Kerrigan about my identity. I'm neither part of the Terran Confederacy nor here to recruit you. I know about you because I'm not from this world. But before that, I'd like to ask, Your Majesty, why were you targeting that Atlantean woman, and why did you send the aliens to attack the fleeing Atlanteans? Atlanteans? Oh, you mean that blue-skinned woman. You're mistaken. I wasn't targeting her. In fact, I was helping her maintain her sanity, Kerrigan replied. Though intrigued by my claim of being not from this world, she seemed to understand that if she didn't answer my question properly, things might escalate. I frowned and pressed further. Then what happened afterward? Why did you suddenly try to erase her consciousness? Seeing that I didn't grasp the true danger of the red demon virus, Kerrigan explained, if I didn't erase her consciousness, she could have turned into a red demon. That would have been a disaster. As for attacking those fleeing blue-skinned people, would you believe me if I said it was for the sake of this planet's humans? I pondered for a moment and roughly understood her reasoning. You're worried that those fleeing Atlanteans might also carry the red demon virus? I see. So Kerrigan had sent the aliens to attack the refugee camp to prevent the virus from spreading. Controlling Finn likely served more purposes than just commanding the aliens. There were probably research motives too. After all, Finn had managed to retain some clarity of soul despite being infected with the virus. As for the red demon, I guess it might be that red shadow I'd seen earlier. With the misunderstanding cleared up, my wariness subsided. Kerrigan noticed the change in my attitude, exhaled in relief, and with a playful smile, shifted her posture and asked, Now that I've answered your questions, care to explain what you meant by not from this world? All right, I said, and I began recounting my identity as a transmigrator. However, I chose not to delve into the origins of the red demon virus. Not about to embarrass myself here. Kerrigan hadn't expected such a peculiar existence like mine to exist, and, for the first time, seemed genuinely intrigued by me. She waved her hand, signaling the alien queen to remain still. The future, huh? I'm somewhat interested in what's to come, but no thanks. I'll decide my own future. Everyone wants to know their future, but as the queen of the swarm, Kerrigan wasn't particularly keen. After all, she was the swarm, and the swarm was her. I had anticipated this response. With a casual wave, I conjured a lavish sofa, plopped myself onto it, and said, Oh, come on. Maybe knowing the future could help you avoid some unfavorable events. Kerrigan didn't understand why I was so eager to share knowledge of the future. However, seeing how persistent I was, her brow arched as she had an idea. She patted the alien queen, which obediently crouched to lower her to the ground. Swaying her graceful figure, she walked toward me. Standing a head taller than me, Kerrigan gazed into my eyes with a strange smile. For some reason, I felt a peculiar sensation in my heart. She didn't seem to mind the height difference, as she gently lifted my chin with her slender fingers and asked, What do you think is the quickest way to persuade someone? Before I could answer, her bone wing shot toward me. Whoa, hey. I hadn't expected her to strike without warning, but thankfully I reacted quickly, shouting, Shinra Tensei. A force of repulsion blasted Kerrigan away. Mid-air, Kerrigan's expression lit up with surprise. Is this one of your world's tricks? Fascinating. Ripley, stop standing there like an idiot. Go play with our little transmigrator friend. Rawr. At her command, the alien queen roared and clapped its hands, releasing countless grotesque, xenomorph-like Zerg creatures that surged from the decaying earth, shrieking as they charged at me. Hey. Sure, this is the consciousness realm, but going full Zerg swarm on me is way too underhanded. I protested. Oh, come now. How else would our dear transmigrator show me his true strength? Kerrigan teased from atop the alien queen, laughing as she mocked me. So you just want to see my abilities, huh? Did you really need to make such a big fuss? And by the way, my name is Huang Liang. Stop calling me little transmigrator, all right? I grumbled, flying into the air. With a casual wave, I cast a powerful shield around myself and floated to her eye level, rolling my eyes. Haha, you can fly without assistance? Impressive. Too bad Ripley's forces are ground-based. Guess I'll join the fun too. With a wave of her hand, countless mutalisks descended onto the battlefield. Seriously? I mean, if we're gonna fight, at least give me admin privileges. Watching my shield get covered in acid and bugs, I helplessly try to reason with her. After all, this was her consciousness domain, and without her permission, fully intervening in this mental space would take considerable effort. Kerrigan smirked. What? You want me to just open up my heart to you? You're quite bold for a man, but unfortunately, I'm already taken. I roll my eyes again. Who wants you to open up your heart? Forget it. If it's a battle of mental domains, I'll break through in no time. With that, I unleashed a deep and dynamic wave of mental energy, beginning to purge this corrupted world. Get ready. I'll show you the limitless creativity of a transmigrator. Do you really think this will work? At 2,000 meters above the battlefield, I carried Leishi on my back, asking this telepathically with a mix of skepticism and anxiety. Captain America responded with absolute confidence, I think it should work. Leishi, utterly baffled, chimed in, even I don't know if this will work. So how do you know, Cap? The method Captain America proposed was surprisingly straightforward, utilizing the Kotati species' unique reproductive abilities. Although Leishi had transformed into a Kree girl, his essence was still the collective consciousness of the entire Kotati race. Captain America's knowledge of this ability, which even Leishi was unaware of, was due to Leishi's failure to fully tap into the potential of his consciousness. As the peak of human potential, Cap wasn't just physically powerful, his mental acuity was extraordinary as well. He deduced this method after exchanging memories with Leishi. Leishi, as the embodiment of the entire Kotati race, possessed terrifyingly powerful telepathic abilities, far surpassing even an enhanced version of Professor X. However, this poor kid had been impulsive from birth, openly confronting the Kree head-on. After barely escaping to Earth, he ended up trapped inside the cosmic cube for 1,000 years without accomplishing anything. Upon his release, his energy was so depleted that he had to take shelter in Captain America's consciousness. As a result, Cap absorbed parts of the Kotati Collective's memories and abilities, gaining insights into powers even Leishi didn't know he had. Through telepathy, Captain America asked, Leishi, isn't the Kotati species able to release pollen by reading genetic material? Leishi suddenly realized, oh, right, that's true. But wait, I'm just a consciousness now, without a physical body or a collective form. Simply reading genetic information won't do anything. Cap, having anticipated this question, raised an eyebrow and replied, that's not necessarily true. All you need to do is this, and then that, and combine it with Mr. Huang's energy beam, blah blah. The more Leishi listened, the more excited he became. Oh, it can work like that? Let's get started right away. I nodded. All right, I'm ready. With Cap's command, all right, Mr. Huang, the genetic repository and energy handling are on you. Leishi, go. I immediately sliced my palm open, and a rainbow-like stream of blood, brimming with infinite energy, flowed out of my hand. For a moment, I was completely stunned. What the hell? This is my blood. Leishi was equally shocked, but his eyes soon gleamed with excitement. What incredible blood! Mr. Huang Liang, your blood's energy levels are so high that we don't even need to access a genetic repository. I can directly channel it with my telepathic energy waves. I stared at him dumbfounded. Huh? What? What do you mean by energy levels too high? And how can it be directly usable? Before I could finish, Leishi excitedly dumped a flood of telepathic wave data into my mind all at once. The sheer volume of information, what was supposedly a simple, everyday Kotati telepathic fluctuation, felt like an ocean being poured into a teacup when converted into a human brain's capacity. I nearly blacked out on the spot. Damn it, I get that you're excited, but don't just dump all of that on me without warning. Give me a second to prepare. I grumbled, shaking my head as I worked to process the overwhelming data cramming my brain. Once I'd absorbed and organized it, I floated mid-air and began constructing an array over the Atlantean army below. At that moment, the Atlantean military had landed ashore, and their battle with the humans had reached a fever pitch. On one side were the Atlanteans, their bodies radiating red mist, their expressions twisted in rage, wielding high-tech laser weapons. On the other side was the U.S. military, equipped with tanks and anti-aircraft guns. While one might have expected the Atlanteans to be crushed by the humans' superior firepower, the reality was the opposite. They were overwhelming the humans. General Ross couldn't wrap his head around it. They were all humanoid beings, so how were these Atlanteans so tough? It was as if they were as durable as the abomination. He watched as a more than 2-meter-tall Atlantean swung a massive energy chain hammer, tanking the blast from an M1 Abrams tank before smashing it flat with a sinister grin. Elsewhere, an Atlantean rider, mounted on a giant mutated octopus, used its tentacles to disrupt the human forces formations while picking off soldiers with a laser rifle. The humans weren't entirely defenseless, though. Super agents and powered armor units managed to hold their ground, but they were no match for the madly enhanced Atlanteans. General Ross cursed. Damn it! How do these sea freaks suddenly get so strong? Could it be that red mist? If only the abomination were here. Ever since the Hulk had snapped Abomination's spine, it had been a long time since Ross had seen his old asset. He had commissioned the U.S. Engineering Corps to rebuild Abomination as a cybernetic bioweapon, but funding issues had stalled the project indefinitely. No choice. Looks like I'll have to go in myself, Ross muttered grimly. But he never got the chance because by then, I had completed the magic array. Accompanied by a melodious, ethereal sound, a massive, fantastical magic circle appeared in the sky above the battlefield, like something out of a primordial dreamscape. The sight left the humans in stunned disbelief. What is that? A magic circle? Am I still asleep? It's a god descending. A god descending. General Ross clenched his fists as he stared at the familiar, yet exaggerated magic array. If it weren't for this damned magic, my plans wouldn't have failed. Of course he recognized it. It was the intervention of mages that had turned what should have been an easy mission into a tangled mess. The UN had even shifted their research priorities to superpowers and mythical phenomena because of them, leaving Ross's super soldier program in limbo. But times had changed. The magic array activated, and rainbow-colored rain began to fall from the sky over the battlefield. At the edge of the scene, Bruce, who was standing with Captain America, deadpan, "You went through all this trouble just to make it rain?" He'd been expecting some spectacular special effects, but all he got was rain. Cap, however, was optimistic. Don't underestimate this rainbow rain. If this works, it might just give the universe a breather. He knew the red demon virus incident was only the beginning. Bruce sighed, finally realizing the stakes. Yeah, let's hope it works. When I regained my consciousness, Luluo, brimming with excitement, jumped into my arms. Master Huang Liang, Namor, cradling Fun's body, ran over to me with a sense of urgency. Mr. Huang, my mother, she... on my back. Luo, I think you put on a bit of weight recently. I joked, teasing my little maid while scanning Fun with my senses. Then, nodding toward Namor, I said, no problem. Your mother's fine now. Thank you so much. Namor, visibly relieved, was nearly brought to tears. He bowed deeply before me and prepared to take his mother away to rest. I raised a hand to stop him. Mr. Huang, is there something else? Namor asked, clearly confused. I rolled my eyes with a sigh. Seriously, you're all so impatient. I wasn't even finished talking. Flustered, Namor scratched the back of his head and gestured for me to continue. Clearing my throat, I began explaining Kerrigan's situation and the issue with his mother. While your mother is fine now, she's been eroded by the red demon virus for a long time. I'll need to treat her body regularly for some time. Of course, I wasn't doing this purely out of kindness. Beyond genuinely wanting to heal Fun, I had my own little plans. If I could make her and Namor grateful to me, then with only the two of them left as Atlantean royalty, Atlantis would sooner or later fall under my influence. That's right, asterisk influence star. I used to not think much of Earth's factions. Having allies was enough. But things were different now. Based on the intel I'd gathered from Kerrigan, no one in this universe, apart from me, could eradicate the red demon virus, not even the one above all, who could only suppress it. In other words, unless I actively eradicated the infected Kree within 1 galactic standard year, 10 Earth years, the resurrected red demons would destroy all the forces in the universe. What's that? You think analyzing my bodily fluids might hold the solution to the virus? You must have forgotten I'm from an outer universe. If the red demon virus itself can't be analyzed, how could I, a living being, be any easier? And don't forget the Kree's sheer numbers. Earth's population may be in the billions, but the Kree Empire spans multiple star systems. Even accounting for casualties from internal wars and battles against allied forces, there are still at least tens of billions of Kree left. Tens of billions of Kree turning into red demons, combined with their mastery of chi-based techniques. If Earth's forces aren't strengthened and protective measures aren't implemented quickly, the universe might end up with just me and the red demons left. Sure, there's an alternative, using an infinity gauntlet with all 6 stones to banish the infected to the void. But that's practically impossible. Everyone's too greedy, and the infinity stones have been coveted for ages. Collecting them all is easier said than done. For once, I actually found myself hoping Thanos would get the stones sooner. Anyway, let's not get sidetracked. After briefing Namor, I casually cast a few healing spells on Fun. They didn't have much effect, but at least stabilized her condition. Namor thanked me once again and took his mother to rest. Jennifer glanced at me, decided her presence wasn't needed here, and followed after them. Once they were gone, Luo and Meng Meng moved closer to me. Master Huang Liang, what happened? Luo, my ever-thoughtful little maid, could sense that something was weighing on my mind. Instead of answering immediately, I patted Meng Meng's big head and conjured a floating water orb for her to play with. Then, pulling Luo into my arms, I said nothing much. I just learned some things that were a bit beyond imagination. Don't worry, I can handle it. Master Huang Liang, you're so annoying, Luo grumbled, knowing I didn't want her to worry. She nuzzled my chin with her head to express her dissatisfaction, but still snuggled comfortably into my embrace. Asterisk sigh. Master Huang Liang probably thinks I can't help even if I know. In the end, I'm still too weak. I need to keep working harder. Asterisk. And just like that, the Atlantis incident came to a close. The follow-up arrangements were relatively straightforward. Regarding Atlantis, although Fun's sanity was restored, her body and soul had been too damaged by the red demon virus for her to rule. With her unable to take the throne, the position of king naturally fell to Namor. After years of being stripped of his royal status, Namor was reinstated as royalty and crowned the new king of Atlantis. Of course, there were dissenters, but I had already prepared for that. During the coronation ceremony, I brought out Meng Meng. Remember Meng Meng's mother? The sacred beast of Atlantis, protector of the seas. While Meng Meng hadn't inherited her mother's memories, she carried the same aura, with the sacred beast's daughter endorsing the new king, who would dare object. Thus, Namor ascended to the throne with ease. Next was arranging for Bruce's family. Jennifer became the queen of Atlantis, and I appointed her as the liaison between the Alliance of Heroes and Atlantis. To facilitate communication, I constructed a semi-permanent portal in the royal palace, allowing the two factions to assist each other and share technology seamlessly. Bruce decided to stay and take care of his wife, so I had him work alongside Namor to manage Atlantis' technology. As a scientist, Bruce was far better suited to restoring technology than Namor, who was more of a warrior. David wanted to stay and help as well, but I turned him down. The Alliance of Heroes was in desperate need of talent, and I wasn't about to let a brilliant scientist slack off. Begrudgingly, David agreed to return to base and assist with research after gaining a basic understanding of Atlantis' technology. With their arrangements settled, I opened a portal and took Luo and Meng Meng to the Kree ship in the Arctic. The ship was brimming with futuristic technology, streamlined and oval-shaped, about the size of a football field. Judging by its paintwork and external mechanical arms, it was clearly a scientific exploration vessel. I couldn't tell what energy source the Kree were using, but from the ice spikes beneath its hull and the way it was fused to the ground, it was clear the ship had been here for a long time. Yet through my mage's eye, I could see it was fully powered, ready to take off and explore the cosmos at any moment. The ship was nestled in the Arctic mountain range, surrounded by incomprehensible machinery. When I stepped through the portal and saw the scene, I barely gave a second thought, having been here before. Without hesitation, I walked into the ship. With the cats, a door slid open on the side. As I led the wide-eyed Luoluo and Meng Meng inside, the door closed with another cats, seamlessly blending back into the hall. The Kree seemed to favor minimalism. Apart from the soft blue lighting, the interior was devoid of unnecessary decorations. Aside from the occasional puddles of green slime on the floor, it pretty much matched the average person's fantasy of an alien spaceship. I made my way lightly to the control room, where Captain America and Lacey had been waiting for some time. After the incident, Cap hadn't returned to society, but had joined Lacey in handling the Kree technology left on Earth. Their first stop was this Arctic ship, which had once housed the alien queen. Lacey, in particular, was intrigued by the nature of the xenomorphs. However, by the time they arrived, the alien queen and the xenomorphs in the mountains had vanished. They discovered through surveillance footage that someone had taken them. As soon as I entered, Lacey reported, "Mr. Huang Liang, bad news. The alien queen and those strange xenomorphs have been taken." Cap immediately operated the console, projecting footage of the alien queen's disappearance onto the screen. Don't ask how Cap and Lacey could operate a Kree ship. Lacey's current host body was a member of the Kree Empire's interstellar fleet. The footage showed the hangar where the alien queen was held. Just like in the movies, silvery white chains bound the queen to a large frame. Nearby, around 100 smaller xenomorphs were gathered, though they weren't using their acidic blood to corrode the chains like in the films. Instead, they waited obediently. While Luoluo napped on my shoulder, bored, the footage took a dramatic turn. A massive, purple, vortex-like portal, at least 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared mid-air. Dozens of small, purple-brown creatures with sharp claws on their backs leapt out of the portal. The creature's presence agitated the xenomorphs, but the queen roared, silencing her brood. With a few reluctant cries, the smaller xenomorphs began entering the portal. The new creatures approached the queen, using their claws and teeth to sever the chains binding her. They then willingly leapt into the queen's mouth, becoming her food. After consuming over a dozen of them, the queen seemed revitalized. With most of the xenomorphs having entered the portal, the queen stepped toward it, as if sensing something. She turned to face the surveillance camera, uttered a few enigmatic words, and then stepped through the portal. As I, Huang Liang, focused on reviewing the video of the xenomorph queen's final transmitted sound waves, Captain America and Lacey stood by, clearly puzzled. They didn't understand the meaning behind the sound waves, but having been to Kerrigan's mental domain, I recognized it as Zerg language. Rewind it. No, wait, go forward a bit. No, too far. Back about 2 seconds. There, that's it. Under Captain America's increasingly exasperated gaze, I had the video rewound and replayed multiple times before I was finally satisfied. As the recording played again, I managed to decipher the xenomorph queen's words. "So that's how it is," I muttered cryptically, my comment as vague as ever. Captain America's patience was wearing thin as he forced a strained smile. "Did you actually understand what those sound waves meant?" Rubbing my chin, I replied, "More or less." Captain America's temple visibly twitched as he likely thought to himself, "I don't need you to reflect on it. I need you to translate it. Stop bullying me just because I'm a good guy." If Lacey hadn't grabbed his arm in time, Captain America might have thrown his shield at my head on the spot. Even then, I remained deep in thought, looking completely oblivious. Eventually, even my little maid, Luoluo, couldn't take it anymore. Half laughing, half crying, she tugged on my sleeve and gestured with her chin toward Captain America, who was being restrained by Lacey. "Master Huang Liang, you'd better explain now, or Captain America might actually kill someone." Confused, I followed her gaze and saw the captain's murderous expression. "Whoa, what's wrong with Cap?" Lacey rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" "It's because you refused to tell us what the xenomorph queen said." Finally realizing the situation, I scratched my head awkwardly. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to upset anyone. I was just trying to figure out what the queen's message meant before saying anything." After apologizing, I began to translate. The message was, "Your bodily fluids are effective, but they cannot fully eradicate the red demons. I've already reported this situation. Soon, Someone will take you to meet an ancient being, and by then, all will be clear, Kerrigan. I was trying to understand why my bodily fluids don't work on the red demons and what kind of faction Kerrigan is referring to. The universe's factions are just too convoluted right now. After all, with characters like Frisia from other dimensions showing up, who knows what other bizarre forces are out there? Kerrigan herself doesn't dare approach Earth lightly, given that it's under the protection of the Asgardians. Anyone causing chaos here would be taught a harsh lesson by the gods. Hearing my explanation, Captain America calmed down, coughing to cover his earlier frustration. He began his analysis. By bodily fluids, I assume they mean yours. I don't know what the red demons are, but they're probably related to the red demon virus. Strange, why can't it destroy them? Looks like the virus isn't limited to Earth. As Cap spoke, we noticed Leishi trembling violently. Curious, Cap asked, Leishi, are you cold or something? Why are you shaking all of a sudden? We all turned to look at Leishi, who was practically vibrating like a human-sized massage chair. Meng Meng, worried, cast a healing spell on him, but it only made him tremble even harder. Determined, she flung a few more healing spells his way, but to no avail. Disheartened, she ran to me for comfort. Chuckling, I patted Meng Meng on the head to reassure her before suddenly realizing why Leishi was trembling. With a sigh, I asked, Don't tell me you're scared of the name Kerrigan? Is the Zerg Queen really that terrifying? My words only made Leishi tremble more violently. Why are you able to say her name so casually? She's the ruler of the Zerg, a force that dominates dozens of star systems. As he spoke, his trembling gradually subsided, replaced by a tone of bitter resentment. After making sure no one was reading his mind, Leishi took a deep breath and, under my amused gaze, began recounting Kerrigan's legendary achievements. He described how Kerrigan had faced off against the Protoss and the Terran Confederacy, two universe-class forces. The Protoss, with their advanced technology and psychic powers, could have become a great empire, but they were utterly crushed by Kerrigan, leaving them a broken shell of their former selves. The Terran Confederacy fared even worse. Aside from Raynor's raiders, they were all but annihilated, and the remaining factions dared not act out, which explained why Kerrigan had mistaken me for a remnant of the Terran Confederacy. Leishi continued, Have you ever heard of the name Thanos? Startled, I asked, You mean Thanos of the Titans? Asterisk, what's going on? Why is Thanos' name coming up? Could it be? Asterisk, my jaw dropped in disbelief. Leishi, now looking like a starstruck fangirl, proudly nodded. That's right, the Titan Thanos. As Leishi described Kerrigan's exploits, it became clear why he held her in such high regard. When the Mind Stone reappeared, all the major factions fought over it, but this seemingly unremarkable figure, Kerrigan, ended up obtaining it. The Mind Stone fused seamlessly with her, taking her abilities to a whole new level. From becoming the ultimate ruler of the Zerg to obliterating the Terran Confederacy, from waging a drawn-out war against the Kree Empire to being recognized as an independent force by the Living Tribunal, Kerrigan's rise was nothing short of meteoric. With her already formidable psychic abilities enhanced by the Mind Stone, she was virtually unmatched, save for entities like the Living Tribunal and the Elders of the Universe. I hadn't realized Kerrigan was this terrifying. Reflecting on my earlier mental battle with her, while she had the Mind Stone, no less, I couldn't help but feel a chill. Asterisk, good thing she was intrigued by my identity as a transmigrator back then. Otherwise, I'd have been toast. Still, with universe-level factions moving around, here I am, struggling to even establish dominance over a single planet. What a disgrace to transmigrators everywhere. Asterisk, I face-bombed in frustration. Asterisk, others from outside the Marvel Universe are thriving, while I haven't even ventured beyond Earth. Time to step up my game. Asterisk. After hearing about Kerrigan's accomplishments, everyone felt it chilled down their spines. This was not someone they wanted to mess with. Captain America, however, remained calm, mostly because he didn't know who Kerrigan was. What he cared about was how I knew her. You need to explain how you know Kerrigan, Cap said, his tone steady but firm. The others quickly chimed in. Yeah, Mr. Huang. How do you know Kerrigan? Even Luo looked at me curiously. Realizing I couldn't hide the truth about my outer universe origins any longer, I sighed and began to explain. It's kind of like this. I didn't mean to keep a secret. It's just that this is way bigger than us. We haven't even made it off Earth yet. Instead of worrying about matters tens of billions of light years away, we should focus on what's in front of us. This was why I had been reluctant to share. With 10 years left, even the OAA, one above all, had stepped in. I, as someone who hadn't even left Earth, couldn't meaningfully contribute to such a vast conflict. The red demon virus was my responsibility to deal with, but if Kerrigan implied my bodily fluids couldn't stop the new red demons, then I'd rather focus on building Earth's defenses. When the sky falls, the taller ones can hold it up. I'm not jumping into this chaos without a plan. Although what I, Huang Liang, said was the plain truth, to someone like Captain America, who carries the heart of a hero, my attitude came across as outright avoidance. In a swift motion, he closed the distance between us, clasping my shoulders firmly. With a stern expression, he said, "You're just going to give up? Just because it's far away, you won't save them?" Cap. Master Huang Liang didn't mean it that way. He's just... Luoluo tried to mediate, though deep down, she too hoped I would rise as the savior of the universe. Not purely because I was the only one capable of eradicating the red demon virus, but also because she wanted the world to witness how amazing I was. Looking at the serious Captain America and the hesitant Luoluo, I sighed, scratching my head. It's not that I don't want to help. I just need to handle things on Earth first. You might not realize it, but Earth is just as dangerous as any other planet right now, because it holds 2 Infinity Stones. What? Earth has 2 Infinity Stones? Leishi's voice shot up an octave, and his trembling intensified. He already knew about the Space Stone being on Earth, but because of its tricky nature, he hadn't been overly concerned. It had, after all, been accidentally sealed for over 1,000 years. However, he never imagined there was a second one. An Infinity Stone alone holds universe-altering power, capable of elevating a being to godlike status. Considering how unstoppable Kerrigan had become after obtaining the Mind Stone, if other cosmic forces learned Earth had 2, the planet would undoubtedly face catastrophic disasters. As for why Leishi couldn't sense the Time Stone's location, it was because it was sealed within the eye of Agamotto. This artifact acted as a limiter, making the Time Stone nearly undetectable when its powers weren't actively in use. From Leishi's recounting of Kerrigan's legendary exploits, it was clear how dangerous the Infinity Stones were. Now understanding Earth's precarious position, even Captain America began to worry about the planet's safety. Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, except for Meng Meng, who was happily nuzzling against me, I let out a relieved breath. At least they weren't pressing me about the red demons anymore. Straightening my tousled hair and tugging at my rumpled shirt, I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Don't panic. Earth has Asgard's protection, and me, of course. Why do you think I've been building up a faction? It's to prepare for potential future crises." Though I wasn't holding my breath for the future to unfold according to the original timeline. Hearing this, Luoluo finally understood the purpose behind the Heroes Alliance. She stepped forward and gave me a peck on the cheek, smiling brightly. I thought Master Huang Liang just wanted to become Earth's ruler. I didn't expect it was all for protecting this planet. Master Huang Liang, you're amazing. Earth's ruler? What kind of nonsense is that? Sure, I had that thought before, but I didn't realize the universe was in such a precarious state. Anyway, as long as I'm here, Earth is probably safe. Phew, that's a relief. I was scared for a moment. Leishi sighed, patting his chest. With Asgard backing us, Earth should be fine. Having powerful allies sure makes a difference. I was nearly ready to flee the planet. Rolling my eyes, I retorted, "If I hadn't mentioned all this, you seriously would have just abandoned us and run." "Nope, I definitely would have," Leishi shamelessly admitted. My frustration boiled over. After everything we'd done to help him, the moment he heard Earth was in danger, he was ready to bail? What a thankless freeloader. Just as I was fuming, Captain America walked over, his expression apologetic. "I need to apologize for doubting you earlier, Mr. Huang. I'm sorry for misjudging your intentions." Scratching my face awkwardly, I replied, "Well, you weren't entirely wrong. I really don't want to get involved in those cosmic organizations' affairs. But it's too late to dwell on that now. We'll deal with things as they come." Afterward, we discussed the Kree ship's technology and the potential crises Earth might face in the future. While I, as a transmigrator, had some foresight. This Marvel universe was different from what I knew. Reality here was even more convoluted than the movies, making my knowledge more of a reference than a reliable guide. That's the gist of it. Over the next while, I'll focus on planning the heroes' alliance's technological development and strengthening Earth's defenses. As for the Kree tech, I'm leaving that to you, Leishi. I'll take Cap back since I promised S.H.I.E.L.D. to return him. Saying this, I casually opened a golden, shimmering portal. Wait, take this with you. Just as we were about to leave, Leishi called out. After some rapid operations on the console, a section of the control room wall opened, revealing rows upon rows of Star Force battlesuits. Recognizing them instantly, I exclaimed, "Aren't these the Star Force uniforms? How'd they end up here?" Leishi smirked smugly. I discovered them. I didn't expect to find combat suits here either. Maybe the Kree prepared them for evacuees, but unfortunately, they didn't live to use them. Lucky for us, for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that Leishi was becoming increasingly feminine, even though he was technically genderless as a consciousness. Noticing my gaze, Leishi shifted uncomfortably, rubbing his arms. "What? Is there something weird about me?" Under Loa's suspicious stare, I awkwardly coughed and said, "Ahem, no, nothing. I was just marveling at how well you've adapted to the Kree body." Well, I didn't expect it to suit me so well either. Maybe it's because the Kree and the Kotati both lived on Hala, he replied, his tone turning melancholic at the mention of Hala. While some Kree had survived and fled, the Kotati race had been wiped out entirely. Leishi, having shared memories with him, Captain America understood his loneliness and hesitated, as if reluctant to leave. Sensing Cap's emotions, Leishi forced a big smile and said, "Don't worry, Steve. I'm fine." He walked over to the rack, grabbed a suit, and tossed it to Cap. "All right, take this combat suit and get going. Leave this to me. I'll monitor the outer universe for any threats approaching Earth and notify you immediately if something comes up." Cap accepted the suit, giving Leishi a complicated look. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. I patted Cap's arm. At 170 centimeters tall, I couldn't reach his shoulder. Tragic, really. Grabbed a suit for myself and said, "I'll take one too for research purposes. Leishi, we'll help you restore the Kotati's glory. I've left a locator on the ship. Once you've cataloged the Kree tech, I'll set up a semi-permanent portal here." "All right, we're off." "Yeah, go on," Leishi replied casually. With a nod, we bid Leishi farewell and left through the portal. I, Huang Liang, stepped out of the portal and immediately felt like I had forgotten something, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't recall. That was until a shoe flew straight at me and hit me in the face. "You bastard. You really forgot about me." It was Sharon's voice, and in an instant, I remembered what I had forgotten. I pulled the shoe off my face, and sure enough, it was Sharon. Seeing her dressed in casual clothes, I realized she must have been waiting here for quite a while. Even though Sharon missed me, she still let out a cold snort to express her displeasure. "Humph. As expected, all men are pigs. To prevent you from being a playboy, us women have built a Huang little brother anti-playboy defense line." I was shocked. Wait, could it be that Lolo knew about this all along? My sweet little cotton jacket actually betrayed me. The little maid turned her head haughtily and said, "Humph. Well, it's because Master Huang Liang is so flirty. If we didn't keep you in check, who knows how many more sisters we'd have by now." I turned to Mariko with a tearful face and asked, "Mariko, you wouldn't have joined them too, would you?" Mariko gave me a sweet smile and said, "Liang-san, I was the one who created the anti-playboy defense line." I immediately flopped to the ground, rolling around as I wailed, "Yada yada, I just want to start my harem. If I can't have my harem, I'll die." Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they watched me roll around like a child. Finally, Janet, the motherly figure, stepped in to scold me. All right, Huang boy, 3 amazing women are willing to spend their lives with you, so be content. Welcome home." Hearing the words, "welcome home," I stopped rolling around and just lay there on the ground, feeling both excited and sorrowful as I replied, I'm back. Yes, I didn't establish this organization to become some ruler of Earth or savior of the world. I'm just a lonely wanderer who wanted a home." Lolo, Mariko, and Sharon exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of hesitation, heartache, and affection. They came over to help me up, and the four of us shared a warm embrace. Whoa, Momo cried out, wanted to join in too. All right, you can join too, Momo. I shifted to make room for her. The other two, charmed by Momo's cuteness, didn't mind and embraced her as well. Janet watched us laugh and enjoy this moment together with a look of motherly satisfaction. Then she turned to Captain America and bowed slightly, saying, "Welcome to the Heroes Alliance base, Captain America. My name is Janet, and I am one of the base's administrators." Captain America nodded politely and replied, "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Janet. I didn't expect Mr. Huang's base to be so large. It seems he's truly working hard for Earth." Janet praised me with a smile. "Indeed, this child is a bit unpredictable, but he works very hard for everyone." Then, to give me and my girlfriend some private time, she invited Captain America to tour the base. Captain America found it slightly inappropriate, but understood her intention and agreed. "Sigh. It seems I can't decline this time. But then again, I don't mind." Captain America, aware of humanity's flaws, found himself drawn to the freedom here compared to the status and treatment he'd received back in the United States. His heart had already begun to lean toward this place. Seeing Captain America didn't refuse, Janet knew he was planning to stay with us, and her face lit up. After all, she's an American from that era. Of course, she'd idolized Captain America and was probably ecstatic inside. Meanwhile, Pym, who was working on developing the Zero suit, suddenly felt like something was looming over him. Actually, we hadn't been gone for long, so the base hadn't changed much, though there were some new developments. For instance, while we used to rely on giant ants as assistants, we now had AI robots. Pym, whose intellect rivaled Stark's, had developed a new artificial intelligence system with Shinjin's help. Although it didn't yet have self-awareness, seeing how busy the base was, it was only a matter of time before it did. Janet first took Captain America to tour the Gundam development workshop overseen by Shinjin. This is the Gundam Development Department. Gundams are single-pilot, controllable giant robots. Mr. Huang believes that as the number of superhumans increases, large robots will lose their deterrent power on Earth, but will still be effective on the battlefield in space. After all, our enemies aren't limited to those on Earth. Janet and Pym were well informed. I had Lolo relay updates, so they were aware of things like the Crimson Demon virus and the Infinity Stones. Captain America understood the significance of Gundams in space warfare, but he was puzzled about one thing. "Excuse me, I have a question." Adjusting her glasses, Janet looked at Captain America's profile, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Feel free to ask anything." Captain America's lips twitched slightly as he pointed at the giant ants operating high-tech equipment and asked, What's the deal with those ants?" The sight of giant ants as employees in a high-tech base was undeniably strange. Janet snapped out of her daze and replied, "Oh, you mean the worker ants? Don't worry, they're safe and under control. Dr. Pym used Pym particles to enlarge them and a controller to manage their behavior. With the base understaffed, we couldn't have achieved our advancements without them." Captain America finally realized what felt off about the base. "So that's it. It's the lack of human presence. Wait, if ants can be assistants, does that mean there aren't many humans here?" As someone potentially joining this group, he wanted to understand the inner workings. Besides Mr. Huang and yourself, how many humans are at this base?" Janet's heart tightened. Even though she believed Captain America wouldn't mind the number of personnel, it was still a reflection of the organization's potential. Should I tell the truth? Ultimately, she decided to be honest. "I'm sorry, but our organization currently has fewer than 20 usable personnel." Actually, saying there were 20 people was already an exaggeration. Let's break it down, shall we? Research personnel include Shinjin Ishida, Hank Pym, Janet, and Leahy. Combat members consist of Huang Liang, Lolo, Momo, Sharon, and Namor. The versatile ones who can handle both brains and brawn are David Banner and Bruce Banner. And the reserves include Hope, Pym's daughter, Ghost Ava, Jennifer, and Mariko. Even if you add Captain America himself, that's only 15 people. While Huang Liang is undoubtedly the combat ceiling, a mere 15 members for an organization is clearly not enough, Janet said. However, this is just a temporary situation. According to reports from Huang Boy's little maid, you successfully saved the Sea People. What are they called again? Oh, right, the Atlanteans? Of course, she already knew this, but she just wanted to use the Atlantis incident as an excuse to strike up a conversation with Captain America. After all, chatting with a handsome guy always brightens the mood. As expected, when the Atlantis incident was brought up, Captain America stopped dwelling on the lack of personnel. He said, "Yes, they're called Atlanteans. After suffering such a catastrophe, I wonder if they'll be able to recover under Namor's leadership. After all, they had been on the brink of extinction due to the Crimson Demon virus." Although Janet hadn't personally witnessed the events, based on the brief descriptions from Lolo, she couldn't help but feel the cruelty of war. She said, "That's true. I hope they can recover. But compared to the Sea People, I'm more curious about the United Nations stance. While the root cause of this was the Crimson Demon virus, it's also a fact that Atlantis declared war on humanity. The U.S. military suffered significant losses, yet the UN didn't demand reparations. I really can't understand why they'd pass up the chance to obtain Atlantis technology." Being a pure scholar, she truly couldn't grasp the politicians' thought process. Captain America, well aware of politicians' greed, nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, the UN's behavior this time is unusual. But let's leave these headaches to Mr. Huang. We'll just follow his instructions." True, Janet didn't expect the usually serious Captain America to have such a playful side, and she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Captain America, long accustomed to being the center of attention, didn't mind Janet's gaze and allowed her to continue showing him around the base. Janet playfully blinked and said, "All right, next I'll show you the core research of our Heroes Alliance base." With that, she led Captain America into the Zero Suit Development Workshop. Meanwhile, the U.S. military was in an uproar over the matter of reparations. In a luxurious conference room, several familiar American politicians sat around a large round table, their faces red with anger as they pointed fingers at Nick Fury, shouting, "Fury, we told you to squeeze the Sea People and Huang Liang for all they're worth, but what did you do? You let them off the hook. You're such a great subordinate, aren't you?" "Exactly. Do you even count as an American citizen anymore? Fire him. He must be fired immediately." Even the other politicians and bigwigs looked furious. Nick Fury, however, remained calm. He took a sip of tea, motioned for Natasha to prepare to play a video, and folded his hands under his chin, his single eye sweeping across the room. With a faint, mocking smile, he said, "Gentlemen, before you deal with me, why don't you take a moment to watch a documentary I've carefully prepared?" What kind of trick are you trying to pull now?" One of the politicians grumbled impatiently, puffing on a cigar while openly ogling Natasha. Natasha ignored the invasive gazes, calmly set up the projector, inserted the footage, and began playing the video. On the screen, footage of Huang Liang on the battlefield in Atlantis began to play, showcasing his various abilities. He summoned portals at will, flew effortlessly, conjured massive magical arrays with a flick of his wrist, reshaped the terrain with ease, unleashed devastating energy blasts, and even tamed gigantic monsters. As the video played on, the expressions of the politicians and tycoons grew darker and darker. Some were so shocked that their cigars fell onto their laps without them noticing. Nick Fury was quite pleased. Though he was throwing Mr. Huang under the bus a little, this maneuver helped him avoid the reparations issue. A small price Huang Liang probably wouldn't mind. Meanwhile, enjoying his blissful time at the base, Huang Liang suddenly sneezed. When the video ended, the room was eerily silent. If they hadn't known this was a room full of American bigwigs with tight security, the guards outside might have rushed in to check what was going on. After a long pause, Nick Fury broke the silence. "Ahem, now that you've seen the video, what are your thoughts?" "Let me remind you, this footage was captured by U.S. military cameras. There's no chance of it being fake." The military officials in the room confirmed the video's authenticity, their faces now as dark as coal. Incredible! How could Huang Liang possess such terrifying abilities? This isn't some comic book world. One bigwig who knew about Huang Liang's past stared at the screen in disbelief, never imagining that the once easily manipulated comic book artist had become a walking natural disaster. The other politicians and tycoons, unfamiliar with Huang Liang, quickly began inquiring about his background. Upon learning that he was just an ordinary person not long ago, they were left in awe. However, a shrewd bigwig noticed something else. That magic array looks like an ancient magical formation. Huang Liang might have obtained some extraordinary artifact. It seems we need to re-evaluate myths and ancient history. Exactly. If we can decipher this magic, maybe we can. The thought of wielding power like Huang Liang's, of being able to take on thousands or even achieve immortality, cause a shift in their mindsets. Nick Fury chuckled at their reactions and coughed lightly to remind them. Gentlemen, do you remember the Battle of the Gods outside New York? Compare the magic arrays Huang Liang used to those. Isn't there a resemblance? Upon his reminder, everyone realized that they were indeed similar. Are you saying Huang Liang became this strong because he apprenticed under that bald emissary of the gods? One bigwig who had witnessed the Battle of the Gods asked in confusion. Another bigwig familiar with Huang Liang's past pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration and said, but it's been such a short time. Even if he started learning back then, the speed of his growth is just absurd. So, the magic problem still traces back to that mysterious emissary. One bigwig slammed the table in frustration. Ever since the Battle of the Gods, they had been trying to gather information about the emissary, only to find out she was a woman over 500 years old and nothing else. Regardless, Huang Liang's overwhelming power left a profound impression on them. The bigwig who had initially berated Fury reconsidered and said, "Your decision was correct, Fury. If the negotiations had angered Huang Liang, the consequences would have been catastrophic." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, if talks had gone south, who knew what Huang Liang might have done? Satisfied, Nick Fury nodded and decided it was time to offer a sweetener. He said, "Ahem, gentlemen, this situation isn't entirely bad news. Quit beating around the bush. Just spit it out." The bigwigs demanded impatiently, eager to return to researching superpowers and tracking down the emissary. Nick Fury didn't keep them in suspense and said, "Although we didn't obtain Atlanta's core technology, we did retrieve plenty of samples of their weapons and defense systems from the battlefield." As he spoke, he pulled up footage of Atlanteans clashing with human soldiers. Take a look, gentlemen. The Atlanteans are individually strong, not just because of their unique physiques, but also due to their advanced weapons and equipment. As he explained, the bigwig's spirits lifted. Atlantean weaponry was slightly more advanced than Earth's, particularly in their use of energy. Deciphering their technology could lead to significant advancements in human science. With this thought, their moods improved. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't let us down. What other good news do you have? Nick Fury adjusted his eye patch and, without a word, switched the video to another segment. He zoomed in again and again until Captain America's handsome face appeared on the screen. Gentlemen, I present to you Captain Steve Rogers, alive and well. Let's set aside the waves caused by Captain America's appearance on the U.S. side for now. While Jennifer was showing Captain America around the Heroes Alliance base, I, Huang Liang, and my confidence finally wrapped up our heartwarming reunion. Sharon curiously poked at the soft and fluffy Momo, asking, "So, Momo is the sacred beast of Atlantis?" She couldn't imagine that this adorable, plush-like creature actually had a true form as big as several football fields. Momo squirmed from Sharon's pokes, letting out cute noises as it tried to evade her. But being tightly held by Mariko and Lolo, it could only give me a pitiful look, hoping that its father-lord would come to its rescue. All right, stop teasing Momo." Sensing Momo's silent plea for help, I chuckled and pulled Sharon's hand away, then began to carefully take in the sight of the two women I hadn't seen in a while. I muttered to myself, Mariko is still as adorable as ever, though she looks a bit overworked. Sharon is still full of energy, though her temper seems to have grown. Before I could finish my sentence, Sharon smacked me on the head with the sole of her shoe, yelling, "Who are you calling bad-tempered? You haven't even settled the matter of forgetting to pick me up." Scratching the back of my head in embarrassment, I offered a sheepish smile and said, "Aha, that was an accident. It won't happen again. Once we're done here, I plan to visit the mage's sanctum to check on Wanda's condition. I'm worried about her health. I wonder if her powers can help eradicate the Crimson Demon Virus." At the mention of Wanda, Mariko's face darkened, and she walked toward me in a Yandra-like manner. With a dangerous tone, she said, "Oh, Wanda? That sounds like a girl's name. So, Lord Huang Liang, care to explain?" Mariko's expression was reminiscent of Medusa, and I trembled in fear. Hastily, I explained, "Gulp, Mariko, Wanda is a girl Sharon adopted before. While she's indeed adorable, she's only 11 years old this year, 2007. That's right. Wanda is only 11. I'm not some Mullican. So what am I even afraid of?" With that realization, I immediately straightened my back with confidence. Though both Sharon and Lolo vouched for me, Mariko still cast me a suspicious glance before saying, "Fine, I'll forgive you this time. But if we find out you have another woman out there, we'll drain you dry." She made a threatening gesture before reverting to her usual demeanor. "This is giving me such a headache," I muttered, rubbing my temples. Sharon interjected, "All right, enough fooling around. Huang, let's go quickly. I'm also worried about Wanda's condition. After all, she used to be Wanda's adoptive mother, and her concern for the girl was apparent." I could only agree, yes, yes. But before that, Lolo, you and Momo should stay here and rest. You've both been through a lot during this incident. Although Lolo was a bit tired, she could still hold on. However, seeing Momo almost fall asleep, she gave a resigned sigh and said, "All right, I understand. Huang Liang, come back soon, okay?" In my non-human body, I rarely experience fatigue unless my energy is depleted. Seeing how exhausted Lolo and Momo were, Mariko volunteered. "In that case, I'll stay back to take care of them. It shouldn't take long for you to check on Wanda." I was deeply moved and said, As expected of my capable partner, I'll reward you handsomely when I return." Ha ha ha. As a blushing Mariko waved me off, I opened a portal to the mage's sanctum. At Kamar Taj, in the humble, cave-like dwelling of the Ancient One, Wanda, who had been staying there for over a week, still hadn't woken up. The Ancient One was puzzled. Despite Wanda's active mind and her body gradually recovering under her spells, the girl simply refused to wake up. Or perhaps she didn't want to wake up. The Ancient One had considered using dream-walking techniques to rouse Wanda, but the Scarlet Witch's magic constantly resisted her attempts to probe deeper. She dared not force her way in, fearing she might harm Wanda's mind and ruin the chance to properly guide her as a disciple. As she used magic to infuse nutrients into Wanda's body, Carl Mordo entered the room. "Ancient One, Mr. Huang Liang and his companion have returned." "Oh, is that so?" A slight smile eased the Ancient One's furrowed brows. She waved her hand and said, "Let them in." "Yes." Mordo soon brought us both into the room. Once Sharon was allowed in, she rushed straight to the bedside. Seeing that it truly was Wanda lying there, she immediately burst into tears. I followed behind her, bowing apologetically to the Ancient One. Seeing that Wanda remained unconscious, I curiously asked, "Master Ancient One, what's going on with Wanda?" It was only then that Sharon noticed the presence of others in the room. Embarrassed, she wiped her tears, apologized to the Ancient One, and said, "Master Ancient One, Wanda, she..." The Ancient One didn't mind Sharon's momentary lapse in manners. Placing the bowl of nutrient-rich porridge aside, she first performed a mage's greeting to me, smiling as she said, "Wanda is fine. It's just that she doesn't want to wake up. Huang, aren't you going to introduce us?" From a hint of amusement in the Ancient One's gaze, I could tell she was teasing me. Scratching my head helplessly, I said, "This is Sharon Carter. You could say she's another one of my confidants, and also Wanda's adoptive mother." The Ancient One raised an eyebrow in surprise. "This lady is Wanda's adoptive mother?" Sharon stepped forward willingly and said, "Yes, I'm Wanda's adoptive mother. Master Ancient One, do you know how to save Wanda?" The Ancient One initially wanted to reply with, "If I could save her, I would have already done so," but seeing as Sharon was her adoptive mother, perhaps there was a way. Wanda had constructed a perfect dream world within her subconscious, refusing to return to reality. While the Ancient One, as an outsider, was rejected by this dream, Sharon, having shared a life with Wanda, might be able to guide her back. The Ancient One shared her idea, and Sharon immediately agreed. Though I was worried, I also knew this was the best way to wake Wanda, so I could only nod reluctantly. The Ancient One said, "Then I will guide you into Wanda's dream. Don't worry, with me protecting you, nothing will go wrong." Taking a deep breath to steel herself, Sharon gave me a reassuring look before lying down beside Wanda. The Ancient One then began her spell, guiding Sharon's consciousness to approach Wanda's. As expected, Sharon sensed a familiar presence and effortlessly entered Wanda's dream world. Huang Liang, recalled the events from Wanda's dreamscape. It was a simple scene outside a modest two-story wooden house. A woman dressed in a gypsy-style outfit had rolled up her sleeves and was standing before a large basin filled with colorful clothes, ready to do some laundry. At that moment, a boy and a girl, two children, came running out of a large tent not far from the wooden house, laughing gleefully. This startled the gypsy woman, who stood up and shouted in annoyance, "Wanda, Pietro, you snuck out again. Didn't I tell you to stay in and study?" But the two kids paid her no mind and ran even faster, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The woman sighed in frustration, muttering to herself. Not long after, several heads peeked out from the tent. An elderly man with white hair and glasses looked at the fleeing children, shook his head, and sighed. Turning to the woman, he said, "Miss Mary, I'm sorry they've escaped again." The woman bowed apologetically, her sadness apparent as she said, "No, Mr. Luke, it's my fault for not keeping them under control. You come all this way, and yet—" The old man quickly waved his hand. "It's nothing, nothing. Kids being lively is a good thing." Meanwhile, Wanda and Pietro, who had skipped their lessons, weren't wandering aimlessly. They turned corners with purpose and soon arrived at a grand, upscale building. Standing outside, a young and beautiful Sharon Carter, smiling warmly, awaited them. "Wanda, Pietro, you're here," Sharon greeted them. The two children joyfully jumped into her arms, asking, "Aunt Sharon, what are we training for today?" Sharon patted their heads with a smile, thinking for a moment before saying, "Today, how about we practice?" This was a glimpse into just one ordinary day in Wanda's dream. There were no battles, no grand ambitions, just a desire for this kind of everyday simplicity. Yet even for something so ordinary, she refused to leave it behind. Sharon couldn't fathom the depths of Wanda's despair toward reality. But seeing this, she resolved to bring Wanda back to the real world no matter what. Sharon said, "The real world may be cruel, but as long as we're alive, there's hope. With Huang here, no matter what lies ahead, I believe he can bring us hope. After all, he saved me too. So, Wanda, it's time to come home." Back in the real world, as Sharon's determination grew, Wanda's body began to change. Scarlet magic, like flowing ribbons, appeared on her body. As time passed, this magic didn't awaken Wanda as I'd hoped. Instead, it began to repel the Ancient One's magic. "Master Ancient One." I wanted to intervene several times, but I knew that if I interfered, Wanda's scarlet magic might completely destroy the Ancient One's spell. That would put both Sharon and Wanda in danger. The Ancient One realized something was wrong. To avoid harming their consciousness, she carefully stabilized her energy output, ensuring her magic wasn't completely rejected by Wanda's, so Sharon's efforts wouldn't go to waste. The Ancient One said, "Now, we can only hope that your confidence succeeds." Inside the dreamscape, Sharon revealed her identity and intentions, but Wanda outright refused. To her, there was nothing in reality that made her happy. Why not just stay in this dream? Sharon wasn't about to let her run away, but no matter how much she tried to convince Wanda, she wouldn't budge. Sharon, growing frustrated, thought to herself, "Asterisk this brat." Huang was right. When kids don't listen, just give them a good spanking. Asterisk. If persuasion didn't work, she'd drag Wanda back, even if it meant forcing her. This dream was shaped by Wanda's consciousness, but Sharon, as a super agent, excelled in stealth and sabotage. As Sharon began to act, Wanda quickly noticed subtle changes in her perfect day. Stepping outside, she'd step and poop. Looking up, sauce would fall from the sky. Anything gross and annoying you could think of. Sharon didn't dare create major accidents, fearing it would make Wanda hate reality even more. She also avoided targeting people close to Wanda, afraid it would cause resentment. Instead, her goal was simple: to disgust Wanda enough to leave the dream. Whether Sharon had misallocated her skill points or was simply influenced by me, her arsenal of disgusting tactics seemed endless. By the time Wanda came to her senses, there wasn't a clean spot left in the entire dreamscape. Left with no choice, Wanda fled the dreamscape. If she stayed any longer, Sharon might actually dump manure on her. Back in the real world, Wanda's eyes fluttered open. Both the Ancient One and I let out a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to greet her, Wanda's face darkened. She raised her small fists and began pummeling Sharon, who was lying beside her. As she hit her, she shouted, "I hate you, Mommy Sharon. Of all things to do, you had to play with poop. You literally disgusted me awake." I was dumbfounded, thinking, asterisk, what the hell? Of all things, you went with poop? Asterisk. Sharon, who had just emerged from the dreamscape, was taken aback by Wanda's punches. Hearing Wanda's words and recalling what she'd done in the dream, she shivered slightly. Asterisk for this kid, I went all out. I made it so gross, but at least she's back in reality. Asterisk. Seeing Wanda's pale and unhealthy complexion, Sharon's eyes reddened. She pulled Wanda into a hug and said, "I'm sorry, Wanda. I came too late." Her tone was filled with guilt and tenderness. Wanda, smelling the familiar scent and feeling the familiar embrace, stopped struggling. Her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears, crying out, "Mommy Sharon, you finally came to get me. Pietro, Pietro." She sobbed uncontrollably. Watching the scene, my heart felt heavy. Wanda was finally awake, and the Ancient One could finally rest easy. She patted my shoulder, gave me a few words of advice, and left the room with Mordo. Unable to hold back, I rushed forward and hugged the two of them. "Don't worry. From now on, I'll take good care of both of you.